I clearly awakened to SSSS level. The only hidden profession is the domain master. Yet my classmates mock me as a weakling with nothing to show. It's just that the domain master creates domains. The resources required are immense, and it takes an extremely long time. This also leads to the domain master being regarded as a derivative life profession. Thus, he is called the most useless profession. Just as I was about to give up on the martial arts exam and go work in a factory, I heard a voice from the system, detecting that the host is an underdeveloped youth, and the absolute domain system activated immediately. The host can create any domain without consuming any materials, and it can be completed instantly. I never expected that after 18 years of crossing over, I would finally see the system arrive at such a crucial moment. At this moment, I was overjoyed. The 3 major pain points of the domain master were instantly resolved. As long as I have a copy, I can create my own domain infinitely. The problems that Blue Star has faced for millions of years were solved in one move by the system. Truly, it's a blessing for the transmigrators. Just as I was feeling smug, I saw a young man in an expensive suit come beside me, inspecting me like a criminal and loudly mocking me. It turned out to be the little loser who had become a domain master. The young man's name was Liang Jinming, and he was so arrogant because he was a well-known rich second generation in Dongxing No. 2 high school, with dozens of copies at home and a company worth billions. Liang Jinming looked down at me with a smirk, speaking as if he were bestowing charity. Recently, our company is short of a brick-moving assistant manager. Why don't you take the position? After all, your useless domain master profession doesn't even qualify you for the exam. Liang Jinming's offer made me laugh. Being an assistant manager was not even worth insulting. Although the domain master is the most useless among hidden professions, it is an undisputed master-level profession in the copy industry. Let alone an assistant manager, I could easily handle even a company's chairman. Liang Jinming actually thought he could make me work like a dog for a mere assistant manager position. I decisively refused, telling him to find someone else. I walked past Liang Jinming and continued toward the school exit. What? You refuse? Liang Jinming's smile froze, almost thinking he heard wrong. As the young master of the Liang group, Liang Jinming was also a prominent figure in Dongxing City. It was rare for him to take the initiative to offer, only to be rejected in front of so many classmates. He felt utterly humiliated. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes, and he was about to show me what he was capable of. Just as he was about to speak, Liang Jinming suddenly stopped, thinking of a better idea. Heh, if you don't want to come, then don't. Our grain group doesn't lack a brick mover like you. But since we are classmates, how about I give you a copy? As soon as he said this, the whole square erupted in surprise. Not only were my classmates astonished, but I was also taken aback. I couldn't believe that Liang Jinming would actually give me a copy. I had no relationship with Liang Jinming. If he would give a stranger like me a copy, what would his underlings receive? However, I stopped in my tracks, curious to see what trick Liang Jinming was playing. Ha, everyone, no need to be surprised, it's just a copy, which is nothing for our Liang group. Our Liang group not only manages copies but also runs a leveling service. Anyone in need or wanting to work at Liang group can come to find him. Liang Jinming put on a humble facade, igniting another wave of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Everyone began to boast about Liang Jinming, saying that being classmates with him was a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Hearing the adoration around him, Liang Jinming's vanity was greatly satisfied. If my guess was correct, he certainly wouldn't give away a complete copy. However, he did have an abandoned copy, whose core energy had long been depleted, unable to generate monsters anymore. Liang Jinming was extremely pleased, calculating his scheme perfectly. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he took out a square fragment shining with a faint white light from his backpack and held it up. This is the core fragment of the Iron Mine copy. Holding this fragment to enter the copy will resonate with the core, guiding the user to find the core. Classmates, bear witness, today, I will give it to Chu Feiyu. Liang Jinming proudly introduced it, then maliciously shoved it into my hand. The moment I saw that square fragment, I understood Liang Jinming's intentions. The fragment's light was weak as a candle flame, the energy in the core had long been spent, and it could burst at any moment, making entry a certain death. This was not a gift from Liang Jinming, it was clearly a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year with ill intentions. I was instantly furious and prepared to return the fragment to Liang Jinming. However, a sudden voice in my mind stopped me. Ding! Detecting energy fluctuations from the copy, the host can directly use the copy to create their own domain. Thinking of this, my gaze toward Liang Jinming softened. This was not a scheming rich second generation, he was clearly a money-giving benefactor. I held the copy fragment in one hand and shook Liang Jinming's hand with gratitude. Deep down, I was thanking his ancestors for 8 generations. Liang Jinming warmly reminded me, but inwardly he was laughing. This fool didn't even know he had unwittingly taken on millions in debt and was thanking him. What a joke! Next, in front of all the classmates, Liang Jinming and I signed a contract. The content merely transferred the ownership of the Iron Mine copy, along with all associated responsibilities, to Liang Jinming. It completely distanced him from the Liang group. By now, even the classmates around us could see something was off. But I signed without hesitation and left in style. I couldn't wait to see what the Iron Mine copy would look like once transformed into a domain. Ha! The first domain master in history to create a domain. Watching me leave excitedly, Liang Jinming finally couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling unprecedentedly elated. I ran all the way, hurrying to the entrance of the Iron Mine copy. I saw a young man sitting in a grand chair, complaining loudly, spewing bad words about Liang Jinming's family. When I took the contract to him for the handover, he instantly changed his expression, filled with joy, as he never expected someone would want this abandoned copy. I told him the truth. Liang Jinming hadn't made it clear when he gave it to me, but I had a rough idea. The young man was completely bewildered and asked, "Why are you taking on this mess if you don't have any money?" I explained calmly, "Because my profession is a bath leader." The young man was taken aback, looking at Chu Feiyu with a complex expression, and after a moment, he finally managed to say, "Brother, you have it worse than I do." As he spoke, the young man rummaged through his backpack and finally took out 10 tickets, solemnly stuffing them into my hands. "Brother, these are dungeon tickets. With these, you can freely enter the food group's dungeon to level up. Brother, my abilities are limited, so I can't help you much. I can only wish you good luck." The young man waved his hand dismissively and left gracefully. I grinned and stepped through the dungeon entrance, as if entering a whole new world. A pitch-black mountain loomed before me, completely barren without any vegetation. Various large holes were carved into different parts of the mountain, each one a deep mine pit. When a gust of wind blew, the mountain emitted eerie sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails. I took out the core fragment, and the light on it was drawn by some force, transforming into a silver beam. Following the direction indicated by the beam, I strode into a mine, where the dungeon core was often hidden in the deepest part, protected by barriers. Without the guidance of the core fragment, it would be difficult for ordinary people to find the exact location. After what felt like an eternity, I finally arrived at a hidden cave. Is this the dungeon core? In the cave, a crystal cube the size of a soccer ball quietly floated in the air, its surface already showing several barely noticeable tiny cracks. This indicated that the dungeon space was beginning to fracture. Before long, numerous void cracks would appear within the dungeon. Those cracks were terrifying entities that even seasoned players at level 6 would fear to approach lightly. The existence of these void cracks made the dismantling of the dungeon extremely dangerous and costly. I wondered if this abandoned dungeon core could be turned into a domain. Confucius, it's up to you. I took a deep breath and pressed my hand against the dungeon core. Detected Iron Mine Dungeon Core. Would you like to turn it into a personal domain? The expected voice echoed in my mind, and I sighed in relief, decisively giving a positive response. Personal domain is being created. Current progress, 10%, 20% out of 30. The domain creation process was long enough to be measured in years, but for me, every second would add 10% to the progress. If others found out, their jaws would probably drop in shock. At the same time, the environment around me began to gradually distort and change. I felt as if I had fallen into a world of glass, everything so abstractly twisted and vividly colorful. Yet, it felt as if a great hand was rearranging the chaotic elements and dazzling colors, like a creator shaping a brand new world. After a moment of daze, I snapped back to reality. At this moment, I had ascended from the mine to the mountain peak. A gentle breeze tousled my hair, revealing my handsome and refined face. The mountain seemed to still be the same mountain, with my gaze falling upon a dark, barren expanse. However, the mine pits that were once on the mountain had all been filled in. Is this my domain? It doesn't seem different at all, and I felt a slight sense of disappointment. Just as I turned around, the sound of metal clashing caught me by surprise. Looking down, I saw a dark-colored, hefty longsword. The blade was engraved with ancient and elegant patterns. Although its edge was dulled, it was still clearly a top-quality sword. At that moment, the longsword trembled by my feet, emitting a clear and melodious ringing, as if celebrating its master's return. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the flat ground around the longsword was actually made up of many more swords lying stacked. Are these all swords? Why are there so many on the mountain? Could it be? An incredible thought flashed through my mind. I strained my gaze and looked down the mountain, and an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on my face. Swords, swords, swords. The pitch-black mountain was not made of rock at all. it was entirely composed of dark, powerful longswords. Countless swords crisscrossed and intertwined tightly, together forming the mountain beneath my feet like building blocks. Oh my god, this mountain, thousands of meters high, is actually a sword mountain made entirely of stacked swords. I swallowed hard, my disappointment vanished, replaced by an unparalleled sense of shock. At that moment, the system voice chimed again. Domain creation complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the domain of Chaos Sword Mountain. Chaos Sword Mountain is a towering mountain made entirely of long swords, where countless swords lie in wait, their edges dulled, and their brilliance gathered here, awaiting their master's return. Chaos Sword Mountain? This looks pretty impressive. I activated my domain perspective, revealing a majestic sword mountain that towered over a 10-mile radius. All the swords had sheathed their edges as if in slumber, yet the terrifying sword intent emanating from them still sent shivers down my spine. Chaos Sword Mountain type domain skills. Heavenly Sword Body, passive skill, you are a natural sword body, revered by all swords. Any long sword in your hands can unleash sword energy, exhibiting terrifying power. You can learn all swordsman skills, and while using sword-type weapons, your damage increases by 100%. Enemy sword-type weapons cannot harm you. True sword control, flight skill, or your heart desires, the flying sword can take you there effortlessly. After using this skill, you can fly on a sword, with a speed increase of 500%. 10,000 swords bowing, domain skill, as the revered of all swords, with a single command, you can summon thousands of swords to pay homage. After using this skill, activate the thousands of swords of Chaos Sword Mountain, ready for your command. 10,000 swords unite, domain skill, all swords combine into a massive heavenly sword that descends from the sky, slashing through anything in its path. After use, it deals 1000% area damage. Wow, I spoke too soon. This isn't just impressive, it's absolutely insane. Looking at the 4 skills that came with Chaos Sword Mountain, I was overjoyed and at a loss for words to describe my feelings. Damage increase, flight, area attack, strong offense, none of these 4 skills are underwhelming. Honestly, they sound impressive, feel impressive, and are even more impressive in use. Especially the Heavenly Sword Body passive skill, which directly breaks the dimensional barrier, allowing me to learn swordsman profession skills. How is this any different from unlocking a second profession? Wait, there is a difference. A swordsman's passive skill increases damage by 100%, and they also have immunity to all sword-type damage. Before the Heavenly Sword Body, all swordsman professions are just weaklings. Just thinking about it made me feel tougher and stronger. I checked to see if my attributes had changed. I couldn't help but glance at my panel, and my already elevated emotions soared even higher. Shufeyu, Profession, Domain Master, Level, LV1, Attributes, Constitution 110, Spirit 130, Strength 140, Speed 130, Special Domain, Chaos Sword Mountain, Skills, Heavenly Sword Body, True Sword Control, 10,000 Swords Bowing, 10,000 Swords Unite. All attributes exceeding 100, and I'm only level 1? What an absurd panel. Even bosses of the same level would have to bow their heads and offer me a cigarette. I was so shocked that it felt like my breath had stopped. The domain not only comes with powerful skills but also significantly boosts my attributes. Just the base attributes alone make me stronger than all other professionals of the same level. I expected the domain master to be strong after unlocking a domain, but this is just insane. I clenched my fists, feeling the surging power within me, overwhelmed with excitement. Now I finally understand why the prerequisites for becoming a domain master are so strict. Without such a high barrier, the domain master would overshadow all other professions. Some idiots even say that domain masters are useless professions. Nonsense, domain masters are clearly the strongest profession, bar none. This is just one domain, and it has already given me such a terrifying boost. If I were to create a few more domains, I can't even imagine how strong I would become. Whatever your professions are, I plan to have 10 domains. Thinking about the scene where I could wave my hand and cover the entire area with countless domains filled me with excitement and ambition. Next, I should find a place to test the true power of Chaos Sword Mountain. Luckily, their older brother gave me a few dungeon tickets, saving me some money. With a thought, a portal of light appeared at the mountaintop, and I stepped through, leaving Chaos Sword Mountain behind. Back in reality, I waved my hand casually, and the domain door vanished without a trace. Chaos Sword Mountain had become my domain, freeing me from the constraints of the portal's location. As long as I want to, I can place the portal anywhere. The East Rising style level 1 dungeon is the Boar Forest. With my current attributes, I should be able to try soloing it. I pondered this while quickly making my way to the Boar Forest dungeon. The monsters in the dungeon are very powerful, most job changers need to team up to tackle them. Only strong professions or those with powerful gear dare to attempt solo runs. However, with my current strength, soloing is certainly no problem at all. Just as I arrived at the entrance of the Boar Forest dungeon, I unexpectedly ran into Liang Jinming. I was surprised to see that he had actually changed to an S-class profession, Thunder Mage. The classmates all put on flattering faces, parting to create a wide path for him. Liang Jinming spoke in a sardonic tone, a mocking smile plastered on his face. "So, how do you like this gift of mine?" I replied with a smile, "It's great, I really like it." Liang Jinming's smile suddenly froze. He didn't expect me to be unfazed and not play along with his script. In his expectations, I should have been crying and begging for mercy, or at least confronting him aggressively. But now, my smile was like a spring breeze, radiating confidence, nothing like someone who had been tricked. Suddenly, Liang Jinming had a flash of insight, realizing I was playing hard to get, pretending to be indifferent to push for more demands. Isn't this the typical tactic of those flashy, scheming individuals? They approach him, coveting the Liang family's wealth, all while pretending to be above it all. Who would have thought, Chu Feiyu, that you're just like those women, playing the same tricks, huh? Little does he know, I had seen through everything. Liang Gingling's face once again beamed with a proud smile, half smirking as he said, "Ha, if you like it, that's fine. By the way, I'm taking some classmates to the Boar Forest to level up. Do you want me to reserve a spot for you?" When the classmates heard that Liang Jingling had actively invited Chu Feiyu to team up, they were all stunned. They had been flattering him for ages but couldn't get picked, yet here came Liang Xiao calling out Chu Feiyu's name. What kind of trick is Liang Xiao playing now? In Liang Jinling's perspective, I rushed to the Boar Forest dungeon and put on this act in front of him for one reason only, to have him take me along to level up. So he threw out this bait, knowing that I would eagerly agree the next moment, afraid to miss out on this opportunity. Once I agreed, he would just tell me the team was already full, and then humiliate me again to achieve his goal. Hearing that Liang Jingling wanted to take me to level up, a look of disdain instantly appeared on my face. What level are you at now, Liang? You think you can take me to level up? Putting aside Chaos Sword Mountain, my attributes alone are 10 times higher than Liang Jingling's. He thinks he can take me to level up? That's just ridiculous. The surrounding classmates couldn't stand it any longer and boldly revealed Liang Jinming's profession. Liang Jinming remained silent, believing that upon hearing his profession, Shu Qin would be terrified and retract his earlier words. "Ha? Is that it?" Shu Qin shrugged, unimpressed. Seeing this group of people ready to take on the world, he thought Liang Jinming must have changed to an SSS-level profession. But it turned out to be just an S-level Thunder Mage? An S-level profession could stir up some waves in a small city like Dongsheng, but in a big city, it would merely be a background character. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Shu Qin said, initially wanting to see Liang Jinming's performance but realizing it was just a waste of time. Liang Jinming was so angry his nose twisted. He, a dignified S-level Thunder Mage, was reduced to "is that it?" in Shu Chen's mouth. Alright, Shu Chen, I admit your feigned indifference is quite clever. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Liang Jinming gritted his teeth, ready to continue humiliating Shu Chen when he was suddenly interrupted by a gasp. "Zhang Qianhan, the daughter of the Guardian, Zhang Qianhan is here." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned to look behind them. They saw a stunningly beautiful girl gracefully approaching the dungeon entrance. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, gently swaying behind her fair and slender swan-like neck. The fitted battle outfit perfectly showcased her enchanting figure, tightly binding her fullness that seemed uncharacteristic for her age, making it almost suffocating. In her jade-like fingers, she held a sheathed long sword, exuding a chilling sharpness. Just like the girl's gaze, cold as a sword. This girl was none other than Zhang Qianhan, the only daughter of the Guardian of Dongxing City, an S-level class changer, lone heart swordsman. Everyone looked at Zhang Qianhan with fiery eyes, unable to tear their gaze away from her stunning beauty. Yet, no one dared to approach her. It wasn't just because of the icy aura she radiated, but also due to her noble status. The only daughter of the Guardian, in terms of status, even Liang Jinming couldn't compare. TSK, so this is the Guardian's daughter? She really is quite beautiful. Shu Qin glanced at her from a distance before looking away. Seizing the opportunity while no one was bothering him, he quickly approached the dungeon entrance, handed his ticket to the staff, and strode into the Wild Boar Forest dungeon. "Classmate Zhang Qianhan, what a coincidence, you're here to level up in the Wild Boar Forest too," Liang Jinming said with a beaming smile, initiating a conversation. Zhang Qianhan nodded slightly in response, her steps never faltering as she continued toward the dungeon entrance. Liang Jinming had known Zhang Qianhan for a long time and was aware of her cold personality, but he didn't mind and continued, "Let me guide you, the Wild Boar Forest is our Liang family's dungeon, and I'm quite familiar with it." "No need," Zhang Qianhan coldly replied with 3 words, continuing forward. Liang Jinming's mouth twitched a few times, his face slightly embarrassed, but he still mustered the courage to invite her. What I mean is, should we team up to level up together? I'm an S-level Thunder Mage, and you're an S-level Lone Heart Swordsman. With both of us teaming up, our leveling speed will definitely soar. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianhan stopped. Just when Liang Jinming thought he had a chance, the cold rejection rang out again. Liang Jinming, stop bothering me. Men only slow down my sword drawing speed. With that, Zhang Qianhan stepped into the dungeon entrance without looking back. Liang Jinming's face turned red and white. Publicly inviting Zhang Qianhan to team up, only to be repeatedly slapped in the face, left him feeling both embarrassed and furious. Damn it! One day, I will pin you down on the bed. Then we'll see if you're still this cold. As the largest enterprise in Dongqing City, if the Liang Group could establish a connection with the Guardian's residence, they could dominate Dongqing City. Liang Jinming had always wanted to start with Zhang Qianhan, hoping to win the beauty while also strengthening his family. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, Zhang Qianhan never gave him a good face, like a stone woman, making him grit his teeth in anger every time they interacted. Damn it! Where's that guy Chu Chen? If I can't deal with Zhang Qianhan, can I not deal with you? Liang Jinming shouted in frustration, planning to vent his anger on Chu Chen. However, after searching around, everyone was astonished to find that Chu Chen was missing. You little brat! You sure run fast. Let's go! To the dungeon, I want to kill something today. The Wild Boar Forest dungeon was a vast plain with sparse trees growing here and there. Among the trees, many new job changers were already engaged in fierce battles with small monsters. 4 or 5 people were beating up a stone-toothed wild boar, in a heated frenzy. These small monsters are too weak, I might as well head straight to the core area. Disdaining the small monsters, Chu Chen quickly ran deeper into the Wild Boar Forest. The Wild Boar Forest was divided into an outer area and a core area. The monster levels in the outer area ranged from level 1 to level 5. The monster levels in the core area ranged from level 6 to level 10. The deeper one went, the higher the monster levels. After running for 10 minutes, the number of people around began to dwindle. After another 20 minutes, he arrived at the core area, where not a single job changer could be seen. Having just changed jobs, everyone was only level 1, and fighting monsters in the outer area was already tough, so naturally, they wouldn't come to the core area to seek death. Of course, this excluded players like Chu Chen who had an advantage. Huff huff. The wild boars, leisurely foraging, sensed the presence of an outsider and all raised their heads, glaring at Chu Chen with hostility. With a furious roar, a dozen magic-toothed wild boars charged at Chu Chen like tanks. Their massive bodies stomped on the ground, creating a rumbling sound, akin to a small earthquake. Not to mention new job changers, even a level 10 job changer would have to avoid the charge of a dozen elite monsters. However, Chu Chen remained unafraid. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Domain, Mountain of Chaotic Swords." As soon as the words fell, a massive mountain of swords erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots, lifting Chu Chen into the sky. The dozen magic-toothed wild boars were stunned by this shocking scene, their eyes wide with fear. In just a few breaths, the entire Mountain of Chaotic Swords domain was fully unleashed. The 1,000-meter-high Mountain of Chaotic Swords loomed over the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, exuding a terrifying aura that made all monsters tremble in fear. Chu Chen stood at the peak, surveying the entire Wild Boar Forest dungeon. The job changers grinding for levels in the distance appeared as insignificant as ants in his eyes. To live as a hero, to die as a ghostly hero. This is the exhilarating life. Ha ha. Next, it's time to test the true power of the Mountain of Chaotic Swords. A surge of heroism welled up within him, and Chu Chen roared, directly activating his skill. 10,000 swords to the throne. The massive mountain of swords began to tremble violently. One by one, the long swords seemed to awaken, their dark blades gradually brightening, the sword edges shimmering with a chilling light. Countless long swords detached from the mountain, streaking across the sky like meteors, fiercely slashing at the monsters in the core area. Before the flying swords arrived, the oppressive sword intent had already enveloped the entire core area. Whether small monsters, elite monsters, or even boss-level creatures, all were rendered silent under this terrifying sword intent, frozen in fear. They could do nothing but wait for death. Boom! The terrifying flying swords descended, cutting trees into countless fragments, and the ground was carved with numerous gashes. The wild boar monsters were instantly sliced into countless blood mists, leaving no trace behind. So strong! Is this the true power of the domain? In the blink of an eye, all the monsters in the core area were wiped out? Power of the realm, terrifying indeed. Terrifying indeed. Chu Chen stood on his flying sword, suspended high above the sky. Watching as the core area was instantly ravaged by countless flying swords, his heart was shaken to the core. If 10,000 swords to the temple is this strong, then how powerful will the strongest move 10,000 swords return to one be? Shu Chen's heart stirred with excitement. Since the monsters had already been swept clean by the 10,000 swords to the temple, it was time to unleash the strongest move. Without hesitation, a low chant slowly emerged from Shu Chen's lips. 10,000 swords return to one. As the words fell, the entire Chaos Sword Mountain instantly collapsed. Countless flying swords spun in the air at an astonishing speed, intertwining and merging. Above the sky, sword energy crisscrossed, and light flickered. A terrifying sword intent, seemingly coming from the heavens, descended like a divine being. When the brilliance faded, a gigantic sword, as massive as a mountain and radiating divine light, appeared in the sky. The sword's hilt was held in the heavens, and its tip pointed straight at the earth. The overwhelming momentum swept across the entire wild boar forest dungeon like a mighty river. Holy crap! Heavenly sword! This is definitely a heavenly sword. Shu Chen swallowed hard. He could feel his mind connected with this heavenly sword. Even though this heavenly sword was as huge as a mountain, he could still wield it. Of course, only he could wield it. Slash! With a thought, Shu Chen urged the heavenly sword to strike towards the core area. The heavenly sword slowly descended, moving at a very slow speed, but with each inch it fell, it seemed to carry the weight of 10,000 tons. Trees were directly crushed into powder, and large pits appeared on the ground as if the earth could not withstand this fierce pressure. Sizzle! A sound like fabric tearing echoed, and a pitch-black rift suddenly split open in the sky of the dungeon. Holy crap! A void rift? This 10,000 swords return to one is terrifying enough to crack the wild boar forest dungeon? Shu Chen's pupils constricted, cold sweat breaking out as he quickly dismissed the giant sword, retracted the realm, and descended to the ground. However, the dungeon's collapse had already begun, and retracting the realm only slowed the collapse's speed. In the outer area, Liang Jinming casually summoned a bolt of lightning, instantly scorching a level 1 stone-tooth wild boar. Impressive! Young Master Liang is indeed an S-rank thunder mage. The damage is simply terrifying. While the other 4 need 2 minutes to chop down a stone-tooth wild boar, young Master Liang killed it in one hit. Ha ha! Teaming up with young Master Liang is the best decision of my life. That fool Shu Chen has no idea what a huge opportunity he missed. Ha ha! That waste will live at the bottom for the rest of his life. He and we are no longer in the same world. Amidst the flattery, Liang Jinming's mood finally improved. Humph! With my strength as a thunder mage, becoming a powerful figure is only a matter of time. Shu Chen, Zhang Qianhan, just wait, you'll have your day of reckoning. Just as Liang Jinming was cursing inwardly, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped him. Ha! Why did it get dark? Liang Jinming scratched his head and turned around, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Oh my god! A mountain! A mountain! A mountain! How did a mountain grow inside the dungeon? My heavens! What a huge and thick mountain! How could a mountain appear in the dungeon? This is unbelievable. Is it possible that this is a skill released by some big shot? What nonsense! The wild boar forest only allows level 40 job changers to enter. Is your big shot only level 40? I guess it's a chance from the heavens. Maybe this mountain is a hidden map of the wild boar forest. Fortune favors the bold. Come on. If you're brave enough, follow me to take a look. We'll split any treasures we find. Ha! Not only Liang Jinming, but everyone in the wild boar forest stopped their actions at this moment, staring in shock at the towering mountain that had risen from the core area. Some greedy individuals even mistakenly thought this was a hidden map and called for people to rush towards the chaotic sword mountain, intending to be the first to seize the opportunity. But soon, their wild joy turned into overwhelming fear, causing them to flee back in terror. Countless flying swords shot into the sky, their cold light piercing, almost enveloping the entire sky above the core area. Then, the sky was filled with swords raining down like meteors, roaring as they tore through the void, striking the core area like a natural disaster. The earth trembled, and monsters howled. Even those far in the outer area felt the immense power carried by the rain of swords. However, this was not the end. The entire mountain suddenly began to crumble, and under the pull of a terrifying sword intent, it formed a colossal sword connecting heaven and earth. The giant sword slowly descended, its vast power causing the entire wild boar forest instance to tremble. A wave of deathly pressure instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. Damn opportunity. Ah, I want to go home. Oh my. Run. Alien invasion. Woo woo. I don't want to die. Help. Help. The scene before them was too shocking, too horrifying. Everyone was so frightened that their souls seemed to leave their bodies, desperately running towards the instant's entrance. Hey, hey, can someone pull me up? Liang Jinming shouted with a pale face, his legs trembling in fear, unable to run. However, at this life and death moment, who could care about him? Someone knocked him down, and many people trampled over him. In the core of the wild boar forest instance, a dozen instance experts surrounded the brilliantly glowing core, frantically channeling energy. Not good. The wild boar forest instance is experiencing a massive energy shock, the core is damaged, and void cracks have appeared within the instance. What the hell? Who the hell is messing around in the wild boar forest releasing such a big move? Are they trying to kill us? Quick! Quick! Use all means to repair the instance core. In the outer area of the wild boar forest, Zhang Qianhan's sword trembled continuously in her hand. If she hadn't held it tightly, the sword would have likely flown away immediately, merging with the giant sword in the sky. What? What a terrifying sword intent! What kind of profession skill is this, that can unleash sword intent to such a horrifying degree? Her beautiful eyes, usually calm as water, were now filled with shock, her heart racing violently. Due to excitement, Zhang Qianhan's breath quickened, her rounded chest rising and falling. As a lone heart swordsman, honing my sword intent is my path to becoming stronger. I must go see who released such a terrifying skill. Despite the immense fear in her heart, Zhang Qianhan gritted her silver teeth and gracefully ran towards the core area. On the other side, Xu Chen retracted his domain and saw the void cracks still expanding, knowing that this instance was doomed to be destroyed. Liang Jinming used an abandoned instance to trap me, and now I've caused his instance to collapse. This is a fair exchange. However, the Liang family is powerful, far beyond what I can contend with right now, so I must keep the destruction of the wild boar forest instance a secret for now. Xu Chen was very clear in his heart that although all swords return to one was terrifying, it was not a world-destroying forbidden spell. The reason the wild boar forest instance collapsed so easily was simply that it was too weak. I should go home first. The loot from this monster hunt should be enough for me to relax for several days. Xu Chen quickly ran towards the instance gate while opening the information panel to check the loot he had just obtained. Killed the magic tooth wild boar, elite, obtained a normal boar tooth. Killed the ironback wild boar, elite, obtained rough boar skin. Kill the fong boar king, boss, and obtain a hard boar tooth. Kill the demon tooth boar, elite, and obtain wild boar leather armor, black iron. Kill the ironback boar, elite, and obtain a boar tooth pendant, black iron. Kill the ironback boar king, hidden boss, and obtain a boar tooth longsword, bronze. Kill the stone skin boar, minion, and obtain the skill book backstab, level 1 low. Kill the demon tooth boar, elite, and obtain the skill book holy light, level 1 low. Kill the fong boar king, boss, and obtain the skill book terrifying charge, level 1 intermediate. Kill the stone skin boar, minion, and gain 10 experience points. Kill the demon tooth boar, elite, and gain 30 experience points. Kill the fong boar king, boss, and gain 100 experience points. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 2. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 10. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 15. As soon as he opened the information panel, Xu Chen was dazzled by the flood of reward notifications. Oh, I'm rich. I'm rich. Ha ha. Monsters in the entire core area dropped countless materials, equipment, and skill books. Although they were all ordinary items, the sheer quantity was impressive. Just in time for the novice job transition period, selling a few 100,000 would be a piece of cake. In addition, the massive experience points propelled Xu Chen's level to new heights. In the blink of an eye, he went from level 1 to level 10. After that, due to the increased experience required for leveling up, the experience provided by monsters decreased, and the level-up process gradually slowed down. But ultimately, it allowed Xu Chen to reach the super high level of 15. TSK, level 15, huh? A regular job changer would take half a month to reach that, right? I just did 1,000 swords to the throne, and it was done in less than 30 seconds. Damn! This insane leveling speed is so ridiculous that even I, a freak, find it absurd. Xu Chen couldn't help but grin widely, feeling ecstatic. Just then, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and spotted a stunning figure ahead. Ha! Isn't that the daughter of the town guard? What is she doing here? Wait, what's that around her? A void rift. Zhang Qianhan was now very scared and regretting her actions. Not long ago, she had been moving closer to the core area and finally saw a figure flying with a sword. That person stood high in the sky, surrounded by a terrifying sword intent that seemed almost tangible, looking extraordinarily transcendent from afar. Zhang Qianhan was so excited she could hardly contain herself. That was definitely the person she had been searching for. However, joy turned to sorrow. In her excitement, Zhang Qianhan overlooked her surroundings. She accidentally found herself surrounded by several void rifts. The dark and deep void rifts silently devoured everything around, turning the ground where Zhang Qianhan stood into a dangerous island. Moreover, they were gradually shrinking. She knew she had to jump out of the encirclement of the void rifts and save herself quickly. But facing the void rifts that could tear apart even a 6th-turn expert, Zhang Qianhan trembled all over, gripped by fear. Although she had always been exceptionally talented, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. Confronted with such a real threat of death, her long-held pride and coldness shattered completely. No! I can't hesitate any longer. The longer I delay, the larger the rifts will expand, and the harder it will be for me to escape. Tears misted in Zhang Qianhan's eyes as she bit her red lip tightly, almost drawing blood. Using the brief pain to suppress her fear, she steeled her heart and leaped. Her graceful figure traced a breathtaking arc in the air, and Zhang Qianhan successfully jumped out of the range of the void rifts. Great! Indeed, life and death can unleash a person's greatest potential. Zhang Qianhan let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, a charming smile appearing on her face. However, in the next moment, the void crack beneath her feet suddenly expanded, directly swallowing the ground Zhang Qianhan was about to land on. Her face instantly turned pale as a ghost. She never expected her luck to be so bad. Just at the moment when the void crack was expanding, while still in the air, she could do nothing but watch helplessly as she fell towards the void crack. Ah, am I going to die? I'm only 18, I've never been in love, I haven't become a powerful swordsman yet. Woo-woo, I don't want to die yet. Just as Zhang Qianhan was despairing and waiting for death, a warm and strong hand suddenly appeared. It grabbed her fair wrist and pulled her hard. It was this force that allowed Zhang Qianhan to narrowly escape the clutches of the void crack and stand safely on solid ground again. Are you okay? Xu Chen asked softly. He didn't care that he had caused the Liang Jinming family's instance to collapse, but losing the life of an innocent person was not something he wanted to see. So when he saw Zhang Qianhan in danger, he didn't hesitate to lend a hand. Although the void crack was terrifying, as long as one wasn't sucked in, there was no problem. With Xu Chen's current attributes, avoiding the expansion of the void crack was a piece of cake. Zhang Qianhan, still shaken, looked at the unfamiliar boy in front of her, and her tightly wound heart finally broke completely. She clung to Xu Chen and burst into tears. Hey, beautiful, don't cry. If someone sees this, I won't be able to explain. Come on, take a look at the void crack to calm down. If you had fallen, you might have crossed over. Xu Chen awkwardly tried to comfort her, but Zhang Qianhan cried even harder. Helpless, Xu Chen had no choice but to run with Zhang Qianhan. She clung to him like a koala, and with Xu Chen's current attributes, it was completely effortless. However, Zhang Qianhan's figure was simply too explosive. As Xu Chen ran, it swayed all over the place. Wait, beautiful? You can test my stamina, but testing my composure, what are you doing? Xu Chen's mind was filled with complaints. His arms were constantly rubbing against her, feeling like they were hardening. Even an iron pestle wouldn't dare to grind like this. Fortunately, after running for 5 minutes, Zhang Qianhan's emotions finally calmed down. Classmate, thank you for saving me. You can put me down now. Zhang Qianhan said, her cheeks flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz yet extremely alluring. As the daughter of the guardian, she was used to presenting herself as an ice queen to avoid trouble. She never expected that the first time she would fully reveal her inner self would be in front of this stranger, Xu Chen, and in such a shameful position, clinging to him all the way. Xu Chen stopped and set Zhang Qianhan down, casually sniffing his arm. Goodness, I've been pickled into a milky scent. Zhang Qianhan tidied up her appearance a bit and then looked gratefully at the handsome boy in front of her, asking, Classmate, have you seen a sword immortal? The high mountain and giant sword from earlier should be the skills released by that person. Xu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that the first thing Zhang Qianhan would do upon recovering was to look for him. This girl has impure thoughts. She has intentions towards me. Xu Chen's vigilance immediately heightened. Although Zhang Qianhan was not from the Liang family company, Xu Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. Beautiful, I don't know what you're talking about. The instance is too dangerous right now, we may never meet again. With that, Xu Chen turned and ran. Zhang Qianhan was taken aback, not expecting Xu Chen's reaction to be so intense. However, after a moment's thought, she understood. The wild boar forest dungeon was like a dragon's den and a tiger's lair for them, who had just changed jobs. It was a treacherous place. It was quite normal for the boy in front of her to want to leave in a hurry. Wait, I haven't even asked him his name. Zhang Qianhan regrettably pounded her chest, having been so focused on the swordsmanship expert that she forgot to ask Xu Chen's name. As the daughter of the town's guardian, she felt she must repay her savior adequately. Forget it, he should also be a student from this batch of job changers. I can have my father look him up when I get back. It's just a pity that I missed the chance to meet the swordsmanship expert. Zhang Qianhan sighed in frustration and glanced back at the core area. The giant sword in the sky had long since disappeared, and the figure of that expert was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Qianhan knew that with her current strength, it was impossible to find that expert. I really want to have a conversation with that swordsmanship expert. Her beautiful eyes were filled with regret as she lightly moved her lotus steps and quickly ran toward the dungeon's exit. Chu Chen ran all the way, not stopping after leaving the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, and continued running home. It was only when he threw himself onto the sofa that he finally felt at ease. He opened his phone to check, and the internet in Dongxing City was buzzing with discussions about the incident, with quite a few photos and videos circulating. However, they were all taken from a distance, showing only the chaotic sword mountain and the heavenly sword, with no sign of Chu Chen. Based on my years of experience watching videos, I can conclude that this is not an invasion by an alien race, it's purely an expert testing their skills. Of course, the dungeon is originally a passage left by an alien invasion. How could there be another passage open inside it? But how did that expert get into the Wild Boar Forest dungeon? Logically, when a high-level job changer enters, the dungeon core should sound an alarm. Ha ha, I don't know how that expert got in, but I know the Liang group is probably going to have a headache. That makes sense. If you're testing skills, why go to a novice dungeon like the Wild Boar Forest? I think it's likely that the Liang group's rivals are deliberately trying to ruin the Wild Boar Forest dungeon. Tisk TSK, let the battle begin. It feels like a business war. There were all sorts of discussions online, even conspiracy theories. One could only say that the imagination of netizens was boundless. But I really just wanted to test my skills. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly, having formed a rough judgment of the current situation. Although the matter had blown up, he had hidden himself well. In the days to come, the Liang group would probably find ways to track him down. Then I'll just stay home for a few days. After all, those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who do. But this incident also served as a reminder. An entirely unleashed domain is too conspicuous and may attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. In the future, when facing enemies, I can unleash only as much as I need. Indeed, the domain could be released according to Chu Chen's will. It could be expanded within a small area or cover a radius of 10 miles. However, the power of a partially unleashed domain would naturally decrease accordingly. But it would still be more than enough to deal with monsters of the same level. Having thought it through, Chu Chen lazily lay back on the sofa, planning to rest for a while before making lunch. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Someone was calling. Chu Chen glanced at the screen, and the contact was labeled Sister. In this life, Chu Chen was not an orphan. He originally had a pair of simple parents and a lively sister, living an ordinary life like most people. But 2 years ago, in order to support the siblings' education, their parents took the risk of hunting hidden bosses in a dungeon's hidden map and never returned. Their peaceful life was shattered, leaving the siblings to rely on each other. Perhaps it was the shock of their parents' passing that prompted my sister, Xu Shuangyue, to not only change her profession to the SS-level job of Blood Shadow Assassin last year but also to get accepted into one of the top 3 universities in the Dragon Kingdom, Kunlun Academy. As a golden phoenix that flew out from a remote village, the East Rising City garrison awarded Xu Shuangyue a bonus of 200,000. Yet, she left most of the bonus for me, Xu Chen, taking only the essentials for herself before heading to the capital alone. It was precisely because of the bonus left by Xu Shuangyue that my life this past year hadn't been too financially strained. I knew my sister was calling to ask about my job change, so I smiled and answered the phone. Little brother, how have you been lately? Is the money enough? As soon as I picked up, Xu Shuangyue's clear and pleasant voice came through. Don't worry, sis, there's plenty left. I'm just a high school student, I can't spend that much, I replied casually. I knew this money was hard-earned, so I wouldn't be wasteful. Plus, I occasionally took on part-time jobs, and after a year, the money in my account hadn't changed much. I'm telling you, don't develop the habit of being stingy. A man needs to be generous to get ahead. Besides, now that you've changed your profession, there are plenty of places where you'll need to spend. Xu Shuangyue lectured me with a hint of dissatisfaction, then paused before changing the subject, her tone filled with anticipation. Come on, tell me, what profession did you change to? I didn't keep her in suspense. Sis, I changed to the hidden profession of domain master. Xu Shuangyue. The other end of the line suddenly fell silent. I could imagine that this news poured a bucket of cold water on the expectations in Xu Shuangyue's heart. But I couldn't explain it to her. I couldn't just reveal that I was a transmigrator with a system that allowed me to create a domain in a second, making me invincible at this level, could I? If Xu Shuangyue heard that, she might think I had lost my mind. Tonight, she would probably rush back from the capital to take me to see a psychiatrist. The best way to prove myself was to shine in the college entrance examination in half a month, achieving excellent results to get into Kunlun Academy. I wanted to show Chu Shuangyue that I was no ordinary domain master. Ha ha. Ha, domain master, hidden profession, not bad, not bad. After a long pause, Chu Shuangyue finally managed a couple of dry laughs before speaking again. Little brother, you might not know, but the potential of the domain master profession is quite significant. You're just a high school student. There are some things you don't understand. Specifically, it's that. I pressed my lips together, trying not to laugh out loud. As the only domain master with a domain, what was there that I didn't understand? My sister was clearly trying to concoct a lie to give me some hope. However, Chu Shuangyue wasn't good at lying, and she ran out of words halfway through. After a long time of and I could feel through the phone just how embarrassed she was. What I mean is, don't think too much. At worst, I can support you. I just started a club, and it makes money quickly. When she couldn't come up with anything else, Chu Shuangyue simply stated her thoughts directly. Her tone even carried a hint of pleading. She was genuinely afraid that I would feel hopeless because I had changed to a seemingly useless profession. Having already lost our parents, she really didn't want to lose me, her only family, too. Ha, sis, I didn't expect you to be a brother-supporting demon. I put on a playful demeanor, teasing her with a smile. I knew what my sister was worried about, so acting nonchalant was the best way to comfort her. Hearing my cheerful tone, Chu Shuangyue let out a slight sigh of relief and tried to steer the conversation in a lighter direction. What brother-supporting demon? A big sister is like a mother. I'm just raising you like my son now. Shuchen's mouth twitched. This cheap trick. It really is a love-hate relationship between siblings. Sis, since you've said that, after the college entrance exam, I want to go to Kyoto and have some fun. Is that okay? No problem. I'll be your tour guide. You can go wherever you want. Well, except for unsavory places. After that, Shuchen and Chu Shuangyue chatted for a long time. It wasn't until Chu Shuangyue confirmed that Shuchen's mindset was really fine that she hung up the phone. Ding, your friend Chu Shuangyue has transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Please check your account. Just after hanging up, Shuchen's phone buzzed with a payment notification. My sister really treats me like her son. Shuchen chuckled to himself. He truly wasn't short on money right now. In fact, his ability to make money might even be stronger than Chu Shuangyue's. Forget it. Anyway, I told my sister, and she won't believe it. When I go to Kyoto, I'll give her a big surprise. Meanwhile, at the Liang group, Liang Jinming sat in an expensive chair with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. He had sustained quite a bit of injury in the wild boar forest dungeon, all from being stepped on. Although his physical wounds healed quickly, the scars in his heart were completely irremovable. Usually, it was Liang Jinming who stepped on others. When did others dare to step on him? Damn it! It's all that swordsman's fault. Why not go to a high-level map to test skills? Why come to the wild boar forest, this newbie dungeon? Don't let me find out who you are, otherwise, I'll have my dad tear you to pieces. Although Liang Jinming hated that swordsman to the core, he also knew that he, just having changed jobs, was definitely not that person's opponent. But what did that matter? He was the young master of the Liang group. There was no problem that a shout of dad couldn't solve. Dad, you have to catch that swordsman. Entering the dungeon illegally and using skills to destroy it, even if we kill him, the garrison won't have anything to say. By the way, I have to stomp on his face a few times, otherwise, I can't swallow this anger. Liang Jinming looked at the imposing middle-aged man across from him, filled with rage. Rest assured, I've already sent company employees to track down that person's whereabouts. Once we catch him, I'll naturally help you vent your anger. However, there's another matter that needs your attention. The imposing middle-aged man, Liang Shanhai, the decision-maker of the Liang group, spoke in a deep voice. His tone was calm, but it was filled with barely concealed anger. As the leading enterprise in Dongxing City, how dare someone play such insidious tricks against him? If they didn't find this person, skin him alive, and make an example of him, how could the Liang group maintain its foothold in Dongxing City? Hearing Liang Shanhai's unfriendly tone, Liang Jinming felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that swordsman was in for a world of trouble. Anyone who provoked his dad never ended up well. Dad, what do you want me to do? Liang Jinming, shaking off the gloom, asked with a beaming face. That person's skills have caused irreversible damage to the wild boar forest dungeon. Even if the dungeon craftsmen work hard to repair it, it will only delay the dungeon's collapse. Abandoning the wild boar forest dungeon is just a matter of time. Liang Shanhai spoke seriously, outlining the urgent matter at hand. What? What do we do then? Liang Jinming was taken aback, not expecting things to be this serious. The wild boar forest dungeon hadn't been operated for long, and its core energy was still abundant. This was completely different from the iron mine dungeon where he had set Shuchen up. If it were to be abandoned directly, the losses for the Liang group would be unimaginable. That group of experts has come up with a plan to transfer the core energy of the dungeon to an empty dungeon core. The Iron Mine dungeon is a very good container. Since the core fragment is in your hands, you can handle this matter. It will also help build some prestige for the company. Liang Shanhai proposed a remedy. Although there would be significant losses in energy transfer, it was still better than the instance shattering and losing everything. Ha! The Iron Mine instance? I just sent someone there. Liang Jinming was completely dumbfounded. He never expected the boomerang to come back in this way. He originally wanted to set up Chu Chen, but instead, he ended up shooting himself in the foot? Liang Jinming's face turned red and pale, and he didn't dare to reveal the truth. If his angry father found out that he had made a blunder, he might just deal with him on the spot. Is there a problem? Seeing Liang Jinming hesitating, Liang Shanhai's face flashed with impatience as he asked sternly. No, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely handle this beautifully for you. Hearing the reprimand, Liang Jinming couldn't help but shiver, patting his chest to assure him. After all, Chu Chen was just an ordinary person. At worst, he could just take back the iron mine. Chu Chen stayed at home for 7 days. The life of a homebody was easy and pleasant, without any social pressure. It was simply beautiful, so beautiful. Discussions about him online gradually subsided, and Chu Chen felt it was time to go out and continue leveling up. Although level 15 was already top-notch in Dongqing City, he planned to apply to Kunlun Academy, which was still far from enough. After finishing breakfast, just as Chu Chen was about to head out, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ha! Someone's looking for me? I changed my job to a domain master, and those classmates basically stopped contacting me. Who would come? Chu Chen suspiciously opened the door, and standing at the entrance was someone he never expected. Dressed in a white dress, pure as a blooming rose, her graceful figure was curvaceous, and her snow-white legs were long and straight. The innocent outfit and devilish figure created an irresistible allure that captivated all men. 3 years of no loss, 5 years of great profit. Zhang Qianhan? What are you doing here? The beauty at the door was none other than Zhang Qianhan, the daughter of the town's guardian, with whom Chu Chen had only met once. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but become alert. I didn't tell her my name that day, nor did I give her my address. How did she find me? Has the energy of the Guardian's office grown so large that it can easily lock onto a person in such a vast city? Could it be that Zhang Qianhan already knows that the sword immortal she mentioned is actually me? Zhang Qianhan was unaware that Chu Chen had thought so much in an instant. Finding Chu Chen among the vast sea of people took her quite a bit of effort. With a smile like a spring breeze, she gently pointed inside with her jade-like fingers and said softly, "Can we go in and talk? I have something to discuss with you." Chu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, inviting Zhang Qianhan inside. Regardless of her purpose, it was indeed inconvenient for a man and a woman to discuss matters at the door. Zhang Qianhan walked into the room, curiously surveying her surroundings. The furniture was simple, but the room was very clean, everything meticulously arranged and orderly. This matched Zhang Qianhan's impression of Chu Chen, simple and clean, easily endearing to women. "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink, plain water or cola?" Chu Chen gestured to the sofa for Zhang Qianhan to sit down and asked politely. "Cola, please." Zhang Qianhan sat on the sofa and said gratefully, "Cola isn't healthy, you should drink plain water instead." Chu Chen found a clean cup and poured Zhang Qianhan a glass of cool boiled water. Zhang Qianhan. Chu Chen didn't pay attention to Zhang Qianhan's reaction and sat down on the sofa, asking, "So, what brings you to my house?" Zhang Qianhan sensed Chu Chen's obvious resistance, but she was not surprised. She knew that Chu Chen was not targeting her, he was simply angry at the unfairness of fate. In the process of searching for Chu Chen, she naturally came to understand him well enough. He was upright in character and had excellent grades, but fate had played a cruel joke on him, forcing him to become a useless domain master. However, Chu Chen did not give up. His rune was spotless, and he continued to live positively. He bravely ventured into the wild boar forest dungeon, trying to level up with his mortal body. Even when faced with the terrifying disaster of the Void Rift, he disregarded his own safety and unhesitatingly reached out to help himself, pulling himself back from the brink of death. Zhang Qianhan asked herself, if she were to become a domain master, she could never reach such a level. "Chu Chen, it really hasn't been easy for you." In the face of Chu Chen's slightly hostile attitude, Zhang Qianhan still wore a rare smile, even warmer than before. "Chu Chen, you left in such a hurry back then, I didn't get to express my gratitude properly. Today, I specifically came to thank you." "Oh, so you came to deliver a thank you gift. You startled me. But, a gift is a gift. What do you mean by looking at me like I'm your son?" Shu Chen felt a bit relieved and gestured for Zhang Qianhan to stop talking and get to the point. Shu Chen, you can tell me anything you need, I will do my best to meet your needs. Zhang Qianhan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she spoke sincerely. If before, she simply wanted to express her gratitude to Chu Chen without ruining her identity as the guardian's daughter, after learning about Chu Chen's resilient struggle despite his physical limitations, what Zhang Qianhan wanted to do was help him live a wonderful life. She wanted him to not live too humbly even after becoming a domain master. Those who work hard deserve recognition. Keep it up. Go for it. Chu Chen had no idea that he had already been labeled by Zhang Qianhan as resilient despite physical limitations. Rubbing his head and thinking for a moment, he stated his need. I need a dungeon, can you get me one? Chu Chen was now free from worries about food and clothing. His only need was to find a dungeon to forge his domain. I'm afraid that's not possible. Zhang Qianhan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing her difficulty. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen was not surprised. He had just asked casually. Dungeons were highly valuable, a form of high-end real estate. A single dungeon could spawn a business, or even a family. Even though Zhang Qianhan was the guardian's daughter, it was indeed impossible for her to offer a dungeon as a thank you gift. Aside from a dungeon, I don't really need anything special, so just give me some money. Zhang Qianhan nodded. Money was the most universal form of gratitude. As long as there was money, Shu Chen could buy whatever he needed. How much do you need? 50,000 should be fine, just a token amount. Shu Chen said casually. 50,000 might be a lot for an ordinary person, but for the guardian, it was just a drop in the bucket. Shu Chen had saved Zhang Qianhan not for a reward, so a symbolic amount of gratitude was enough. However, when Zhang Qianhan heard this number, her face immediately showed a look of surprise. 50,000? Her mental expectation was 500,000. She never expected that Chu Chen would only ask for 1/10. Logically, if someone had been forced into a worthless profession with no hope for the future, they would try every means to accumulate wealth to live comfortably in their later years. But Chu Chen, having fallen to such a level, still regarded money as worthless. Such virtue was truly rare. Zhang Qianhan felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes slightly red, completely moved by Chu Chen. Chu Chen, wait a moment, I need to discuss the amount with my father. Zhang Qianhan suddenly stood up and ran to the kitchen to call her father. She felt that 500,000 was too little. She had to fight for another 500,000 for Chu Chen. The world needed kind people like Chu Chen. She couldn't let kind people down. You still need to call to confirm the 50,000? How can the daughter of the town guard be this poor? Chu Chen was speechless, so this girl came to thank him with her mouth wide open. Bang bang bang. At that moment, the door was knocked on again, the sound urgent. Who else is coming? Is today a visiting friend's day? Who is it this time? Chu Chen was full of confusion and was about to get up to open the door when it was kicked open. Liang Jinming walked in with a face full of disdain, unceremoniously, followed by a muscular and imposing man. Seeing this scene, a flash of anger crossed Chu Chen's eyes. Liang Jinming? Are you looking for trouble? Liang Jinming scanned Chu Chen's room, confirming that there was only one person inside, and a cold smile flickered in his eyes. He arrogantly raised his chin, signaling his bodyguard to speak for him. The bodyguard understood and stepped forward, nostrils flaring at Chu Chen, coldly saying, Chu Chen, what's your tone? My family's young master Liang is of high status, coming to this godforsaken place is specifically to save you. Chu Chen looked at the bodyguard as if he were a fool, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Save me? What nonsense are you talking? You must have just escaped from a mental hospital. The bodyguard snorted coldly and said bluntly, Chu Chen, you really don't know what's good for you. Let me be clear, the Iron Mine dungeon has been abandoned and is on the verge of demolition. The demolition fee starts at 1 million. It's not something a poor person like you can afford. Young Master Liang originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but unfortunately, he is too kind-hearted to let you bear 1 million in debt. So, young Master Liang came today to reclaim the Iron Mine dungeon. I can only say, you're lucky. Now, you should know what to do next, right? Overbearing. Rude. Completely disregarding Chu Chen's thoughts, issuing orders without courtesy. This bodyguard was almost at the peak of arrogance. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze thoughtful. The pit he had just dug, he hadn't fallen into yet, and now he was supposed to fill it back in? What trick was Liang Jinming playing this time? With his rich knowledge and analysis of recent events, Chu Chen quickly came to a conclusion. He probably wants to use the Iron Mine dungeon as a container to transfer the energy from the Wild Boar Forest dungeon. Having guessed Liang Jinming's purpose, a warm smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. The daughter of the town guard was still in my kitchen, and I could still smell her milk scent on my arm. Liang Jinming, do you think you can play schemes with me? Hee hee, so it turns out young brother Liang wants the dungeon, you should have said so earlier. The bodyguard sneered, very satisfied with Chu Chen's response. In his view, these poor people should obediently obey the orders of their superiors. You're smart enough, since that's the case, hurry up and hand over the core fragment. Letting young Master Liang stay in a filthy place like yours for even a second is a crime. However, what Chu Chen said next made the bodyguard's nose twist in anger. The value of a dungeon is 100 million. Considering we were classmates, I'll give you a discount, let's say 80 million. Chu Chen extended his palm, smiling as he made an 8 gesture to the two. The bodyguard was stunned, his old face turning red with anger. What? Young Master Liang gave you something, and you actually want to sell it back? 80 million? You've never seen money in your life, have you? I advise you to be sensible and hand over the item honestly, otherwise, if young Master Liang gets angry, the consequences are not something a waste like you can bear. The bodyguard's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he stepped forward aggressively, exuding a powerful pressure. The threat was unmistakable. Oh, so you're not pretending anymore, planning to rob me in broad daylight? Liang Jinming, your brain just isn't cut out for this kind of trickery, you're as single-minded as a dog. Isn't it just that you want to use the Iron Mine dungeon to divert the energy from the Wild Boar Forest dungeon? Just say it. Chu Chen crossed his arms, calmly looking at the two opposite him, the sarcasm in his eyes evident. The bodyguard's pupils constricted, a clear panic flashing in his eyes as he began to curse and argue. You lowly commoner dare to insult young Master Liang? How could our young Master Liang? Young Master Liang had taught him how to intimidate Chu Chen with his presence, forcing him to hand over the dungeon core. Little did they expect that Chu Chen was sharp enough to see through their scheme at a glance. Failing at such a trivial matter would only make him look incompetent. Chu Chen, since you figured it out, let's speak frankly. At that moment, Liang Jinming stepped forward, raising his hand to interrupt the bodyguard. He hadn't anticipated that Chu Chen could see through the truth so easily. Originally, Liang Jinming didn't need to go through such trouble to reclaim the Iron Mine dungeon. As long as he found someone to occupy the Iron Mine dungeon, what could a useless domain master like Chu Chen do? But what frustrated Liang Jinming was that after 6 days of searching, he still hadn't found the entrance to the Iron Mine dungeon. With only 1 day left before his father's deadline, Liang Jinming had no choice but to confront Chu Chen and force him to hand over the Iron Mine dungeon. Liang Jinming raised his chin high, looking down at Chu Chen with disdain, and spoke condescendingly. Chu Chen, the Iron Mine dungeon in your hands is just a pile of garbage. You don't really think you can turn the Iron Mine dungeon into a domain, do you? Domain master? Ha, historically, domain masters have all been useless. What makes you think you're the exception? Today, as the esteemed young master of the Liang family, I personally come to you. This is a great favor. Seize the opportunity and hand over the dungeon obediently, and you will gain my friendship, otherwise, I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. Ha ha, your friendship? Chu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking him. I don't need your damn friendship, and I won't let you trick me again. Now that the contract is in my hands, I want to see how you, Liang Jinming, can take back the dungeon without my consent. Seeing that Chu Chen was so ungrateful, even bringing up the contract, a cruel glint flashed in Liang Jinming's eyes. Contract? If I, young Master Liang, recognize it, then it's a contract. If I don't, it's just a piece of waste paper. Such paper only restricts fools like Chu Chen. For a big enterprise like the Liang Group, there were 1,000 ways to exploit loopholes. Chu Chen, I've already given you a chance. It's a pity you missed it. I have no choice but to make you taste some hardship. Liang Jinming clutched his chest, feigning pain, and issued an order to the bodyguard. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He had long found Chu Chen displeasing and was finally able to teach this guy a lesson. The bodyguard strode forward, approaching Chu Chen, unleashing a terrifying pressure of level 50 without reservation. Seeing this, Chu Chen pretended to be afraid and retreated towards the kitchen, shouting, Liang Jinming, what are you doing? Breaking and entering. Aren't you afraid of the guards? Seeing that Chu Chen was finally scared, Liang Jinming couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ah, the guards? Chu Chen, it seems you still don't understand who you're talking to. I represent the leading enterprise of Dongxing City, the Liang Group. You little ant, you have no idea how much power this represents. Don't even mention the people from the garrison, even the garrison has to look at the Liang Group's face to act. Upon hearing Liang Jinming's explosive statement, Chu Chen's fear suddenly vanished, and he exclaimed in amazement, wow, impressive, really impressive. To think that even the garrison has to consider the Liang Group's face? But if I were to call out this person, how would you respond, my lord? As he spoke, Chu Chen knocked on the kitchen doorframe and laughed, hey, are you laying eggs in there? Why aren't you coming out after so long? Liang Jinming and the bodyguard were momentarily stunned. Who was Chu Chen calling? Shouldn't there only be one person in his house? They didn't have to wait long before Zhang Qianhan walked out of the kitchen with a gloomy expression, her gaze icy and piercing. Originally, Zhang Qianhan had intended to come out when she heard someone forcefully entering the room. But upon realizing it was Liang Jinming, who had come to reclaim the abandoned iron mine copy, she stopped in her tracks. She knew about this matter and it was clear that Chu Chen had been set up. She had planned to find Liang Jinming herself to have him reclaim the abandoned copy. Unexpectedly, Liang Jinming had come on his own, so she quietly listened in. Little did she expect Liang Jinming to put on a performance that would ignite her fury. Zhang Qianhan? What are you doing here? This is Chu Chen's home. Upon seeing Zhang Qianhan, Liang Jinming was completely dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. How could the daughter of the garrison be in the home of a lowly commoner? Could it be that Chu Chen had anticipated that he would come looking for trouble? But even so, these two people were completely unrelated. How did they end up together? Liang Jinming was shocked, and the bodyguard was even more bewildered, not knowing what to do. He had planned to trample on Chu Chen and enjoy the feeling of being a bully. He never expected that the daughter of the garrison was hiding in Chu Chen's kitchen. This was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He had just kicked a steel plate. Brother Liang, what you said is not right. Why can't Zhang Qianhan be in my house? We have a relationship where we can entrust our lives to each other, you know, Chu Chen teased with a smile, placing his hand directly on Zhang Qianhan's fair shoulder. Zhang Qianhan instinctively wanted to evade, but recalling how she had hugged Chu Chen all the way that day, she allowed his affectionate gesture. What? Seeing this scene, Liang Jinming's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, his heart nearly shattered. Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan, they were actually together? How could this be? How could this happen? What right did Chu Chen have to embrace the cabbage he fancied? No! Liang Jinming shouted hysterically, his whole being appearing mad. Zhang Qianhan looked at Liang Jinming with a dark expression, her face filled with disgust. Liang Jinming, you really have some nerve. You don't take the garrison seriously? You don't take my father seriously? Do you think the Liang group wants to be the local emperor of Dongqing City? Although Zhang Qianhan was a girl, her words were sharp as pearls, her voice like thunder, piercing Liang Jinming's heart like an arrow. Liang Jinming suddenly came to his senses, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. What he had just said was, of course, just bragging, merely to intimidate Chu Chen. No matter how powerful the Liang group was, it was just a loach in the river, while the garrison was the river god. As long as the garrison was willing, no matter how slippery the loach was, it couldn't escape a fatal end. If Zhang Qianhan's matter would only affect him, then what he had just said could have an extremely detrimental impact on the entire Liang group. Thinking of how his family could be severely impacted and even fall because of his careless words, Liang Jinming was completely panicked. Miss Shang, what I just said was a joke. I absolutely did not mean to show any disrespect to Lord Jinsho. And I don't want the Iron Mine Dungeon anymore. I promise, I swear, the Iron Mine Dungeon, Chu Chen can play however he wants, Liang Jinming will no longer interfere. I'm very sorry to disturb your world of two, we will leave now, right now. Liang Jinming frantically nodded and bowed in apology, almost burying himself in his knees. You can't see me. You can't see me. The bodyguard even knelt down, not daring to lift his head, inching backward. Today, his pretense of power had completely offended Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan. Zhang Qianhan's gaze was like a knife, staring at the two as they slowly exited the room, not saying another word. She had come to find Chu Chen today, not to punish Liang Jinming. However, she would unreservedly tell her father about what happened today. Liang Jinming and the Liang group must pay the price for their arrogance. Liang Jinming and the bodyguard trembled as they exited the room, and seeing that Zhang Qianhan did not pursue them further, both let out a long sigh of relief. Just as they turned to leave, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, Brother Liang, you kicked the door down, and you're just leaving like this? Hearing Chu Chen's voice, Liang Jinming's teeth ground in anger. If before he merely found Chu Chen displeasing, now it was a hatred over his stolen wife, an irreconcilable enmity. However, in front of Zhang Qianhan, he dared not show the slightest bit. Liang Jinming obediently took out 10 bills and placed them at the door. Seeing those few thin bills, Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, not enough. This broken door, 1,000 yuan isn't enough? Liang Jinming gritted his teeth in hatred but still obediently took out a stack of bills. This time it was a full 10,000. Chu Chen glanced at the money and gently shook his head, not enough. Liang Jinming was so furious he could hardly contain himself, clenching his fists and directly throwing out 10 stacks of bills, a full 100,000. 100,000, To buy you a broken door, this should be enough, right? Shu Chen glanced at it indifferently, still shaking his head. Still not enough? Not enough? Shu Chen, are you robbing me? Liang Jinming could no longer endure it, shouting angrily. Shu Chen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. If you can't afford it, then don't kick the door. Liang Jinming's heart burned with rage, his anger reaching its peak. Shu Chen was clearly engaging in blatant extortion. However, Zhang Qianhan remained unmoved, practically acting as an accomplice. Fine, fine, fine. I'll pay. How much do you want? 1 million. Shu Chen extended his index finger, waving it in front of Liang Jinming's eyes. What the hell? You really dare to ask for that? For a broken door, you want me to pay 1 million? Liang Jinming's eyes widened in fury, cursing Shu Chen and Zhang Qianhan 100 times in his heart. But anger aside, he still didn't dare to say a single no. If he behaved well, perhaps today's incident could be downplayed. But if he continued to act recklessly, today's events might truly become the fuse for the Liang Group's explosion. There's 1 million in this card, you should be satisfied now. He threw down a bank card with the password marked on it and stormed off angrily. Not only did he not get the dungeon back, but he also lost 1 million. No, to be precise, it was 1,111,000. This time, Liang Jinming truly lost everything. After Liang Jinming left, Shu Chen happily brought the bank card and cash into the room, placing them on the coffee table. Zhang Qianhan, this is our joint achievement. Come on. You get half, I get half. Fair enough, right? Shu Chen knew very well that Liang Jinming's willingness to hand over 1 million so readily was entirely out of fear of Zhang Qianhan. If Zhang Qianhan weren't here today, then Liang Jinming would probably be dead by now. That's right, Shu Chen has already transitioned to the strongest profession, the domain master. How could he still endure this humiliation? If Zhang Qianhan weren't here, Shu Chen would have drawn his 3-foot-long sword and beheaded Liang Jinming. Zhang Qianhan sat down on the sofa, smiled gently at Shu Chen, and politely declined. I don't want it. You can keep the money. It's just enough to dismantle the iron mine dungeon. By the way, I just asked my father for 1 million. It should be transferred to your account soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Chen's phone chimed with a transfer notification. Ding, an unknown account has transferred 1 million yuan to you. Please check. Ha? Didn't they say 50,000? How did it become 1 million? I told you, how could the daughter of the town guard be so poor that she can't even take out 50,000? Damn! 2 million has arrived in such a short time. I've never known money could be earned so easily in my entire life. Shu Chen was overjoyed, fully enjoying the simple pleasure that money brought. Zhang Qianhan smiled as she watched Shu Chen's silly happiness. Transferring 1 million to Shu Chen meant she had repaid her life-saving grace. Now, only one last thing remained. Shu Chen, let's go level up in the dungeon together later. Zhang Qianhan believed that giving money was just giving a fish. Helping Shu Chen level up would solve the fundamental problem. This was her final repayment to Shu Chen. Although her abilities were limited, she could still guide Shu Chen in this early stage. Level up? Which dungeon? Shu Chen came back to his senses and asked curiously. He was also planning to level up in a dungeon, and Zhang Qianhan was quite to his taste. If the dungeon was suitable, going together wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Qianhan hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, the jagged plains from level 20 to level 30. Realizing that the dungeon's level might be too high for Shu Chen, she quickly added, Shu Chen, don't worry, besides me, there are also my 2 best friends. All 3 of us have reached level 15, and we definitely won't let you get hurt. You don't need to do anything, just pick up experience from the back. Although Zhang Qianhan planned to help Shu Chen level up, she couldn't deliberately slow down her own leveling speed by going to a dungeon that was too low in level. Therefore, there would still be some danger for Shu Chen, the domain master. Jagged plains? Perfect. I'm in. The dungeon's level was just right for Shu Chen, so he decisively agreed. Zhang Qianhan thought that Shu Chen would hesitate for a long time after hearing about the Jagged Plains dungeon. She never expected him to agree so decisively. This made Zhang Qianhan's impression of Shu Chen rise a few notches. Shu Chen is really too brave. After a quick tidy up, Shu Chen locked the door and walked side by side with Zhang Qianhan towards the Jagged Plains. The Jagged Plains dungeon had a flat terrain, but black rock formations resembling reefs were scattered everywhere, densely packed, with some as large as houses. Some speculated that this dungeon was likely once a sea, and as the water dried up, it became the Jagged Plains. The monsters in the dungeon were various lizards, but unlike the lizards on Blue Star, their bodies were covered in scales, further confirming the above speculation. Not far from the dungeon entrance, 2 beautiful girls with remarkable presence were sitting on a large rock. They were chatting casually, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Xiao, I really envy you. You can just stay at the back of the team and soak up experience. As a girl, casting fire attribute skills all day long is really not elegant at all, and it's not good for my skin. The one speaking was a mature and beautiful woman. A black dress, exuding a cold and noble aura, surrounded by a floating magic book, clearly marked her as a mage. This person was one of Zhang Qianhan's close friends, Tanya. At the same time, she was also the princess of the equipment tycoon Skyforge in Dongxing City, with a prestigious family background. Yeah, you're a flame mage. What do you have to compare with my radiant priest? Besides, I have to keep providing you and Qianhan with buffs and enhancements, which is quite exhausting, you know? The lowly girl beside her spoke up in dissatisfaction. This girl had fair skin, a hint of baby fat, and the exquisite staff she held was taller than she was. There was a beauty mixed with a touch of cuteness, giving her a unique charm. Her name was Qin Xiao, the treasured pearl of the item tycoon Phoenix Treasures in Dongxing City, with a status that was equally impressive. That's different. You're so small, if you move around more, it might even help with your development. Tanya lazily rested her jade hand on her fragrant cheek, her voice languid and sweet, carrying a natural teasing tone. Where am I small? I can't even fit in one hand, okay? By proportion, I'm even bigger than you. Qin Xiao protested loudly, waving her staff in dissatisfaction at Tanya. Tanya smiled charmingly, unfazed, and said softly, I heard from Qianhan that she's going to invite a hidden class to level up with us today. Does that mean I can gloriously step back and enjoy a laid-back life with you, Xiaobao? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao seemed to think of something, covering her small mouth and grinning mischievously. Yeah, I'm very happy to tell you that your beautiful expectations are going to be dashed. You probably won't be able to rest today, and you'll need to work twice as hard. Because, that hidden class is just a domain master with no combat power. Ah, domain. Domain master? That's the only garbage class among hidden classes? Why did Qianhan stuff a burden into our team? Tanya's long eyelashes fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, her tone very displeased. The time after a job change could be called golden time without exaggeration. All job changers were desperately leveling up. At this time, letting a job changer with no combat power join the team would only take away a large portion of experience. Wouldn't that just drag them down? Well, it seems that when Qianhan went to chase the sword immortal that day, she accidentally encountered a void rift. This person adventurously rescued Qianhan, so she wanted to repay him. That's about it. Qianhan was stammering when she talked about it. I had to ask for a long time to get it clear. Qin Xiao scratched her head and shared the information she knew. Oh, I see, a life-saving grace, it's not too much to repay. I hope this person is honest and doesn't cause us any trouble. After all, even if the three of us S-class job changers work together, we still have to go all out against the monsters in the jagged plains. Knowing the truth, Tanya's attitude softened a bit. She felt mostly grateful towards her friend's savior. However, she still decided to remind him not to act recklessly when she met him. Thinking of this, Tanya couldn't help but become dreamy, saying softly, Sigh, I really want to find a boyfriend like the Sword Immortal. With a man like that protecting me, my sense of security would definitely be maxed out. Although the Sword Immortal's popularity had gradually cooled, that legendary sword strike had deeply imprinted itself in the hearts of many. The Sword Immortal had become an idol in the hearts of countless young boys and girls. Tanya was one of them. Yeah, please stop being infatuated, okay? And a boyfriend? No one knows if the Sword Immortal is male or female, or if he's ugly or handsome. Even Qianhan only saw a figure wielding a sword. Qin Xiao rolled her eyes and said irritably, no need to think, the Sword Immortal must be very handsome, the kind that makes you drool. Tanya said confidently, then looked at Qin Xiao's staff and teased, Aren't you also a little fan of the Sword Immortal? There's a picture of the heavenly sword hanging on your staff, and it's tied with a red string. TSK, 1,000 miles of fate tied by a single thread? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she stammered in defense, What are you talking about? I just used the picture as a talisman. That sword is so powerful. Using it as a talisman must be quite effective. Yeah, right, exactly. Seeing Qin Xiao's clumsy defense, the charming smile on Tanya's face grew even more pronounced. Just as she was about to tease Qin Xiao again, a familiar figure walked through the dungeon entrance towards them. Yeah, Xiao, this is Chu Chen, a field master. Chu Chen, this is Tanya, an S-rank blazing mage, and this is Qin Xiao, an S-rank radiant priest. Zhang Qianhan brought Chu Chen to the two girls and introduced them. So handsome, so handsome. The first thought that flashed through Tanya and Qin Xiao's minds upon seeing Chu Chen was, wow, so handsome, too bad he's a field master. Chu Chen nodded in greeting to the two girls. Although he didn't know them, he could tell from their demeanor that they were definitely rich and beautiful. Chu Chen, I'll lead the monsters in front, Yayo will assist with spells in the middle, and you just stay in the back with Xiao Xiao, Zhang Qianhan said, her lips slightly parted as she briefly explained the battle arrangement, then formed a team and pulled the three of them in. That's right, your profession is quite special, the rugged plains is very dangerous for you, so don't do anything unnecessary, just stay close to Xiao Xiao, Tanya added with concern. Xin Xiao Xiao also patted her chest in assurance, don't be afraid, just stick with me, even if something unexpected happens, my healing ability will keep you alive. Chu Chen chuckled at this. The three girls were quite kind, with no malicious female rivals, but didn't they underestimate themselves too much? They actually wanted a priest to protect him. It was like putting a field master at the same table as a child. Ahem, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing Chu Chen agree, the three girls used their costume change rings to switch directly into their battle gear. The costume change ring is a storage item that allows you to store equipment and switch with one click, which is very convenient. Chu Chen also took out a boar-tooth longsword from his backpack and held it in his hand. In this world, job changers can freely wear equipment. However, due to restrictions on attributes, levels, and professions, they may not be able to fully utilize the equipment's effects. Oh, this sword is quite nice, Tanya said, noticing the long sword in Chu Chen's hand, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in surprise. As the princess of an equipment company, she naturally recognized the boar-tooth longsword in Chu Chen's hand. This weapon can only drop from killing the hidden boss, the Ironback Wild Boar King. In this world, equipment is divided into 9 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, radiant gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The drop rate for equipment is quite low, and most of it is black iron gear. Therefore, bronze equipment is considered rare, not to mention the bronze equipment that drops from hidden bosses. Even the silver equipment held by Tanya, Zhang Qianhan, and Xin Xiaoxiao doesn't have much higher attributes than the boar-tooth longsword. Hee, it's okay, Chu Chen replied lightly. It wasn't that he was being modest, he genuinely thought the sword was average. Perhaps due to the heavenly Dao sword body, to him, the boar-tooth longsword was just a piece of iron with 2 boar teeth embedded in it. Zhang Qianhan and Xin Xiaoxiao also took a curious glance but didn't ask further. In their eyes, it was simply that Chu Chen's profession was too weak, so he bought a rare weapon for self-defense, which was quite normal. I'm ready, let's go. I remember there should be a monster spawn point in the northeast direction, Chu Chen said, pointing the 3 girls in a direction based on the information he had seen before. No need to be so troublesome, just use this. Xin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and took out a paper figure and a bottle of dark green blood from her backpack. She carefully opened the bottle and dripped a drop of blood onto the paper figure. The limp paper figure immediately stood up, jumped from Xin Xiaoxiao's palm, and floated off in a certain direction. Ah, this is a treasure-hunting paper figure? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Chu Chen's mouth twitched. He naturally recognized the treasure-hunting paper figure but never expected it could also be used to find monsters for leveling up. The treasure-hunting paper figure is a special item that can search for similar auras within a certain range as long as an item is attached to it. It can be used to find people, monsters, ores, spirit herbs, and even hidden maps in dungeons. A treasure-hunting paper figure costs tens of thousands and has a usage limit. Using it to find monsters feels like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. By the end of the day, just the consumption of treasure-hunting paper figures would probably amount to at least 200,000. TSK, no wonder they leveled up to level 15 in just a week. It turns out they relied on cash power. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations, truly no lie. Fortunately, I'm a transmigrator, relying on cheats. Guided by the treasure-hunting paper figure, the 4 of them jogged along, with a clear direction, saving a lot of time searching for monsters. I must say, spending money is comfortable. Xin Xiaoxiao, what's that hanging from your staff? While running, the ornament on Xin Xiaoxiao's staff kept swaying in front of Chu Chen. Looking closely, Chu Chen was a bit confused. Hanging from the staff was a photo, and he was quite familiar with what was in the photo. Isn't that the heavenly sword condensed from all swords returned to one? Hee, just call me Xiao Xiao. Xin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and proudly introduced, this is the heavenly sword of the sword immortal. You were also in the wild boar forest dungeon at that time, you should have seen it. Chu Chen nodded awkwardly, of course, he had seen it. Not only had he seen it, but he had also used that sword to break the wild boar forest dungeon. What I mean is, Xiao Xiao, why do you have a photo of the heavenly sword? Hee, because the sword immortal is very strong, I use it as a talisman. As a priest, I don't have any combat ability. So wearing a talisman is quite reasonable, right? Xin Xiaoxiao said as a matter of course, then suddenly thought of something and took out another photo from her backpack, handing it to Chu Chen. Here, you don't have any combat ability either, so I'll give you one. Ah, that hit hard, my friend. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Shu-chan thought to himself, waving his hand to politely decline. Quick, take it, this is not an ordinary photo, you know, this is actually a level 1 skill scroll. It seals a first-tier intermediate skill throwing sword technique. If you encounter danger, crush it, and a flying sword will come out to save your life. Seeing that Shu-chan didn't want it, Qin Xiaoxiao urged him repeatedly. Ah, a skill scroll? Shu-chan's pupils constricted, once again shocked by Qin Xiaoxiao's extravagance. In this world, skill books are divided into levels 1 to 9, and each level is further divided into low, intermediate, advanced, and top tiers. Skill books can be used by job changers and can also be made into skill scrolls. Once a skill book is made into a skill scroll, it becomes a one-time consumable that any profession can use, which is very convenient. Therefore, the prices are not cheap. This first-tier intermediate skill scroll is clearly custom-made, worth even more, probably costing tens of thousands. I really don't understand the world of the wealthy. Unable to refuse her kindness, Shu-chan still accepted the photo of the heavenly sword. I have to say, this photo turned out quite handsome. Seeing Shu-chan take the photo, Qin Xiaoxiao was especially happy. Shu-chan, now that you have the photo of the Sword Immortal, you are officially a member of our Sword Immortal fan club. What? Sword Immortal fan club? What kind of organization is that? The Sword Immortal fan club is an organization made up of people who like the Sword Immortal. Huh? There's such an organization? Why didn't anyone inform me? Shu-chan was once again bewildered. That sort of has seemed to have cut out some strange things. We've all been communicating online, didn't you see? The fan club already has 1,000 members. Qin Xiaoxiao patted her chest, her chubby face full of pride. With such an achievement, it's all thanks to the three of us leaders. If we ever get to see the Sword Immortal in person, we must make sure he praises us. Under Qin Xiaoxiao's explanation, Shu-chan learned that Tangya and Qin Xiaoxiao were the vice leaders of the fan club, while Zhang Qianhan was the leader and founder. No wonder they gathered over 1,000 people in just 7 days. With the daughter of the town guard and 2 little rich girls leading the way, their influence was naturally undeniable. You guys are really impressive. Shu-chan chuckled twice, fulfilling Qin Xiaoxiao's wish. Hearing the conversation between Shu-chan and Qin Xiaoxiao, Tangya turned back with a smile and teased, "Tisk tisk, just now you were all shy, saying you didn't like the Sword Immortal, how come you're so straightforward now?" "Xiaoxiao, it's not good to say one thing and mean another." Qin Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks and retorted confidently, "Humph. I'm different from you. I admire the Sword Immortal, while you want to tie him to your bed." Tangya covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, unconcerned. When feelings run deep, they naturally become intense. Qin Xiaoxiao pouted and said irritably, "Sour girl." Shu-chan looked at the charming and alluring Tangya and murmured, "Actually, it's not impossible. Long black hair, an oval face, delicate skin, rosy and tempting, as if it could squeeze out water. Her long, straight, white legs were even wearing black stockings under her mage robe. Every step she took was tantalizingly visible, almost pulling a man's eyes out. The most important thing was that she had the same style as Zhang Qianhan. No other meaning. Shu-chan just wanted to fulfill a fan's wish. Alert! Prepare for battle! At that moment, Zhang Qianhan's cold voice came from ahead, interrupting the three's idle chatter. The four had now arrived in a forest of reefs. On the large rocks, a dozen black lizards the size of calves lay lazily, as if collectively enjoying the sun. Blackstone giant lizard, minor monster, level, LV20 constitution, 50 spirit, 32 strength, 57 speed, 28 skills, frenzied bite, giant sweep. The moment they saw the monster, Tangya and Qin Xiaoxiao reined in their playful expressions and entered battle mode. Prayer aura. Healing aura. Resilience prayer. Qin Xiaoxiao waved her staff, and a holy light spread from her body, enveloping everyone, including Shu-chan. Healing, damage increase, and defense increase buffs were simultaneously applied to everyone. Flame aura. Fireball spell. The spellbook flipped rapidly in front of Tangya, and fiery magical energy emanated from it. First, Tangya cast an offensive flame aura on Zhang Qianhan, then used the fireball spell to attack the Blackstone giant lizard, drawing its aggro and luring it away from the lizard group. The three of them were only level 15 and could currently only deal with one LV20 Blackstone giant lizard. Zhang Qianhan held her longsword, her gaze sharp, and when the Blackstone lizard approached within a certain distance, she executed a gale slash, striking fiercely against the scales of the Blackstone giant lizard. Although all three were girls, their combat awareness was quite impressive, and their coordination was incredibly seamless. Without any communication, they simultaneously executed the most correct maneuvers. Clang! Zhang Qianhan's sharp sword clashed with the Blackstone giant lizard, leaving a clear white mark on its scales, but unfortunately, it did not break through its defenses. The black stone giant lizard's eyes flashed with a crimson light as it opened its massive jaws and bit down on the sword, thrashing its head and tail. Zhang Qianhan tried to withdraw her sword to attack again, but found it impossible with her own strength. Fortunately, Tanya shot another fireball, hitting the black stone giant lizard right on the forehead. The black stone giant lizard howled in pain, giving Zhang Qianhan the chance to pull back her sword, aiming at the spot she had just struck, and quickly unleashed a three-stage slash. The 3 consecutive slashes accurately hit the same scale, causing countless tiny cracks to spread across it. Just one more hit would shatter the black stone giant lizard's defenses and strike at its flesh within. However, the black stone giant lizard also sensed Zhang Qianhan's intent, twisting its body to shield the broken scales behind it, while its massive tail swept toward Zhang Qianhan. She gracefully sidestepped, agilely avoiding the attack. Seeing an opening, Tanya unleashed flame chains, binding the black stone giant lizard. With the black stone giant lizard briefly restrained, Zhang Qianhan charged forward again, aiming for the same spot, and thrust her sword. Accompanied by a wail from the black stone giant lizard, the scales shattered, and Zhang Qianhan's sword finally pierced into the flesh of the black stone giant lizard, inflicting substantial damage. Great, we broke through its defenses. The 3 girls beamed with joy, intensifying their attacks. Chu Chen, however, frowned, looking helpless. His 3 fans wanted to help him level up, and he didn't mind giving them that opportunity. But after all the flashy moves, they had barely managed to break the black stone giant lizard's defenses. It was indeed a fierce operation, but the damage was only 2.5. At this rate, if the black stone giant lizard didn't die, he would be bored to death first. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Self-reliance is the way to go. Of course, Chu Chen had no intention of using the power of his domain. With his current attributes, killing a few black stone giant lizards would be a piece of cake. Chu Chen occupation, domain master level, LV15, first transition, physique, 150 spirit, 172 strength, 181 speed, 169 talent, domain vision special, sword domain chaotic sword mountain, 312/10,000, skills, heavenly sword body, sword control true method, 10,000 swords to the throne, 10,000 swords return to 1 ha? What are these numbers behind the domain information? Chu Chen suddenly noticed that a string of numbers resembling a progress bar had appeared on his panel. System, explain this. Chu Chen inquired in his mind. Ding, this is the progress for advancing the domain to the next stage. The advancement conditions vary for different domains. For the sword domain chaotic sword mountain, the condition is to kill 10,000 monsters with sword-type weapons, and the current kill count is 312. Oh, the domain can advance? I've never heard of that before. Chu Chen was slightly surprised but quickly realized that he was the only domain master with a domain. Without any successful predecessors, how would he know these things? But, system, what happens after the domain advances? Ding, after advancing, the domain will become a spirit domain, which has a larger range and greater power, and it will also unlock new spirit domain skills. Wow, spirit domain? If the domain is already this strong, how powerful will the spirit domain be? Damn! I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Chu Chen was itching with anticipation at the news of the domain upgrade. He tightened his grip on the pigtooth longsword and said to the focused Qin Xiaoxiao beside him, Xiaoxiao, don't move from here. I'll be back soon. 10,000 monsters was no small number. He had to seize every opportunity to increase his progress. Chu Chen, what are you going to do? Qin Xiaoxiao was puzzled by Chu Chen's inexplicable words. By the time she came to her senses, Chu Chen had already charged towards another black stone giant lizard on the reef with his longsword in hand. Where are you running to? There are monsters over there. Come back, come back. Qin Xiaoxiao was horrified, her mind in a flurry, hurriedly casting a healing aura around Chu Chen. But with Chu Chen's strength, the black stone giant lizard could bite him to death in one bite. The healing aura probably wouldn't even have a chance to take effect. Tanya and Zhang Qianhan turned back immediately upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chu Chen rushing towards the black stone giant lizard, their faces changed dramatically in fear. Didn't we agree to stay put? What are you running towards the black stone giant lizard for? Do you want to die faster? A man who doesn't keep his word. Just adding trouble for us. Tanya was both shocked and angry, her ladylike demeanor collapsing instantly as she yelled at Chu Chen. Cursing aside, her hands were still moving non-stop, with flames gathering wildly in her spellbook, trying to release a fireball to rescue Chu Chen. But casting a spell required chanting, and at her current speed, she couldn't reach him in time. Zhang Qianhan, on the other hand, struck the black stone giant lizard in front of her with her sword, channeling all her strength to the limit, using 3-stage slash instead of a charge, and quickly sprinted towards Chu Chen. Her head was buzzing, and she had only one thought in her mind: Shu-chan saved my life, I absolutely cannot let him die. Absolutely not. However, halfway there, Zhang Qianhan's figure came to a sudden halt. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face filled with panic replaced by unparalleled astonishment in an instant. Tanya and Qin Xiaoxiao were the same. The two stood frozen in place as if someone had pressed the pause button, staring in the direction of Chu Chen as if they had seen a monster. They saw Chu Chen's agile figure leap onto the reef, his long sword like a silver dragon unsheathed, swiftly slashing at the back of the black stone giant lizard. Swish! The seemingly ordinary longsword in Chu Chen's hand appeared to contain boundless power, shattering the hard, steel-like scales with a single strike. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the black stone giant lizard let out a heart-wrenching roar that echoed throughout the reef forest. Roar! The intense pain drove the black stone giant lizard into a frenzy, its massive mouth opening wide as it angrily lunged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen smirked disdainfully, not dodging or avoiding, the sword light flashing like lightning, directly piercing into the giant lizard's throat. The sword trembled lightly, and the fierce sword energy swept out like a tornado, instantly shredding its internal organs to pieces. The black stone giant lizard crashed to the ground, and the surroundings fell silent once more. Teammate Chu Chen killed the black stone giant lizard, minor monster, gaining 200 experience points. Wait, wasn't it said that domain masters are a useless profession? How did you go up and kill the black stone giant lizard in just 2 strikes? This is not scientific. Qin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the proudly standing Chu Chen. This shocking scene had a tremendous impact on her values after 18 years. Instant kill? How is that possible? Tanya was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Chen, as if she wanted to see through him completely. As the little princess of Skyforge, she had seen countless experts, but Chu Chen had only just changed jobs a week ago, to directly instant kill a level 20 black stone giant lizard. This was simply outrageous. Even Qin Xiaoxiao and Tanya were like this. Zhang Qianhan, who was engaged in close combat, was shocked to an unimaginable degree. I took half a day to break through the defenses of the black stone giant lizard, and Chu Chen actually killed it in just 2 moves? Don't even talk about myself, even a level 30 job changer probably couldn't be so decisive. However, what they didn't know was that the real slaughterfest had just begun. Chu Chen gripped his longsword and leaped into the midst of the lizard swarm, like a meteor falling to the earth. His figure was agile, weaving effortlessly among the lizard monsters, and as he danced with his sword, the sword energy crisscrossed, forming an impenetrable net of death that enveloped the black stone giant lizards. The black stone lizards let out piercing wails, blood splattering everywhere, severed limbs and broken arms scattered around. The black stone giant lizards, which made the new job changers turn pale at the mere mention, were like lambs to the slaughter under Chu Chen's fierce attacks, utterly powerless to fight back. At that moment, Chu Chen transformed into a reaper descending upon the world, bloody and brutal, unstoppable. Teammate Chu Chen killed a black stone giant lizard, minor monster, gained 200 experience points. Teammate Chu Chen killed a black stone giant lizard, minor monster, gained 200 experience points. Teammate Chu Chen killed a black stone giant lizard, minor monster, gained 200 experience points. A flurry of kill notifications flashed rapidly, leaving the 3 girls standing dumbfounded, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Charging alone into the giant lizard swarm, armed only with a bronze longsword, he annihilated the black stone giant lizards without leaving a trace. The wild and bloody scene delivered an unprecedented shock to the spirits of the 3 girls. Their breathing became heavy, and their fair faces flushed red with excitement. Oh my god, is this really something a new job changer can do? Chu Chen, he is just too strong. At this moment, the 3 girls' impression of Chu Chen underwent a dramatic transformation. In just 3 minutes, over a dozen black stone giant lizards were brutally slaughtered by Chu Chen. A massive amount of experience caused all 4 to level up simultaneously. Chu Chen jumped down from the rocks and walked over to the 3 girls with a smile. I saw you all struggling with the monsters, so I took the liberty of helping you speed things up a bit. You don't mind, do you? Upon hearing this, the 3 girls' fair faces instantly turned crimson, embarrassed to the point of feeling like they could bleed. Mind? What a joke! They couldn't have wished for a better expert to help them level up. Remembering how they had repeatedly warned Chu Chen not to act out of line, they felt utterly mortified. Ah, be careful! Suddenly, the 3 girls exclaimed in unison. The black stone giant lizard, bound by fiery chains, had just broken free and was charging furiously at Chu Chen. Oh, there's still a fish that got away? Facing the roar from behind, Chu Chen didn't even turn around. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the pig-tooth longsword flew through the air, piercing the heart of the black stone giant lizard and nailing it to the ground. Teammate Chu Chen killed a black stone giant lizard, minor monster, gained 200 experience points. Wow! So cool! Zhang Qianhan and the other two girls' hearts raced wildly, completely blown away by Chu Chen's flying sword technique. Chu Chen, are you really a domain master? Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Chu Chen with starry eyes, filled with admiration, asking the question that was on all three girls' minds. Of course, no fakes here, Chu Chen replied with a smile. But you are just too strong, right? Remembering how Chu Chen had seemed like a god descending from the heavens just moments ago, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but breathe heavily, overwhelmed with excitement. Because I'm not an ordinary domain master, Chu Chen said with a carefree smile, his words carrying a deeper meaning. The three girls exchanged glances, a thoughtful light flashing in their beautiful eyes. The profession level determined the strength of a job changer, which had almost become a consensus. But if there was anything that could defy fate, it could only be talent. Therefore, the only explanation for why Chu Chen, as a domain master, was so formidable was that he possessed an absurdly strong talent. Thinking of this, a look of guilt appeared on Zhang Qianhan's face as she shyly asked, Chu Chen, will it affect your leveling efficiency if you join us? If it affects your leveling, you can solo it yourself. Originally, she wanted to help Chu Chen level up, but who would have thought that Chu Chen would be so strong? The tables had turned, instead of 3 supporting 1, it had become 1 supporting 3. Tanya, hearing that Zhang Qianhan wanted Chu Chen to go solo, immediately felt anxious. Qianhan, are you silly? A powerhouse like him is not someone you can easily encounter. She hurried to Chu Chen's side, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder, gently kneading. Chu Chen, just level up with us, with more people, we can take care of each other. I promise your leveling journey today will be fun and enjoyable. By the way, don't take to heart what I said earlier, I was just worried about you. This is also your fault, if you had said earlier that you were this strong, I wouldn't have worried so much. Tanya whispered sweetly in Chu Chen's ear, persuading him to stay and level up with them. Her soft voice and playful tone made Chu Chen marvel at how skilled this woman was. Don't worry, it won't affect me. If I were to solo, I'd have to search for monsters everywhere. Being with you all, with the treasure-seeking paper person assisting, is actually more efficient. Chu Chen enjoyed Tanya's massage, dispelling the worries of the three women. Upon hearing this, the three women simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, revealing charming smiles. Zhang Qianhan naturally knew how rare Chu Chen's formidable combat power was. After all, when high-level players lead a party, the experience gained would significantly decrease. A teammate like Chu Chen, who was of the same level but had such high combat power, was truly hard to find. Thank you, Chu Chen. Overall, we are still the ones benefiting. So, let's pay you an hourly wage of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder you are the daughter of the Guardian, you really know how to get things done. Being friends with a rich girl is truly so delightful. In the following time, Chu Chen continued to level up with Zhang Qianhan and the other two using the treasure-seeking paper person to farm monsters. They then felt even more clearly just how powerful Chu Chen was. No matter how many monsters were in a group, whether it was 10, 20, or even 30 or 40, Chu Chen would charge in without hesitation, transforming into an elegant reaper, showcasing his magnificent swordsmanship while mercilessly reaping the lives of all the monsters. Not only was he terrifyingly fierce, but he was also incredibly enduring. They didn't know how many waves of monsters he had killed, yet Chu Chen didn't even complain of fatigue. This made the three women secretly wonder just how high Chu Chen's attributes were. Among them, the most surprised was Zhang Qianhan. As an S-rank class lone heart swordsman, she could see more from Chu Chen's battles. Although Chu Chen didn't release any skills, she could feel an innate beauty of sword intent in every move he made. She tried to imitate a few moves herself but couldn't replicate a similar effect at all. This left Zhang Qianhan feeling frustrated and questioning her life. Who among us is the real swordsman? Of course, even though Chu Chen didn't complain of exhaustion, the three women wouldn't let him keep pushing himself. They would insist that Chu Chen take breaks. Then, the three women would use their special skills to take care of him. The mature Tanya would gently stand behind Chu Chen, thoughtfully massaging his tense muscles. Heaven knows why this young lady from Skyforge had such great massage techniques. Qin Xiaoxiao would take out various delicious snacks and fun items from her backpack. One could only say that she truly was the little princess of the item company. Her pockets were comparable to Doraemon's. As for Zhang Qianhan, she would perform sword dances in front of Chu Chen. Well, actually, she was seeking Chu Chen's guidance on swordsmanship. Although Chu Chen was not a swordsman by profession, the heavenly Dao sword body allowed him to intuitively grasp various sword techniques and sword intents without a teacher. Guiding Zhang Qianhan was naturally an easy task. Often, a single sentence could lead Zhang Qianhan to a sudden realization, enlightening her mind. This left Tanya and Qin Xiaoxiao, who were watching from the side, dumbfounded, their gazes towards Chu Chen filled with even more admiration. Thus, with the three women in tow, Chu Chen fought his way through, and in just one morning, they all leveled up by 4 levels. Everyone reached level 19. This terrifying speed of leveling up made the three women tremble with excitement. Even when they had just changed jobs, they had never experienced such a rapid leveling speed. All of this was naturally thanks to Chu Chen. The wealthy woman was delighted and waved her hand, adding another 100,000 to Chu Chen's salary. Indeed, serving a wealthy woman makes earning money quick. The strong man Chu Chen is at your service. Just when Chu Chen and the others thought the afternoon's leveling journey would go as smoothly as the morning's, they encountered a strange occurrence. The treasure-seeking paper figure stopped in an empty area and no longer moved. Ha! Is this treasure-seeking paper figure broken? It's only been used twice. Qin Xiaoxiao picked up the treasure-seeking paper figure with a puzzled expression and examined it carefully, but found no issues. However, she didn't think much of it and assumed it was just a defective product. She took another treasure-seeking paper figure from her backpack, dripped a drop of blood from the Blackstone giant lizard onto it, and waited for the treasure-seeking paper figure to start working. However, this treasure-seeking paper figure also ran to the same spot as before, standing still and no longer moving. It stopped here again? Could it be? Qin Xiaoxiao seemed to have thought of something, her puzzled expression gradually turning into delight. If one treasure-seeking paper figure stopped in an open area, it could still be explained as broken. But with 2 treasure-seeking paper figures landing in the same spot, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think of a thrilling possibility. Oh, Chu Chen, Qian Han, yeah, come here. I think I've discovered a hidden map. If the dungeon is seen as a large house, then the hidden map is equivalent to small rooms. There are barriers outside the rooms that prevent job changers from seeing them with the naked eye, but some items can penetrate these barriers and sense the aura within. Therefore, the treasure-seeking paper figure likely sensed the presence of monsters in the hidden map, which is why it stopped moving. Oh, a hidden map? How lucky. Mark the location, and when we go back, let the company send some experts to conquer it. Tanya only expressed mild surprise and then ignored it, continuing to chat charmingly with Chu Chen. She found that Chu Chen was not only powerful and handsome but also knowledgeable, truly a charming man. Why go through so much trouble? We 4 can just conquer it directly. And the experience from hidden monsters is quite substantial, it could let us level up several more times. Qin Xiaoxiao excitedly suggested. As the little princess of the Phoenix Treasure, she had seen many company employees conquer hidden maps, but she had never done it herself, not even stepping foot inside. Her father had said that hidden maps were unsafe and had adamantly refused to let her enter. Today, she finally encountered one, and she was super eager to check it out. It would be best if she could defeat the hidden boss and show off to her father when she returned. Tanya looked at Qin Xiaoxiao as if she were crazy. Xiaoxiao, are you out of your mind? We 4 job changers under level 20 are going to farm a hidden map? Please, the monsters in the hidden map are even more ferocious than those in the core area. Zhang Xianhan also gently nodded, softly advising, Xiaoxiao, it's too dangerous, just give it up. Although we are all S-level transmuters, our levels are still too low to fight. Moreover, if we're not careful, there's a risk of death, it's too dangerous. Seeing that Tanya and Zhang Xianhan both disagreed, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She pouted, blinking her gem-like eyes, and looked hopefully at Chu Chen. But today is different, we have Brother Jia with us, right? Brother Jia, with you leading us, it will definitely be fine, right? To achieve her goal, Qin Xiaoxiao even resorted to her cute tactics. Hearing her sweet voice, Chu Chen felt as if he had been jolted by an electric current, tingling all over. This little lowly, Qin Xiaoxiao, was quite the little enchantress. Since we've encountered it, let's go in and take a look. With my strength, even if we can't win, we should be able to leave safely, Chu Chen said. In fact, even if Qin Xiaoxiao hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone in anyway. The monsters in the hidden map not only provide a lot of experience but also have a higher chance of dropping good items. It's a veritable treasure trove. Hearing that Chu Chen was on her side, Qin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, placing her hands on her hips, instantly gaining confidence. Zhang Xianhan shook her head helplessly. Well, since Chu Chen has said so, let's go in and take a look. But if the monsters are too strong, we must leave immediately. If Chu Chen were just an ordinary domain master, she would have definitely turned and left. But Chu Chen was clearly the highest combat power in the team, stronger than the 3 of them combined. Since he intended to venture in, Zhang Xianhan was also willing to take the risk with him. Yeah, it's up to you now. With 3 votes in favor, Qin Xiaoxiao was quite pleased, casting a slightly provocative glance at Tanya. Tanya completely ignored Qin Xiaoxiao's provocation, taking the initiative to link her arm with Chu Chen's, softly saying, Since Chu Chen wants to take a look, of course, I support him. Humph. Fickle woman. Seeing Tanya getting close to Chu Chen, Jin Xiaoxiao felt inexplicably displeased. With a cold snort, she took out a diamond-shaped crystal from her backpack. This crystal, called Level 1 Breaking Boundary Crystal, was a special item used to open hidden maps. As soon as the Breaking Boundary Crystal was taken out, it began to emit light, indicating that there were indeed spatial fluctuations nearby. Qin Xiaoxiao placed it where the treasure-seeking paper figure had stopped. The breaking crystal seemed to have found the focal point, instantly flashing with colorful light, enveloping a radius of 5 meters. Under the illumination of the colorful light, a distorted light gate slowly emerged like a mirage. This was the entrance to the hidden map. Let's go, I want to see how strong the hidden monsters are, Chu Chen said with a bright smile, stepping into the light gate first, leading the way. The three women prepared themselves, moving gracefully, and entered as well, their figures disappearing without a trace. Only the light gate remained, quietly swirling, silent and still. On a massive reef 5 kilometers away from the hidden map, a small young man with shifty eyes, a scar-faced burly man with a fierce expression, and a sexy woman with fiery red lips were listening to a phone call with faces full of awe. The man is called Chu Chen, and the woman is called Zhang Qianhan. Your task is to bring them before me. Beat the man to a pulp, just leave him with a breath, don't hurt the woman, especially her face, there mustn't be a single scratch, understood? The voice on the other end of the line was gritted with teeth, filled with uncontainable anger. If Chu Chen were present, he would definitely recognize the owner of the voice, Liang Jinming. After suffering a great loss at Chu Chen's home, Liang Jinming found himself in a dilemma. Without retrieving the Iron Mine dungeon, he couldn't explain himself to his father, Liang Shanhai. And with Chu Chen being protected by Zhang Qianhan, he felt restrained and dared not act recklessly. In a fit of anger and frustration, Liang Jinming's rage surged, and his malice grew. He decided to ignore the consequences. He wanted revenge, he wanted to eliminate Chu Chen, and he wanted to make things official with Zhang Qianhan. This might be difficult outside, but what a coincidence that Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan had come to the rugged plains. After all, this was the Liang Group's dungeon. Within the Liang Group, there were two types of employees, the white gloves and the black gloves. The white gloves lived in the sunlight, while the black gloves handled the dirty work for the Liang Group. The short young man, the scar-faced brute, and the red-lipped woman were the black gloves nurtured in the dungeon. Usually, they disguised themselves as ordinary job changers, making a living in the dungeon. Now was the time for them to show their fangs and help Liang Jinming relieve his pent-up hatred. Young master, may I ask what level of strength these two possess? The short young man cautiously asked, voicing his greatest concern, which involved his life and death. Just two newly promoted rookies. Is that a problem? Liang Jinming replied impatiently. And no, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The short young man shivered and immediately pledged his loyalty. The scar-faced brute and the red-lipped woman also expressed that there were no issues. Once it's done, I'll wait for you at the old place. Liang Jinming coldly dropped this line and hung up the phone, leaving the rocks in silence. Why do we 3 level 45 job changers need to take action against just 2 rookies? Isn't that using a cannon to shoot a mosquito overkill? After a moment, the short young man voiced his dissatisfaction. The fact that you can say this shows you have no idea who Zhang Qianhan is. With the surname Zhang, and being focused on by the young master, I don't need to say more, right? The red-lipped woman smiled seductively, hitting the nail on the head. Could it be? She is the daughter of the guardian? This is sending us to our deaths. The short young man's pupils constricted in terror upon hearing this. Ha ha, you coward, this kind of mission is just thrilling. Kidnapping the guardian's daughter, if this works out, I can brag about it for a lifetime, huh? The scar-faced brute looked disdainfully at the short young man and laughed heartily. Since the higher-ups have given such a task, it means they are fully prepared, so what is there to fear? I'm actually glad this task fell on me. When the Liang family overthrows the guardian's mansion, we'll be the first to take credit. Ha ha, the red-lipped woman licked her alluring lips, sharing the same thought. Exactly such a big deal couldn't possibly be just the young master's decision. It must have been the old man's suggestion. Compared to the guardian's daughter, I'm quite curious about who Chu Chen is, to have made the young master so furious. This kid is not simple. The scar-faced brute sneered, ominously stating, whoever he is, if he encounters us, today is his day to die. Tisk tsk, it's been a while since I killed someone, I'm really itching for it. Unbeknownst to Chu Chen and the others, they were completely unaware of the external conspiracy. The 4 of them were currently in a space resembling an underground cave. This space was vast and extremely humid, with the surrounding stone walls displaying a myriad of colors, emitting a shimmering glow. Wow, the hidden map is completely different from the outside. Xin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her pink lips wide open as she curiously looked around, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Xiaoxiao, don't be careless, the monsters are right ahead. Zhang Xianhan reminded her, her expression serious as she gazed forward. Not far from a small puddle, 6 black stone giant lizards were huddled together, greedily enjoying the moist environment. Their levels were 5 levels higher than the black stone giant lizards outside, reaching level 25. They were twice the size, with significantly enhanced attributes. In the middle of the black stone giant lizards, in the most comfortable spot of the puddle, lay a slightly smaller red lizard. Its neck was adorned with thorn-like scales, and its blood-red body clearly indicated it possessed deadly poison. The surrounding black stone giant lizards kept an absolute distance from it, not daring to approach even slightly. Corrosive Mane Lizard, Elite, Level, LV 26 Constitution, 89 Spirit, 90 Strength, 68 Speed, 85 Skills, Frenzied Bite, Corrosive Poison Mist, Venom Spray Hiss. It's an elite monster. Its attributes are so high. We haven't encountered a single elite monster outside all morning, and now there's one guarding the hidden map? Upon seeing the Corrosive Mane Lizard, Xin Xiaoxiao's excitement instantly cooled, and a sense of fear began to creep into her heart. She took out many skill scrolls from her backpack, including defensive, offensive, and healing types. She gave 2/3 of the scrolls to Chu Chen and split the remaining third with Tangya and Zhang Qianhan. Brother Jia, be careful, we will cover you from behind. If you can't handle it, don't hesitate, retreat immediately, these monsters can't leave the hidden map. Xin Xiaoxiao said with concern to Chu Chen. Chu Chen felt that he would probably not need these skill scrolls, but he happily accepted them all. This was the rich lady's goodwill. Don't worry, I'm going. Chu Chen flashed a confident smile at the 3 girls and dashed toward the lizard group like a ghost. Chu Chen's speed was indeed astonishing. With each step, he could cover a distance of 5 meters. It wasn't until he charged in front of the black stone giant lizard that the creature finally realized there was an intruder. Swish! Chu Chen swung his sword, the blade whistling like a scream, a breathtaking cold light flashing through the air. A gruesome line of blood spread across the back of one black stone giant lizard. Blood splattered, and the black stone giant lizard was cleaved in two, a one-hit kill. Hiss! The black stone giant lizard let out a terrified roar, trying to turn its body to attack Chu Chen. However, they were already slow, and now crowded together, they couldn't break free in a short time. Naturally, Chu Chen would not miss this excellent opportunity to attack. Sword energy surged, and the swordsmanship that surpassed any technique flowed smoothly under the influence of the heavenly Dao sword body. The black stone giant lizard was torn apart, blood mist exploding like fireworks, and the wailing echoed throughout the cave. Chu Chen, using all his strength, was terrifying. The level 25 black stone giant lizards were all killed in one hit, not even a match. Puff puff puff. At that moment, 3 blobs of crimson venom shot toward Chu Chen. The elite monster, Corrosive Mane Lizard, finally found an opportunity to attack Chu Chen. Humph! I've been waiting for you. Chu Chen was already prepared, sidestepping his body and easily dodging. The 3 blobs of venom landed on the ground, corroding the rocks and hissing with smoke. Taking advantage of the moment when the Corrosive Mane Lizard's skills were on cooldown, Chu Chen stomped the ground fiercely, his body shooting out like a rocket, all his strength converging at the tip of his sword, piercing into its neck like a long rainbow piercing the sun. Despite the heavy blow, the Corrosive Mane Lizard did not die immediately. It opened its sinister mouth, seemingly about to spew poison mist. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden twist of his wrist, he directly severed most of the Corrosive Mane Lizard's head. The Corrosive Mane Lizard's body suddenly stiffened, foul-smelling blood flowing from its neck and pooling on the ground. Corrosive Mane Lizard, dead. Killed Blackstone Giant Lizard, minion, gained 400 experience points. Killed Blackstone Giant Lizard, minion, gained 400 experience points. Killed Corrosive Mane Lizard, elite, gained 700 experience points. It died just like that? Is this really an elite monster? Why is it so weak? Chu Chen looked at the motionless blood-red corpse at his feet, a big question mark floating above his head. On his first entry into the hidden map, in order to avoid a mishap, Chu Chen had used all his strength right from the start. He never expected that he had overestimated the monsters in the hidden map. Even the elite monster, Corrosive Mane Lizard, was just a matter of 1 thrust and 1 spin, 2 moves. Maybe it's because my parents died in the hidden map, that I subconsciously feel the monsters in the hidden map are terrifyingly strong. Actually, they're only a bit stronger than the monsters in the core area. Smiling and shaking his head, Chu Chen turned to call Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 girls. The monsters had all been dealt with. However, the 3 girls still stood there in a daze, staring at Chu Chen as if petrified. Elite monsters with a group of small monsters? And it's a hidden map? In less than a minute, a one-hit kill? At that moment, the three girls were completely stunned. This is a hidden map. The monster levels and attributes have increased significantly. How is it that Chu Chen kills even faster? Zhang Qianhan gazed at Chu Chen, feeling he was a man of mystery, filled with endless allure. It made her once cold and dormant heart yearn to get closer, to explore. This is way too fast, right? I haven't even finished casting my skills. Xin Xiaoxiao was so surprised her mouth couldn't close. She had just released one of her 3 buff skills, and the battle was already over? She thought she had already regarded Chu Chen highly enough, but she never expected he was still hiding his strength. Facing the most difficult hidden map in the dungeon, he still cut through the monsters like chopping vegetables. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Like Qin Xiaoxiao, Tanya held a skill scroll in one hand and rested the other on her spellbook, stopping mid-chant. Is it over? Is this really a hidden map? Is Chu Chen really a newbie class changer? Tanya's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief, and the man before her suddenly seemed so towering. Previously, she had only thought of Chu Chen as a golden phoenix flying out of a mountain valley. Even if he had a bright future ahead, it would still take time to accumulate. Compared to her little princess status in Skyforge, there was still a gap. But at this moment, in the face of Chu Chen's vast power, she felt as if she was nothing at all. With Chu Chen's strength, it wouldn't take long before he could soar high, becoming someone she could only look up to. The young lady of Skyforge felt a sense of inferiority for the first time in her life. Don't be afraid, the monsters in the hidden map are just like that. They're not as formidable as the rumors outside say. Seeing the 3 girls still frozen in place, Chu Chen thought they were just too scared, so he began to comfort them. It's not that they're too weak, it's clearly that you're too strong, okay? The 3 girls silently complained in their hearts, but at the same time, they were very surprised and hopeful. With the strength Chu Chen had shown, the 4 of them might really be able to clear this hidden map. For class changers under level 20, clearing the hidden map of the jagged plains was simply unprecedented. After a brief regroup, the 4 continued deeper into the cave. Chu Chen noticed that the 3 girls seemed to be more enthusiastic towards him. Even Zhang Qianhan began to actively find topics beyond swordsmanship to chat with him. Chu Chen vaguely felt that in her star-like eyes, besides gratitude, there seemed to be some other feelings emerging. The terrain inside the cave was a downward slope, with water droplets seeping from the rock crevices naturally gathering below. Thus, the further down they went, the more humid the environment became. The 4 encountered quite a few groups of lizards along the way, all elite monsters accompanied by several small ones. Without a doubt, they all became souls under Chu Chen's sword. Chu Chen and the 3 girls quickly leveled up 2 levels, all reaching level 21. The mood of the 3 girls at this moment was quite complex, both peaceful and excited. Peaceful because with Chu Chen shielding them from the wind and rain, they felt incredibly safe. Excited because these few newbie class changers were actually making steady progress in this hidden map. You must know, this is a task that only a level 40 job changer can complete. Not knowing how long they had walked, the scene before Chu Chen and the others suddenly changed. Chaotic piles of rocks had been artificially mined and polished, accumulating together to form small hill-like houses. In front of each house, there was a small puddle, like a family well, filled with clear water. Occasionally, a few standing lizardmen could be seen around the houses. They were divided into black and red, seemingly male and female. Hey, it's lizardmen. This is their tribe. Xin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and fear. Humanoid monsters often possess great strength, and they had encountered a tough opponent. Tang Yashio's brows furrowed tightly, her face serious. Unlike beast-type monsters, humanoid monsters had developed a certain level of intelligence, capable of summoning companions, making them significantly more dangerous. Moreover, these lizardmen seemed to have mastered beast taming, able to train the black stone giant lizards as mounts. This further increased the difficulty of their mission by several levels. Chu Chen, how do you feel? If it's too difficult, we should retreat. We've already gained quite a bit, Zhang Qianhan asked Chu Chen with a worried expression. In her view, hidden maps were not something they at their level could handle. Reaching this point was already incredible. Continuing to delve deeper into the adventure seemed unwise. Chu Chen rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking solemnly, since we're here, we have to give it a try. Even if we can't win, I need to know how strong they are. Let's first deal with those 2 lizardmen guarding the entrance. Xianhan, you 3 hold off the one on the left while I take down the other with all my strength. Chu Chen pointed to the 2 robust lizardmen standing at the front of the tribe. These 2 lizardmen were tall and powerful, their bodies covered in pitch-black scales, clearly both male. Violet Assault Lizard Warrior, Elite, Level, LV 28 Physique, 99 Spirit, 90 Strength, 102 Speed, 96 Skills, Berserk, Frenzied Bite, Scale Enhancement, Summon Companion. Seeing the attributes of the Violent Assault Lizard Warriors, the three women swallowed hard. The attributes of this elite monster could easily qualify it as a boss. Although fearful, the three women nodded in agreement. After all, they were descendants of prominent families and had some hidden skills. Next, potions and scrolls shone brightly as the three women entered a frenzied spending mode. Ah, my eyes. The light of wealth is too dazzling, my eyes are about to be blinded. Shu Chen watched the three women squander their resources, envious to the point of breathlessness. After a moment, the three finally stopped. It was unclear how much they had spent, but the three of them were now surrounded by a radiant glow, elemental light swirling around them, resembling celestial beings descending to earth, complete with top-tier special effects. Shu Chen, we are all ready. The three beauties looked at Shu Chen in unison, waiting for his command. Well, if we're ready, let's get started. If just a moment ago Shu Chen had worried about a 1% chance of failure, now that the three women had all become VIP 8 Supreme members, he was completely unconcerned. In the next moment, two figures shot out, one left and one right, charging towards the two Violent Assault Lizard Warriors. On the left, Zhang Qianhan radiated brilliance, layers of shields enveloping her, creating a trailing light effect as she ran. In contrast, on the right, Shu Chen appeared ordinary, with no eye-catching features. The only thing shining was the pig-tooth longsword in his hand, reflecting the light from Zhang Qianhan. However, at this moment, Shu Chen had already cast everything aside, his eyes filled with nothing but pure killing intent. I took so many enhancement potions, and I still can't catch up to Shu Chen? What level are his attributes at? Zhang Qianhan looked at Shu Chen, who was clearly much faster than her, and was secretly astonished. However, there was no time for her to think further. Two rampaging lizard warriors had already spotted them, their sinister eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light as they charged towards the two. Whoosh! Sharp claws tore through the air, making a whistling sound as they reached for Zhang Qianhan's neck. Bang! At that moment, a fireball the size of a basin smashed down from above, a supportive attack from Tanya behind them. The massive fireball exploded on the forehead of the rampaging lizard warrior, forcing it to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qianhan unleashed triple slash. The silver longsword carved out three crescent moon-like arcs, striking solidly against the scales of the rampaging lizard warrior, producing a clanging sound of metal against metal. The rampaging lizard warrior was forced back repeatedly by Zhang Qianhan, but its steel-like scales showed no signs of damage. With an enraged roar, it retaliated fiercely, its claws raining down in a flurry, enveloping Zhang Qianhan in a storm of claw shadows. Zhang Qianhan swung her longsword continuously to fend off the attacks. Each collision sent a numbing shock through her hands, nearly causing her to drop the sword. Fortunately, the shield on her body absorbed most of the force, and the healing aura quickly alleviated her discomfort. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared above the rampaging lizard warrior, dazzling lightning striking down, leaving it dazed and momentarily stunned. This was the lightning strike released by Qin Xiaoxiao using a skill scroll. Zhang Qianhan's eyes narrowed, and she swiftly executed Gale Slash. Thus, with the long-range support of Tanya and Qin Xiaoxiao, Zhang Qianhan and the rampaging lizard warrior fell into a stalemate. In fact, they even seemed to have the upper hand. Although the rampaging lizard warrior had incredibly high defense, Zhang Qianhan, enhanced by her potions, was also quite formidable. After a series of relentless slashes, wounds began to appear on the rampaging lizard warrior's body. This filled Zhang Qianhan with joy. Great! At this rate, as long as I don't make a mistake, I can definitely kill this elite monster. However, just then, the rampaging lizard warrior suddenly stopped its attack. The terrifying lizard head looked up at the dark cave ceiling and began to roar loudly. The piercing sound waves spread out in circles. It was the skill, Summon Allies. Seeing this, Zhang Qianhan's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Why did it suddenly start summoning allies? Could it be?" Zhang Qianhan instinctively glanced towards Shu Chen. Just moments ago, she had been fully focused on battling the rampaging lizard warrior and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now, as she looked at the battle situation beside her, her pupils constricted as if she had seen a ghost. Another rampaging lizard warrior lay decapitated, its bulging eyes staring forward in disbelief, as if it couldn't accept what was happening even in death. Shu Chen stood beside the rampaging lizard warrior, his longsword still stained with dark green blood, looking calm and composed, just as he would when slaying other minor monsters. Shu Chen killed that rampaging lizard warrior? That was way too fast, right? It was only at this moment that Zhang Qianhan clearly realized how vast the gap between her and Shu Chen truly was. Shu Chen, what should we do? This monster has already summoned allies. While frantically attacking the rampaging lizard warrior, Zhang Qianhan looked to Chu Chun for help, her beautiful eyes nearly brimming with tears from anxiety. It was all her fault for being too weak, which had led to the current situation. What they would have to face soon would likely not just be two lizard warriors. It's fine, this is good. It saves me the trouble of finding them. You attract them in front while I launch a surprise attack from behind. Chu Chen's figure flickered and appeared beside Zhang Qianhan, the sword light flashed, and he directly decapitated the ambushing lizard warrior. The armored lizard warrior, reinforced with scales, was indeed tough. Although Chu Chen could break through its defenses with a single strike, he couldn't kill it instantly. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the hardness of the scales on the lizard warrior's jaw was average. Targeting this spot would allow him to decapitate it with one strike, a guaranteed kill. Chu Chen shared this insight with Zhang Qianhan, then stepped onto the cave wall and directly concealed himself at the dark cave ceiling. For ambushing lizard warriors were already charging in from the direction of the tribe. They were all riding black stone giant lizards, moving much faster than if they were acting alone. Ha! Even if you say that, I still can't do it, Zhang Qianhan replied. The ambushing lizard warriors always hunched their bodies during battle, intentionally protecting their weaknesses. At her current speed, let alone a guaranteed kill, she couldn't even touch the monster's weak point. Zhang Qianhan smiled wryly and shook her head, her gaze becoming clear and resolute again. Since Chu Chen says it's fine, then it must be fine. What I need to do is complete Chu Chen's plan. Without hesitation, Zhang Qianhan crushed the skill scroll in her hand, and a flying sword shot out into the air. Together with Tangya and Qin Xiaoxiao, she used the skill scroll to attack the ambushing lizard warriors from a distance, drawing their aggro. On the other side, after three ambushing lizard warriors passed beneath Chu Chen, he held his long sword upright, resembling a guillotine, and decisively leaped down from the cave ceiling. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the long sword accurately pierced the head of the last ambushing lizard warrior. The ambushing lizard warrior was dead. Chu Chen kicked the lizard warrior away, smoothly drew out his long sword, and with a sweeping motion, decapitated the black stone giant lizard beneath him. Without pausing, he quickly chased after the remaining ambushing lizard warrior ahead. With all his might, Chu Chen easily caught up to the third ambushing lizard warrior. The roaring lizard warrior suddenly saw a long sword appear right in front of it, and with a gentle swipe, its neck burst open with a line of blood. The lizard warrior's roar abruptly stopped, its body swayed, and it fell off the back of the black stone giant lizard, unable to stand again. Using the same technique, Chu Chen dispatched the second ambushing lizard warrior, leaving only the last monster in front of him. The leading ambushing lizard warrior was puzzled as to why the charging roars were getting quieter. It turned to look back, its enormous lizard eyes nearly popping out in fear. The three ambushing lizard warriors, along with their mounts, lay bloodied on the ground, while a young human was grinning and charging towards it. Roar! The ambushing lizard warrior howled to the sky, blood-red light began to glow around it, and its eyes gradually turned blood-red. It actually released the skill Frenzy without hesitation. Frenzy? Did I allow you to use your skill? Chu Chen's gaze turned cold, and the pig-toothed long sword flew out, directly shredding the hard scales. The long sword plunged straight into the back of the ambushing lizard warrior's heart. Chu Chen followed closely behind, his fist clenched, and with great force, he struck down on the sword's hilt. Put! The pig-toothed long sword shot out like a bullet, piercing through the ambushing lizard warrior's heart. The lizard warrior's eyes widened in shock, the red light on its body gradually dissipating, and finally, with a thud, it fell down, unwilling to accept its fate. Teammate Chu Chen killed the ambushing lizard warrior, Elite, gaining 1,200 experience points. Teammate Chu Chen killed the ambushing lizard warrior, Elite, gaining 1,200 experience points. So cool! So cool! Is this really a domain master? Oh my god! I don't want an S-class profession anymore. I want to be a domain master too. Zhang Qianhan, Tangya, and Qin Xiaoxiao watched as Chu Chen gracefully weaved through the monsters. In an instant, he had slain all four elite monsters, and they were so envious that they could almost drool. As the daughters of a large family, the three girls had naturally encountered many experts. But Chu Chen was too young, he had just changed jobs. To have such terrifying strength now, it was simply unimaginable how high he would soar in the future. Undoubtedly, that was a level they couldn't even begin to fathom. Swish! Chu Chen swung his sword, slaying the last black stone giant lizard, completely clearing this wave of monsters. These monsters should be the strongest minions in the hidden dungeon. As long as we wipe them out, the only remaining challenge should be the hidden boss. Chu Chen walked up to the three girls and shared his judgment, encouraging them. However, the three girls seemed not to hear him, gazing at Chu Chen with admiration. Brother Jia, let's put this aside for now. Can we take a picture together? Qin Xiaoxiao took out a pink camera, speaking shyly. What? A photo? Sister, we're fighting monsters. Shu Chen thought he had misheard. They were busy clearing the hidden map. Why take photos? Who told you to be so strong? With your strength, it won't be long before you shine brightly, and then we won't be in the same world anymore. So, I just want to take a picture with you as a keepsake. Qin Xiaoxiao expressed her feelings, both aggrieved and helpless. Shu Chen was taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, and said meaningfully, don't worry, no matter what happens in the future, we are friends. After all, you all have a super attractive point about you. Really? What point? Hearing Chu Chen say this, the three girls felt warmth in their hearts and couldn't help but smile beautifully. At the same time, they were very curious about what exactly attracted Chu Chen. Was it their beauty? Their gentleness? Their cuteness? Or their sexiness and charm? The three girls couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Of course, it's that you all are very wealthy. Chu Chen grinned and gave a thumbs up to the three. The three girls were speechless and wanted to beat Chu Chen up. Can't you see all the wonderful qualities we have? Is money all you see? You materialistic man. But what Chu Chen said next made the three girls instantly calm down. But since you all want to take a picture, then let's do it. After all, it's our first time clearing a hidden map, so it's quite meaningful. Hearing Chu Chen agree to the photo, Qin Xiaoxiao was so happy she almost jumped up. She took out a tripod, a light panel, and a series of equipment from her backpack, determined to take a picture she would be satisfied with. I want to take one too, Tanya said lightly, then took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup. I also, Zhang Xianhan said in a weak voice, her pretty face flushed, feeling extremely shy. She never expected that someone as cool as her would one day actively request to take a picture with others. Chu Chen got along very well with the three girls and liked their personalities, so he naturally agreed. The three girls prepared seriously for a long time, as if they were preparing for a military operation, not willing to overlook any detail. Finally, the three girls set up the equipment, finished their makeup, and even changed out of their battle outfits into exquisite clothes. Their beauty was already exceptional, and after careful grooming, they looked almost radiant. Qin Xiaoxiao intimately wrapped her left arm around Chu Chen's, while Tangya naturally took his right hand. Zhang Xianhan stood shyly behind but leaned in to get closer to Chu Chen. Click, click. The camera flashed, capturing the beautiful moment of the three forever. After taking the group photo, the three girls each took a few individual shots with Chu Chen, posing in various ways. Afterward, the three girls were all beaming with joy, excitedly discussing how to print more photos to hang in their rooms when they got home. After this brief interlude, Chu Chen and the three others began to sweep through the Lizardman tribe. Kill the Violent Assault Lizard Warrior, Elite, gain 1,200 experience points. Kill the Red Corrosion Lizard Warrior, Elite, gain 1,200 experience points. Most of the lizardmen in the tribe were in their nests. With Chu Chen leading the way and the three women assisting, the lizardmen often barely noticed Chu Chen before he swiftly ended their lives with a sword to the throat. They couldn't even use frenzy or summon allies. The only trouble came from the Red Corrosion Lizard Warriors. When a female lizardman died, the poison sac inside would explode. The first time they encountered this, it left Chu Chen in quite a fluster. The extermination operation progressed steadily, and the four of them had already reached level 24. In less than a day, their levels had skyrocketed by 9 levels, which was simply astonishing. Of course, Chu Chen was not surprised at all, as he had reached level 15 on his first day of class change. Brother Jie, come quickly. I found a monster that seems stronger than the elite lizardmen. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxiao's surprised whisper came through. Hearing this, the three of them approached cautiously. In a spacious stone room, a male lizardman was lying on top of a female lizardman. The movements were bold and unrestrained. The scene was extremely eye-watering. Qin Xiaoxiao watched intently, her expression serious as she voiced her judgment. Look, the other lizardmen are riding on black stone lizards, but this one is actually on top of another lizardman. Although it doesn't show anything on the panel, I deduced that this Violent Assault Lizard Warrior must be stronger, otherwise, that one. Before Qin Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Tangya covered her eyes. Xiaoxiao, don't look. They're casting skills. Yeah, just like your healing aura. Tanya's cheeks flushed red as she stammered an explanation. Although she usually presented herself as a mature and alluring older sister, it was all just for fun. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. It was one thing to talk about it, but seeing such a stimulating scene in person was too much for her. However, Tanya at least had some understanding, while Zhang Qianhan only had a vague idea. Now witnessing it firsthand, the mental shock was immense. Her entire face turned crimson as she stood frozen in place, her heart racing wildly, even more thrilling than the earlier battle. Ha! Hidden skill? But the casting time is way too long, right? My healing aura can be released in just 1 second. Xin Xiaoxiao, completely oblivious to her two friends' unusual reactions, said with a look of astonishment. Xu Chen, standing nearby, twitched his mouth and cast a resentful glance at Tanya. What kind of metaphor are you using? 1 second to release, how can that be? Looking at the three girls' bashful and silly expressions, Xu Chen no longer expected their assistance. He charged into the stone room, swiftly taking down the two lizardmen with 2 quick sword strikes, freezing their lives at the peak of the moment. After dealing with these 2 lizardmen, the monsters in the tribe were mostly wiped out. The 4 took a brief rest before continuing down the slope. These lizard monsters clearly loved water, so the further they went down, the more water accumulated, and the higher the monster levels became. After a short walk, they reached the end of the cave. Water seeped here, forming a small pool, where a corrosive Maine lizard lay by the water's edge, exhaling a red poisonous gas with each breath. It was level 29, comparable in size to a black stone giant lizard, and was the largest corrosive Maine lizard Xu Chen had seen on his journey. However, even more eye-catching was a lizard man in the pool. This lizard man had bulging muscles, and its scales shone with a dark golden hue. Its sharp claws were long like sickles, seemingly capable of easily splitting stone. At the end of its stout tail, there was a meatball resembling a meteor hammer, covered with spiky, horn-like structures. Lizard Warrior Leader, Hidden Boss, Level, LV 30 Constitution, 111 Spirit, 102 Strength, 121 Speed, 118 Skills, Frenzy, Crazy Claw Strike, Rending Claw, Meteor Tail Hammer Hiss. What a powerful hidden boss. Even the mount is an elite monster. Xin Xiaoxiao's mouth slightly opened, letting out a fearful gasp. Although the previous elite monsters were strong, Xin Xiaoxiao was confident she could spend money to grind them down. But the aura emanating from the hidden boss before her was too terrifying. Even spending money would offer no chance of victory. Xiaoxiao, why are you always so concerned about mounts? After what had just happened, Zhang Qianhan and Tanya felt their cheeks flush slightly at the mention of mount. Suppressing their embarrassment, the two looked at Xu Chen with hopeful eyes. Xu Chen, what do you plan to do? A hidden boss with all attributes over 100 in strength, even exceeding 120, plus a powerful mount. They believed they didn't even have the qualifications to compete. But Xu Chen was different. Along the way, Xu Chen had created too many miracles, leaving them in awe time and again. Thus, even though they knew the challenge ahead was daunting, they still hoped that the man they admired would dare to accept the challenge. Perhaps he could truly defeat it as a new job changer. Of course, if Xu Chen decided to retreat and leave the hidden dungeon, they would have no objections. Getting this far had already exceeded their expectations. Under the eager gaze of the two women, Xu Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "We've taken down the lizard warriors. We can't leave this bareheaded leader behind. Naturally, we should send him off together. A complete family is what matters." Seeing Xu Chen respond so decisively, even jokingly, the two women were completely impressed by his demeanor. So cool. So handsome. Handsome from the inside out. Their hearts raced like startled deer, and the two gazed at Xu Chen with dreamy eyes, continuing to ask, "Xu Chen, do you need us to do anything? We will definitely help you with all our might." Xu Chen shook his head. "The hidden boss is still too dangerous for you. Just stay back and watch. You don't need to assist me, so the monster's aggro doesn't shift to you." Hearing this, the two women's eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. But they also knew that Xu Chen was speaking the truth. It was for their own good. So they obediently nodded in agreement and urged Xu Chen to be careful. Only Xin Xiaoxiao cheerfully cast a buff skill on Xu Chen, feeling immensely proud, as if she were fighting alongside Brother Jia. Once Xin Xiaoxiao finished casting the buff, Xu Chen did not hesitate, gripping his sword and charging out like the wind. The lizard warrior leader, comfortably enjoying itself in the pond, sensed Xu Chen's presence and opened its large eyes wide. It let out an angry roar, leaping out of the pond and swinging its sharp claws towards Xu Chen. Clang! The sword clashed with the claws, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Although the lizard warrior leader was strong, it was still far inferior to Xu Chen in terms of strength. The 3-meter-tall beast was firmly suppressed by Xu Chen's small body, retreating repeatedly. What incredible strength! This is so reassuring. The three women never expected that in their first encounter with the hidden boss, Xu Chen would actually gain the upper hand in a pure strength contest. Their beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain their cheers. Just then, several blobs of venom shot towards Xu Chen, launched by the corrosive Maine lizard lying in wait nearby. Xu Chen let out a cold snort, and the long sword in his hand erupted with a terrifying force, directly knocking the claw lizard leader back several meters. At the same time, he leaped into the air, dodging the venom attack. Roar! The claw lizard leader was furious, unable to believe that it had lost in strength to this tiny human before it. With a roar, it jumped onto the back of the corrosive main lizard and charged at Chu Chen again. This time, it had learned its lesson. Before reaching Chu Chen, it unleashed its skill-frenzied claw strike. Its sharp claws swung rapidly in the air, moving so fast that they left after images, creating a dense web of claw marks that enveloped Chu Chen. The corrosive main lizard also opened its mouth wide, continuously spraying venom at Chu Chen. Faced with such a fierce assault, Chu Chen remained completely unflustered. His wrist moved quickly, matching the speed of the claw lizard leader. Amidst the sword energy, he condensed a sword energy shield in front of him. Bang bang bang! The claw marks collided violently with the sword energy, exploding and forming chaotic wind blades that sliced the ground and cave walls, creating countless shocking cracks. Puddles of foul-smelling venom were also dispersed by the sword energy, splattering onto the ground and corroding it into deep pits. A deep shock gradually appeared in the protruding eyes of the claw lizard leader. It never expected that this weak human could perfectly withstand all of its claw strikes. There's a flaw. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened as he keenly detected a slight delay in the claw lizard leader's movements. The long sword pierced through the claw marks in midair, directly striking the claw lizard leader's chest like a rainbow piercing the sun. Clang! Accompanied by a piercing sound of metal clashing, the dark golden scales on the claw lizard leader's chest shattered, and its entire chest caved in. Its massive body flew off the back of the corrosive main lizard and plunged into the water pool. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the pool a deep green. Just as Chu Chen was about to continue his pursuit, the corrosive main lizard spewed a cloud of scarlet poison mist in front of him, forcing him to halt. Damn! This beast is so annoying. I have to deal with this beast first. Chu Chen cursed under his breath and slashed several times at the poison mist, the surging sword energy dispersing it completely. Looking towards the water pool, Chu Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The claw lizard leader's eyes were now blood-red, emanating a chilling blood-colored glow. The water in the pool began to boil upon contact with its body. The hidden boss had directly activated frenzy. Oh my god! The hidden boss has actually gone into a frenzy after just 2 moves from Chu Chen. Seeing the blood-colored glow on the hidden boss, the 3 women gasped in excitement and concern. Frenzy is a buff skill that monsters activate when they are at a disadvantage. It is usually used in the later stages of battle for a desperate counterattack. No one expected that Chu Chen would trigger it with just 2 moves. What kind of heaven-defying strength is this? However, after entering a frenzy, a monster's physical and mental state would significantly decrease, while its strength and speed would greatly increase. Could Chu Chen handle it? Roar! The claw lizard leader roared, riding the corrosive main lizard, and charged violently at Chu Chen again. Swish swish swish! Its sharp claws swung in the air, activating Rending Claw. 6 blood-red claw marks crossed each other, carrying immense force, flying through the air. Chu Chen swung his long sword, intending to shatter the claw marks directly. Just then, the claw lizard leader rushed in front of Chu Chen at high speed, spinning like a top, and slammed down with Meteor Tail Hammer with the force of a mountain. The Rending Claw and Meteor Tail Hammer overlapped, and even Chu Chen felt a slight strain. The boar-tooth sword was further compressed and distorted, almost taking on an arched shape. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from the boar-tooth sword, followed by countless fissures spreading across the entire blade. To Chu Chen's astonishment, the boar-tooth sword actually broke. What the hell? Brother sword, you can't be serious? It broke early, it broke late, but it just had to break at this moment. Helpless, Chu Chen had no choice but to drop the broken sword and threw a punch at the Meteor Tail Hammer, using the force to quickly retreat. Seeing Chu Chen's weapon shattered by its own attack, the claw lizard leader revealed a sinister smile. Just as it was about to continue its assault, it suddenly felt an itch on its back. Turning around, it saw 3 weak female humans ambushing it, their various attacks wildly striking its back. One of them, wielding a sword, had even managed to get behind it. Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 women, upon seeing Chu Chen's weapon break, instinctively rushed out together to attack the hidden boss. Unfortunately, the claw lizard leader was simply too strong. The 3 women's frenzied bombardment didn't even leave a scratch on its dark golden scales. The claw lizard leader swept its massive tail, and the meteor tail hammer directly smashed into Zhang Qianhan's shield. Crack crack! The shield flickered erratically, shattering layer by layer. Zhang Qianhan was sent flying, feeling a tightness in her chest and struggling to breathe. The claw lizard leader grinned widely, delighted at how easily it had repelled its enemies. It urged the corrosive main lizard beneath it to charge at the 3 women. It wanted to deal with these 3 weak humans first before going after the troublesome one. Did I allow you to leave? At that moment, Chu Chen flashed like a ghost in front of the claw lizard leader, reaching out to grasp the air. A rift opened in the domain, and a sword of the domain instantly appeared in his hand. When the sword of the domain first emerged, it was still dark and dull, resembling the most ordinary and cheapest black iron sword. But the moment it touched Chu Chen's palm, the sword instantly shed its dullness, shining as if new, with a sharp cold light radiating from its blade. Holding the sword, Chu Chen swung it through the air, creating a breathtaking arc that struck directly at the claw lizard leader's abdomen. Slash! The scales shattered, and a gruesome line of blood erupted, with blood and minced flesh continuously gushing out. So strong! It actually dealt such heavy damage to the hidden boss with just one strike. Zhang Xianhan stood up from the ground, protected by various shields, and she was unharmed. Although she had taken a risk by rushing in, it had bought Chu Chen the time he needed to change weapons. However, after Chu Chen switched to the new sword, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What was that about? Wow! So cool! Qin Xiaoxiao was completely mesmerized by Chu Chen's smooth motion of retrieving the sword from the air. But clearly, Chu Chen wasn't wearing a change ring. How did he switch weapons so instantaneously? What sword is that in Chu Chen's hand? I've never seen it before. Tanya was equally shocked by the power of Chu Chen's strike. With such might, this sword was definitely extraordinary. As the little princess of Skyforge, she had grown up looking at equipment illustrations. Yet at this moment, she couldn't recognize what kind of sword it was at all. The Boartooth sword was only a level 10 weapon. It was already impressive that it lasted this long. Now that I've switched to the sword of the domain, we can have some real fun. Chu Chen coldly smiled at the hidden boss, and the sword in his hand flew through the air like a dazzling meteor, aimed directly at the claw lizard leader's face. Previously, he had only been fighting the monsters with his basic attributes, using a level 10 weapon. But now, this was just the beginning of his true power. Roar! The claw lizard leader roared in fury, its injury triggering berserk, making it even more frenzied. The claw lizard leader stomped on the corrosive mane lizard beneath it, violently commanding it to charge forward. The scythe-like claws were raised high, poised to strike. Just as the claws were about to collide with the long sword, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth. He pressed down slightly with his index finger, and the longsword suddenly changed direction, plunging straight down. The leader of the had yet to react to what was happening. In the next moment, the sword of the domain pierced through the head of the, nailing it firmly to the ground. Kill, Elite, gain 2,000 experience points. The sword of the domain was no ordinary longsword. It was connected to Chu Chen's will, allowing him to control it freely even if it slipped from his grasp. Bang! The mount beneath him suddenly came to a halt, and the leader, due to inertia, fell directly to the ground. The sword of the domain flew up again, wildly slashing at the back of the leader according to Chu Chen's intent. Although the sword of the domain had no rank, its power was not something ordinary equipment could compare to. There was no need to unleash sword energy. With a single slash, the dark golden scales were easily cut through like thin paper, leaving the leader's back a bloody mess. Roar! The excruciating pain nearly drove the leader insane, and it frantically attacked the sword of the domain. However, how could it catch up to the speed of the sword of the domain? All of the leader's attacks struck nothing but air, while its wounds continued to multiply. The hidden boss, which countless job changers feared, was now easily toyed with by Chu Chen like an ant. Ultimately, after Chu Chen grew bored, he severed its head with a single strike. Kill leader, hidden boss, gain 10,000 experience points. Is it over? So abrupt? Zheng Xianhan stared blankly at Chu Chen, hardly believing her eyes. She thought she had already seen the peak of Chu Chen's strength. Never did she expect that this was still not all of it. In the face of his true power, even the enraged hidden boss could only be toyed with like a monkey. God, what kind of monster is this? A level 30 hidden boss is so easily defeated in front of Chu Chen? Being with Chu Chen really gives me a sense of security. I wonder if he would notice me. Tang Yao's alluring red lips parted wide, her shock in her eyes impossible to conceal. The girl's heart raced wildly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Chen, unable to move even an inch. She decided to change her seductive style and become a pure and elegant woman. A self that was both innocent and desirable would surely attract Chu Chen. It's dead? The hidden boss is dead. We really cleared the hidden map. Wow! Brother Jie is amazing. Qin Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed with excitement, her whole body trembling with exhilaration. Chu Chen had truly led them through the hidden map of the jagged plains. Even a level 40 job changer might not be able to do that. More importantly, Chu Chen had cleared it so easily and gracefully. Even with the hidden boss in a frenzy, it was utterly helpless against Chu Chen. His elegant and handsome swordsmanship, along with the freely darting flying sword, was deeply imprinted in Qin Xiaoxiao's heart. It was simply unforgettable. Brother Jie, you're like another sword immortal. Brother Jie, you're like another sword immortal. Qin Xiaoxiao had only wanted to express her admiration for Chu Chen. However, the speaker was oblivious while the listener took it to heart. Sword immortal? Wait. I remember now. Zhang Qianhan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, the vague sense of familiarity in her heart gradually becoming clear. This feeling was precisely the unique sword intent of the sword immortal from the Wild Boar Forest dungeon, wasn't it? Could it be? Could it be that Chu Qin is the sword immortal? Zhang Qianhan's heart raced wildly, her breath seemingly suspended, hardly daring to believe her deduction. I have not failed my mission. The hidden boss really has some strength. Chu Chen sheathed his sword of domain and walked casually towards the three girls. At that moment, a massive amount of experience surged into the bodies of the four, and their levels directly broke through to LV25. They had started the day at LV15, and within a day, they had jumped straight to LV25. The three girls had thought that leveling up twice today would be great. They never expected to level up by 10 levels. The three girls were overjoyed, feeling ecstatic. Brother Jia, what good stuff did the hidden boss drop? Show us. If there's anything you don't need, we can buy it at a high price. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. Although she was the same age as Chu Chen, after witnessing his formidable strength, Qin Xiaoxiao completely regarded him as an older brother. Zhang Qianhan and Tanya nodded in agreement, their beautiful eyes wide with anticipation as they looked at Chu Chen. No problem. Chu Chen readily agreed. Selling to these three little rich girls would definitely earn him more than selling to others. In a team setting, there are three modes for distributing loot: contribution mode, kill mode, and collective distribution mode. Contribution mode distributes loot based on damage dealt, with the highest damage dealer receiving the loot. Kill mode awards the loot to whoever delivers the final blow to the monster, regardless of other factors. Collective distribution mode collects the loot into a shared backpack space, and taking loot from it requires the consent of all teammates. Zhang Qianhan had set it to contribution mode, so along the way, almost all the loot had been collected by Chu Chen. The hidden boss dropped a total of 4 pieces of loot. Let's look at them one by one. Chu Chen said as he took out the first piece of loot, a priest skill book. Blood Prayer, Advanced Level 1, Class Requirement, Priest Skill Effect, Blood Light descends, increasing the target's strength and speed attributes by 20 points for 30 seconds. After the effect ends, the target's strength and speed decrease by 20 points for 40 seconds. Wow! It's an advanced level 1 skill. Although it has a negative effect, it can increase attributes by 40 points in half a minute. That's so strong. Brother Jia, sell it to me for 100,000, please. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she saw the Blood Prayer skill book, shaking Chu Chen's arm and acting cute. A 30-second super boost is more than enough for a battle. This is way stronger than her prayer aura. Okay, I'll sell it to you. Chu Chen smiled as he handed the skill book to Qin Xiaoxiao. Although this skill book was dropped by a hidden boss, its market price was at most 50,000. The little rich girl not only doubled the price but also acted cute to him. Who could resist that? Next, Chu Chen took out the second piece of loot. It was a red ring, crystal clear and very beautiful. Blood Jade Ring, Silver, Level, LV30 Effect, Spirit plus 20 a LV30 piece of equipment that can increase Spirit by 20 points. Even among silver equipment, it is considered top-notch. Chu Chen looked at Tanya and asked, Tanya, do you want this ring? The Spirit attribute can enhance spell damage, and among the four, only Tanya, the Flame Mage, was most suited to use this equipment. Tanya nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. I want it. 210,000. Is that okay? Ha? So much? 140,000 is fine. Chu Chen was taken aback by Tanya's offer. This ring could at most sell for 70,000, yet Tanya directly quoted 3 times the price. This girl must come from a family that sells equipment. She shouldn't be inflating the price this much. No. Just 210,000. I like that number. Tanya's refusal to accept Chu Chen's price cut fully demonstrated what it means to be willfully wealthy. Then, with great anticipation, she extended her hand, her ring finger slightly raised. The meaning was clear, put it on me. Since Tanya didn't mind, Chu Chen had no choice but to comply, placing the blood jade ring on her finger, shedding tears while gaining an extra 70,000. The level 30 blood jade ring had no effect on the level 25 Tanya, it was purely decorative. Yet, she still gazed at the ring with affection, her face filled with happiness. Chu Chen put a ring on me. Oh my god, does this count as a proposal? So shy. The third piece of loot was another skill book, but this one was for the swordsman class. Swift Wind Triple Slash, Tier 1 top level, class requirement, swordsman skill effect, unleashes 3 slashes forward at a speed akin to a swift wind, each slash dealing 150% damage. Oh, it's actually a Tier 1 top level skill. Seeing the grade of this skill book, even Chu-chan couldn't help but be surprised. Generally, a Tier 1 top-level skill book would only drop from level 80 or 90 monsters. He never expected that this level 30 hidden boss would drop one. Even for a hidden boss, this was quite rare. Zhang Qianhan's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing the skill book. This Swift Wind triple slash should be the advanced skill of her Swift Wind slash. Before reaching level 100 in the second class transfer, this skill could be considered one of the strongest for the swordsman class. Chu-chan, Just as Zhang Qianhan was about to speak up to buy the skill book, she saw Chu-chan gently squeeze it, causing the skill book to shatter into specks of light and merge into Chu-chan's body. Zhang Qianhan was left dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on? Chu-chan, he used the skill book? No way. Isn't he a domain master? How can he use a swordsman's skill book? Tanya and Xin Xiaoxiao stared at Chu-chan in disbelief. But soon, they understood, their expressions shifting to realization. Brother Jia, so you are a swordsman? I knew it, how could a domain master be this strong? As they spoke, the two girls shot a resentful glance at Zhang Qianhan, seemingly blaming her for not clarifying the class information, which made them look foolish in front of Chu-chan. Chu-chan is a swordsman, but the data clearly shows he is a domain master? He even admitted it himself. Zhang Qianhan felt a bit of a headache, her brain cells seemingly insufficient. Chu-chan chuckled, not bothering to explain. He couldn't just say, the domain master is too strong, and I also moonlight as a swordsman. Next, Chu-chan took out the last piece of loot. It was a sharp long sword, its blade shining like a mirror, radiating a chilling light, with a fierce lizard carved on it. Lizard pattern longsword, silver, level 30 effect, strength plus 15, speed plus 10. The overall attributes of this sword were even higher than the blood jade ring, making it a top-tier item. Zhang Qianhan looked at the long sword with considerable fondness, but she didn't voice her desire to buy it. After all, her needs conflicted with Chu-chan's. He was likely keeping this sword for himself. Thinking about how both her friends had obtained loot while she had nothing, Zhang Qianhan felt quite dejected. It wasn't that the loot was particularly precious, but rather that it held significant meaning. It represented their first successful completion of a hidden map and the time spent fighting alongside Chu-chan. Just as Zhang Qianhan sighed inwardly, a strong hand directly presented the lizard pattern longsword before her. Qianhan, you can use this sword. Chu-chan said sincerely, a brilliant smile on his face. As someone who possessed the sword of the domain, his requirements for weapons were actually quite low. Moreover, he was leveling up too quickly, this sword would likely be obsolete in no time. Rather than keeping it for himself, it was more valuable to give it to Zhang Qianhan. Give it to me? Zhang Qianhan was filled with surprise, not expecting Chu-chan to be willing to part with such a top-quality longsword. How much? Is 300,000 okay? Overwhelmed with joy, Zhang Qianhan blurted out a jaw-dropping price. For her, 300,000 was no small amount. After all, as the daughter of the town's guardian, her wealth couldn't compare to Tanya and Xin Xiaoxiao. However, she felt that spending 300,000 to acquire this longsword was absolutely worth it. Chu-chan smiled and waved his hand. No need, this lizard pattern longsword is a gift for you. After all, you helped me a lot with the Liang Jinming situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly accepted the lizard pattern longsword. If it had been before, she could have accepted Chu-chan's words as a matter of course. But after witnessing Chu-chan's true strength, she understood that even without her, he could easily resolve the situation. Moreover, Chu-chan might be the legendary sword immortal. Alright, we've cleared the hidden map, so let's head out. There's about an hour left until 6 o'clock. Let's hurry, maybe we can level up once more. Chu-chan led the three girls back, returning to the rugged plain. Along the way, they chatted animatedly. After today's team leveling and experiencing incredibly dangerous challenges together, the bond between Chu-chan and the three girls quickly deepened. Although they had known each other for less than a day, they had already become very good friends. Zhang Qianhan gazed at Chu-chan with her beautiful eyes, feeling that the young man before her was so powerful and mysterious. She wanted to ask, Chu-chan, are you a sword immortal? But the words always stuck in her throat. She worried that if she said it, and if Chu-chan really was a sword immortal, the wonderful atmosphere would shatter in an instant. The four of them laughed and joked, seemingly adding a splash of color to the dim cave. Soon, they walked out of the hidden map. Once the hidden map was cleared, the spatial door would no longer be concealed, and the monsters within would respawn normally. However, both the level and difficulty would be downgraded to the normal difficulty of the rugged plain. Just as the four were still immersed in the joy of clearing the hidden map, several shadow arrows suddenly shot out from behind a rock, flying towards them. Be careful! Chu Chen keenly detected the ambush, spreading his arms wide to embrace the three girls and retreating. The three beautiful women fell into his arms simultaneously, their fragrant scent making one's imagination run wild. But at that moment, Chu Chen had no time to enjoy it. He placed the three girls at the edge of the hidden map and stepped forward, standing in front of them. Bang bang bang! The shadow arrows pierced the ground, and the shadowy power exploded, creating several sizable craters. Interesting, you actually dodged it. Hey, handsome, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Accompanied by a voice that sent shivers down one's spine, a provocatively dressed woman with red lips emerged from behind a boulder. From behind two other boulders, a short young man and a scar-faced muscular man also stepped out. The three had been lying in ambush for some time. Normally, entering a hidden dungeon required leaving someone outside to guard or setting up barriers to prevent outsiders from discovering it and harboring ill intentions. However, since it was Chu Chen and the others' first time entering, they lacked experience, which is why they were so easily found by the scar-faced muscular man and his companions. Upon noticing that Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan had entered the hidden map, the three had decided to lie and wait outside. After all, the situation inside the hidden map is unknown, and there are various powerful hidden monsters. If something goes wrong, the people above won't let them off. TSK, one guy with three girls, you really have some luck with the ladies. But can your small frame handle it? How about I help you share the burden? The scar-faced strong man greedily looked at the three women behind Chu Chen, leering at their bodies. The young master's task only required bringing back Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan, so the other two beautiful women were just their spoils of war, right? TSK, such a young and beautiful body, he didn't know how long it had been since he had tasted something like that. Dungeon robbers? The four of them looked at the three who showed no concealment of their malice, their expressions turning serious. Dungeon robbers are a group of people who rely on plundering other job changers for profit. Because the monitoring and communication in the dungeon are significantly affected, management is extremely difficult. Evil breeds in such an environment, ultimately forming the black and evil group known as dungeon robbers. I am Zhang Qianhan, the daughter of the guardian of Dongxing City. You three, leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Zhang Qianhan stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Chen, her gaze icy as she looked at the three opposite them, directly revealing her identity. From the shadow arrow attack just now, it was clear that the three were quite powerful, definitely not something the four of them, as new job changers, could contend with. Therefore, she could only reveal her identity, trying to scare the three off with the reputation of the guardian. However, the scar-faced strong man and his companions laughed heartily upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, thank you for being so honest with us. Now we can be sure we didn't find the wrong person. Upon hearing this, the four of them felt a chill in their hearts. These three dungeon robbers weren't a coincidence, they had come specifically for Zhang Qianhan. Who are you? What do you want? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid of my father's crazy revenge? Zhang Qianhan's face darkened like water. She never expected that someone in Dongxing City would dare to target her, the daughter of the guardian. The scar-faced strong man paid no heed to Zhang Qianhan's threat, sneering, "Humph, guardian? What does that mean? There are big shots above backing us." The short young man impatiently glanced at the scar-faced strong man. Why are you wasting time with them? Hurry up and complete the task, don't keep the young master waiting. After saying that, the short young man grinned menacingly, gripping his long sword, and charged at Chu Chen with incredible speed. The young master had said that this kid named Chu Chen could be played with at will, so he wouldn't hold back. He would first chop off a couple of arms to see some blood. Chu Chen, be careful. The faces of the three women turned pale in an instant. The short young man almost appeared in front of Chu Chen in the blink of an eye, the long sword flashing coldly as it swung straight for Chu Chen's right arm. Facing the rapid assault, Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his palm grasping nothing, and the sword of the domain suddenly appeared in his hand. He stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading, and similarly swung his sword at the short young man's arm. Are you planning to trade injury for injury with me? Good kid, you have some guts, but it's useless. With my speed, after chopping off your arm, I can still dodge easily. Ha ha ha, blame it on your low level. The short young man laughed wildly, as if he could already see the tragic scene of Chu Chen's plan failing in losing an arm. The next moment, just as the long sword was about to strike Chu Chen, it seemed to slip, uncontrollably changing direction and swinging down towards the ground. The short young man's pupils constricted, and before he could understand what had happened, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left arm. Scalding blood sprayed everywhere as a perfectly good arm flew high into the air. This short guy is really cunning. He was reluctant to take the task, but now he wants to steal the credit. Seeing the short young man rush out first, the scar-faced strong man couldn't help but curse. The three of them had been working together for a long time and knew each other well. The short young man seemed timid as a mouse, but in reality, he was fierce and cunning, like a venomous snake. With him taking action, Shu Chen and the others had no chance of winning. This is a task for the three of us. Since he is willing to help, let him go, said the woman with red lips, lazily leaning against the reef. It's just a pity for that little handsome guy named Shu Chen. He will probably suffer some inhumane torment. Dealing with 4 new transferees, the short young man was more than enough. The scar-faced strong man and the woman with red lips watched leisurely, their faces full of mockery, eagerly anticipating the upcoming slaughter performance. Swish! Swish! 2 beams of sword light almost simultaneously cut through the air, and an arm flew high into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! My arm! The short young man clutched his empty left shoulder, howling in agony. The scar-faced strong man and the woman with red lips' pupils suddenly constricted, exclaiming, How is this possible? The expected scene of Chu Chen's wailing did not occur. Instead, the short young man lost an arm, blood gushing everywhere. A level 45 short young man lost to Chu Chen, who had just changed jobs. Not good. This kid is strange, let's go together. The scar-faced strong man shouted, charging at Chu Chen like a tank. As he ran, his hands gradually became covered with heavy rock, incredibly hard. His profession was A-level rock warrior, and his terrifying strength and defense were his advantages. The woman with red lips felt a chill in her heart and quickly began chanting from her magic book. She didn't know how Chu Chen managed to evade the attack while also severing the short young man's arm. But being able to injure the short young man meant she could be hurt too, which gave her an ominous premonition. Perhaps this task was not as simple as it seemed. Damn it! What did you just do? The short young man screamed in hysteria. Just a moment ago, he was so close to cutting off Chu Chen's arm, but this kid had used some strange skill to deflect his attack. This kid was truly insidious. The short young man naturally didn't know that Chu Chen, possessing the heavenly Dao sword body, was the true master of all swords. How could mere mortal swords dare to touch the sword master? Chu Chen ignored the reactions of the three, swinging his long sword towards the sky, unleashing several sword energies that instantly chopped the short young man's severed arm into countless pieces, completely shattering any hope of regrowing it. Ah! Chu Chen! You bastard! What did you just do? My arm! You dare to destroy my arm! I will make you pay! Seeing this scene, the short young man's eyes were about to burst with rage. Ignoring the blood gushing from his severed arm, he crazily charged at Chu Chen. How does this guy know my name? Chu Chen frowned. He hadn't revealed his identity in front of the three. There was no time to think further, as the short young man and the scar-faced strong man had already closed in on him. The scar-faced strong man clasped his arms together, raising them high like 2 thick stone pillars, crashing down on Chu Chen like a mountain. Chu Chen paid no attention to the short young man. As long as he continued to attack with the long sword, he would never be able to harm him. Swift wind triple slash. 3 slashes struck like lightning, at a terrifying speed that the naked eye couldn't capture, directly cleaving into the scar-faced strong man's rocky arm. With Chu Chen's extremely high attributes as a base, combined with the high multiplier of swift wind triple slash, and the 100% enhancement of sword skills from the heavenly Dao sword body. Even with a full 20 level difference, Chu Chen's attack still shattered the hard rock on the scar-faced strong man's arm, tearing a deep wound into his rough flesh. What? You actually broke my rock-armored gauntlet? The scar-faced brute's eyes widened in shock, his whole being as if he had seen a ghost. He knew better than anyone how high the defense of his rock-armored gauntlet was, especially those who had died at his hands among the same-tier job changers. Yet now, it had been shattered by a rookie job changer? The scar-faced brute felt as if his worldview had been shaken, standing frozen in place. Is he actually stunned? What a great opportunity! After shattering the scar-faced brute's rock-armored gauntlet, Chu Chen's hands throbbed with pain. But seeing the scar-faced brute dazed, he gritted his teeth against the pain and had to strike again. The long sword soared through the air, its intent fierce, piercing like a meteor straight at the scar-faced brute's chest. The short youth and the woman with red lips were taken aback by this scene. Gale slash! The short youth's sword light flickered wildly, fast as a phantom, directly using the skilled Gale slash. However, just as the long sword was about to make contact with Chu Chen, it veered uncontrollably in another direction. The short youth stumbled, nearly falling. Frustrated, he swung at Chu Chen again, but the long sword bounced off once more. The woman with red lips conjured a shadow-black python, twisting its body, lunging at Chu Chen to try to block his attack on the scar-faced brute. Just as the shadow-black python approached within 5 meters of Chu Chen, 6 flying swords appeared out of thin air. One flying sword pierced through the python's gaping maw, thrashing wildly. The other 5 flying swords crazily sliced through the python's scales, sword energy surging, producing a series of clanging sounds. To block the shadow black python, Chu-Chen summoned the swords of his domain once more. Under the combined assault of several domain swords, the shadow black python's body gradually thinned, ultimately dissipating unwillingly before Chu-Chen. At the same time, Chu-Chen finally charged in front of the scar-faced brute, his long sword thrusting forward. Just then, the scar-faced brute suddenly awoke, instinctively twisting his body to protect his vital points. The long sword thudded as it pierced into the scar-faced brute's right arm, penetrating through. Ah! The scar-faced brute cried out in pain, his right arm hanging limply, unable to lift it again. How is this possible? This kid is really a rookie job changer? The scar-faced brute staggered back, his gaze towards Chu-Chen tinged with a hint of fear. 3 level 45 job changers attacking together not only failed to achieve quick results but had even allowed Chu-Chen to sever an arm. Not to mention seeing, he had never even heard of such a terrifying rookie job changer. Damn it! What kind of defensive skill does this kid have? How is he slipperier than an eel? Clearly filled with hatred for Chu-Chen, yet no matter what, they couldn't land a hit on him, driving the short youth nearly mad with rage. More importantly, he couldn't discern what skill Chu-Chen was using. It was as if Chu-Chen had done nothing at all, completely ignoring him, yet he truly couldn't hit Chu-Chen, which infuriated the short youth to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. What kind of skill is this? He summons so many flying swords. How could my shadow black python be killed so easily? The woman with red lips was equally horrified. Her shadow black python had slain several job changers of the same level. She had never imagined that one of her trump cards would be so fragile. The woman with red lips reigned in her scattered state, her gaze cold as she looked at Chu-Chen, darkly saying, "This kid is too strange. Delay will bring change, hold nothing back, quickly injure him. If it comes to it, killing him is fine, I'll explain to the young master afterward." Alright, the short youth and the scar-faced brute had no objections. Phantom sword slash, giant rock charge, shadow prison. The 3 level 45 job changers unleashed their strongest moves. Damn! Not only are you bullying the weak, but you're also outnumbering me? How shameless can you be? Seeing the terrifying attacks coming, Chu-Chen couldn't help but curse loudly. Just now, it seemed that he had the upper hand against the 3, but that was merely a surprise tactic. The brute with the scarred face had struck with such force that his palms still felt numb, and his 6 swords of the domain were nearly dulled from the effort to slay the shadow black python. Now, to deal with the 3, aside from using his domain power, he could only wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Chu-Chen continuously dodged and evaded, narrowly escaping the trio's assaults. For a moment, he appeared quite flustered. The scarred brute and the woman with red lips noticed this and their expressions gradually relaxed. Chu-Chen was indeed strong, almost absurdly so. But after all, he was a newcomer to the profession, and under their terrifying level 45 pressure, he could only flee in embarrassment, with no time to counterattack. Of course, this did not apply to the short young man's attacks. Facing the short young man, Chu-Chen didn't even glance, showing no respect whatsoever. "Shorty, if you keep slacking off, be careful I report you to the young master." The scarred brute yelled at the short young man. If it weren't for the short young man's lack of effort, they might have already captured Chu-Chen. Bullshit slacking off. I've never worked this hard even on a woman's belly. It's mainly because this kid is just too much for me. Damn it! The short young man cursed back. He was using all his strength, drenched in sweat, yet he hadn't landed a single hit on Chu-Chen. The short young man was so frustrated he felt like he could spit blood. What to do? What to do? Chu-Chen probably can't hold on much longer. Tanya stared at the battle, her forehead dripping with sweat. She had just tried to assist Chu-Chen with fire spells, but her attacks were far too weak against a level 45 professional. The 3 didn't even need to block, they could easily withstand her with their bodies. Zhang Qianhan bit her red lips tightly, desperately thinking of a way to break the deadlock. She bit her soft pink lips until they bled, completely unaware. She had tried several times to use her phone to contact her father, to reach the dungeon's management, but there was no signal at all. It was clear that the dungeon robbers had used a jamming device. This left Zhang Qianhan feeling deeply powerless, even wanting to rush in and fight alongside Chu-Chen, even if it meant death. Qin Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, tightly gripped a golden skill scroll, trembling in fear. This was a life-saving trump card given to her by her father, a second-tier skill scroll containing the advanced skill fire explosion. This skill scroll might be able to kill the dungeon robbers, but the blast radius of fire explosion was too large. Given their levels, they would likely struggle to escape. Once used, it would be a case of inflicting 1,000 damage on the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Although she was terrified, at this point, she had no choice but to use it. She absolutely did not want to see Chu-Chen killed in front of her. Just as Qin Xiaoxiao was about to use the fire explosion skill scroll, the battle situation suddenly changed. Chu Chen, with a grim expression, withdrew from the fray, standing at a distance, coldly gazing at the three dungeon robbers. Since the three had become wary, his several sneak attacks had all failed, igniting some real fire within him. Forget it. Continuing to fight won't yield any results. The level gap is just too great. To be able to hold out for so long against 3 level 45 professionals at level 25 is already quite impressive. It's just that my profession is too powerful. If I were any other class, I probably wouldn't last even a second under this level 20 dimensional suppression. Originally, Chu Chen hadn't planned to use his domain power. After all, the Liang group was definitely still searching for him. They had second transformation experts stationed. Second transformation experts were professionals above level 100. Even with his sword domain, facing such strong opponents, he would likely have no power to fight back. But now, with someone bullying him to this extent, if he didn't use all his strength, it could be a matter of life and death, so Chu Chen no longer needed to hold back. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore? Realized the reality? Ha ha, just give up struggling, and I can make it quick for you. The scar-faced strong man raised a rock weighing hundreds of pounds with his left arm, laughing sinisterly. A genius like Chu Chen was something he had never seen in his life. Burying such a dazzling talent with his own hands was a great joy. After catching him, I want to slash him a few times first. The short young man shouted breathlessly. This was the most frustrating task he had ever faced. He's already at the end of his rope, so I'll leave him to you. I'll go deal with those 3 women first. The woman with red lips coldly glanced at Chu Chen, finally feeling a weight lift from her heart. A genius who hasn't grown up is not a genius. She took out a dagger, her gaze as venomous as a snake, darkly looking at Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 women. The dungeon robbers were actually divided into 2 types. One type sought wealth, and the other sought pleasure. The 3 of them belonged to the latter. They enjoyed the thrill of killing and relished the sight of other job changers begging for mercy. What the woman with red lips loved most was painting on the faces of other women, carving out bright red marks with her dagger. Blood mixed with tears, a mark they could never wipe away in their lifetime. Unfortunately, the young master had requested to protect Zhang Qianhan's face, which meant her joy today had to be reduced by a third. Just as the woman with red lips was about to approach Zhang Qianhan and the others, the sky suddenly darkened. A terrifying sword intent, as if it came from the heavens, descended upon this place in an instant. The short young man, the scar-faced strong man, and the woman with red lips felt as if they were locked onto by some terrifying presence, instinctively looking up at the sky, their pupils almost tearing apart in shock. They saw a terrifying mountain, like a savage beast, tearing through space, slowly appearing above the jagged plain. The oppressive feeling that blotted out the sun made it hard for the 3 of them to even breathe. What horrified them even more was that this towering mountain was not made of rock, but countless dark and powerful swords. Wait! Why does this sword look so familiar? Isn't this the sword Chu Chen just used? Could it be? No way! How is that possible? The 3 dungeon robbers' eyes widened in disbelief, absolutely refusing to believe that this terrifying mountain of swords was the work of Chu Chen. The vast sword intent, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons, pressed down towards them. The 3 felt a heavy weight on their shoulders, and their bodies uncontrollably knelt down. The short young man's face was filled with terror as he desperately tried to swing his sword towards the sky. However, the sword slipped from his hand and flew towards the mountain of swords on its own. The woman with red lips instantly conjured shadow arrows and a shadow black python to block in front of her, while also forming a shadow cage to protect herself. However, under the overwhelming sword intent, these attacks were like a leaf floating on the water, instantly scattered and disappeared. The scar-faced strong man, relying on his strong physique, held on a little longer, but under the fully unleashed domain power, he could only bow his head in unwillingness. Crack! Crack! Ah! The 3 of them heavily knelt on the ground, their knees shattered, crying out in pain. At level 25, Chu Chen, fully unleashing his domain power, made the 3 level 45 job changers collapse in an instant. The domain power was terrifying. Isn't this the phenomenon when the sword immortal appears? I didn't expect this mountain to be entirely made of swords. So shocking. My heart feels like it's about to jump out. Wait, why would the sword immortal suddenly appear? Could the sword immortal have come to save us on purpose? The sword immortal must have known we formed a fan club. Is this the bond between fans and idols? Great! We're saved! Tangya and Qin Xiaoxiao stared in shock at the giant mountain in the sky, their pretty faces flushed with excitement, incredibly alluring. On the brink of despair, just as they were about to perish together, the sudden appearance of the sword mountain felt like the dawn before the light, making the 2 completely believe in their heart's connection. Sword immortal, dancing swords in the 9 heavens. Sword immortal, the sword intent is endless, the feelings are endless. We will always be your little fans. Only Zhang Qianhan was staring intently at Shu Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Indeed, Shu Chen is the sword immortal. Ha! Shu Chen is the sword immortal. Qianhan, what are you talking about? Tangya and Qin Xiaoxiao were captivated by the chaotic sword mountain, too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. Hearing Zhang Qianhan's words, the two thought she was joking, but the moment they looked at Shu Chen, their voices suddenly stopped. At that moment, Shu Chen's demeanor changed drastically, a terrifying sword intent enveloping him like a tangible force, as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. That terrifying sword intent, like an ocean, caused a stinging pain even with the slightest touch, as if countless blades were gently slicing through them. Graceful and ethereal, his aura was that of a true celestial being descending to the mortal realm. In that moment, they finally understood. This towering sword mountain was actually Shu Chen's domain. Shu Chen, he truly was a domain master, the first in history to possess a domain. Shu Chen stood on a flying sword, hovering low before the three dungeon robbers, and coldly said, "I ask, you answer, only one chance." Without waiting for the three to respond, Shu Chen looked at the short young man and directly asked, "Who sent you?" "This." The short young man stammered, his expression conflicted, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Although Shu Chen was terrifying, the Liang group was an enormous entity, and neither side was easy to provoke. "It must be Liang Jinming." Just as the short young man hesitated, Shu Chen's voice rang out again. If the three had simply come for the daughter of the town guardian, Shu Chen truly couldn't determine who the mastermind was. But since the short young man had inadvertently revealed his name, it became intriguing. He and Zhang Qianhan shared a common enemy, capable of sending 3 level 45 job changers for assassination. The truth was self-evident. Liang Group, Liang Jinming. The short young man shivered at the mention, not expecting Shu Chen already knew the truth. If he continued to hide it, it would indeed be foolish. Yes. It was Liang Jinming who sent us. Sir, I. Before the short young man could finish, a flying sword flashed coldly and directly sliced him in half. You answered too slowly. Shu Chen approached the scar-faced strong man and spoke again in a deep voice. Where is Liang Jinming now? The scar-faced strong man struggled to lift his head, meeting Shu Chen's gaze, and hoarsely asked, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" "No, but you can die a quick death." Shu Chen's answer was decisive, with no hint of concealment. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced strong man suddenly laughed savagely. "Then why the hell would I tell you? Shu Chen, no matter how powerful you are, how could a mere individual stand against a giant like the Liang Group? From now on, you will live in fear of the Liang Group." Ha ha ha. Shu Chen looked at the scar-faced strong man expressionlessly, and after he finished speaking, coldly threw out 4 words, "As you wish." The next moment, 2 flying swords pierced through the scar-faced strong man's shoulder blades, lifting him high into the sky. Countless flying swords shot out from the chaotic sword mountain, swiftly weaving around the scar-faced strong man. With each pass, a thin layer of flesh was sliced away, layer by layer, one after another. Lingqi, 1,000 cuts. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the sky. Shu Chen knew his methods were cruel, but he did not care. Liang Jinming used discarded copies to trap himself, then came to oppress him, and finally even sent assassins to kill him. Had they ever shown him any mercy? For his enemies, Shu Chen would harbor no compassion. Where is Liang Jinming now? Shu Chen slowly walked up to the woman with red lips and asked the same question. The woman with red lips turned pale with fear, repeatedly bowing her head. He is 5 kilometers to the north, where there is a huge reef. Liang Jinming agreed to meet us there. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen fell silent, closing his eyes and directly activating domain vision. The location the woman mentioned was just within the coverage of the domain, allowing him to easily determine the truth of her words. Soon, Shu Chen saw the huge reef. However, he did not find Liang Jinming's figure. Instead, he discovered numerous signs of traps. Oh, that should be your stronghold. So, you plan to lure me there and escape using the traps? You even want to take the opportunity to eliminate me? Shu Chen reopened his eyes, looking at the woman with red lips with an unruffled gaze, but his words sent her into an icy abyss. How? How did you know? The woman with red lips looked at Shu Chen in terror, unable to understand how he could see through her plan after just a moment of contemplation. The wails of the scar-faced man still echoed in her ears, and in an instant, she thought of her own fate. A bone-chilling fear surged within her, and she knocked her head against the ground repeatedly, pleading for mercy. My lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had such thoughts. I just wanted to escape. I never thought of harming you. My lord. No, don't. After dealing with the woman with red lips, Shu Chen closed his eyes again and activated domain vision. Although domain vision allowed him to see everything within the domain, searching for a person in such a vast area was quite time-consuming. However, since Liang Jinming had intentions to kill him, Chu Chen would definitely not let him go. Even if it meant searching inch by inch, he would find Liang Jinming. He believed that since Liang Jinming dared to act against Zhang Qianhan, he must be within the rugged plains instance. After all, once he left the instance, the wrath of the guards was something he could not bear. Those were third-turn experts, super strong beings above level 200. Brother Jia really is a sword immortal. Qin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, looking at Chu Chen in shock, her whole being in a daze. Chu Chen, sword immortal? Sword immortal, Chu Chen? Tanya also stared at Chu Chen, her sexy lips repeatedly murmuring Chu Chen and sword immortal, as if she had developed some kind of obsession. Seeing the two women like this, Zhang Qianhan couldn't help but sigh. They had originally treated Chu Chen as a friend, but suddenly learning that he was the sword immortal created an unavoidable sense of distance due to the disparity in status. She felt the same. Now, it would be difficult for her to joke and laugh with Chu Chen again. Yeah, Xiao, don't be too sad. Just as Zhang Qianhan was about to comfort her two friends, they suddenly covered their faces and began to shout. An alluring crimson rose from their cheeks, spreading all the way to their necks, resembling two ripe peaches. I said so many words of admiration in front of Brother Jia, and now I think about it, how embarrassing. What are you talking about? I even admitted that I wanted to tie the sword immortal to the bed. He heard it all. Oh my! How will Brother Jia see me now? Will he think of me as his number one little fan? Xiao, what are you thinking? I'm the number one fan. I know the hardness of every muscle on his body. Tanya and Qin Xiaoxiao had never felt so awkward in their lives, but amidst the embarrassment, there was a hint of secret delight. Although they had been shouting and screaming, the smiles at the corners of their mouths were harder to suppress than AK. After all, they had been with their idol all day, and they had so joyfully leveled up, cleared hidden maps, taken photos, and chatted. It was simply the happiest day of their lives. Hey, you two, enough already. Zhang Qianhan's mouth twitched, her head filled with black lines. The script seemed to be different from what she had imagined. I found it. Suddenly, Chu Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide with surprise. After relentless effort, he had finally found Liang Jinming. You three stay here, I'll handle this. Chu Chen instructed Zhang Qianhan and the others, then soared into the air on his sword, shooting like a meteor towards Liang Jinming. Okay. Chu Chen, don't worry, I promise not to move, you go ahead. Watching Chu Chen's dashing figure disappear into the distance, Tanya's beautiful eyes turned into heart shapes. Handsome, domineering, fierce, even his slightly commanding tone made Tanya feel dizzy. Chu Chen is simply my perfect dream lover. If I could roll in the sheets with him just once, it would be worth it. Zhang Qianhan's forehead was covered in black lines, unable to hold back her reminder. Yeah, you already know Chu Chen's identity, why are you still saying that? Tanya smiled charmingly and said matter-of-factly, right, since Chu Chen already knows my thoughts, why should I hide them? Women should bravely charge forward for love. Who knows, it might just work out. Qin Xiaoxiao felt that Tanya's words made a bit of sense, and her heart stirred slightly, but there was one thing she didn't understand. Yeah, why are you so fixated on tying Brother Jia to the bed? We can chat, eat snacks, and play together anywhere. Tanya's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she leaned close to Qin Xiaoxiao's ear, whispering, Xiao, you don't understand. In bed, Chu Chen can release buff skills on me. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao was even more confused. Isn't Brother Jia a domain master? Can he even use buff skills? Tanya's pretty face was burning. Oh, it's that kind of skill. You'll understand when you grow up. On the rugged plains, the job changers were happily grinding monsters when suddenly the sky darkened. Looking up, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? What is that in the sky? A spaceship? UFO? No, that looks like a mountain. Who the hell is so awesome to throw a mountain into the sky? Wait, do you guys feel a bit familiar? This seems to be the phenomenon when the Sword Immortal appears. Sword Immortal? Is that for real? I have a photo, let me take a look. What the hell? It really is. Let me take a picture first. There's still time for photos. Run! The Sword Immortal is coming to blow up the dungeon again. Oh my god. What terrifying existence has the Liang group offended? Are they planning to destroy all the dungeons of the Liang group? Sword Immortal, please don't attack yet. Let us run for 5 minutes. I don't want to die yet. Although most of the job changers had never seen the Sword Immortal in person, they were all well aware of the legendary tale of the Sword Immortal destroying the wild boar forest with a single strike. In an instant, everyone forgot about leveling up and desperately ran towards the dungeon entrance. Damn it! Why is this sword guy back again? Is it never ending? Just wait. This time I absolutely won't let you get away. Liang Jinming glared at the sword mountain in the sky, his anger boiling, his face twisted in rage. Repeatedly destroying their Liang Group's business. Did this sword guy really think the Liang Group was a soft persimmon? Quick! Notify the company, send someone over, send a skilled person, and make sure to capture this swordsman. I want to see who it is, daring to cause trouble on our Liang family's territory. Yes, young master. The bodyguard swallowed hard, quickly dialing the phone to inform the Liang Group headquarters. Young master, I've already informed headquarters. This place isn't safe to stay, we should leave quickly. Liang Jinming didn't nod immediately, as his worries were not yet resolved. Have there been any updates on those three? Is it really taking this long to catch 2 new transferees? These useless trash should be guarding the entrance. He thought it wouldn't take long for the 3 level 45 transferees to capture Chu Chen and Zheng Qianhan. He never expected these 3 useless fools to drag it out for 3 whole hours. The bodyguard shook his head helplessly. While slacking off at work is common, it was clear that the 3 were going too far. Leaving the boss hanging for 3 hours was truly unacceptable. Leave a message for those 3 useless fools, we'll withdraw first. Wait. Chu Chen? Just as Liang Jinming was about to leave the rugged plain dungeon, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking slowly from behind. Dressed in the most ordinary clothes, yet possessing an incredibly handsome face. Wasn't it the Chu Chen he had been grinding his teeth over, thinking about day and night? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect heaven to be helping me. It doesn't want me to return disappointed. Great, great. This way, I can explain the wild boar forest dungeon to my dad. Liang Jinming laughed heartily, thinking his luck had turned, excited to unexpectedly run into Chu Chen just as he was about to leave. Go! Capture Chu Chen for me. First, force him to reveal information about the Iron Mine dungeon, then kill him and feed him to the lizards. Isn't it perfectly normal for someone to die in a dungeon? Ha ha ha, Chu Chen, dare to provoke me? Dare to extort me? You should look at your own status. A million, do you have the life to take it? Do you have the life to spend it? Die. Just die for me. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Liang Jinming laughed maniacally, directly giving orders to the bodyguard. On his Liang Group's territory, in this lawless dungeon, Liang Jinming completely tore off his disguise. Understood, young master. Seeing that Chu Chen was all alone, a fierce look appeared on the bodyguard's face. What I fear is the daughter of the guardian, not you, a lowly civilian. Chu Chen, from now on, you'll be a lowly ghost in this rugged plain. Ha ha ha. The bodyguard fiercely pounded his chest, and instantly countless black hairs sprouted from his body, transforming him into a giant ape. A-class profession giant ape warrior, a beast transformation type profession, capable of reverting to a primal state for a short time, unleashing boundless power. Chu Chen, die for me. The bodyguard stomped the ground and leaped up, his arms clenched into hammers in midair, smashing down towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen coldly watched everything, his steps not pausing for a moment. Countless flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars, effortlessly piercing through the bodyguard's form. Thud thud. In an instant, the bodyguard was filled with densely packed flying swords, hanging in the air like a porcupine, blood dripping down. Death came too quickly, he didn't even have time to let out a wail. This. Liang Jinming's laughing face suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Dead? His bodyguard, a level 50 transferee, had died in the blink of an eye? What's going on? What the hell is happening? This sword. This damned sword. Where did it come from? Liang Jinming screamed hysterically, his body trembling uncontrollably. Watching Chu Chen approach with a cold gaze, holding the very sword that had slain the bodyguard, Liang Jinming felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Chu Chen, was it you who did this? Was it you? Wait. I understand. You are that swordsman. You are that sword immortal. You actually forged a domain. Between life and death, Liang Jinming suddenly realized everything. The sword immortal he feared like a tiger, the one he hated to the bone, Chu Chen, was actually the same person. An unparalleled fear instantly enveloped Liang Jinming. His legs went weak as he stumbled backward, falling to the ground, desperately pleading with a hoarse voice, Chu Chen, I'm sorry, I. Swish. A cold light flashed, blood splattered, and his head rolled away with a thud. You talk too much, save it for the underworld. After killing Liang Jinming and shattering his body, Chu Chen soared into the air on his sword, returning to the hidden map. Zheng Qianhan, Tangya, and Qin Xiaoxiao were still obediently staying in the hidden map, dancing and saying something. Upon seeing Chu Chen flying back on his sword, the 3 women looked over in unison, excitedly saying, Chu Chen, you're back. Shu Chen nodded and got straight to the point. Liang Jinming is dead, I killed him. After a brief silence, the three women clapped their hands in agreement. Well done. He actually hired assassins to kill us, he's truly lawless. Right. I'll tell my dad when we get back, the Liang group must pay the price. Shu Chen, since Liang Jinming sent people to assassinate us, you acted in self-defense, so you don't need to worry about the consequences. I will inform my father truthfully. During the earlier interrogation, they also learned that the mastermind was Liang Jinming. Therefore, they anticipated that Shu Chen had just left to teach Liang Jinming a lesson. However, they did not expect Shu Chen to be so decisive, ruthlessly killing the only heir of the Liang group. I know you plan to use your family's power to retaliate against the Liang group, but I hope you won't do that for now. Seeing the indignant expressions of the three women, Shu Chen could guess that once they left the instance, they would immediately inform their families. Then, Dongxing City would likely erupt into a bloody storm. Shu Chen naturally welcomed the Liang group suffering a blow, but this outcome did not satisfy him. Shu Chen's words left the three women stunned, all looking at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Shu Chen, why? Liang Jinming's actions are undoubtedly a serious provocation, we must retaliate. Moreover, even if the Liang group doesn't know you are the killer now, they will likely trace it back to you through the wild boar forest instance, and then you will be in danger too. The three women immediately became agitated, they were eager to take revenge on the Liang group, and the most important reason was for Shu Chen. After all, although Liang Jinming had attacked them, with Shu Chen around, the three were safe. But if the Liang group learned of this, they would probably hunt Shu Chen to the ends of the earth. My thoughts are the same as yours, even more urgent. I want the Liang group to be destroyed. If you don't eliminate the roots, the grass will grow back in spring. I don't want to worry every night that someone might suddenly appear to assassinate me. Shu Chen waved his hand to calm the excited three women and began to explain. If that's the case, then why don't you let us inform our families? The three women were even more puzzled. Did Shu Chen plan to single-handedly destroy the Liang group? But that seemed too arrogant. Even if he was a sword immortal, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short time. Because the timing is not right. Shu Chen's gaze shifted as he began to analyze the situation. The Liang group mainly operates instance businesses and controls most of the instances in Dongxing City, and the college entrance examination is in 7 days. This is the golden time for new job changers to level up desperately. If your three families unite, the Liang group would naturally be no match, but they might use the instances to threaten the garrison. Of course, the lord of the town cannot forcefully annihilate the Liang group at the cost of the future of new transferees. The situation will enter a stalemate until the college entrance examination is over. With such a long breathing space, the Liang group will have too many countermeasures. In the end, the Liang group will most likely change its identity and rise again. What was destroyed in Dongxing City is merely an empty shell. Of course, Shu Chen had one more thing he hadn't said. During the college entrance examination, he would showcase the terrifying power of a domain master, rising like a dazzling new star, shocking everyone in Dongxing City. By then, he would have the same say as Skyforging and Phoenix Treasures. His voice would become the last straw that broke the Liang group's back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianhan and the other two women suddenly realized. Once the Liang group closed the novice dungeon, there would likely be widespread discontent in Dongxing City, leading to chaos throughout the city. With the Liang group's wolfish ambition, who knows what they would do then? Shu Chen, you're right, we were too anxious. If we use the family's power to attack the Liang group now, it might lead to a huge mistake. Yes, Brother Jia is right. When dealing with villains like the Liang group, we should strike decisively. Alright, let them be at ease for another 7 days. After the college entrance examination, we will definitely give them a good show. The three women spoke with lingering fear, their gazes filled with admiration for Shu Chen. Not only was he powerful, but he was also full of wisdom. This man was truly dazzling. Shu Chen smiled and nodded, continuing, so, whether it's about my domain or the matter of killing Liang Jinming, please keep it confidential. I hope to give the Liang group a big surprise on the day of the college entrance examination. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded with a grin. Don't worry, Brother Jia, Xiaoxiao promises not to say anything. Zhang Qianhan also readily agreed, no problem. Only Tang's beautiful eyes flickered, a hint of mischief flashing by as she pretended to be troubled, saying, Shu Chen, I naturally agree to your request, but I tend to talk in my sleep. I'm really worried that one night I might let something slip. After a pause, Tanya looked at Shu Chen with a hint of expectation and suggested, how about I stay at your house for the next few days? This way, we can both feel more at ease. Shu Chen felt a bit of a headache but thought it over and nodded in agreement. Alright, but my house is definitely not as big as your luxurious mansions, so be mentally prepared. After all, it concerned his own plans, so it was better to be cautious. Moreover, with Tanya, the little princess of sky forging, by his side, the Liang group would have to be careful in their actions. No problem, no problem. I'm very easy to take care of, Shu-chen. You mustn't treat me like a young lady who never steps out of the house. With her scheme successful, Tanya beamed with joy, intimately linking her arm with Shu-chen's, resembling a newlywed couple. Ah, yeah. You're being unreasonable. Qin Xiaoxiao's face turned red with anger upon hearing Tanya's shameless request. More importantly, Shu-chen actually agreed. No way. Brother Jia, I want to sleep at your house too. I talk in my sleep as well, and not only that, I sleepwalk and write in my diary, even more dangerous than Yaya. Watching Qin Xiaoxiao act spoiled, Shu-chen felt helpless. How did it come to sleepwalking and writing in a diary? I would be willing to agree, but my house is just that big, it can't accommodate so many people. Qin Xiaoxiao let out a long, mournful sound, feeling utterly dejected. Tanya revealed a charming smile of a victor. Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, but there's already a lady of the house at home. Oh ho ho. Just then, a weak, mosquito-like voice sounded from the side. How about you come stay at my house? I have a lot of empty rooms. Zhang Qianhan's face turned crimson as she spoke, her little head buzzing. Who knows how she ended up making such a crazy invitation for Chu Chen to come home. Chu Chen looked at Zhang Qianhan in astonishment, equally surprised by her hospitality. This wasn't just a meal between friends, this was about staying at her house. Zhang Qianhan, the daughter of the town guard, appeared cold on the outside, but deep down, she was truly warm-hearted. Ahem, Qianhan, thank you for your kindness, but let's forget it. Just thinking about living under the same roof as the town guard gives me a huge amount of pressure. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Zhang Qianhan's face, but before she could say anything else, Qin Xiaoxiao jumped in. Brother Jia, you misunderstood. Qianhan is practicing swordsmanship, and Uncle Town Guard specially arranged for her to have a villa next to the town guard's residence, and the villa is just for Qianhan. Why didn't I think of this before? Let's all go stay at Qianhan's villa. How about it? Let's go. Qin Xiaoxiao tugged at Chu Chen's wrist, shaking it continuously, looking at him with big, pleading eyes. Zhang Qianhan continued to add, there's a training ground below the villa, and we can spar and hone our combat skills there. Since both girls had said so, Chu Chen could only agree. Alright, then we'll stay at Qianhan's villa for this week. With three noble young ladies accompanying him next to the town guard's residence, Chu Chen's safety was completely assured. Yay! Qin Xiaoxiao cheered with joy. Zhang Qianhan also showed a happy smile. Only Tanya looked gloomy. Their two-person world was about to become a four-person world. In that case, let's hurry up and go. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Liang group sends experts over. Having leveled up 10 times in a day, the three girls were already very satisfied. It didn't matter if they wasted the remaining time. They planned to blend into the crowd and quietly leave the jagged plains. Just give me one more minute. Shu Chen smiled slightly, soaring into the sky on his sword. Since he had already released his domain, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. 10,000 swords to the throne. Zhang Qianhan, Tanya, and Qin Xiaoxiao looked at Chu Chen in admiration, not knowing what he was about to do. The next moment, the entire ruined sword mountain suddenly burst into brilliant light, scattering into countless swords, sweeping through the entire dungeon like a storm. Sword energy surged, enveloping the earth. Countless rocks were reduced to dust, and countless lizard monsters were obliterated in a single strike. The earth trembled, monsters wailed, and the might of 10,000 swords dimmed the heavens and the earth. Kill Blackstone Giant Lizard, Minion, gain Lizard Scales. Kill Venomous Ink Lizard, Elite, gain Venom Sac. Kill Gluttonous Lizard Leader, Boss, gain Gluttonous Fong. Kill Blackstone Giant Lizard, Minion, gain Ironclad Gauntlets, Black Iron. Kill Gluttonous Lizard Leader, Boss, gain Gluttonous Heavy Armor, Bronze. Kill Phantom Lizard, Boss, gain Phantom Pendant, Bronze. Kill Blackstone Giant Lizard, Minion, gain Skill Book, Scale Armor Technique, First Level Low. Kill Venomous Ink Lizard, Elite, gain Skill Book, Venomous Aura, First Level Intermediate. Kill Phantom Lizard, Boss, gain Skill Book, Phantom Step, First Level Advanced. Kill Blackstone Giant Lizard, Minion, gain 400 Experience Points. Kill Venomous Ink Lizard, Elite, gain 800 Experience Points. Kill Phantom Lizard, Boss, gain 2000 Experience Points. Wow! So many good things, in the blink of an eye at least 500,000 in earnings. Oh ho ho, I'm rich! I'm really rich! Ha ha! I would call the domain master the strongest brick-moving profession. With one skill, all the monsters in the dungeon are wiped out. Which profession can move bricks faster than me? Looking at the constantly flashing information on the panel, Chu Chen couldn't help but show a look of ecstatic joy. His level soared, breaking through the 30-level barrier, directly reaching level 35. With a single thought, 10,000 swords obey my command. Is this the true power of the domain master? Zhang Qianhan looked at the rain of swords falling from the sky, her heart surging, so excited she could hardly breathe. So cool. So strong. This is the man I should follow. Tanya watched the shocking scene of the earth shattering and dust swirling, her heart completely captured. I leveled up? How did I level up again? How did I level up again and again? Level 26, 27. Oh no, 28, 30, 35. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at her attribute panel. The number next to her level was jumping at an incredibly fast speed, and she couldn't keep up with counting. In just a few breaths, her level skyrocketed from 25 to 35. In the blink of an eye, 10 levels. 20 levels in a day. What kind of heaven-defying leveling speed is this? Qin Xiaoxiao was so happy she almost fainted. Being with brother Jia was truly blissful. As the minute ended, Shu Chen landed gracefully, and the chaotic sword mountain domain was simultaneously retracted. Alright, we can leave now. Shu Chen smiled casually, exuding calm and composure in every move. Okay. Brother Jia, you're really too handsome. The three girls surrounded Shu Chen, like three beautiful flowers of different styles, happily running towards the dungeon entrance. Not long after the three left, 2-second transformation experts from the Liang group used special items and entered the Jagged Plains dungeon with murderous intent. Seeing the battered Jagged Plains, the two gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot. However, the chaotic sword mountain in the sky had long since disappeared, and they couldn't find any trace of the sword immortal. The two searched around for a long time but still found nothing, and could only try to contact Liang Jinming. But no matter how they tried to reach him, Liang Jinming was unresponsive. Both felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Not good. The young master might be in trouble. Shu Chen and the three girls left the dungeon and got into Tangya's luxury car, soon arriving at a luxurious villa in the city center. The villa was grand and elegant, with meticulously trimmed lawns and flower beds, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. With just one glance, Shu Chen could estimate the villa's price. He couldn't afford it. Welcome. No, welcome to my home. Zhang Qianhan opened the door herself, inviting Shu Chen in a flustered manner. This villa had always been a secret base for her and her girlfriends. This was the first time a man had entered, not counting her father. Zhang Qianhan's heart raced wildly, feeling extremely nervous. Sorry for the intrusion. Shu Chen smiled and nodded as he walked into the villa. The interior of the villa was exquisitely decorated, with stylish furniture, and even the walls were carved with beautiful reliefs. How to put it? Being in there, Shu Chen felt as if he had transcended. Come on, Shu Chen, we'll show you around, and you can choose a room you like. Of course, if you want to sleep with me, I'm completely willing to. Tanya licked her sexy red lips, speaking in an incredibly charming manner. Qin Xiaoxiao glared at Tanya with a pout, feeling jealous, and said, Brother Jia, don't listen to Yaya. She just wants you to use your enhancement skills on her. Yaya is so greedy, you can't use them on her if you use them on me. At the headquarters of the Phoenix Treasure Company, the slightly overweight chairman, Qin Yanhua, was sitting behind his desk handling company affairs. With a few knocks on the door, the secretary walked in and reported softly, Boss, the young lady said she won't be coming back tonight. She wants to stay at Miss Zhang's house, and she plans to stay there until the college entrance examination is over. Qin Yanhua nodded, not too surprised. Qin Xiaoxiao, Tanya, and Zhang Qianhan had grown up together, and the three often stayed over at each other's homes. It was just that this time, it would be a bit longer, an entire week. It's tough for me, this old father. 7 days without seeing my precious daughter will drive me crazy. Sigh, for the sake of the college entrance exam, I must endure. Secretary, go prepare some gifts to send to my precious daughter, and include something for those two girls, Shanhan and Yaya. With the college entrance exam approaching, we mustn't let the kids suffer. The secretary nodded but didn't leave immediately, looking as if she wanted to say something. Qin Yanhua found it a bit strange. Is there anything else? The secretary remained silent and handed over a photo. Curious, Qin Yanhua took it and, upon seeing the image, his eyes widened in anger, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. In the photo, Qin Xiaoxiao and Tanya were each holding onto a boy's arm, about to enter a villa. Hey! Where did this blonde come from? How dare he lure away my precious daughter? Ah! My precious Xiaoxiao is so cute and innocent. How could she possibly be in a relationship at such a young age? What kind of underhanded tricks did this kid use to sneak away my precious daughter without me knowing? Qin Yanhua gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could jump into the photo and tear the damn kid apart. Ahem, boss, the young lady is already 18, it's not considered early romance. The secretary coughed twice, reminding him seriously. Instantly, Qin Yanhua shot a murderous glare at the secretary, making her immediately fall silent. Huff, huff. Shin Yanhua panted heavily. Although he was furious, he knew that in such a situation, he couldn't act rashly. Adolescence is the most rebellious time, and he had to handle it carefully, otherwise, it could easily provoke his precious daughter's rebellious spirit. Just thinking about Qin Xiaoxiao possibly rebelling and shouting at him made Qin Yanhua feel a heartache that was hard to bear. Go! Investigate this kid thoroughly. I want all his information within 10 minutes. Qin Yanhua ordered the secretary through gritted teeth, then picked up his phone, found a number named Tang Long, and dialed it directly. Hello old Qin, what's up? If you're calling me to drink, forget it. My yaya said drinking and bragging isn't cool at all. I can't quit bragging, so I've decided to quit drinking. A lazy voice came from the other end as the call connected. Hearing Tang Long still thinking about drinking made Qin Yanhua furious. I'll drink your head. You, Tang, why don't you manage your daughter properly? Do you know what she's done? She's led my Xiaoxiao astray. Tang Long was bewildered by the sudden scolding and didn't react immediately. But soon, an even more furious retort came through the phone. You Qin, why the hell are you blaming me? What about my yaya? Although my yaya seems frivolous, she's very steady in her words and actions. What do you mean my yaya led your Xiaoxiao astray? You better watch your mouth, or I'll kill you. Qin Yanhua didn't want to argue with Tang Long and directly sent the photo over. Soon, a scream like a groundhog came from the other end. Damn it! Who is this kid? Who the hell is this kid? Ah, yeah, your dad is still here. How could you just leave with another man? Hearing Tang Long's hysterical roar, Qin Yanhua was also somewhat taken aback. At first, he thought Tang Long knew the kid in the photo, but he never expected that Tang Long was just as clueless. Alright, stop being so pathetic. If our daughter finds out, it would be so embarrassing. Right now, we should think carefully about how to rescue our daughter from this little thief. Upon hearing this, Tang Long calmed down and said in a deep voice, You're right. My yaya is particularly opinionated. She definitely wouldn't want me to interfere in her feelings, so we must act discreetly. Where are they now? Let's go check the situation. Qin Yanhua nodded in agreement. From the photo, they should be at Qianhan's villa. As soon as he said this, both sides fell into silence. Damn it! Who is this kid? He didn't just abduct 2, he abducted 3. Even our precious daughter, who was supposed to be guarded, didn't escape his clutches. Looks like we've encountered a tough opponent. Let's inform the guard and head to the villa to scout the situation. The 2 old men sighed simultaneously, abandoning their paperwork and rushing madly towards Zhang Qianhan's villa. Inside the villa, Xu Qin was touring the entire place under the guidance of the 3 girls and chose one room as his bedroom. Next, the 4 of them sat on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and chatting. All 4 had reached level 35, which meant getting into a well-known university was absolutely no problem. So they were all relaxed, completely free of any pre-exam anxiety. Having lived 2 lives, Xu Chen had an extensive knowledge base, making it easy for him to find topics to chat about with the girls. The 3 girls were so amused by Xu Chen that they were giggling uncontrollably, their faces beaming with smiles. None of them noticed that on the skylight of the villa, 2 old men, one fat and one thin, were clinging tightly to the window frame, their veins bulging. Did you see that? Did you see that? My Xiaoxiao is actually hugging that brat's arm. Beast! Xiaoxiao hasn't hugged me since she turned 10, I can barely remember that feeling of happiness. Qin Yanhua gritted his teeth, on the verge of tears, unable to believe that his well-behaved daughter was really being taken advantage of. Ah, my yaya is actually feeding that kid grapes, and she even peeled them. Bastard! I've never enjoyed such royal treatment, how dare you? How dare you? Tang Hu clenched his fists, trembling with excitement, wishing he could smash the roof and deal with that kid right then and there. My god! Qianhan is actually smiling in front of a man, and she's smiling so happily. Ah! I can barely see her smile a few times a year. I'm so jealous. Just then, another voice suddenly joined in. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long looked up to see a stern-looking man with an imposing presence. Zhang Yanqing, the guard. Guard, you're here. Guard, is your relationship with Qianhan really that strained? Qin Yanhua and Tang Long greeted the guard, and thanks to the younger generation, their relationships as elders were also quite good. Sigh. The guard is busy with affairs and often can't accompany Qianhan, and over time, she developed a cold personality. Later, when I finally found some free time and wanted to improve our father-daughter relationship, I realized it was impossible. Life is not easy, the guard sighed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanhua and Tang Long looked at Zhang Yanqing with sympathetic eyes. As devoted fathers, they could clearly feel the deep love the guard had for his daughter. Have you found out the kid's background? After sighing a few times, Zhang Yanqing regained his composure. The urgent matter was to deal with the kid in front of them. Matters of emotion must be approached with utmost caution. As fathers, we can never allow our daughters to fall victim to the deceit of a young man. Qin Yanhua nodded, his expression serious as he spoke. I've looked into it, this kid's name is Chu Chen. No background, no connections, and after much effort, he has finally transitioned to a hidden profession, yet he is still the most useless field master. In short, this kid is good for nothing but his looks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanqing's heart sank further. So he's the one who saved Shenhan. You save people, and then come to my house? A pretty face can be a double-edged sword. Handsome men can lead to trouble. Fortunately, our daughters are still young. If they were older, they definitely wouldn't be easily swayed by a man's beauty. Thank goodness they have us old fathers. With us around, no young man will succeed. The three old men exchanged glances, their eyes shining with determination. At that moment, the alliance of concerned fathers was established. Mission objective, drive away the young man and save the daughters. Lord Guardian, this kid can juggle 3 boats and still not capsize. He's a tricky enemy. What do you think we should do? Qin Yanhua asked, his face grave. Zhang Yanqing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. First, I will send a female housekeeper into the villa under the pretense of taking care of the 4 girls daily needs to keep an eye on this kid. We absolutely cannot let this kid do anything irreversible with our daughters. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long silently gave a thumbs up. This was their biggest concern, and they hadn't expected the Guardian to resolve it so easily. Zhang Yanqing smiled slightly and continued, secondly, now is the golden period for preparing for the college entrance examination. I will also have the housekeeper regularly urge them to level up by fighting monsters. Chu Chen's strength is lacking, so he will soon be left far behind. By then, our daughters will realize that Chu Chen is not on the same level as them, leading to a sense of distance. After all, strength is the most reliable standard for measuring a man. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long gave another thumbs up, subtle and effective. This strategy from the Guardian is truly brilliant. Zhang Yanqing's smile grew wider as he continued, finally, we old fathers will appeal to their emotions and reason, pulling our daughters back from the wrong path. However, since our daughters have different personalities, I can't provide a unified suggestion. It will depend on how you all improvise. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long, filled with confidence, patted their chests. Rest assured, Guardian, I know my own daughter well. The bond between father and daughter is deep, let love conquer all. The first collective meeting of the Alliance of Concerned Fathers concluded successfully on the rooftop, and the 3 old fathers dispersed. Meanwhile, a woman in her late 20s walked into the villa. She had a sharp bob haircut and wore a suit, exuding both elegance and confidence. Her eyes sparkled like stars, bright and piercing, her skin smooth and delicate, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. A neutral beauty that could captivate anyone, regardless of gender, was perfectly displayed in her. Sister Zhang, what brings you here? Upon seeing the capable woman, Zhang Qianhan stood up in surprise. Miss, the Guardian is concerned about your daily life and has specially sent me to take care of you, Sister Zhang replied calmly with a slight nod. Zhang Qianhan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. When she lived here before, her father didn't even think to send her a housekeeper. Why suddenly remember this now? It seems that taking care of her is just a pretense, monitoring her is the real intention. Zhang Qianhan felt a surge of anger but couldn't show it in front of Chu Chen, so she could only introduce, Chu Chen, this is Zhang Shan, my swordsmanship teacher and a capable aide under my father, a level 105 A-class transmuter shadow blade swordsman. Sister Zhang, this is Chu Chen, a very good friend of mine. Chu Chen saw Zhang Qianhan's elder and politely stood up to greet her. Sister Zhang, hello. Zhang Shan showed no response, sizing up Chu Chen with cold eyes, and said, Chu Chen, with the college entrance examination approaching, the right path is to quickly improve your abilities. Do not waste time on romantic entanglements, it harms both yourself and others. After saying this, Zhang Shan turned her pretty face cold and stepped aside, standing silently like a stone pillar, no longer showing any expression. Ah, this is not a good sign. With a warm face meeting a cold backside, Chu Chen felt a bit awkward but didn't dwell on it. Surrounded by 3 beautiful young ladies of noble status, anyone would think of themselves as a dandy. But in reality, it was they who were flirting with him. Bad woman. Qin Xiaoxiao glared at Zhang Shan angrily. Disrespecting brother Jia was disrespecting her. Tanya, unfazed, leaned a bit closer to Chu Chen, chuckling inwardly, he not recognizing a mountain of greatness. You can't even imagine how strong my Chu Chen is. Zhang Xianhan was already a bit angry about her father's interference in her life, and seeing Zhang Shan's attitude made her even more furious. I'm already this old, what's wrong with having a male friend? Especially someone as outstanding as Chu Chen. Since you don't want me to get close to him, then I'll just be intimate with him to spite you. Zhang Qianhan directly pushed Qin Xiaoxiao aside and sat down next to Chu Chen, happily chatting away. Chu Chen, Xin Xiaoxiao, and Tang Ye looked at Zhang Qianhan in surprise, not understanding why this ice queen suddenly became so warm. Although Zhang Shan maintained a poker face and avoided looking at them, she couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes upon seeing Zhang Qianhan actively cozying up to a boy. Is this really the Qianhan I know? How could she be so warm to a boy? She actually patted Chu Chen's shoulder. She actually wrapped her arm around his. Isn't that too intimate? Ah! What kind of love potion did this Chu Chen give her? The guardian only told me to keep an eye on them, not to let them take the final step. But what should I do about the current situation? Guardian, I don't understand. Although Zhang Shan's expression was calm, she felt awkward inside, wishing to escape the space filled with dog food. She was skilled in fighting, but she had no experience with matters of the heart. Fortunately, the sky soon darkened, and Zhang Shan quickly left this troublesome place under the pretext of preparing dinner. No! Tomorrow I must urge them to level up in the dungeon immediately. This kid is so good looking, and they stick together all day, even two pigs could develop feelings. They must be separated. I have to separate them. Watching the four finish dinner and chat for a long time before returning to their rooms to sleep, Zhang Shan felt a strong sense of urgency. Although she was not Zhang Qianhan's biological sister, as a swordsmanship teacher, they had known each other for several years. Zhang Shan absolutely did not want Zhang Qianhan to waste her prime youth on a dandy. When the lights went out, Zhang Shan quietly waited in the dark for a long time. Only when she heard even breathing coming from all four rooms did she feel relieved and returned to her own room to sleep. The next day, Zhang Shan got up early, prepared a lavish breakfast, and knocked on the doors one by one, calling the four to get up and eat. However, there was no response from Zhang Qianhan, Xin Xiaoxiao, and Tang Ye's rooms. Zhang Shan pushed the door open and found the rooms empty. Her expression changed drastically, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. No way! You guys wouldn't have taken advantage of my sleep. Still, all four of you together? No, no, no. You are all young ladies. This is a bit too. Zhang Shan's shadow flickered at her feet as she activated the skill Shadow Step, rushing madly towards Chu Chen's room. Bang! The door burst open. Zhang Shan saw Chu Chen lazily lying on the bed, sound asleep, the room empty except for him. Ha! Steward Zhang, what are you doing? Chu Chen was awakened by the sound of the door crashing open, groggily opening his eyes and looking somewhat displeased at Zhang Shan. Sorry, Mr. Chu Chen, I came to call you for breakfast. Also, it seems the young ladies have gone out. Do you know where they went? Not seeing the chaotic scene she had imagined, Zhang Shan let out a long sigh of relief and returned to her role as a steward. Chu Chen sat up in bed, the blanket slipping down to reveal his well-defined upper body, paired with somewhat messy hair, exuding an indescribable lazy charm. They went to level up in the dungeon. Didn't you hear us talking about it last night? The three girls' thoughts were quite simple. Because Chu Chen was simply too outstanding, they had to work hard to catch up. Chu Chen had offered to take them leveling, but they all refused. Although the three girls enjoyed the feeling of being protected by Chu Chen, they didn't want to remain forever as small saplings under his shade, never growing up. Oh, I see. Then, please get ready and hurry up for breakfast. Seeing Chu Chen's solid muscles, Zhang Shan's cheeks flushed, and she stammered a few words before fleeing the room. Although Chu Chen was clearly the young lady's boyfriend, she felt a strange sense of shame, as if she had committed infidelity. It wasn't until she reached the hall that Zhang Shan pressed her hand to her chest, letting out a long breath, her tense nerves slightly relaxing. She had been pondering how to deal with this tricky situation all night, so she naturally hadn't paid attention to what Chu Chen and the others were discussing. Unexpectedly, the three young ladies were not only not immersed in their feelings but had become even more diligent, heading out early to level up. As for Chu Chen, this useless field master, his profession was poor enough, and even though he had finally latched onto the young lady's big tree, he was still so lazy. Indeed, good-looking men are all just decorative. After a while, Chu Chen came down from upstairs and sat at the dining table, eating breakfast while looking at his phone. Zhang Shan stood quietly beside him, elegant and dignified, ready to follow Chu Chen's orders at any moment. Although she was there to monitor Chu Chen, he was a friend of Zhang Qianhan and also her service target. Why are you standing there? Come eat with me. Seeing Zhang Shan lingering beside him, Chu Chen invited her to sit down. The breakfast on the table was quite lavish, enough for 4 people, and he certainly couldn't finish it all by himself. Mr. Chu Chen, I am the steward, here to serve you, so I can't sit at the table. Zhang Shan offered a formal smile and said politely, "Oh, then you can help me finish the other 2 servings of breakfast." Chu Chen rephrased his request. He was just an ordinary person and didn't see any distinction in status. Well, Zhang Shan didn't expect Chu Chen to say that. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down on a chair away from Chu Chen and cautiously began to eat breakfast. Meanwhile, her mind started racing with speculation. Why does he want me to sit down and eat breakfast with him? Is he concerned about me? No. It's a trick. This must be that scumbag scheme. This guy must have internalized his flirting skills to the bone, otherwise, he couldn't possibly have won over Zhang Qianhan, Xin Xiaoxiao, and Tangya at the same time. Scumbag. He even wants to make a move on me? I'm not some little girl like the young ladies. Thinking he can use this trick to hook me is wishful thinking. Zheng Shan felt she had seen through Chu Chen's scheme, eating while secretly observing him. However, Chu Chen was intently focused on his phone, not glancing at Zheng Shan even once. Online, the popularity of Sword Immortals was once again soaring. Although this time the Sword Immortal did not directly blow up the Linsuan Plain dungeon, the shocking scene of the Sword Mountain floating in the air and 10,000 swords washing the ground truly drove the job changers crazy. Amidst the vast discussions, Chu Chen keenly noticed a group of Water Army members trying hard to guide everyone in investigating the true identity of the Sword Immortal. By checking the personal information of these Water Army members, Chu Chen discovered that most of them were employees of the Liang Group. It seemed that the Liang Group had pinned Liang Jinming's death on the Sword Immortal. Well, it was actually reasonable for them to think this way. After all, on the surface, the Sword Immortal's destruction of the Liang Group's dungeon clearly made him an enemy of the Liang Group. Seeing Liang Jinming being casually killed in the dungeon was also quite reasonable. However, the truth was that the first time was purely accidental, and the second time was Liang Jinming seeking his own death. Saying the Sword Immortal is the murderer isn't entirely wrong, but it's almost impossible for them to find me through the Sword Immortal. However, with the Liang Group's resources, they should be able to quickly investigate the conflict between me and Liang Jinming. It's only a matter of time before they find me. Of course, I'm not worried at all. Would they dare to break into the villa of the daughter of the town guard? Moreover, there's also a second-tier butler here, so my sense of security is maxed out. After finishing breakfast, Chu Chen threw himself onto the sofa, fully enjoying the comfortable and peaceful life at home. Seeing Chu Chen waste his time like this, Zheng Shan looked down on him even more. She really couldn't understand why the three upper-class young ladies liked this lazy man. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Qianhan and the other two girls returned early from the dungeon. Although they planned to catch up with Chu Chen, they also wanted to enjoy their time with him. Otherwise, why would they let Chu Chen live in the villa? Brother Jia, we're back although we didn't level up. We had a fulfilling day. Chu Chen, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me to smell nice before we chat. Upon seeing Chu Chen, the three girls' faces lit up with happy smiles, and their fatigue seemed to vanish. Xin Xiaoxiao and Tangya greeted Chu Chen and then went upstairs to take a shower. Zhang Qianhan walked over to Chu Chen's side and asked with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes, Chu Chen, can you teach me some sword techniques? I was a bit confused during today's battle. Zhang Qianhan's talent, Mirror Sword Heart, allows her to sense sword intent, thereby increasing her own strength. After witnessing Chu Chen's 10,000 swords to the shrine, she gained a lot, but there were some aspects she couldn't fully digest on her own. No problem. Chu Chen readily agreed, and he and Zhang Qianhan headed to the underground training ground side by side. Is Qianhan a bit dazed? Shouldn't she be looking for me to learn sword techniques? Why is she going to that kid Chu Chen? That kid actually agreed? These two wouldn't be using this as an excuse to do something shameful, would they? No, I have to follow them to see. Zheng Shan keenly sensed something was off, pretended to grab 2 towels and 2 cups of water, and followed them. In the underground training ground, Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan each took a wooden sword, swinging them while communicating. This is quite something. It's a pity I'm the professional. Why choose sword techniques as an excuse? I'm a level 105 Shadow Blade swordsman, you're just asking for trouble. Zheng Shan felt smug and chuckled to herself as she slowly approached the two, planning to use her professional knowledge to directly expose Chu Chen's tricks. As she got closer, Chu Chen's voice gradually became clearer. This kid makes some sense. It seems this playboy has done a bit of homework. Really, why waste such a great youth on flirting with girls? I wonder how long you can keep this up. Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan noticed Zheng Shan but didn't pay her any mind. The true purpose of this steward was already an unspoken understanding between both parties. This kid actually knows such profound insights into swordsmanship. How long has he been preparing for this? This perspective on swordsmanship is quite unique, and it seems to have some merit. Oh my? So that's it. That's why I felt a bit awkward using skills before. It turns out to be like this. At first, Zheng Shan listened with a critical mindset. Gradually, she felt that Chu Chen was not just pretending to be knowledgeable, this kid indeed had some substance. A mere domain master can have such a deep understanding of swordsmanship. I, Zheng Shan, admit you are not completely useless. Later on, Zheng Shan became completely immersed in Chu Chen's explanations. She was pleasantly surprised to find that through Chu Chen's teachings, some of her confusions about swordsmanship had actually found answers. She had intended to pick on Chu Chen, but unexpectedly learned something from him instead. Zheng Shan felt a sense of shame in her heart, so she frantically belittled Chu Chen in her mind to comfort herself. Swordsmanship is ultimately the art of combat. No matter how much you understand, Chu Chen, if you can't apply it, you're just a showpiece. And so, 6 days quickly passed. During these 6 days, Chu Chen enjoyed his life as a homebody without any guilt. Zheng Xianhan, Tangya, and Qin Xiaoxiao would level up during the day and return to the villa early in the afternoon to spend quality time with Chu Chen. Zheng Xianhan would seek Chu Chen's advice on swordsmanship every day. It was unclear whether she truly had so many confusions or was just looking for an excuse to be alone with him. Of course, Zheng Shan would shamelessly tag along. At first, she just wanted to monitor Chu Chen, but later it turned into a desire to hear what profound insights he had that day. Over the 6 days, Chu Chen's discussions on swordsmanship had no repetition at all. Most of it, even Zheng Shan vaguely grasped some insights. After listening to Chu Chen's explanations, she felt as if she had been enlightened. This left Zheng Shan secretly astonished, and she could only helplessly accept this hard-to-swallow reality. Chu Chen was a swordsmanship genius, a genius who had taken a wrong career path. Here she was, a dignified shadow blade swordsman, unable to match this domain master in understanding swordsmanship. At the guardhouse, Zhang Yanqing, Qin Yanhua, and Tang Long, 3 older men, gathered here to hold the second meeting of the Fathers of Worry Alliance. Over the past 6 days, Xianhan, Xiaoxiao, and Yaya had been working overtime in dungeons, indicating that their plans were progressing smoothly. The 3 girls had likely developed quite a gap with Chu Chen by now. It was time for these old fathers to take action. Gentlemen, the advantage is mine. Let's strike, fathers. In the garden of the villa, Zhang Yanqing and Zhang Qianhan sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, both wearing somewhat unnatural expressions. Although they were father and daughter, their relationship was indeed a bit estranged, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. Ahem, Qianhan, in the end, it was Zhang Yanqing who spoke first. About your relationship with Chu Chen, Dad already knows. You've grown up and have the right to choose your own feelings. But as a father and someone who has been through it, I need to give you a piece of advice. Although this kid Chu Chen looks decent, his profession and background are quite mismatched with yours. Before he could finish, Zhang Qianhan angrily interrupted. What's wrong with Chu Chen? How is he not a match for me? Dad, you don't understand him. He's not like other boys. He's 1,000 times better than them. After saying this, Zhang Qianhan turned and left, not giving Zhang Yanqing a chance to continue. Meanwhile, in another pavilion, Chu Chen and Qin Yanhua sat across from each other, and the atmosphere was equally awkward. Just a moment ago, Chu Chen had been inexplicably pulled into the pavilion by this middle-aged man. The man said his name was Qin Yanhua, and he was Qin Xiaoxiao's father, looking for him for something. Uncle Qin, if you want to find Xiaoxiao, I can help you call her, Chu Chen said, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hearing Chu Chen call his daughter so intimately, Qin Yanhua gritted his teeth in anger, but he forced himself to control his emotions and said coldly, Chu Chen, I'm here to find you. Name a number, and leave my daughter alone. Chu Chen looked at the blank check being pushed over and felt a bit confused. Was this a monetary attack on him? Before Chu Chen could say anything, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the side. Whatever he offers you, I'll give you double. The two turned to see Qin Xiaoxiao with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Qin Yanhua. Seeing his daughter so puffed up with anger, Qin Yanhua's heart tightened. The imposing aura he had dissipated completely, and he forced a smile, saying, Oh my dear daughter, why are you so angry? If you're angry, you won't be pretty. Qin Xiaoxiao shot him a sideways glance and said discontentedly, Dad, what were you just doing? Looking at Qin Xiaoxiao's unfriendly expression, Qin Yanhua suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. It's over. It's over. My father-daughter relationship with Xiaoxiao might hinge on just one word from me. If my relationship with Xiaoxiao turns into something like Jinshou and Qianhan, I might as well be dead. Qin Yanhua's thoughts raced, sweat beading on his forehead, and he awkwardly said, No. I was just giving Chu Chen some money. Why give brother Jia money? Qin Xiaoxiao continued to press. Well, Chu Chen's family background isn't as good as ours, so giving him some money is fine, right? You can go out and have fun together, and it's good for paying the bill, isn't it? Men shouldn't always let women pay, otherwise, there won't be any family status. Chu Chen, don't you think so? While Qin Yanhua was spinning this lie, he was frantically signaling Chu Chen with his eyes. Chu Chen smiled and pocketed the check, repeatedly agreeing. Ah, yes, yes. Uncle Qin is really open-minded and generous. Xiao Xiao, you really have a good dad. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Qin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, her eyes crescent-shaped as she nudged Qin Yanhua and said, Dad, Brother Jia praised you, why don't you thank him? Daughter, are you serious? I'm giving this kid money, and I have to thank him? You're making your dad look like a fool. Qin Yanhua felt wronged, but under Qin Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a thank you. Chu Chen, thank you. After lingering for a moment, Qin Yanhua left the villa in utter frustration. He had lost, completely. At the door, Qin Yanhua ran into Jinsho Zhangyanqing. Seeing Jinsho's sighing demeanor, he didn't need to guess the outcome. Jinsho, the enemy is far stronger than we imagined. Just then, Tang Long swaggered over from a distance. Tang Long, why are you so happy? Did you succeed? Zhang Yanqing and Qin Yanhua asked simultaneously. Tang Long smiled mysteriously. Let's say I've succeeded halfway. Succeeded halfway? What do you mean? Zhang Yanqing and Qin Yanhua asked curiously, as they hadn't seen Tang Long go find Yaya, so how could it be halfway successful? Tang Long didn't keep them in suspense and confidently said, My Yaya is a girl who admires strength, so I found a rival for Chu Chen. A rival 100 times better than Chu Chen. Let's see how he wins now. Humph. The interruption from Jinsho and Qin Yanhua was just a small episode. Chu Chen quickly put it out of his mind and happily played games with 3 beautiful girls upstairs. In the evening, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, full of arrogance, arrived outside the villa. He was dressed in expensive silver gear, not hiding his wealth at all, clearly a young master from a rich family. The young man's gaze swept across the villa, igniting a fierce battle intent in his eyes. Is this the residence of that Chu Chen? A useless domain master dares to flirt with my goddess Tangya. What audacity! Today, I will make you understand that only a talent like me is worthy of the goddess Tangya. The young man was named Zhao Yisheng, the eldest son of the material tycoon Zhao Materials in Dongqing City, and also the rival in love that Tang Long had found. For 3 years, Zhao Yisheng had been Tangya's most fervent pursuer. However, Tangya had never looked at Zhao Yisheng. This made the infatuated Zhao Yisheng appear particularly like a lovesick fool. But today was different. Tangya's father, Tang Long, personally sought out Zhao Yisheng and told him that Tangya had been seduced by a pretty boy and was deeply mired in trouble. At this moment, he needed to show his strength, defeat the pretty boy, and save Tangya. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yisheng naturally agreed without hesitation. A mere domain master, just a useless person. I am an S-rank professional Earth Dragon gunfighter, and I have awakened a special talent Earth Dragon defense. Chu Chen, how can you compare with me? The day I defeat Chu Chen will be the day I achieve my goal with Goddess Tangya. Ha ha ha. Embracing beautiful aspirations, Zhao Yisheng walked into the villa courtyard and knocked on the door. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Zheng Shan opened the door and politely inquired upon seeing a stranger. With such a beautiful housekeeper, this Chu Chen is indeed not serious. Zhao Yisheng thought to himself, then spoke arrogantly, I'm here to see Chu Chen. Zheng Shan assumed Zhao Yisheng was a friend of Chu Chen, so she slightly parted her red lips and called upstairs, Mr. Chu Chen, someone is looking for you. After a while, Chu Chen's head peeked out from upstairs, looking down at Zhao Yisheng with a puzzled expression. Who is looking for me? Huh, you are? Seeing Chu Chen, Zhao Yisheng coldly smiled and disdainfully said, My name is Zhao Yisheng. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, after today, you will. Chu Chen, I'm here today to Before Zhao Yisheng could finish his sentence, he felt as if his neck was being squeezed, staring in shock at the upstairs. A pure and alluring beauty in loose home clothes walked down from upstairs, intimately wrapping her arm around Chu Chen's. Tangya, goddess. Oh my god. Goddess Tangya, what are you doing here? Why are you so close to Chu Chen? Are you living together? No. Zhao Yisheng's eyes were about to burst, his whole body trembling. Tang Long had told him that Chu Chen was seducing Tangya, but he hadn't said that he had already succeeded. Zhao Yisheng, what are you doing here? Tangya looked at Zhao Yisheng in confusion, not understanding how he ended up here. Zhao Yisheng, breathing heavily, glared at Chu Chen, instantly filled with deep hatred. His goddess, how could she be taken by such a pretty boy? How dare he? If I don't make Chu Chen pay 100-fold today, my heart's hatred will never be resolved. Chu Chen, I'm here today for one thing, and that is. Zhao Yisheng gritted his teeth and growled, determined to completely defeat Chu Chen in front of Tangya, to expose Chu Chen's incompetence. His goddess absolutely could not be with a useless person like Chu Chen. However, Zhao Yisheng's words were once again cut short. Suddenly, a lively and adorable little beauty bounced out, also wrapping her arm around Chu Chen's wrist. Qin Xiaoxiao, goddess? Why is she also at Chu Chen's house? Why is she so close to Chu Chen? Oh my god. Chu Chen, you beast. You seduced 2 of the 3 school flowers from Dongxing No. 1 high school. And you actually succeeded. Zhao Yisheng felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. The goddess-level beauty that Chu Chen had been pursuing for 3 years, he unexpectedly had 2 sitting beside him. This is so unfair. Ha? Yeah, isn't that so-and-so? Why is he here? Xin Xiaoxiao had originally wanted Chu Chen to go back to his room to play games, but she didn't expect to see a familiar face from school. My name is Zhao Yisheng. I'm here today to… What the hell? Zhao Yisheng's third attempt to challenge him ended in failure once again. He stared at Chu Chen in shock, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Behind Chu Chen, another beauty appeared, cold and proud, like a plum blossom defying the snow. Wasn't that the daughter of the guardian, Zhang Qianhan? Aren't we supposed to be playing games? Why did everyone run away? Zhang Qianhan naturally rested her chin on Chu Chen's shoulder, pouting in annoyance. No. How could the goddess Zhang Qianhan fall for him? This is impossible. The 3 school beauties of Dongxing No. 1 high school have all been taken down by Chu Chen? What virtue or ability does he have to enjoy such fortune? I'm so envious. Zhao Yisheng felt his worldview was shattered. An unparalleled rage surged from his heart, like a wildfire spreading, reaching for the heavens. In terms of family background, status, and profession, how was Zhao Yisheng any worse than Chu Chen? Why could he have countless beauties while he could only be a sycophant? No! I won't be a sycophant anymore. I want to defeat Chu Chen. I want to become Chu Chen. Chu Chen. I, Zhao Yisheng, challenge you. Oh, challenge me? Chu Chen looked at Zhao Yisheng with a smile, his eyes full of amusement. From Zhao Yisheng's unfriendly demeanor, Chu Chen guessed the general situation. It was nothing more than treating him as a rival, wanting to showcase his strength in front of the goddess by defeating him. I've been cooped up at home for 6 days, and my body is a bit stiff, so let's play a bit. Tell me your level. Seeing Chu Chen's nonchalant attitude, Zhao Yisheng's anger intensified. He stood tall and proud, declaring his information. Chu Chen, you have no idea what kind of opponent you're facing. My profession is S-rank Earth Dragon Gunfighter, level 19. Ha, how about that? Didn't expect it, did you? This level is among the top in Dongxing City. Now, do you still have the courage to fight me? Zhao Yisheng placed his hands on his hips, his nostrils flaring, practically soaring with pride. He could already imagine Chu Chen trembling in fear and bowing down in defeat upon hearing his level. Beside them, Zhang Shan's pupils shrank in shock. It had only been 11 days since the job change, and ordinary job changers had probably just broken level 10, yet Zhao Yisheng was already nearing level 20. In these 11 days, Zhao Yisheng had probably spent all his time in dungeons except for sleeping. In contrast, Chu Chen had only been eating and playing, like a pig. How could he compare to Zhao Yisheng? Just as Zhang Shan had guessed, upon hearing Zhao Yisheng's level, a conflicted expression appeared on Chu Chen's face. Ha! Why am I still not at level 20? Forget it, I won't fight, you're too weak. I exert more effort playing games than I would fighting you. Come on, ladies, let's continue playing games. With that, Chu Chen turned around and walked towards the room, surrounded by the fragrant scent of the 3 girls. Naturally, Zhang Qianhan and the others were not surprised at all. Is level 19 really that impressive? It's even worse than the Blackstone giant lizard, okay? Hearing this, Zhang Shan's mouth twitched, feeling both amused and helpless. She knew Chu Chen would definitely refuse the challenge, but she never expected him to refuse so stubbornly. He was truly all talk and no action. Zhao Yisheng was so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. After 11 days of changing jobs, I've directly leveled up to LV19. You say I'm weak? Chu Chen, you're such a dog. If you can't win, just admit it. What excuses are you making? Seeing you eat soft rice and act tough makes me feel disgusted. Come back. You don't deserve the goddess Tangya, the goddess Qin Xiaoxiao, or the goddess Zhang Qianhan. Give me back the goddesses. Zhao Yisheng's hysterical roar completely broke through. Chu Chen ignored him, mainly because LV19 was really too weak. A single slap could take him apart. How would he take the college entrance exam in a few days? Instead, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore, turned around, and shouted angrily, "Hey, you! Don't go too far. Brother Jie just doesn't want to stoop to your level. If you really want to compare, then wait for the college entrance exam. You'll naturally know how powerful Brother Jie is then." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yisheng seemed to have an epiphany, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Right, the college entrance exam. Chu Chen, you can escape this time, but you can't escape the college entrance exam, can you? At that time, I will thoroughly defeat you in front of everyone. Then, the goddesses will see your true colors, and then, he. Zhao Yishan was dreaming of becoming the dragon slayer who ultimately became the dragon, hurriedly leaving the villa. He needed to seize the last moments to level up, not giving Chuchen a single chance to turn the tables. A useless domain master, thinking he can turn the tables with a keel? That night, the four of them finished dinner and chatted for a long time. Zhang Qianhan had some insights and pulled Chuchen to the underground training ground to ask about swordsmanship. Zhang Shan naturally followed closely behind like a little tail, continuously monitoring. He can only put on a show in front of girls. When he meets a real genius, won't he just run away? Seeing Chuchen constantly swinging the wooden sword, mesmerizing Zhang Qianhan, Zhang Shan couldn't help but feel disdain in her heart. After today's events, she was completely convinced that Chuchen was just a facade. Aside from his mouth, he was useless everywhere else. Qianhan, watch closely. I'll demonstrate for you. After explaining the theory to Zhang Qianhan, Chuchen swung his sword at the puppet. Swish! It seemed like a casual strike, but a pure white sword aura condensed at the tip of the sword, like a ribbon, heavily smashing into the puppet's chest, leaving a deep sword mark. Zhang Shan was taken aback by this scene, almost stumbling and falling, her expression shocked as if she had seen a ghost. Sword aura? Such solid sword aura. No way. Isn't Chuchen a domain master? How can he release the unique sword aura of a swordsman? Zhang Shan was completely dumbfounded. What was happening in front of her was too unbelievable, causing her brain to overload. Sword aura, also known as sword light, is a special attack method that can only be triggered when a swordsman reaches a deep understanding of sword intent. Even Zhang Shan, at level 105, could only unleash a few sword auras, showing how high the difficulty was. However, the sword aura that Chuchen just unleashed with a wooden sword was even more solid than what she could unleash with her silver longsword. This made Zhang Shan feel like questioning her life choices. Could it be that I mistakenly changed jobs to a fake swordsman? Until Chuchen and Zhang Qianhan left the training ground, she remained frozen in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. That night, in the guard's residence, Zhang Yanqing sat at the table, looking troubled. Every family has its own difficulties. The powerful guard felt somewhat helpless regarding his daughter's matters. At that moment, the door opened, and Zhang Shan walked in to report today's situation to the guard. Lord Guard, today the young ladies went to the dungeon to level up early again. And Chuchen stayed in the villa all day, not doing anything to improve his strength. Hearing this, Zhang Yanqing was filled with anger, scolding in frustration. I really don't understand what Qianhan likes about this kid. Does she really plan to support this lazy man in the future? After venting, Zhang Shan hesitated and said, Lord Guardian, this Chuchen might not be as useless as you think. He seems to possess a special talent. Zhang Shan informed Zhang Yanqing about Chuchen's ability to unleash sword energy. Could it be that this kid Chuchen really has some qualities I've overlooked? Zhang Yanqing rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Zhang Shan, find a way to investigate Chuchen's strength, then come back and tell me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan felt a bit troubled. Lord Guardian, Chuchen is just a complete homebody. He seems completely uninterested in the college entrance exam and has never thought about leveling up in dungeons. I have no opportunity to investigate his background at all. Zhang Yanqing took out a bottle of red potion from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Shan. This is a battle potion that can stimulate a person's desire to fight. You find a way to get him to take it, and he will naturally seek out monsters to battle. Zhang Shan accepted the battle potion, secretly amazed at such a miraculous concoction. Rest assured, Lord Guardian, I will ensure the task is completed. After bidding farewell to the Guardian, she returned to the villa. With the advantage of being able to drug Chuchen, Zhang Shan thought, I'll mix it into your breakfast, let you enjoy it to the fullest, and let's see if you can hold back now. Zhang Shan chuckled mischievously, took off her clothes, casually covered her alluring body with a blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Zhang Shan prepared breakfast as usual, mixing in the battle potion. The three young ladies had already gone to level up early, so she didn't have to worry about them accidentally consuming it. Soon, Chuchen lazily came downstairs, greeted Zhang Shan at the dining table, and began to eat breakfast. Just after taking a bite, Chuchen suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, This morning's breakfast. Did he notice? Zhang Shan's heart tightened, nervously asking, Mr. Chuchen, is there something wrong? Today's breakfast is even better than the past few days. Zhang Shan, your cooking has improved. Chuchen smiled slightly, completely unaware, and continued eating. Zhang Shan's eyes twitched slightly. It seemed she was being praised, but why couldn't she feel happy? Eat up, you lazy pig, you'll regret it later. After finishing breakfast, Chuchen lay on the sofa, comfortably playing on his phone. Through the home's cameras, Chuchen realized that strangers had already visited his house. The items in the room had been roughly rummaged through, looking as if they had been ransacked, a complete mess. There was no doubt this was the work of the Liang Group. The Liang Group has turned my home, where I've lived for 18 years, into this. Once the college entrance exam is over, I'll make you pay. Chu Chen cursed inwardly and continued to check the Liang Group's movements online. 6 days had passed, and the Liang Group was still tirelessly searching for the Sword Immortal, showing no signs of giving up, as if they would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Clearly, they still didn't know that Chu Chen was the Sword Immortal. They were searching his home merely because Liang Jinming had had a conflict with Chu Chen before going missing. As he continued to watch, an inexplicable feeling of irritation arose in Chu Chen's heart. His cheeks flushed slightly, as if his blood was boiling, wanting to find an opponent to fight. What's going on? Is it because I'm too angry? Or have I been cooped up at home for too long? Chu Chen tossed and turned on the sofa, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Zheng Shan had been observing Chu Chen from the side and felt secretly delighted at this scene. The battle potion is taking effect. This time you can't continue being a homebody, right? Let me add some fuel to the fire. Zheng Shan stepped forward, pretending to be concerned, and gently asked, Mr. Chu Chen, are you alright? You seem a bit restless. Do you need to go out for some fresh air? Hearing Zheng Shan's crisp voice, Chu Chen suddenly looked at her, his fiery gaze roaming over her without a word. Thud! Zheng Shan's heart sank at this sight. Why is he looking at me like that? That intense gaze seems like it wants to see right through me. Could it be that the effect of the combat potion is to fight with me? Oh my god. This thing can't be an aphrodisiac, can it? In an instant, Zheng Shan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer, unsure of what to do. Her gaze unconsciously glanced down at Chu Chen, and her heart jolted. So big. I'm done for. I've shot myself in the foot. What should I do? Endure? Accept? Enjoy? Just as Zheng Shan guessed, Chu Chen indeed wanted to engage in a battle with her. Of course, he meant a serious fight. However, Zheng Shan's level was too high, and she was an undercover agent stationed to protect the 3 young ladies, which made Chu Chen hesitate. As for what was below, it was merely a normal physiological reaction from the morning. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen ultimately dismissed this dangerous thought. I might as well go to a dungeon to kill monsters and level up. Anyway, the Liang Group isn't paying special attention to me right now. As long as I don't go to a dungeon controlled by the Liang Group, it should be fine. Having thought it through, Chu Chen directly called Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 girls. Zheng Shan's pretty face was burning, her heart pounding wildly, and her full chest heaved violently with heavy breaths. At that moment, she understood everything. It must be that the protector sacrificed himself to preserve the innocence of the 3 young ladies, thus exposing Chu Chen's beastly nature. Protector, you've put me in a bind. Sigh, forget it, I'll endure it for work. Just consider it a one-night stand. After all, he's so handsome, giving myself to him doesn't seem like a loss. Zheng Shan closed her eyes, biting her red lips, preparing to accept Chu Chen's stormy baptism. Her mind instinctively began to play some indescribable images, causing her body temperature to gradually rise. However, instead of receiving Chu Chen's beast-like treatment, she heard the voices of Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 girls. Zheng Shan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Chen. Could it be that I alone can't satisfy you? You want to call the 3 young ladies too? Chu Chen, you beast. Hello? Brother Jia, is there something wrong? Qin Xiaoxiao's voice came through the phone, slightly distorted due to poor signal in the dungeon. Chu Chen got straight to the point. Xiaoxiao, I'm feeling a bit bored at home and plan to go to a dungeon to level up today. Is there a suitable dungeon for me? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao immediately understood Chu Chen's intention. He was looking for a dungeon not controlled by the Liang Group. Brother Jia, just so happens my family has one. I'll call now and have someone come pick you up. Although Phoenix Treasures mainly deals in props, they also dabble in the dungeon industry, though not on the same scale as the Liang Group. Okay, thank you, Xiaoxiao. Brother Jia thanked me. I'm so happy. After hanging up, Chu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, looking at Zheng Shan and saying, Butler Zhang, I plan to go level up today, so no need to prepare lunch. Why is your face so red? Are you sick? No. I just. Zheng Shan's pretty face was so red it seemed like it could bleed, and she felt so shy she wanted to burrow into the ground. She finally understood that all the talk of clouds and rain in Wushan, of upheaval, was just her own imagination. Zheng Shan, you really are too, but he really is so big. Seeing that Zheng Shan hadn't finished her words and had dashed away, Chu Chen was left in a daze. What's wrong with Butler Zhang? Did her period come? Soon, a luxurious car stopped in front of the villa, and the driver wearing sunglasses knocked on the door. Hello, I was sent by Miss Qin to take Mr. Chu Chen to the dungeon. Chu Chen opened the door and greeted the driver. I am Chu Chen, thank you. Although Chu Chen couldn't discern the driver's rank, the invisible aura of pressure emanating from him led Chu Chen to conclude that this was also a second-tier expert. Xin Xiaoxiao was indeed thoughtful, sending a second-tier expert to protect him. With that, he no longer had to worry about safety. This is my job. If Mr. Chu Chen is ready, we can set off, the driver said in a deep voice, opening the car door and inviting Chu Chen inside. Chu Chen nodded, got into the car, and they sped off towards the dungeon. Stupid man. So annoying. Now I want to see what you're made of. Not long after they left, Zheng Shan, dressed in battle gear, walked out of the villa. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed, and with a cold snort, she ghosted after the two. Mr. Chu Chen, we've arrived at the fiery volcano dungeon. Please be careful inside, I will wait for you outside. If you encounter any trouble, you can call me. This is my number. Upon reaching the destination, the driver spoke respectfully. Okay, thank you. Chu Chen knew this was likely Qin Xiaoxiao's suggestion, but he still expressed his heartfelt gratitude before decisively entering the dungeon. Ha! Fiery volcano dungeon? This is a level 40 to 50 dungeon? Why would Chu Chen choose here? Does he really have some hidden trump card? Watching Chu Chen's disappearing figure, Zhang Shan's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Just a few days after changing jobs, he dared to come to a level 40 dungeon. He was either seeking death or truly had strength. This made Zhang Shan's curiosity uncontrollably rise. She used an item to conceal her presence and suppressed her level to 80, quickly following him inside. The dungeon's level restriction was within 30 levels, so level 80 was the upper limit for entering the fiery volcano. Any higher would alert the dungeon's core. As soon as Chu Chen entered the fiery volcano dungeon, a wave of heat rushed at him, accompanied by a strong smell of sulfur that made his eyes water. After a while, he barely adapted to the environment and looked deeper into the dungeon. In the distance, a black-red volcano continuously spewed forth fiery red lava, flowing down from the peak like a river, resembling jagged bloodstains. Thick black smoke rose endlessly from the volcano's mouth, gathering in the sky to form a dark cloud, making the land appear gloomy and oppressive. Wow, the environment in this dungeon is really harsh, Chu Chen thought to himself. On the way here, he had thoroughly reviewed the information about the fiery volcano. The monsters in this dungeon were all fire elementals, with high physical resistance, requiring spells to deal effective damage. However, sword energy could also inflict damage, so Chu Chen wasn't too worried. Around the entrance, there were many small vendors selling and recycling materials and equipment, as well as forming teams and offering training services, creating a bustling mini-market. Chu Chen only glanced around briefly before planning to head towards the monster area. Just then, a large hand landed on his shoulder, and a surprised voice rang out. Huh? Little brother, what are you doing here? Chu Chen turned around, equally surprised. The one who called out to him was none other than the young man guarding the iron mine. Oh my! Little brother, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Not to mention, you are quite brave, aren't you? Have you only been transferred for less than half a month and already dare to come to the fiery volcano? You kid wouldn't be thinking of ending it all, would you? The young man's face was serious as he tightly gripped Chu Chen's shoulder, looking as if he wouldn't let him go until he clarified things. Chu Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, explaining, What are you thinking, bro? I'm here to level up. The monsters here are high level and give a lot of experience. But what about you? Aren't you an employee of the Liang Group? How did you end up in a dungeon under Phoenix Treasures? Chu Chen had a good impression of the young man. Upon learning that he was a field master after his job transfer, he not only refrained from mocking him but also gave him several dungeon tickets. Chu Chen had intended to repay this young man, and running into him today was a perfect opportunity to resolve that. Knowing that Chu Chen wasn't in a dark place, the young man relaxed and pulled him to a quiet spot to vent his frustrations. Little brother, you have no idea, the Liang Group is pure scum. Lately, I don't know what's wrong with the higher-ups, they won't let us work or level up, forcing us to search everywhere for that sword immortal. That sword immortal is so handsome and impressive, where the hell am I supposed to find him? Is he going to come running in front of me? Little brother, don't you think the Liang Group is making things difficult for us? Chu Chen felt a bit awkward and nodded perfunctorily. Right. The young man didn't notice Chu Chen's oddness and continued to rant. I couldn't take it anymore, so I just quit the Liang Group. I'm done. But after quitting, I realized just how scummy the Liang Group is. Those who leave the Liang Group either have to pay a hefty training fee or are banned from entering their dungeons for a year, and they say all of this is written in the employment contract. I knew the Liang Group was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. Isn't this just pure extortion? I'm a broke level 35 mage, how can I afford to pay them? so I had to come to the fiery volcano dungeon at a lower level. Sigh, although the monsters here are high level, luckily I'm a B-class frost mage, and my skills counter fire element monsters. Once I level up, I can farm materials in the dungeon and help others level up. I should be able to get by. The young man cursed the Liang group thoroughly, then slumped down, sighing heavily. As an ordinary job changer, he could only vent his frustrations in a corner, feeling powerless against such a giant like the Liang group. TSK, no wonder Liang Jinming is so self-righteous. It turns out the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Chu Chen was also shocked by the exploitation of the Liang group. This was not work, it was pure servitude. However, knowing that the Liang group would soon face its downfall, he didn't dwell on it and comforted the young man. Bro, with the Liang group acting so tyrannically, they'll eventually get their comeuppance. Here, take this equipment, consider it a return gift from our last meeting. Most of the loot he obtained from clearing the dungeons twice had been given to Qin Xiaoxiao and the other two girls. However, he kept some decent quality bronze equipment. The young man was level 35, just right for it. What the hell? Level 30 bronze equipment, and it's a full set? Oh my! Little brother, I can't accept this. I can't. I only gave you a few cheap tickets, this equipment is too valuable. The young man was stunned, a full set of level 30 bronze equipment was worth at least 10,000. You said you had no resources at home last time, right? Bro, just take it. Chu Chen smiled. To him, this equipment was really nothing. Unable to refuse Chu Chen, the young man had to accept it, repeatedly thanking him. Little brother, thank you so much. This equipment is a huge help, otherwise, I would really worry about dying in the dungeon. Say, those words you said last time weren't all a lie to me, right? You're actually a rich second generation, not a domain master at all? No, I'm a genuine domain master, and I'm not a rich second generation, it's just, I've got 3 wealthy women supporting me, Chu Chen said half-jokingly. The young man, upon hearing this, was visibly moved. Little brother, so you're making money from those wealthy women, huh? Although being supported by wealthy women sounds quite luxurious, the young man knew that wealthy women were often those with poor looks and high weights. Serving one was already torturous enough, he didn't expect Chu Chen to be responsible for 3 at the same time. This was no way for a person to live. Little brother, I see you just arrived. You probably haven't found a training partner yet? I've already found a training partner, just come along with me. The young man looked at Chu Chen with sympathy and actively invited him to level up together. In his view, Chu Chen, who had just changed jobs, couldn't possibly kill monsters by himself, he must be looking for a training partner to level up, just like him. Since he had taken such valuable equipment from Chu Chen, he naturally couldn't let him spend more money. Ha! Isn't being supported by wealthy women something many people envy? What do you mean by that look, big brother? For a moment, Chu Chen was confused by the young man's pitying gaze, and after a while, he shook his head and said, Big brother, no need. You should cancel your training partner and come with me, leveling up will be faster. Chu Chen could already challenge level 45 job changers at level 25. Now at level 35, with his attributes raised even higher, his monster killing speed was naturally faster than those training partners. Hearing this, the young man's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a teaching tone. Little brother, you're living off your youth. You can't spend money so recklessly. You're still young and strong, but even the strongest ox can't plow 3 fields at once. Have you heard that saying? There are only overworked oxen, not worn-out fields. You should save more money now. When you can't work anymore, you'll still be able to live comfortably. So, listen to your big brother. Just stick with me this time, I won't take your money. Not? How does big brother know so well? Could it be? Although Chu Chen felt that the young man was very loyal, he still felt something was off. Just then, 3 young men hurriedly walked over from the market. All 3 were tall and thin, with somewhat gloomy faces, looking quite similar, as if they were brothers. Zhou Bai, why did you come here? We had a hard time finding you. The leading young man sighed in relief upon seeing Zhou Bai, but with a hint of complaint in his voice. Zhou Bai saw the 3 and thought, oh no, I was so busy chatting with my little brother that I lost track of time. Hee, sorry about that, brother Huang. I ran into an old friend I hadn't seen in a long time, and we got carried away chatting. The 3 in front of him were the training team Zhou Bai had found, the Huang brothers, Huang Dahai, Huang and Huang Sanchi. Although their levels were lower than other training teams, only level 45, all 3 were A-class job changers, ice and snow mages, which were particularly effective against the monsters in Fiery Volcano. Of course, the most important reason was cheap. They charged only 5,000 for a day's training, a third of the price of other training partners. With Zhou Bai's financial situation, he could only afford this kind of training. Brother Huan, this friend of mine is also here to level up in Fiery Volcano. I want to bring him along, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Huang Dahai frowned and decisively refused. Brother Zhou, that's not possible. Bringing one more person means taking on one more responsibility. Aren't you just adding to our burden? Zhou Bai chuckled awkwardly. Brother Huang, don't worry, I'll handle the protection for him. Although my strength makes killing monsters a bit difficult, keeping him safe is no problem. Huang Dahai's brows furrowed even tighter, and his expression turned ugly. Zhou Bai, you really have a big mouth for someone with such little strength. Can you guarantee that nothing will go wrong? If you can, then I'll take him along. Zhou Bai's expression stiffened. He couldn't understand why the usually easygoing Huang Dahai had suddenly become so unapproachable. At that moment, Huang standing nearby, smiled and tried to mediate. Big brother, Zhou brother has paid too. He can bring a few people as he sees fit, as long as he doesn't mind losing some experience. I see this young brother looks quite impressive. He must not be an ordinary person. Let's just consider it a good deal. Hearing Huang Er's words, Huang Dahai's eyes flickered as he glanced at Chu Chen a few times, then coldly snorted, whatever, I only care about killing monsters, not about protection. If you die, don't blame me. After saying that, Huang Dahai turned and left, heading towards the outskirts of the fiery volcano. Little brother, don't take it to heart, my big brother has this temperament, but deep down, he's a good person. Huang grinned at Chu Chen and beckoned Huang Sanchi to follow. Chu brother, let's go, let's hurry and catch up. We can just pick up experience from a distance. Definitely don't rush in to join the fun. Zhou Bai tugged at Chu Chen's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Zhou Bai had originally planned to spend some money, but he didn't expect Huang to step in and speak up for him. Perhaps it was the effect of his handsome face. Being good-looking is indeed a plus. Alright, thank you, big brother. Chu Chen hesitated and nodded, following Zhou Bai. Originally, Chu Chen didn't plan to join this group. With his strength, he didn't need to bring anyone along. However, the faint black glove marks visible on the necks of the three made Chu Chen change his mind. He had seen the same marks on the three robbers in the Rugged Plains dungeons. I wonder if this is the mark of the dungeon robbers or the Liang group. But in any case, these three shouldn't be good people. Let's follow them and see, whether they're after me or Zhou brother. I can't just stand by. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, the ground beneath their feet transformed into volcanic rock solidified from lava, resembling waves, layer upon layer. The volcanic rock was pitch black, but if a section of the ground emitted a red glow, it indicated that monsters were lurking beneath. Puff! Sensing the approach of the five, a burst of flame suddenly shot out from a piece of fiery volcanic rock, floating in the air. Its shape resembled a burning flower, but in the center, there was a structure resembling an arm, looking quite bizarre. Fire element, minor monster, level, LV40 constitution, 122 spirit, 135 strength, 111 speed, 134 skills, scorch, fireball, flame explosion. The fire element was the lowest level of fire elemental monsters. They had no intelligence, not even awareness. They would instinctively attack any creature that entered their perception range. Puff puff puff, three fireballs separated from the fire element and shot towards the Huang brothers. The Huang brothers were also regulars at the fiery volcano, so they were naturally well prepared. The magic books in front of the three brothers simultaneously shone with an ice blue light, and dozens of ice spikes quickly formed, colliding with the fireballs. Hiss! A plume of white steam rose, extinguishing all the fireballs, but the ice spikes only evaporated a little, continuing to smash into the fire element. The ice spikes melted rapidly under the high temperature of the fire element's surface, but the fire element also gradually weakened, its color shifting from fiery red to dark red. Whoosh! After completely melting all the ice spikes, the fire element seemed to become enraged, its body swelling up and charging fiercely at the Huang brothers. Ice wall! The three brothers easily dealt with the fire element, as 6 ice walls condensed in the air, fitting together seamlessly to form a frozen cage that firmly trapped the fire element inside. The fire element charged wildly, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the frost cage. A continuous stream of cold air surged into the fire element's body, causing its color to gradually fade until it vanished without a trace. Teammate Huang Dahai killed the fire element, gaining 500 experience points. A proud look appeared on the faces of the Huang brothers. They had killed the fire element in less than 5 minutes. This was their capital for establishing themselves in the harsh environment of the flame volcano. So strong. I hope they can help me level up to 36 today, then I can barely find a team. Zhou Bai watched from a distance, filled with envy. Chu Chen, however, was unimpressed. Taking 5 minutes to deal with a monster was honestly too slow. But with Zhou Bai chatting beside him, he wasn't too bored. Bro, how do you know these three? I ran into them by chance on my last day at work. They thought farming materials and equipment was unstable, so they wanted to find someone to help them level up and earn some training fees. Chu Chen subtly inquired about the Huang brothers' information. It was ultimately confirmed that these three were likely from the Liang group, but they weren't here for him. They were specifically looking for Zhou Bai. He just didn't know what Zhou Bai had that made the Liang group take notice. The monsters outside the flame volcano were between level 40 and 45. The Huang brothers had level suppression, a numerical advantage, and attribute restraint, making it easy to deal with the fire element. In less than an hour, they had wiped out nearly 10. Brother Zhou, let's take a break for a bit. Later, we'll go to the open cave. The monsters there give more experience. Huang Er came over with a smile to invite Zhou Bai and Chu Chen. The so-called open cave referred to an area formed after clearing a hidden map. Although the difficulty of the monsters inside was lower, they were still stronger than regular monsters, thus providing more experience. Alright, thank you, Brother Huang Er. Zhou Bai had no doubts. Along the way, he had developed full trust in the Huang brothers' strength and was secretly delighted to find such impressive training help at such a low price. It was truly a bargain. Huang Er turned his gaze to Chu Chen and initiated a conversation. I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you, little brother. May I ask your name? My surname is Chu. You can just call me Xiao Chu, Brother Huang Er. Ha, so it's Brother Xiao Chu. Coming to the flame volcano at such a young age, you're not an ordinary person. Your family must be quite remarkable, right? Brother Huang Er, you're overestimating me. My parents passed away, and no one takes care of me, so I can just roam freely. After a warm chat for a while, Huang Er got up to leave. We can't let others know about the dirty work we're doing. Why did you make me bring that kid along? Huang Dahai asked, puzzled, when Huang Er returned. Huang Er smiled sinisterly and explained, Big brother, you don't know, but that kid's seemingly ordinary shirt costs over 10,000. Hearing this, Huang Dahai's pupils suddenly contracted. An ordinary-looking shirt worth as much as a top-quality bronze equipment? What did that imply? It was self-evident. This kid with the surname Chu was incredibly rich. As a black glove, Huang Dahai's secret dealings involved burning, killing, and plundering. At this moment, the scent of money made him restless. However, he also knew that some people could be provoked while others could not, especially since this wasn't the Liang group's territory. He needed to be cautious. You're quite clever. Can we pull off this job? Huang Er blinked and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, big brother. I just had a chat with him, and this kid should be a nouveau riche with no power in Dongxing City. Moreover, I feel like this kid looks a bit familiar. He might be one of our targets in this mission. Hearing Huang Er say this, Huang Dahai felt relieved. The second brother had always been the strategist among the three of them, and since he said there was no problem, it was highly likely that there was none. I didn't expect to make a profit just by cleaning up. I have to say, today is really lucky. Ha ha. Chu Chen naturally had no idea that he had caught the attention of the Huang brothers because of a top that Tanya had bought for him. Not far away, a shadow was also keeping a close watch on Chu Chen. It was the female housekeeper, Zheng Shan. No wonder Chu Chen dared to come to the blazing volcano instance. It turns out he found someone to train with. Ha, I was so foolish. I actually expected him to have some hidden trump card. This scoundrel is really too cunning. When he goes back, he will definitely tell the ladies that he bravely ventured into the blazing volcano all by himself. The naive ladies will surely be deceived by his sweet words again. Zheng Shan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at Chu Chen, her eyes filled with disdain. Then she coldly smiled, took out her phone, and recorded everything from a distance. Humph, Chu Chen, you didn't expect it, did you? The righteous housekeeper has been following you all along. Your hypocritical actions will be recorded one by one and presented to the ladies. I, Zheng Shan, am the terminator of scumbags. Humph. The Huang brothers took a brief rest before getting up to continue. Chu Chen and Zhou Bai followed at a distance. Under the leadership of the three brothers, the five entered an underground cave. The cave was extremely hot, with the surrounding stone walls baked black and dry. The ground of the cave often revealed small streams of lava, intertwining and branching like blood vessels, giving Chu Chen the illusion that he had entered the body of a giant made of flames. Inside the cave, the shape of the fire elements, although still abstract, was more distinct, with some outlines of living beings faintly visible, indicating that they were developing consciousness. These fire elements were at level 45, and it would take the three brothers a considerable amount of time to deal with just one. After an unknown amount of time, the five advanced to a stream of lava. The fiery red lava flowed like water, occasionally bursting with a few hot bubbles, producing a foul-smelling thick smoke. Hoo. I'm exhausted. Every time I come here, it takes a lot of effort. Huang Dahai gasped, cursing under his breath. It's all for safety. What we're doing can't be seen in the light. Since no one is paying attention here, we can get down to business. Huang smiled sinisterly and gave orders to Huang Sanchi. Third brother, go bring those two kids over. You two, come over, my big brother has something to discuss with you. Huang Sanchi walked up to Chu Chen and Zhou Bai, raising an eyebrow towards the lava stream, signaling them to come over. Third brother Huang, is something happening? Zhou Bai asked awkwardly, feeling uneasy about Huang Sanchi's cold demeanor. You'll know when you get over there. Huang Sanchi coldly threw out a sentence and said no more, standing behind the two to block their escape. Alright, we'll go over. Don't worry, brother Chu, it should just be about discussing where to farm monsters next. Zhou Bai forced a grim smile at Chu Chen, as if to comfort him and himself. Chu Chen silently nodded, thinking to himself, it seems the Huang brothers are habitual offenders, they already have their own base of operations. Seeing Zhou Bai and Chu Chen approach with trepidation, Huang Dahai grinned, revealing his white teeth. Zhou Bai, how do you feel about my training service all the way here? Zhou Bai smiled obsequiously, his face full of flattery. Brother Huang's strength is truly impressive, his monster-slaying speed rivals that of a level 50 training team. Although Zhou Bai didn't know what the Huang brothers were up to, he figured that saying nice things couldn't be wrong. Ha ha, as long as you're satisfied, Huang Dahai laughed heartily, his demeanor suddenly shifting, as if a wild beast had been unleashed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Now, let me reintroduce myself. Huang Dahai from the Liang Group's Resignation Investigation Department. Zhou Bai, we suspect you possess materials detrimental to the Liang Group, so we ask you to cooperate with our investigation. Both Chu Chen and Zhou Bai were taken aback. Chu Chen was somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this Resignation Investigation Department? Zhou Bai's expression, however, turned extremely grim, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn! It turns out that cheap deals come with hidden costs. He had suspected something was off with such a low-priced training service, but thinking he was just a broke loser with nothing to covet, he had decided to go for it. He never expected the Huang brothers were actually from the Liang Group. Even more shocking was that despite having resigned, the Liang Group still wouldn't let him go. Liang Group? Are you guys done yet? I've already resigned, and you still pester me like a pesky fly. You're a big company in Dongxing City, is this how you bully people? Huang Dahai laughed heartily at Zhou Bai's impotent rage. Ha! Zhou Bai, don't try that with us, it won't work. Quickly take out everything on you for us to check, that way, we can wrap this up and go home early. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I wouldn't mind using some special methods. As he spoke, the Huang brothers conjured several ice spikes, all aimed directly at Zhou Bai. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the ice spikes, Zhou Bai instinctively shivered. He indeed had some materials that could harm the Liang Group, but he hadn't brought them with him, so he wasn't too panicked. Glaring at the three brothers with resentment, Zhou Bai reluctantly began to pull out his belongings. Black iron equipment, bank cards, clothes, various miscellaneous items were laid out on the ground one by one. TSK. Just a bunch of junk. Huang rummaged through the clutter, ultimately picking up a bank card and saying with a feigned serious expression, Zhou Bai, I suspect you have embezzled funds from the Liang Group, so I need you to tell me the password. You! Zhou Bai was so angry his nose twisted. He wasn't even in finance, how could he embezzle funds? If I had embezzled funds, would I need to hire you bunch of bastards for training? Cursing the Huang brothers 1,000 times in his heart, Zhou Bai had no choice but to reluctantly reveal the password. Seeing this, Chu Chen finally understood. Although the three brothers were from the Liang Group, their actions were no different from those of dungeon robbers, they just had a seemingly legitimate title. How many shady things has the Liang Group done? Even after resigning, they still have to investigate. TSK. Zhou Bai had emptied all his belongings, but the Huang brothers found nothing detrimental. Instead, under various pretenses, they took away the last few valuable items Zhou Bai had left. Can we leave now? Zhou Bai said bitterly, unable to voice his anger. If he were alone, he might have fought the Huang brothers, but with Chu Chen still by his side, he couldn't let him get involved. At the very least, he had to ensure this kind-hearted younger brother got out safely. That won't do, I suspect the materials are hidden on this brother Chu, so we still need to check his belongings. Huang came to Chu Chen's side, pressing his palm on Chu Chen's shoulder, and said ominously, brother Chu, it's all work, you wouldn't want to make things difficult for us, would you? Zhou Bai was completely enraged upon hearing this, baring his teeth and preparing to fight the Huang brothers. You Huang, my brother works hard for his money, and you want to rob him too? Are you even human? At that moment, however, Chu Chen raised his hand to stop Zhou Bai's reckless action. Brother Zhou, no need to worry, the three Huang brothers are also workers, let's understand each other. Upon hearing this, Huang Dahai raised an eyebrow and laughed. Hey, you kid are quite sensible. Then hurry up and take out the stuff. If you dare to hide anything, I won't let you off. Humph. Chu Chen smiled slightly and began to take things out of his backpack space. Clang! A piece of heavy armor fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The Huang brothers immediately recognized it as a level 30 bronze heavy armor, and they couldn't help but feel delighted. They had caught a big fish. Ahem! This heavy armor looks a bit familiar. I need to take it back to the company for appraisal. Huang pretended to find an excuse and quickly stowed the armor away. Huang Dahai and Huang Sanchi saw this and thought to themselves, too slow. Chu Chen smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued to pull things out of his backpack. Clang! 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 3 more pieces of bronze equipment fell to the ground, and Huang was quick to claim them for himself again. Huang Dahai and Huang Sanchi were getting anxious and came over. Second brother, there are too many pieces of equipment for you to appraise, let us handle the rest. Clang! 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 Dozens of pieces of bronze equipment crashed to the ground, and there were even several stacks of thick cash. The Huang brothers were dumbfounded. They had thought Chu Chen would have some money, but they never expected this kid to be so wealthy. They hit the jackpot. The 3 brothers were overjoyed, no longer looking for reasons, and began to grab everything without restraint, like 3 rabid dogs. Zhou Bai's heart sank to the bottom, filled with despair. Brother, how can you be so naive? You don't think that if you give them everything, they'll let us leave safely, do you? The more you take out, the smaller our chances of leaving safely. In the distance, Zheng Shan watched Chu Chen frantically throwing money and gritted her teeth in anger. She had learned about Chu Chen. He came from an ordinary background, with nothing remarkable. There was no doubt that Chu Chen couldn't possibly have this much money. All this money was given to him by the 3 ladies. And now, it was all going to these dungeon robbers. This spineless Chu Chen, I know you're weak and your profession is poor, but at least put up a fight. A few robbers scare you so much that you bring out all your possessions. Are you even a man? I'm so mad. I really don't understand why the ladies would fall for you, this lazy pig, coward, and good for nothing. Zheng Shan could no longer tolerate it and planned to step in to deal with the 3 dungeon robbers while humiliating Chu Chen severely to vent her anger. However, just as her long legs took a step forward, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The scene that unfolded before her was so shocking that even Zhang Shan, a level 105 second transformation expert, was completely dumbfounded. God! How dare Chu Chen? Could it be that he has been acting all along? After throwing out a pile of equipment, a primitive long sword suddenly appeared in Chu Chen's hand. The sword gleamed with silver light, its edge sharp, with intricate patterns winding along its length, giving an indescribable sense of nobility. It was a domain sword. What the hell? What grade of weapon is this? This kid actually had such a top-tier equipment hidden away. Ha ha, this is a huge profit. A massive profit. Huang Sanchi's eyes ignited with fervor as he saw the sword of the domain, and he reached out to snatch it. Kid, hand it over. This sword belongs to me. Alright, Huang Sange, don't rush, I'm giving it to you right now. Chu Chen chuckled, the long sword flickering in the air, evading Huang Sanchi's grasp and thrusting straight towards his chest. Puff! The long sword pierced Huang Sanchi's heart as easily as cutting tofu, emerging from his body. Crimson blood flowed down the sword tip, splattering onto the scorching ground, turning into wisps of bloody steam. You! Huang Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Chen. He never imagined that this insignificant ant would dare to plot against him. Life force rapidly drained away, and Huang Sanchi died with his eyes wide open. What the hell? Chu, my brother. You just... Zhou Bai was so shocked by the sudden scene that he lost his wits, staring at Chu Chen with a horrified expression. He thought Chu Chen was a coward, never expecting him to be so cunning. All this previous cowardly behavior was merely a setup for this strike, and he actually succeeded. In less than half a month after his job change, he directly killed a level 45 job changer. This could go down in history. I told you, how could someone who just changed jobs dare to come to the fiery volcano and be a coward? Chu, my brother, I'm here to help you, let's fight them. Zhou Bai felt a surge of blood boiling within him ignited by Chu Chen, rushing to his side, ready to face the Huang brothers. Third brother? Third brother. Speak up, third brother. Huang Dahai and Huang who were frantically grabbing equipment, looked at the motionless Huang Sanchi, struggling to accept the reality before them. They were 3 level 45 job changers. How dare this 18 or 19-year-old kid lay a hand on them? Sorry, it might be too hot here, my sword got a bit restless and just poked him. But don't worry, he's fine, he just died, and in the next life, you can still be brothers. Chu Chen pulled out the long sword and pushed Huang Sanchi's corpse in front of the Huang brothers, explaining with a face full of apology. Little brother, you really are brave. To still dare to provoke these 2 brothers at this time, truly worthy of being able to take on 3 by yourself. Zhou Bai secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Alright, Shu Chen, I admit you're not a coward anymore, you're even a bit clever, a little bit handsome. Zheng Shan looked at Shu Chen with sparkling eyes, her heart racing wildly. Although the Huang brothers were nothing in her eyes, Shu Chen had only just changed jobs a few days ago. To dare to scheme against a level 45 job changer and still provoke them afterward. Just this courage had already surpassed 99% of his peers. Zheng Shan silently raised Shu Chen's failing score to excellent in her heart and began to think about how to help him escape without being discovered. You little brat dared to kill the third brother? How dare you? He's my own brother. I will kill you. I will kill you. After a brief shock, the Huang brothers finally regained their senses. Their eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury, and they were enraged to the extreme. The magic book in front of them trembled violently, terrifying skills brewing. They wanted to kill the two immediately, not allowing them to survive for even a second. Shu, my brother. I'll hold them off. You run. Use those boulders as cover, don't look back. Zhou Bai quickly conjured an ice shield to block in front of him, urging Shu Chen to run. The anger from being oppressed by the Liang group erupted at this moment, and Zhou Bai was determined to fight against those bastards from the Liang group. However, Shu Chen did not run at all. Instead, he stepped forward, charging directly at Huang Dahai. Good courage. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Come and die. Shu Chen advanced instead of retreating, further enraging Huang Dahai, who quickly conjured dozens of ice spikes that surged toward Shu Chen like a storm. Swift wind triple slash. The sword light, as fast as a phantom, almost formed a single line, colliding with the ice spikes in an instant. Crack, crack. The sharp ice spikes shattered in an instant, turning into countless shards of ice that fell to the ground. Huang Dahai hadn't even realized what had happened when 3 gruesome bloodlines appeared on his body. Ha! What's going on? It feels itchy? Huang Dahai turned to ask his second in command, but his massive head rolled directly to the ground. Following that, his body slid down from his thighs and crashed to the ground. Huang Dahai was dead. What the hell? Am I blind? What did I just see? Shu Chen. He killed Huang Dahai? And cut him into 3 pieces? Zhou Bai stumbled and fell to the ground, ignoring the pain in his body, his face filled with horror as he stared in Shu Chen's direction. If killing Huang Sanchi was still a sneak attack, then what just happened was a direct confrontation, gun against gun, cannon against cannon. A level 45 Huang Dahai, a class A transmuter ice and snow mage rampaging through the fiery volcano, actually lost to Shu Chen in a head-on clash? What kind of outrageous plot is this? Zhou Bai was completely dumbfounded, his head buzzing, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. Shu Chen actually killed a level 45 transmuter head-on? Even Zhang Shan, a second transmuter, was shocked, her pretty face flushed, her watery eyes filled with disbelief. As a core member of the garrison, Zhang Shan had seen many geniuses, but in just 1 minute, to directly double-kill 2 level 45 transmuters, this kind of genius she had truly never seen before. Shu Chen had just recently transmuted. He was still a child. This was a bit too outrageous, wasn't it? Moreover, the skill Shu Chen used was actually the top skill of a swordsman, Swift Wind Triple Slash. It's one thing to have deep swordsmanship comprehension, and I could tolerate the release of sword energy, but you even know the top skill of a swordsman. What the hell is this? Is there anyone to manage this? Shu Chen is stealing skills. Zhang Shan had originally planned to secretly help Shu Chen escape, but at this moment, she suddenly realized it was unnecessary. Shu Chen's hidden trump card was terrifyingly strong. The brother? Dead? Looking at the familiar head rolling right in front of him, Huang Er's hair stood on end, and the skill he was casting was interrupted by sheer terror. My brother is a level 45 transmuter. How could he die in 1 hit at the hands of a little kid? This is impossible. This can't be. Huang Er screamed in despair. Huang Dahai's death was so abrupt and unbelievable that he couldn't accept reality at all. Are you really level 45 transmuters? As a mage, shouldn't you cast a spell shield on yourself before battle? Shu Chen, with a bewildered expression, held his sword and slowly walked toward Huang Er. Why you, don't come over. Huang Er suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly cast a frost shield on himself. But this did not give him any sense of security. With every step Shu Chen took closer, it felt like a heavy hammer striking his chest, making him feel as if death was imminent. Huang Er had never expected that this seemingly naive rich kid, who had walked all the way here, was so insidious and ruthless. More importantly, how could someone so young possess the terrifying strength to slay a level 45 transmuter? You, Chu, did you hear that? You are not allowed to come closer. Don't force me, or I'll fight you to the death. Backed against the lava river, with nowhere to retreat, Huang Er fearfully roared at Shu Chen. Ha, little Huang, you think too highly of yourself. Fish may die, but the net may not break. Chu Chen smiled coldly, his long sword slicing through the air, unleashing a chilling beam of sword light towards Huang Er. Ah! You forced me! Huang Er roared in fury, directly throwing a dozen flame crystals into the magma river, while he crazily ran towards the cave's exit. The flame crystals were materials dropped after the death of fire elementals, containing rich fire elemental energy. As long as they were thrown into the magma river, they could awaken the monster within. The Huang brothers had chosen this place as their stronghold not just because it was hidden. More importantly, there was an elite-level monster lurking in the magma river. If they encountered danger, they could actively awaken this monster and then escape amidst the chaos. Crack! Under Chu Chen's sword light, the frost shield shattered like paper. Fortunately, Huang Er timely crushed a skill scroll, raising a yellowish shield once more. The yellow shield absorbed most of the sword light's power, but it too shattered. However, Huang Er managed to save his life amidst the sword light. What terrifying sword light! No wonder he could kill my brother with a single strike. If it weren't for my top-tier skill scroll, I would probably be done for here. Damn! What kind of monster is this kid? How can he be so terrifying at such a young age? Wait! I remember now, he is Chu Chen, the one suspected to be related to young Master Liang Jinming's disappearance. At the brink of death, Huang Er suddenly recalled everything. This isn't just a suspicion, this is definitely related. No! I must escape. I have to tell the Liang group everything. Only then can I kill Chu Chen and avenge my brother and third brother. With this thought, Huang Er ran madly towards the cave's exit. He believed that with the monster's distraction, he could definitely escape Chu Chen's grasp. Ha! There's actually a top-tier skill scroll? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Huang Er to have such a life-saving card. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, the magma river suddenly roiled. A fire frog, as large as a truck, leaped out, rushing to the shore. It bit down on the dozen flame crystals, crunching them with a crunch. Fire giant frog, elite, level, LV47 constitution, 145 spirit, 156 strength, 155 speed, 139 skills, fire breath, fire whip, fire tread. Damn! What a huge fire frog! Feeling the heat wave rushing towards him, Zhou Bai couldn't help but shiver. He never expected that there was actually a LV47 elite monster hidden in this magma river. With such outrageous attributes, how could they possibly defeat it? Chu, oh no, brother Chu, let's run. If this frog gets a hold of us, we definitely won't be able to escape for a while. We need to deal with Huang Er first. If the Liang group finds out about today's events, we're completely finished. Zhou Bai shouted at Chu Chen in panic, his legs trembling in fear. Tisk, there's actually an elite monster, how wonderful. Brother Zhou, wait for me a moment. I'll take care of it, then we can chase after Huang Er. Don't worry, he won't get away. Chu Chen licked his dry lips and smiled casually at Zhou Bai. No, brother Chu, my real brother. This isn't like the fragile mages of the Huang brothers, this is an elemental elite monster. You, a sword user, a domain master? Ha! Something feels off? That's not important anymore, how are you going to fight it? Zhou Bai shouted in panic. He was glad not to have died at the hands of the Huang brothers, but he certainly didn't want to die at the hands of a fire frog. Not to mention the humiliation, he would be roasted to ashes. However, before the words were finished, the shocking scene before them made Zhou Bai's voice come to an abrupt halt. Chu Chen gripped his long sword, his figure soaring up like a meteor. In front of the massive body of the flame giant frog, Chu Chen appeared as small as a baby, but the fierce aura radiating from him made this colossal creature dare not underestimate him. Quack! The flame giant frog let out a deafening roar, and a fiery long tongue shot out like lightning, aiming directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's figure flickered, easily dodging it, as the long tongue struck the ground, creating a massive deep pit. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Chen leaped into the air, his long sword dancing rapidly like a dragon drawing water. The long sword stirred the air, producing a whistling sound. The sword light filled the sky, quickly condensing in the air, intertwining into a cage of sword energy, descending upon the flame giant frog like a mountain pressing down. Boom boom boom! The clash of sword energy and flames produced a series of dense explosions, shaking the entire cave and causing the magma to boil. It began to spew flames, frantically attacking the sword energy cage, but to no avail. Chu Chen, possessing the heavenly Dao sword body, wielded the sword energy as if it were a mere trifle, effortlessly summoning it. The flame giant frog burned through a strand of sword energy, but in an instant, Chu Chen could condense 10 or even 100 more. The continuous sound of explosions echoed, as the flames on the surface of the flame giant frog were extinguished layer by layer. The body of the flame giant frog visibly began to shrink. Finally, Chuchen struck out with a sword, the sword energy like a dragon, directly slaying the shrunken flame giant frog. The flame giant frog was dead. Kill the flame giant frog, elite, gain 1,500 experience points. Kill the flame giant frog, elite, gain flame essence. Although it was a bit like scraping, I did it quickly. Ha ha. Chuchen watched as the truck-sized flame giant frog gradually shrank until it vanished completely, a relaxed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although there was a 12-level difference, this was merely an ordinary elite monster. The pressure it brought to Chuchen was even less than that of the claw lizard leader. What the hell? A flame frog that big, and it was gone in less than 30 seconds? Jobai stared blankly at the empty river of magma, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. If the Huang brothers were still fragile mages, then the flame giant frog was a terrifying monster that gave all job changers headaches. This elite monster could stand still, and I would still need to hit it for half an hour. And you, 30 seconds? Is this really a new job changer? If he's a new job changer, then what am I? I'm dying. The gap between people is really bigger than between people and dogs. An unparalleled sense of inferiority surged in Zhou Bai's heart. Not only was Zhou Bai shocked, but even Zhang Shan was breathless and unable to contain herself at the sight of Chuchen elegantly slaying the flame giant frog. It is well known that elemental creatures are the nemesis of physical job changers. Even Zhang Shan, at level 105, would have to exert great effort against a level 45 flame giant frog, because Zhang Shan simply could not wield sword energy as effortlessly and freely as Chuchen. Why can Chuchen unleash sword energy so easily? I, at level 105, can barely use a few strands of sword energy, and Chuchen just erupts with it. Mr. Chu, Master Chu, I want to learn, please teach me. Zhang Shan screamed in her heart. At this moment, she really wanted to sit at a table with Zhang Qianhan and together worship Chuchen as their master. It's just that Chuchen's requirements seemed a bit high. It was clear that one must become his woman. Well, Chuchen is so handsome and mysterious, being his woman doesn't seem too bad, but competing with the young lady for a man, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Oh, how shy. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Shan's attitude towards Chuchen underwent a dramatic change. Brother Zhou, you check these two for their belongings, I'll go deal with Huang Er. Chuchen instructed Zhou Bai with a word, lightly tapping his toes, and like a ghost, he rushed towards Huang Er to pursue him. Oh, good. Zhou Bai stammered in response, taking a while to regain his senses, then began to joyfully loot the corpses. Heavens, I've encountered a benefactor. Indeed, one should do more good deeds. If you do too many bad things, you'll eventually face retribution. Huang Er ran wildly, at a life and death speed, not daring to look back even once. But through the continuous explosions, he could imagine how fierce the battle was. Back then, my brothers and I took a full half hour to kill that flame giant frog. With just Chuchen, he definitely isn't a match for the flame giant frog. It would be best if he were burned to ashes, leaving no complete corpse. That would be satisfying. Huang Er thought through gritted teeth, finally bursting out of the cave, and only then did he have time to look back. However, it was a mistake to look. When he did, his soul nearly left his body. Chuchen, using some unknown means, had reduced the truck-sized flame giant frog to the size of a water bucket. In the end, with a single sword strike, he completely obliterated the flame giant frog. Mother! What kind of monster is this Chuchen? That was a level 47 elite monster. I just ran out of the cave, and you finished it off already? No way! Run! I've encountered a freak. Huang Er's face turned ashen, his spirit shattered, and he turned to flee again, but a flash of sword light struck him, severing his legs. Ah! My legs! My legs! Huang Er let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing beneath him. Chuchen, don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know you have a grudge against the Liang group, I can help you report them. I have tons of evidence. Seeing Chuchen rushing towards him, a wave of deathly fear instantly enveloped his heart. Huang Er, disregarding the pain beneath him, desperately pleaded for mercy. Oh, you know quite a bit, huh? Chuchen's face showed a look of surprise, and with a flash of sword light, he took Huang Er's life. As a lackey of the Liang group, Chuchen naturally wouldn't let them continue to harm society. Moreover, among the three brothers, Huang Er was the one Chuchen disliked the most. Two-faced and hypocritical, he deserved to die. From Huang Er, Chuchen reclaimed his belongings, along with nearly 200,000 worth of materials and equipment. At the same time, Chuchen discovered a lot of unfavorable information regarding the Liang group. It was unclear whether the Huang brothers obtained it from other former employees or if they had intentionally hidden it. Chuchen guessed it was most likely the latter. Returning to the banks of the Magma River, Zhou Bai had already finished looting. He only took his own belongings, while the other spoils were neatly categorized on the ground. Brother Chuchen, these are the things on them, please take a look. Zhou Bai spoke cautiously. After witnessing Chuchen's terrifying strength, Zhou Bai no longer dared to act recklessly in front of him. Not only was he his savior, but he was also a gifted individual. Brother Zhou, there's no need to be so cautious, just act like before. Chuchen smiled wryly, realizing that his earlier display of strength had frightened Zhou Bai. Really? If I say something wrong, you wouldn't just chop me down, would you? Zhou Bai swallowed hard, asking with a mix of anticipation and fear. What do you take me for, Brother Zhou? Killing the Huang brothers was because they deserved it. Their actions were no different from dungeon robbers. Killing them is to rid the world of harm. Chuchen explained with a wry smile, adding, but it's better for you to keep this to yourself. After all, they are from the Liang group, and their actions were clearly done with the group's tacit approval. Hearing this, Zhou Bai let out a long sigh of relief. He was not a serious person to begin with, and upon hearing Chuchen's words, he immediately perked up. Little brother, don't worry, I understand. But you are really amazing. A little cow on a rocket, so awesome. This time, you saved my life. In the future, if you need me, just say the word, and I'll go through fire and water for you. After that, Chuchen took back his belongings, and the other spoils were given to Zhou Bai. With his current wealth of several million, he truly looked down on the items from the two dungeon robbers. But for Zhou Bai, this was an immense fortune. Ha! All for me? Chu, little brother, you are too generous. I don't even know how to thank you. How about I recognize you as my godfather? Zhou Bai was moved to tears, overwhelmed with joy. The equipment from the Huang brothers was something he could use as an ice mage, and these resources were enough for him to reach level 50. Who would have thought that he, a poor guy with only 3,000 bucks, would suddenly be on the path to prosperity? This was all thanks to Chuchen. Praise Chuchen. Praise the godfather. Ah, Zhou, big brother, you really don't have to. Chuchen's mouth twitched as he waved his hands repeatedly. The dungeon ticket you gave me helped a lot. I'm just returning the favor. As the saying goes, there are many who add flowers to the brocade, but few who send charcoal in the snow. Even a faint light in the darkness can leave a lasting impression on the heart. Seeing Chuchen say this, Zhou Bai didn't press further but decided in his heart to do a good deed every day. After putting away the spoils, he asked, Chu, little brother, what do we do next? Chuchen glanced at the lava river, deep in thought. There should be more than one flame giant frog in this lava river. Since we want to level up, let's clean out the flame giant frogs first. Gulp! Zhou Bai swallowed excitedly at the words. Clean out the flame giant frogs? That was saying the harshest thing in the calmest tone. Even a level 50 team wouldn't dare to say it so lightly, right? But at this moment, Zhou Bai had no doubts, because Chuchen was the kind of person who could clear flame giant frogs in 30 seconds. Little brother, you just go wild, I'll do my best. Thus, Chuchen had Zhou Bai step aside, and he mimicked Huang Er, pulling out a dozen flame crystals and tossing them directly into the lava river. Fortunately, the Huang brothers had plenty of flame crystals, so he didn't have to worry about running out of bait. Just as Chuchen had guessed, not long after the flame crystals were thrown in, the lava began to boil. A flame giant frog, holding a flame crystal, leaped directly onto the shore. With the experience of one kill under his belt, Chuchen became even more skilled. As he swung his sword, the sword energy spanned 80,000 miles, directly imprisoning the flame giant frog. The terrifying sword energy continued to tear at the flames on the surface of the flame giant frog, and the continuous explosions made the lava churn endlessly. The entire shore was left in ruins, pockmarked with craters. Kill flame giant frog, elite, gain 1,500 experience points. This time, it took only 20 seconds to take down the flame giant frog. Next, Chuchen repeated the process. Bait, hook, KO. The whole process looked so smooth, like eating Dove chocolate. Zhou Bai, in the back, was so excited he was shouting hoarsely. Previously, he thought the Huang brothers were impressive for taking down a flame element in 5 minutes. Compared to Chuchen, they were just kids. Clearing a flame giant frog in 20 seconds, who else could do that? Zhang Shan crouched behind a large rock, watching Chuchen's dazzling swordplay, equally thrilled. Her gem-like beautiful eyes blinked not once, fixated on every move of Chuchen, eager to uncover his secrets. However, she found nothing. Every move Chuchen made was so free-spirited and unrestrained, yet it always managed to evoke an incredibly pure sword energy. Such unreasonable behavior was almost enough to make Zhang Shan cry. Kill flame giant frog, elite, gain 1,500 experience points. Kill flame giant frog, elite, gain 1,500 experience points. 15 minutes later, Chuchen dealt with a flame giant frog and tossed a flame crystal into the magma river, but the river showed no reaction. Looks like they're all gone. I wonder when they'll respawn next. Chuchen murmured, glancing at his level, which had already reached LV 36. As his level increased, the experience required for leveling up also grew. Leveling up in 15 minutes was quite fast. Bro, what are we doing next? Jobai ran over, his face filled with joy. In just 15 minutes, his level had broken through LV 36, rapidly approaching LV 37. This kind of rapid leveling speed was something he had only experienced when he had just changed jobs. Awesome! So exhilarating! Let's go check out the upstream of the Magma River. This wild scenery is a rare sight. Chu-chin smiled as he looked at the Magma River. The fiery red magma flowed like blood, its source a scorching dark red, as if connecting to hell, evoking both fear and curiosity. Ha! What's so interesting about this magma? Oh, I get it, bro, you're planning to find a boss, right? But we can't get across. Jobai wasn't a fool, he quickly guessed Chu-chen's true intention. However, the cave tunnel they had traveled through and the magma river intersected in a T-shape, and there was no path upstream. To get across, it seemed they could only climb along the cave walls. But that was too dangerous. I have a way, take this sword, it will take us across. Chu-chin reached into the air and, like magic, pulled out a long sword, handing it to Jobai. Jobai took the sword with confusion, his face full of question marks. This sword was ancient and imposing, clearly not an ordinary weapon. For some reason, he couldn't check its attributes. But how could a sword take him across the magma river? Could it fly? Jobai's imagination ran wild, and he couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts. The next moment, the sword of the domain flashed with silver light, soaring high into the air, quietly hovering at the top of the cave. Ah! Oh my! It's flying! It really can fly! Jobai yelled, clinging to the sword of the domain like a koala, scared out of his wits. Bro, hold on tight, we're off. Chu-chin chuckled, casually tossing the long sword, which flew automatically to his feet, lifting him slowly into the air, following the magma river upstream. Wait! Hold on! Bro! Is this sword powered by oil or does it need charging? Does it have a safety inspection? It won't break down on the way, right? Bro! Big brother! Foster father! Say something, I'm scared! Boo-hoo! Looking at the red magma below, Jobai's heart raced wildly, nearly crying from fear. On the other side, Zhang Shan, who had been secretly observing, was utterly dumbfounded. Oh my god! What am I seeing? Sword control technique! It's really the sword control technique. Isn't that a 4th-tier skill for swordsmen? Zhang Shan felt her head buzzing. The scene before her was too shocking, making her lose her ability to think. If Chu-chin could unleash powerful sword energy to fight, she could barely accept that. But for Chu-chin, who had just changed jobs, to be able to fly with a sword completely overturned Zhang Shan's worldview. No way? I don't even know sword control technique, how can you do it? Ah, Chu-chin! There should be limits to how outrageous you can be. At this moment, Zhang Shan finally understood why the 3 young ladies were buzzing around Chu-chin like bees. Not to mention the 3 naive young women, even she, a mature woman at level 105, found it hard to resist the strong attraction of Chu-chin. He was too powerful. Too mysterious. It was as if he were a magnet filled with magnetism, making Zhang Shan, who initially scoffed, unable to help but want to get closer, to explore, to strip away everything and see through him. Without time to think further, Zhang Shan's heart raced wildly as she quickly followed him. With her level 105 strength, she could easily cling to the cave walls. She wanted to see just how many secrets this Chu-chin was hiding. Heh, man! You've successfully piqued my curiosity. Chu-chin stood on his flying sword, leisurely flying and taking a keen interest in the scenery of the lava river. Finding the boss was indeed his goal, but enjoying the wild scenery was also part of his pleasure. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the narrow river suddenly widened, revealing a vast lava lake before them. The rolling, fiery red lava bubbled continuously, and dark red flames flickered across the lake's surface from time to time. The bottomless lava flowed slowly, and the oppressive heat made one wonder if some ancient beast lurked beneath. I didn't expect there would be such a paradise inside the fiery volcano. Chu-chin looked around, deeply shocked by the scenery before him. There are no more river channels around the lava lake, it seems the boss should be in this lake. Jobai was equally stunned by the fiery scene, momentarily suppressing his fear. Wow! This is so cool! If it weren't for Chu-chin, Jobai probably would never have had the chance to witness such a breathtaking sight in his lifetime. Not to mention him, even level 50 or level 60 job changers would likely miss out. After all, getting here required flying. Quick, take a few photos, when I brag later, I can pull them out to slap the faces of the jealous ones. Ha ha! Jobai gripped the sword hilt tightly with one hand while carefully pulling out his phone with the other. Just as he was about to take a picture, the lava lake suddenly churned, and a terrifying fire elemental monster burst through the surface. This monster was composed of a small and a large ball of flame, with 3 pitch-black voids on the small ball resembling eyes and a mouth. The large ball of flame had 2 fiery arms on either side, wielding a massive flame greatsword firmly in hand. The fire elemental monster floated in the center of the lake, its dark eyes fixed on Chu Chen and Zhou Bai, filled with hostility. Lava Flame Demon, Boss, Level, LV 50, Constitution, 180, Spirit, 185, Strength, 179, Speed, 189, Skills, Lava Restoration, Lava Breath, Explosive Lava, Flame Slash. The sudden appearance of the Lava Flame Demon startled Zhou Bai, causing him to shudder and nearly drop his phone into the lava. After seeing the Lava Flame Demon's panel, he couldn't help but shudder again and exclaimed, "What the hell? How do we fight this? With such outrageous attributes, it's one thing, but this lava restoration skill in this lava lake is simply a bug." Lava Restoration, Passive Skill. After being injured, submerge in the lava to absorb the firepower from the lava for healing. The higher the lava concentration, the faster the healing speed. TSK, so it's the Lava Flame Demon boss. There's no hope, Chu Chen can't possibly defeat it. Zheng Shan, lying on top of the cave wall, saw the Lava Flame Demon from a distance and immediately judged Chu Chen to be doomed. Even at level 105, she had no chance of defeating the Lava Flame Demon in the lava lake terrain, let alone Chu Chen. To kill the Magma Flame Demon, the only way is to injure it first, then have an ice mage freeze the surface of the lake, preventing the Magma Flame Demon from diving into the magma to heal. Then, during the brief window of opportunity, completely eliminate the Magma Flame Demon. Clearly, the Frost Mage beside Chu Chen did not have that capability. "Brother Chu, we've seen the scenery and met the boss, shall we withdraw? The boss's skills are too overpowered. In this magma lake, it's practically immortal, we can't fight it." To save Chu Chen's face, Zhou Bai took the initiative to speak up, helping him find a way out. In his view, Chu Chen would hesitate for a moment and then turn to leave. After all, after fighting the boss for so long, it could just take a bath and be back to full health. Just thinking about it felt disheartening. However, Chu Chen rested his chin in thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "Brother Zhou, we're right at the doorstep. I'd feel a bit unwilling if we don't have a fight. You can just watch by the lake, I'll exchange a few moves with the boss." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai felt a bit helpless but also somewhat admired him. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, yet still heading towards it, he felt he could never match such fearless spirit. "Alright, just be careful." Zhou Bai nodded and cast a meager frost shield on Chu Chen. The Magma Flame Demon seemed to understand Chu Chen's intentions, letting out a roar from its dark mouth. The fiery greatsword danced wildly, 3 waves of slashing strikes stirred the magma, surging towards them. "Come on!" Chu Chen laughed heartily, grasping the air, a sword of the domain appeared in his hand. Swift Wind Triple Slash. Sword intent surged, 3 terrifying sword lights, no less than the Flame Slash, cleaved through the magma, colliding with the Flame Slash. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in the cave. A 10-meter-high giant wave rose in the magma lake, flames scattering everywhere. At that moment, the Magma Flame Demon broke through the giant wave, raising its greatsword high, fiercely slashing towards Chu Chen. Before its form even arrived, a scorching wave of heat crashed over like a mountain. Facing such terrifying might, Chu Chen remained unafraid, stepping on his flying sword, cutting through the heat waves, charging forward. Swish! The two brushed past each other like a dragonfly skimming the water, so fast that even Zhou Bai couldn't see what happened. The next moment, a white sword mark appeared on the shoulder of the Magma Flame Demon, its thick fiery arm along with the greatsword slid down, sinking into the magma. In contrast, Chu Chen remained graceful and unscathed. Wow! So cool! On the surface of the magma lake, the two swords clashed. The scene was so shocking that even Zhou Bai, the Frost Mage, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. What was even more shocking was that the boss had its arm severed by a single sword strike, while Chu Chen was completely unharmed. Against such a terrifying boss as the Magma Flame Demon, Chu Chen actually displayed an overwhelming advantage. Roar! A flash of disbelief crossed the Magma Flame Demon's eyes, not understanding why its attack had no effect at all. Chu Chen smiled slightly and murmured, "Sorry, the fiery greatsword is still a sword." Immediately after, Chu Chen pressed the attack. 2 bolts of sword light cleared the way ahead, while he soared on his sword, charging again. With its arm broken and weapon lost, the Magma Flame Demon no longer dared to confront him head-on, its form shrank, diving directly into the magma. Bang bang! The 2 sword lights slashed against the cave wall, carving out 2 deep sword marks, causing the entire cave to shake. The Magma Flame Demon emerged again from the edge of the magma lake, its severed arm restored to perfect condition, the fiery greatsword once again gripped in its hand. TSK, it seems that the method of accumulating damage for a final killing blow won't work. As long as it takes damage, the boss will dive into the magma to heal. It's just so cowardly. To slay it, we must prevent it from entering the magma. Chu Chen looked at the magma flame demon, his eyes shimmering with thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Got it. I am a domain master. The domain is the most direct means to change the terrain, isn't it? Zheng Shan, who was seriously observing the battle, was surprised that Chu Chen had severed the boss's arm with a single strike, but she knew it was meaningless. Sure enough, the magma flame demon swam back, not only regrowing its arm but also retrieving its great sword. It's not that Chu Chen is weak, it's that the magma flame demon is too strong. I thought it would retreat in the face of difficulty. Ha! Is he smiling? That little guy, he looks quite handsome when he smiles. Oh no! How can he still smile? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Shan's beautiful eyes, filled with confusion. To her, this was an insurmountable deadlock. Could Chu Chen have some hidden trump card to break it? Brother Flame Demon, let's continue our duel. Chu Chen shouted, his sword light like a dragon, trailing a silver arc as he charged at the magma flame demon once more. Roar! The magma flame demon, furious over its severed arm, roared in rage and charged at Chu Chen with equal madness. Before it even reached him, a magma stream as thick as a barrel erupted from its mouth, the scorching flames distorting the air with a thunderous roar. Chu Chen did not dodge or evade. The sword of the domain shone brilliantly, slicing through the magma pillar as if it were tofu, continuing its momentum towards the magma flame demon. At the end of the flame pillar, a hint of human-like disdain flashed across the magma flame demon's face as it raised its flaming greatsword high and brought it down heavily. For the first time, it had been careless. This time, it would strike with all its might, to see how this little human would withstand it. The flaming greatsword seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Wherever the blade passed, the air ignited, forming a blazing trajectory. However, just as it was about to hit Chu Chen, the flaming greatsword suddenly veered off course and smashed heavily into the surface of the magma lake. The surface of the magma lake was torn in half, and the surging magma shot up to the cave ceiling, reaching heights of over 10 meters. The magma flame demon was left stunned. Did it miss? Before it could comprehend what had happened, 3 razor-sharp sword lights had already sliced its body into 4 segments. The magma flame demon was in a panic. Although it was an elemental body, being cut into several pieces would not kill it, but the piercing sword energy inflicted substantial damage. The magma flame demon retreated violently, reassembling its body in mid-air, and dove straight into the magma lake to heal its wounds. Chu Chen watched the scene with a smile, murmuring to himself, Sword Domain, Chaotic Sword Mountain. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent descended like a heavenly force, enveloping the area. The entire magma lake seemed to be frozen over, covered by countless long swords. The long swords intertwined, fitting together seamlessly, forming a magnificent and vast sword domain platform. Even the continuously surging magma river was not spared, leaving the magma flame demon no chance to escape. Bang! The magma flame demon slammed its head against the ground, dazed and unable to tell where it was. What's going on? Where did all these swords come from? Zhou Bai had thought that the magma flame demon would retreat into the magma and shamelessly return to full health. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, the fiery red magma lake would be completely covered by countless long swords. Zhou Bai thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes frantically, yet the scene before him remained unchanged, still shocking. Wait, this scene looks a bit familiar. I seem to have seen it before. Could it be? Could it be? Is it that man? Zhou Bai's eyes widened, his heart seemingly stopping, hardly daring to believe his own speculation. Zheng Shan felt the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the countless long swords, her face flushed, her heart surging like a tidal wave. No wonder the young lady would ask Chu Chen for swordsmanship advice. No wonder they admire him so much. Sword immortal! Sword immortal! Sword immortal! As an elite of the guarding house, she had also participated in the investigation of the sword immortal. However, that sword immortal seemed like a true fallen celestial, arriving with the might to swallow mountains and rivers, and leaving without a trace, not a single clue. I never expected that the sword immortal I had been longing for was right before my eyes. Chu Chen, he is actually the sword immortal. Zheng Shan's eyes were dazed, staring intently at Chu Chen, her heart pounding like a drum, her entire being filled with excitement to the extreme. Failing to return to the magma flame demon was furious. However, upon seeing the entire magma lake devoid of any fiery red, it panicked. Its lower body suddenly heated up, emitting a dazzling light like an electric lamp, crazily roasting the long sword beneath it. If it were an ordinary long sword, it would probably break and be destroyed within a few breaths under such scorching heat. But what it faced was the domain sword. No matter how the magma flame demon roasted it, the domain sword showed no signs of even turning red. Stop wasting your effort. With your strength, you can't break my domain. Chu Chen rode the sword in midair, the surging sword intent rippling along the blade, transforming into several brilliant sword lights that enveloped the magma flame demon. The magma flame demon's face turned pale with fear, hastily swinging its fiery greatsword to defend. Chu Chen's sword energy was already incredibly sharp, and with the enhancement of the domain, its power reached another level. How could it be something it could easily block? The fiery greatsword was directly shattered by the sword energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The magma flame demon was sent flying from the explosion, looking at Chu Chen in utter terror. Half of its strength came from itself, and half from the magma lake. With the magma lake sealed, it was undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. Roar! The magma flame demon let out a furious roar, its body suddenly swelling, its thick fiery arms striking down madly at the long sword beneath. Exploding magma! Utilizing its connection with the magma, the entire magma lake went into a frenzy. The surging magma crashed against the sword domain platform like a heavy hammer, producing earth-shattering sounds. The entire platform began to shake, like a small boat in a giant wave, with some magma seeping out from the gaps in the sword. No wonder it's a hidden boss. Even after being downgraded, it's still so troublesome. Chu Chen snorted coldly, leaping off the long sword and stepping onto the sword domain platform. Suppress! Accompanied by Chu Chen's low roar, countless long swords appeared beneath the sword domain platform. Layer upon layer, they formed an inverted mountain. Previously, Chu Chen had only released a small portion of the domain's power. At this moment, the power doubled. Waves can capsize a small boat, but they cannot shake a mountain. The shaking sword domain platform instantly stabilized. No matter how the magma flame demon struck, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to stir up any waves. Alright, it's time to end this. Chu Chen looked at the magma flame demon, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He held the long sword, a terrifying sword intent as deep as the abyss enveloping him, coalescing into a substantial sword energy greatsword outside the long sword. Slash! With a single thrust, the sword energy greatsword tore through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping towards the magma flame demon. The sound of the sword echoed, the cave trembled, and the magma flame demon was instantly engulfed. Boom! The magma flame demon exploded, the released energy completely confined by the great sword. From a distance, the sword energy greatsword instantly turned fiery red, resembling a brilliant lantern. Kill the magma flame demon, boss, gain 15,000 experience points. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 37. Dead? A level 50 magma flame demon, just like that? Zhou Bai stared at the sword energy greatsword spanning the entire lake, utterly shocked. This was the immortal magma flame demon. Even a level 60 class changer would have to shake their head in defeat upon seeing it. Yet before Chu Chen, it was like a drowning dog being beaten without the power to fight back. It couldn't be wrong. Chu Chen is definitely the sword immortal stirring up the entire Dongxing city. Is this really the sword immortal? He's even more handsome and stronger than in the videos. Ah, I can hardly breathe. Zheng Shan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Chen, her heart racing like a startled deer. As a shadow blade swordsman, she could clearly feel the surging sword intent around her converging on Chu Chen. All the swords bowed to him, as if paying homage to the master of 10,000 swords. Even she felt an impulse to submit to Chu Chen, to be at his command. The might of the sword immortal is terrifying. Truly terrifying. Kill the magma flame demon, boss, obtain the fiery robe, silver. Kill the magma flame demon, boss, obtain the lava greatsword, silver. Kill the magma flame demon, boss, obtain the skill book crimson flame pillar, top tier. First stage, TSK, the priest robe, greatsword, and skill book. These 3 trophies are just right to give to Xiaoxiao, Shenhan, and Yao. I think they'll be very happy to receive gifts. Chu Chen glanced at the loot, finding nothing he needed, so he decided to give it to the 3 women. He felt a bit embarrassed after receiving so much care from them lately, and these trophies were just the right way to show his gratitude. Turning around, Chu Chen approached Zhou Bai, chuckling, "This magma flame demon is really powerful. If I hadn't had a few tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it." Less than half a month after changing jobs, he had directly slain a level 50 boss, and he called that having a few tricks? Zhou Bai's mouth twitched, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself before he managed to say, "Bro, I really didn't expect you to be the sword immortal everyone's talking about online." Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand. "What sword immortal? I'm just an ordinary domain master." Seeing Chu Chen so gentle and humble, without a trace of arrogance, Zhou Bai was completely convinced. At this age, with this kind of strength, if it were him, he would probably be strutting around. "No more talking, bro, give me an autograph. If I can have the sword immortal level up with me, I'll consider my life a success." Chu Chen nodded, naturally not refusing such a small request. "No problem, where should I sign?" Jobai turned around, lifting his mage robe to reveal his thin back, with a strong voice. Come on, sign on my back, use your sword. In the future, when my son asks, I'll tell him this was cut by the sword immortal. Ha ha, just thinking about it is awesome. Chu Chen's eyes twitched. Bro, your thought process is too abstract. In the end, Chu Chen still didn't agree to carve words on Jobai's back. Instead, he took out the dungeon ticket Jobai had given him and wrote his name and a message on it. Giving someone a rose leaves a lingering fragrance. I wish brother Zhou a smooth life and a bright future. Chu Chen. The dungeon ticket marked the beginning of their bond, and this signature made it even more meaningful. Jobai treasured the ticket like a treasure, carefully storing it away. He believed that with the potential Chu Chen had shown, he would surely soar like a tiger or dragon in the future, and the whole world would echo his name. By then, this ordinary ticket would be worth a fortune. Bro, what are we doing next? Jobai looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. Being with Chu Chen felt like an adventure every second, reigniting the blood that had cooled in Jobai. Chu Chen didn't answer directly but withdrew some flying swords, revealing the magma lake below, and asked, Bro, what does this magma lake look like to you? Jobai was momentarily confused, not understanding what Chu Chen meant, and replied hesitantly, It looks like a lake? Ha ha, doesn't it feel like a big hot pot? Now that you mention it, it really does look like a spicy hot pot, with the magma resembling a pot of red oil. Jobai nodded with a smile, then suddenly realized something, looking at Chu Chen in surprise. No way. Bro, you're not planning to have hot pot here, are you? Although it sounds thrilling, that magma must be over 1,000 degrees, right? If we put hot pot in there, it would probably melt in a second. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively, confidently saying, Regular hot pot won't work, but my sword can. As he spoke, with a thought, dozens of flying swords soared into the air, intertwining to form a perfectly sealed longsword hot pot. Placing it in the magma, not a single drop of magma could seep in. No way. This is just too cool. Jobai looked at the hot pot made of long swords, his eyes sparkling, feeling inexplicably thrilled. He never expected that this nearly impossible task would be so effortlessly solved by Chu Chen. Immediately, Jobai couldn't wait to start taking out food. Eating hot pot over a magma lake, just thinking about it was already incredibly cool. Slices of meat, vegetables, pure water, condiments were neatly arranged beside them. Chu Chen and Jobai didn't bring much food, but the Huang brothers had plenty of ingredients, enough for them to show off a hot pot. Soon, the hot pot began to boil, and Chu Chen and Jobai started adding food into it. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the entire magma lake. Chu Chen picked up a slice of beef and put it in his mouth, the flavor exploding in his mouth, making him hum involuntarily. He didn't know if it was the influence of the magma lake, but it tasted exceptionally delicious. Jobai, equally impatient, picked up a slice of vegetable and put it in his mouth. Wow, so delicious. Although he was burning his mouth, Jobai still gave a thumbs up. Damn, so refreshing, so awesome. Eating hot pot over a magma lake, how many people in the world can enjoy this treatment? Bro, I really hit the jackpot with you. The best decision I made in this life was giving you a few tickets. Ha ha. On the other side, Zheng Shan was leaning against the cave wall, smelling the enticing aroma, almost drooling. They're eating while I'm just watching, they're sitting while I'm crouching. Woo woo, what kind of hard life am I living? I really want to go over and eat with them. Eating hot pot over magma, even I, a woman, think it's incredibly cool. If I could have this once, I probably wouldn't forget it for the rest of my life. Alas, what a pity. Zheng Shan stared at Chu Chen, feeling extremely envious, but she also knew that she was a member of the guard and was currently on duty. Such a rare opportunity, she could only watch helplessly as it slipped away. However, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Zheng Butler, want to join us for a bite? Ah, I'm so hungry I'm hearing things. Hearing the voice, Zheng Shan shook her head with a bitter smile. She was a level 105 Shadow Blade swordsman, with a profession leaning towards assassin, skilled in stealth. How could Chu Chen possibly notice her? Yet, the next moment, another invitation came. Zheng Butler, really not going to eat a bit? Zheng Shan's body jolted, looking at Chu Chen in shock. She saw Chu Chen gazing towards the magma river, a smile on his lips that could dazzle any woman, their gazes colliding directly. It felt as if sparks flew in the air. Ah! Zheng Shan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing, almost falling off the cave wall. How is this possible? Chu Chen actually noticed me? Could it be he already knew I was following him? No way. Did he hear all my mumblings? Ah! Originally, my attitude towards him was not good, and now he has heard my mumbling. My impression in his heart is completely ruined. Sob. Thinking of this, Zhongshan walked out of the magma river with a sense of despair, feeling so wrong that she could cry at any moment. However, in fact, Shu Chen had just discovered Zhongshan. To seal off the magma flame demon, Shu Chen had expanded his domain to the magma river. Just now, he casually observed with his domain vision and unexpectedly found the well-hidden Zhongshan. What the hell? How is there still a person hiding here? Zhou Bai was startled by Zhang Shan's sudden appearance, but soon his mouth dropped open in shock at her stunning beauty. With a hot figure, a fierce aura, and a heroic demeanor, she was completely different from those delicate girls. Yet, the corners of her eyes were slightly red, carrying a hint of grievance, creating a contrast of strength and vulnerability. Is this one of the 3 rich women that Chu's little brother serves? As expected, with Chu's little brother's strength, the rich women he finds are as beautiful as flowers, unlike me back then, sigh. Seeing Zhongshan approaching, Zhou Bai quickly shifted his position, making room next to Chu Chen. Sister-in-law, oh no, I mean, sister. Sit, sit, sit. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she stammered an explanation. No, I'm not. Chu Chen knew Zhou Bai had misunderstood, coughed twice, and explained, Brother Zhou, this is my housekeeper. Zhou Bai grinned at Chu Chen, his expression meaningful. I understand. It's role-playing, I played it before too, but I was the housekeeper. Chu Chen, Zhongshan. Seeing Zhou Bai's certain demeanor, Chu Chen didn't bother to say anything more and took out a pair of chopsticks to hand to Zhongshan. Here, eat. Zhongshan took the chopsticks, staring blankly at Chu Chen, surprised by his calmness. Chu Chen, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Like why I'm here? Isn't it to protect me? You could have just told me directly, Chu Chen casually said while picking up food. In his view, Zhongshan was an elite of the guarding house, so she wouldn't harm him. The only explanation was to ensure his safety. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhongshan felt a sharp pain in her chest, guilt making it hard to breathe. I clearly treated him so poorly, yet he thinks so highly of me. But I came here to follow him today. I hardly thought about protecting him. Zhongshan, you really should die. After a brief hesitation, Zhongshan's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she made up her mind. Guarding, I'm sorry. I'm going to betray you. It's not that I'm disloyal, it's just that Chu Chen is too charming. I can't deceive my true feelings. After thinking it through, Zhongshan turned her gaze to Zhou Bai, her eyes cold and sharp. You, go sit over there. Zhou Bai was still waiting to watch the drama, feeling inexplicably stifled, as if his throat was being choked, nearly scaring him to death. You two chat slowly, I'm full. Without saying another word, he ran to the edge of the cave, squatting down, covering his head, closing his eyes, and plugging his ears, refusing to see or hear anything. Seeing Zhou Bai so perceptive, Zhongshan nodded in satisfaction, her gaze turning to Chu Chen, her icy expression softening like moonlight. Chu Chen, here's the thing. Zhongshan lightly parted her red lips, telling Chu Chen everything that had happened, leaving nothing of the betrayal by the guard Zhang Yanqing. After finishing, Zhongshan felt a sense of relief in her heart. She slightly closed her eyes, gently biting her red lips, waiting for Chu Chen's anger and scolding. Chu Chen looked at Zhongshan with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was at his mercy, and couldn't help but smile. Clearly older than me by several years, why does she act like a little girl? Chu Chen couldn't help but gently pinch Zhongshan's delicate face, smooth and comfortable like fine cream. Zhongshan opened her eyes, saw Chu Chen's bright smile like sunshine, and felt the warmth of his fingers, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. You, aren't you angry? I was stalking you and even drugged you. Chu Chen chuckled. Aren't you also fulfilling the orders of the guard? Actually, even if you hadn't done this, I would have shown everything in tomorrow's college entrance exam. The guard is a bit anxious. Although being drugged made him slightly uncomfortable, it wasn't malicious, and Chu Chen didn't dwell on it. He shared his plans with Zhongshan, omitting the grievances with the Liang group. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan felt a mix of amusement and relief. If it weren't for the guard's orders, she wouldn't have known Chu Chen's secret so early, nor would she have had the chance to be so close to him. Enjoying spicy hot pot with a top-tier genius over a fiery lava lake. This was undoubtedly the most unforgettable memory of Zhongshan's life. Next, the two of them indulged in the lava hot pot while happily chatting. After the shift in attitude, Zhongshan realized that Chu Chen knew a lot, not just professional knowledge, but also many imaginative and interesting topics. He was simply a super charming man. Chu Chen also discovered that although Zhongshan appeared somewhat cold on the surface, she was actually passionate inside. She was completely a shy girl, a stark contrast to her appearance. After the meal, both host and guest were delighted. Zhongshan took many photos, all happily treasured. Chu Chen truly didn't expect Zhongshan to be so good at photography, knowing so many poses. It wasn't until they had played to their heart's content that they suddenly remembered they seemed to have left Joe Bai hanging for too long. Brother Joe, sorry. We got so caught up in our conversation that we forgot about you. It's fine, it's fine. Heroes are like this, I understand. Ha ha, let's go. Brother, let's continue leveling up and aim to reach level 40 today. Following that, the three of them left the cave and continued to fight monsters to level up. Chuchen could easily handle bosses like the lava flame demon, and when it came to other monsters, he was as swift as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, just one word, fast. A massive amount of experience was continuously harvested, and their levels soared rapidly. Level 38, level 39, level 40. By 4 p.m., both Chuchen and Joe Bai had reached level 40. This was still because most of the time was wasted looking for monsters. If they had treasure-seeking paper figures, they could have leveled up even more. Brother, I really don't know how to thank you. I originally thought reaching level 40 within half a year would be a great achievement, but I didn't expect you to blow my KPI out of the water in just one day. Joe Bai was so happy he could hardly contain himself, nearly jumping for joy. After bidding farewell to Joe Bai, Chuchen left the blazing volcano dungeon with Zheng Shan. Chuchen profession, Domain Master level, LV40, First Transition, Constitution, 340 Spirit, 372 Strength, 381 Speed, 369 Talent, Domain Vision Special, Sword Domain Chaotic Sword Mountain, 894/10,000, Skills, Heavenly Sword Body, Sword Control True Formula, 10,000 Swords to the Throne, 10,000 Swords Return to 1, Gale Triple Slash. It seemed that due to the Heavenly Sword Body, the attributes Chuchen gained from leveling up were much higher than those of other first transition players at the same level. At just level 40, all attributes were nearing the 400 mark. This panel would make any level 60 first transition player bow their head and call out, "Big brother." The upgrade progress of the sword domain was also approaching 1/10. Mainly, Chuchen had been keeping a low profile lately, slacking off, otherwise, the speed could have been even faster. But no matter what, tomorrow's college entrance exam will be no problem. Kunlun Academy, and my sister, wait for me. When they returned to the villa, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zheng Qianhan and the other two girls had already come back and were waiting for Chuchen. "Chuchen, you're back. My dear Jia, you look even more handsome after just one day." "Brother Jia, was today smooth? What level are you now?" As soon as Chuchen entered, the three girls enthusiastically surrounded him, creating a feeling of missing him as if it had been 3 autumns. "I ran into a little trouble, but it was resolved smoothly, and my level has risen to LV40. Chuchen pulled the 3 girls to the sofa to sit down, chatting with them cheerfully. "Wow, LV40. We struggled for 7 days and barely reached LV38. Brother Jia, your one-day achievement is equivalent to our half a month's effort." Qin Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks, feeling a strong sense of defeat. Chuchen patted Qin Xiaoxiao's little head and smiled. "Didn't I say I would take you to level up?" You all disagreed. Tanya grabbed Chuchen's big hand and placed it on her smooth hair, charmingly saying, "Jia, you must like strong and cultured women, right? We don't want to be just pretty faces." Zheng Qianhan blinked her beautiful eyes and echoed, "That's right, the college entrance examination requires fighting, having levels without battle experience won't do. Chuchen, you've already helped us build a solid foundation, the rest we must do ourselves." Hearing this, Chuchen felt truly gratified. The 3 girls were not only beautiful but also had a sense of propriety, which was really rare. "Since you don't want me to help you level up, I'll give you a gift." Saying this, Chuchen took out the fiery robe, the lava greatsword, and the red flame pillar skill book, giving them to the 3 girls. The 3 girls were overjoyed, never expecting that while Chuchen was leveling up, he would bring them gifts. Their soft bodies hugged Chuchen, bouncing around, creating an incredibly enchanting scene. At the Guardian's mansion. After parting with Chuchen, Zheng Shan went to the Guardian's mansion to report to Zhang Yanqing. This was done with Chuchen's consent. According to Chuchen, since the college entrance examination was tomorrow, it was better to prepare the Guardian psychologically, otherwise, if they were too surprised tomorrow, it would be easy to lose the Guardian's dignity. "Guardian, my task is complete. Here is the battle footage of Chuchen from today, please take a look." Zhang Yanqing took the phone, found the video, and quickly began to review it. Zheng Shan explained alongside. Half an hour later, the video finished playing, and Zhang Yanqing signaled Zheng Shan that she could leave. As expected of the Guardian, even after knowing Chuchen's true strength, he remained unfazed. It seems Chuchen overthought it. The Guardian's composure is simply incredible. Leaving the Guardian's mansion, Zhang Shan couldn't help but murmur to herself as she walked towards the villa. "Ha! What did I just see?" After seeing Zheng Shan leave, Zhang Yanqing seemed like a balloon that had reached its limit, finally bursting. Damn! Fiery volcano. This kid Chu Chen actually dared to enter the fiery volcano. That's a LV40 LV50 dungeon. And this kid's level, LV40? Is that a level that can be grinded out in half a month? His combat power is even more outrageous. He killed 3 LV45 dungeon robbers? Killing elemental monsters like chopping vegetables? Are you that brave? Most importantly, the sword immortal that the entire Dongxing city searched for half a month turned out to be this kid Chu Chen. What the hell? What the hell? Is this really a new job changer? What kind of monstrous genius is this? My worldview is shattered into pieces. Zhang Yanqing jumped around in the office like a monkey from a May mountain. It was no wonder he was so out of control. The shock from that half hour was simply too intense. To maintain the dignity of the guardian, he had not uttered a single word. At this moment, emotions surged like a volcanic eruption, truly difficult to control. Qianhan, my good daughter. You've really found an extraordinary son-in-law for your old man. No more words, I agree to this marriage, and it won't matter who tries to stop it. Oh, wait. The 2 young ladies from the Qin and Tang families are still entangled with my son-in-law. I need to find a way to put an end to that. Old Qin, old Tang, as fathers, you both should understand, he. Knowing Chu Chen's true strength, Zhang Yanqing's attitude towards him took a complete 180-degree turn. He couldn't help but wish that Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan would have a grand celebration tonight and give him a grandson, so he could enjoy the joys of family life. After venting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yanqing finally managed to calm his emotions. Sitting back at his desk, he pondered for a moment before taking out his personal phone and dialing a number saved as He Tao. He Tao was Zhang Yanqing's schoolmate. Both were students from the 390th class of Kunlun Academy. Currently, He Tao was working in the admissions office of Kunlun Academy. Having discovered the genius talent that was Chu Chen, Zhang Yanqing naturally wanted to recruit him to his alma mater. He wanted him to shine at Kunlun Academy and even help the school achieve a higher ranking. Hello, old Zhang. It's not easy for you to call me proactively while guarding your post. As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged man's hearty laughter came through the phone. Old He, there's nothing else. I want to recommend a student to you. Zhang Yanqing's lips curled up, his tone proud, feeling more confident than ever. What? Old Zhang, the special admissions channel is closed, and the college entrance exam is tomorrow. You're just now thinking of recommending a student to me? After a brief silence, He Tao scolded, this is how you missed the opportunity to stay in Beijing all those years ago. How come after so many years, you're still like this? I'm not saying you, but with your temperament, you won't even get anything hot to eat. It's either through the special admissions channel or the regular college entrance exam. Normally, if Zhang Yanqing heard He Tao talk back to him like this, he would have already retorted. But today, he was not angry at all. Instead, he wore a smug smile. Old He, I'm giving you a heads up as a fellow alumnus. If you can get this student into Kunlun Academy, it will be worth it for you for the rest of your life. I can only hint at you like this. You better bring the admission notice and come to Dongxing City immediately. If this person gets snatched away by another school, you can find a place to cry. After saying that, without waiting for He Tao to respond, Zhang Yanqing hung up the phone directly. Ha ha, refreshing. Zhang Yanqing clenched his fist tightly, feeling extremely elated. Previously, He Tao often teased him as an 18-line county official, but today he finally had a moment to feel proud. Kunlun Academy admissions office. He Tao stared at the suddenly disconnected call, looking bewildered. After a moment, he turned red and cursed into the phone. Zhang Yanqing, you old man, I hadn't even spoken yet, and you hung up on me, you damned #UN%. I'm the admissions director of Kunlun Academy. What kind of genius haven't I seen? You at #UN%. After a flurry of colorful language, He Tao immediately packed his things and set off for Dongxing City. He wanted to see just how talented the student Zhang Yanqing was talking about, to make Zhang Yanqing so proud. The next day, as soon as Chu Chen opened his eyes, he saw 3 stunning beauties surrounding his bed. Ajay, get up quickly, it's time for the college entrance exam. The gentle and charming voices lingered in his ears. Those who knew it were aware it was for the exam, but those who didn't might think it was for a wedding. With the help of the 3 girls, Chu Chen got dressed and had breakfast. Just as he was about to drive to the exam location, Tanya called out to him. Dear Ajia, to thank you for the gift you gave me, I brought you something good too. Tanya blinked her charming big eyes and began rummaging through her backpack. Skeleton General's battle armor, silver. Skeleton General's bracers, silver. Skeleton General's boots, silver. In the astonished gaze of Chu Chen, Tanya pulled out a full set of level 40 silver equipment. Silver equipment was already rare, and to have a complete set was even rarer. This particular set could only be dropped by the hidden boss, the Skeleton General, in the Ghost Valley dungeon. To obtain such a set, one would probably need to defeat the boss thousands of times. Its value was simply immeasurable. Chu-Chen never expected that Tanya would give him such an expensive return gift. Yeah, this equipment is too precious, Before Chu-Chen could finish, Tanya's delicate little hand covered his lips. What's precious about it? This equipment is just sitting at my home. It's better to give it to you to wear. Besides, you helped us level up to 35, allowing us to confidently aim for prestigious schools. That help is priceless. My dad doesn't understand, but I can't be thoughtless too. Tanya pouted playfully and began to help Chu-Chen put on the equipment. Zhang Qianhan and Qin Xiaoxiao also volunteered to assist. Chu-Chen, helpless, could only silently enjoy the three soft little hands gliding over him. As each piece of top-tier equipment was donned, Chu-Chen's attributes soared, with his 4 main stats nearing the 500 mark. Moreover, the set had a special effect that added bone flames to attacks, significantly increasing damage. One could only say, as expected of a hidden set, it was truly powerful. Once fully equipped, looking like a wild and imposing hell general in his bone armor, countless little stars sparkled in the eyes of the 3 girls. Ah, so cool. This set of equipment is simply tailor-made for a Jie. Yes. Today's brother Jie is fierce and powerful. Really handsome. Chu-Chen, wear this bone armor today and create a miracle for Dongxing City. The college entrance examination dungeon is a specially designed artificial dungeon in Longwei to test students' abilities. Inside the dungeon is a 100-story tower, with monsters guarding each level, their levels and strengths increasing with each floor. Every year, the college entrance examination is a grand event in Longwa, celebrated nationwide. At this moment, the high platform surrounding the Dongxing City Dungeon Square was already filled with spectators, a sea of people. There were students' families cheering, juniors observing with a learning attitude, but more were ordinary citizens coming to admire the new generation of students. The examinees in the square felt equally excited and exhilarated at the bustling scene. The college entrance examination is finally here, so exciting. What level are you all? Ha, I'm already level 15. Impressive, right? My goal isn't high, just to get into a top university. Level 15 and you want to get into a top university? What a daydream. Yeah, even though a top university is a notch below the top 10 prestigious schools in Longwa, it's not something an ordinary person can get into. At least you need to be an S-class job changer like Liang Xiao. Hey, by the way, why haven't I seen Liang Xiao? I wonder what level he is. He's a young master, with someone dedicated to guiding him, so you naturally wouldn't see him. It's been a while since I've seen Chu-Chen. Ha, he only went to the dungeon on his first day of job change, and then he disappeared. He probably got scared and has been holed up at home crying for the past half-month. The only hidden job in Dongxing City turned out to be useless. I bet he doesn't even have the courage to take the college entrance exam. Our levels must be higher than Chu-Chen's, which means we're all better than a hidden job, so this college entrance exam is a sure win, right, brothers? I'm not wrong, am I? Bro, you understand logic, I couldn't agree more. Ha. A group of students gathered together, teasing Chu-Chen and laughing uncontrollably. Just then, a luxury car stopped at the edge of the square, attracting everyone's attention. Holy crap! Hongqi 94NB. This car must be worth over 10 million. Which rich guy is driving it? The car door opened, and a handsome young man dressed in bone armor stepped out. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, incredibly handsome, causing many girls to gasp in surprise at first sight. But compared to his extraordinary looks, the wild aura he exuded was even more astonishing. Clad in bone armor with protruding spikes, he resembled a waking lord of hell, radiating an overwhelming majesty that instilled awe at first glance. Chu-Chen? Holy crap, how is it him? How can this guy afford such a top-tier luxury car? Damn, this guy hasn't been seen for half a month. Could he have hooked up with a rich woman? Not only a luxury car, but also such cool gear. For him to be so favored, I guess this rich woman must be at least 60, no, 90 years old. That may be true, but he's skipping 20 years of hardship. Chu-Chen is too cunning. Damn it. Condemn. Strongly condemn. The Chu-Chen who was just being teased had suddenly become untouchable and high above. The surrounding classmates were filled with jealousy, turning into lemons, desperately belittling Chu-Chen in an attempt to maintain their insignificant pride. However, the next scene that unfolded was like a resounding slap in the face, leaving everyone speechless. The car door opened again, and 3 stunning figures descended, surrounding Chu-Chen as if vying for his attention, coldly scanning the other candidates. Fellow students, as the daughters of the guardians, I remind you to mind your words and be careful of speaking ill. Brother Jia, it's bad enough that these people are ugly, but their mouths are so foul. So annoying. Xiao Xiao, you can't hold others to Ajia's standards. After all, our Ajia is the best. All the candidates stared dumbfounded at the three girls, their faces completely filled with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Qianhan? Xin Xiao Xiao? Tanya? Crazy. Insane. What the hell am I seeing? The three most beautiful women in Dongxing City, and Chu Chen actually hooked up with such top-tier rich women? With just one of these beauties as my girlfriend, I'd be over the moon, and he's got three? This is just too unfair. I want to die. Zhang Qianhan, Xin Xiaoxiao, and Tangya were not just ordinary campus beauties. They were not only stunningly beautiful, but their backgrounds were also terrifying, all from powerful families in Dongxing City. Not just at Dongxing, no. One high school, almost all students recognized them and revered them as goddesses. Now, all three goddesses were snuggled up to one man. This made countless students' eyes turn red, their hearts shattered. It's all because you three are too beautiful. If I had come alone, there definitely wouldn't have been such a commotion. Chu Chen shrugged helplessly, completely unfazed by the murderous gazes around him. He pulled Zhang Qianhan and the other two to a secluded spot and chatted as if no one else was around. Deterred by the three girls' presence, the surrounding students no longer dared to slander Chu Chen, but all their strange gazes turned towards Zhao Yisheng in the center of the square. Wasn't Zhao Yisheng the ultimate pursuer, simp, of Tangya? How did it end up with Tangya running into Chu Chen's arms? Zhao Yisheng's face turned red with anger. Gripping a sharp spear, he gritted his teeth and charged in front of Chu Chen, declaring war. Chu Chen, you shameless pretty boy. Waste of a domain master. You don't even have the courage to accept my challenge. You aren't even a man. Today, in the college entrance examination, I will defeat you fair and square. I want you to know that the most important thing for a man is strength. In the face of strength, looks are utterly useless. Zhao Yisheng's attitude was incredibly arrogant, and his words were domineering, almost tyrannical. But Chu Chen didn't even glance at him, continuing to chat and laugh with Zhang Qianhan and the other two women. Ignored. Completely ignored. As Zhao Yisheng said, the most important thing for a man is strength. With his current strength, he didn't even have the qualification to make Chu Chen lift his eyelids. You dare to ignore me? Zhao Yisheng's eyes were bloodshot with anger, wishing he could rush up and beat Chu Chen to show everyone his true colors. Fortunately, his lackeys around him stopped him in time. Brother Zhao, there's no need. The college entrance examination is about to start. Let him be proud for a while longer. A trash domain master, isn't he just a bit handsome? Once he enters the college entrance examination instance, he won't be worth anything. That's right. With your strength, Brother Zhao, you're sure to be the dark horse of this exam, and everyone will have to look up to you, including that Chu Chen. Ha ha, by then, he might even have to kneel and beg you to forgive his arrogance today. Hearing the flattery from his lackeys, Zhao Yisheng finally calmed down for the moment, snorted coldly, and left in a huff. As the lackey said, Zhao Yisheng would become the strongest dark horse of this college entrance examination. Because, after his efforts yesterday, he had already reached an astonishing level of LV21. This level could rank among the top 3 in the history of the college entrance examination in Dongxing City. It was simply terrifying. After the college entrance examination, without a doubt, all the powerful figures would come to curry favor with him. Even the guardians would have to give him some face. A mere Chu Chen was nothing. With a wave of his hand he could ruin him. On the podium, the upper echelons of Dongxing City's powerful figures were seated. They would watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination in its entirety and select outstanding candidates for investment in networking. Whether for family or company development, talent was the most important. At this moment, a small investment could completely change the fate of a family in the future. Guardian, old Sheen, last night, my daughter Yaha took the initiative to come home to see me. Woo woo. It's not easy. After 7 days, Yaha finally remembered her old father. Indeed, sending Zhao Yisheng to challenge Chu Chen was a brilliant move. Even if Chu Chen avoids battle, his impression in Yaya's heart has greatly diminished. In the front row of the podium, Tang Long was sharing his joy with Zhang Yanqing and Qin Yanhua, looking very pleased. Although Tangya returned home for a short while and then immediately went back to the villa, this still gave him hope. Avoiding battle? He must be too lazy to bother. Guardian Zhang Yanqing thought to himself, but smiled and nodded on the surface, planning to continue encouraging Tang Long. However, at that moment, a luxury car drove by, and Chu Chen and the 3 women appeared in the square, attracting everyone's attention. The moment Tang Long saw Chu Chen, his smiling face suddenly froze. Huh? The equipment Chu Chen is wearing looks so familiar? What the hell? Isn't that my heirloom skeleton general set? How did it end up on Chu Chen? Could it be that Yaha didn't come home last night to see me? She just came to get equipment for Chu Chen? No. No! Tang Long felt like his heart had taken 1,000 critical hits, his face turning ashen, utterly despondent. My yaha! That's a LV40 set, what use is it for Chu Chen to wear it? You're being foolish. Seeing this, Qin Yanhua sighed softly, Old Tang, you just lost a set of silver equipment, so be happy about it. My blank check is in Chu Chen's hands. I'm really afraid that one day, Chu Chen will run away with my property and elope with Xiao Xiao. Zhang Yanqing saw that these two were so ineffective, cleared his throat lightly, and began to devise a cunning plan. Old Qin, Old Tang, that brat Chu Chen is too cunning. If it really doesn't work, let's use force. Our daughter's precious youth cannot be ruined by Chu Chen. I believe our daughter will definitely understand our good intentions. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanhua and Tang Long exchanged a fierce glance. The Lord Guardian is right. That treacherous Chu Chen, who knows what kind of love potion he used, has bewitched our daughter to this extent. This is simply a scheme to cheat both money and affection. We can't tolerate it. Not even a dog would tolerate it. This time in the college entrance examination, Chu Chen's results will surely be dismal. If our daughter can't wake up from this, we will go all out against Chu Chen. For the glory of our father. A glimmer of secret delight flashed in Zhang Yanqing's eyes as he quickly pulled out 2 contracts and handed them to the two. This is the contract stating we absolutely do not agree to Chu Chen's relationship with our daughter. You two sign it to show your determination. Ha! This thing still needs a contract? Qin Yanhua and Tang Long exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of confusion. But soon, the confusion was replaced by admiration, and they both gave Zhang Yanqing a thumbs up. As expected of the Lord Guardian, meticulous. Truly meticulous. As devoted fathers, maybe our daughter will plead a few times and will soften. We must use the law to harden our hearts. Without further ado, the two signed their names. They felt their resolve strengthen even more. They even felt dissatisfied and proactively added a vicious oath at the end. Even if we die, we will not agree to Chu Chen being with Xiao Xiao and Yaya. Qin Yanhua, Tang Long looking at the 2 contracts in black and white, Zhang Yanqing couldn't help but smile slyly. Although this contract couldn't directly sever the relationship between Chu Chen and Qin Xiao Xiao, Tang Yaya, it could at least serve as an obstacle. After the college entrance examination, Chu Chen's true strength will be revealed. Xianhan, Dad can only help you this far. Meanwhile, Liang Shanhai, the spokesperson of the Liang group, observed this scene with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. His only son, Liang Jinming, had been missing for 7 days in the Lining Plain instance. No sign of life, no sign of death. Liang Shanhai suspected that his son had encountered misfortune, and the culprit was most likely the treacherous sword immortal. However, this guy named Chu Chen also bore undeniable responsibility. Investigation showed that Liang Jinming had pursued Chu Chen to the Lining Plain to retrieve the iron mine instance. If Chu Chen had not accepted the iron mine instance at that time, or if he had honestly handed it over later, this tragedy would not have occurred. His only son would not have died. He would have shone brightly in the college entrance examination, helping the Liang group reach new heights. Therefore, Chu Chen bore irrefutable responsibility for his son's death. After learning this information, Liang Shanhai initially planned to capture Chu Chen immediately and make him pay a painful price. But he never expected that Chu Chen was actually under the protection of the Guardian House, Sangqiang Forging, and Phoenix Treasures. This left him incredulous and somewhat hesitant to act rashly. However, at this moment, upon hearing the conversation between Zhang Yanqing, Qin Yanhua, and Tang Long, Liang Jinming suddenly realized that he had made a misjudgment. The ones protecting Chu Chen were not these 3 major powers, but just 3 immature little girls. Moreover, these 3 little girls had also been deceived by Chu Chen. Their fathers hated Chu Chen to the bone. If that were the case, the tricky problem seemed to become simple all of a sudden. Since I can't find the sword immortal, let's use Chu Chen's blood to honor my son's soul in heaven. Liang Shanhai was filled with resentment as he cleared his throat twice and interjected into the conversation of Zhang Yancheng and the others. Lord Guardian, speaking of Chu Chen, I wonder if you all are aware that he is burdened with a heinous murder case. Liang Shanhai's words were shocking, instantly capturing the attention of everyone on the podium. Oh, what is this about? Please, elaborate. Zhang Yancheng frowned slightly, thinking that Liang Shanhai was trying to smear Chu Chen using the Huang brothers incident. However, he had video evidence in hand, so he wasn't afraid of Liang Shanhai twisting the truth. Alas! Liang Shanhai sighed deeply, 2 tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes as he spoke sorrowfully. You may have already noticed that my son, Liang Jinming, did not appear at the examination venue. He is an S-rank Thunder Mage, and his greatest dream was to attend a top-tier academy and continue his studies on the path of a mage. Unfortunately, his dream can no longer be realized, for he is no longer with us, and the one who plotted to harm him is none other than that arrogant Chu Chen down there. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone on the podium stunned. The young master of the Liang group is dead? The perpetrator is actually a useless domain master? Everyone felt it was absurd, but seeing Liang Shanhai's heartbroken expression, they instinctively believed him to some extent. Although Liang Shanhai's methods were quite unscrupulous, he couldn't possibly joke about his son's life and death, could he? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yanqing's eyes. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. But as the guardian, Zhang Yanqing naturally would not take Liang Shanhai's word at face value, so he asked sternly, Liang Shanhai, you say that Chu Chen Han Liang Jinming, what was the motive? Liang Shanhai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, Chu Chen awakened as a useless domain master, which is worlds apart from my son Liang Jinming's S-rank Thunder Mage. He originally thought he could leap into success, but reality dealt him a heavy blow, forcing him to become an ordinary civilian, which led to an extremely twisted hatred of the wealthy. He is jealous of my son's talent, jealous of my son's profession, jealous of my son's future. That is his motive for murder. Liang Shanhai's eyes were bloodshot, speaking with conviction, directly labeling Chu Chen as twisted in character. Zhang Yanqing narrowed his eyes, looking at the grief-stricken Liang Shanhai, and sneered inwardly. Oh, it seems that Chu Chen is indeed deranged. However, Liang Shanhai, you must be responsible for your words. Do you have any evidence? When Liang Shanhai claimed Chu Chen is jealous of Liang Jinming's talent, Zhang Yanqing had already understood that what Liang Shanhai said was nothing but a complete lie. On the day of his job change, Chu Chen was able to wield the heavenly sword and shatter the dungeon. With such strength, do you expect me to believe that Chu Chen would be jealous of a mere S-rank Thunder Mage? It's simply laughable. Liang Shanhai did not catch the coldness in Zhang Yanqing's tone. He nodded heavily, in deep pain as he said, Lord Guardian, I am the president of the Liang Group. How could I possibly slander a young man for no reason? I take responsibility for what I say, and all the evidence is sufficient. I will have someone deliver it immediately. This kind of evidence fabrication was something the Liang Group had done many times. Even if it was black, they could wash it white. Immediately after, he turned his gaze, looking viciously at Chu Chen, who was surrounded by admirers in the square, and said fiercely, I ask the Guardian to immediately send someone to arrest Chu Chen and bring him to justice. My son died with his eyes closed, unable to take the college entrance examination. Why should a perpetrator like Chu Chen be allowed to? Allowing a vicious criminal like Chu Chen to participate in the college entrance examination is simply a desecration of the examination. The more Liang Shanhai spoke, the louder his voice became, as if he was in the depths of despair, gritting his teeth and pounding the table, like a father desperately trying to suppress the pain of losing his son. Such a scene moved everyone present, and they all began to voice their support for Liang Shanhai. I never expected that after Chu Chen changed to a useless profession, he would end up on such an irreversible path. I think this person has ulterior motives. Changing professions is just an excuse. Exactly. Even if such a malicious person changes to an S-class profession, they would still be a great disaster. Guardians, please make sure to expel Chu Chen from the college entrance examination. This is not only for Boss Liang's son but also for the vast number of candidates. Seeing that everyone was stirred up by his words, Liang Shanhai felt a sense of glee in his heart. He let out a few mournful cries, adding fuel to the already tense atmosphere. Zhang Yanqing waved his hand to silence the crowd, stating firmly, the college entrance examination is imminent. We shouldn't create more trouble to avoid affecting the candidate's mindset. Liang Shanhai, why don't you send over the evidence first? After the examination ends, I will directly apprehend Chu Chen. Seeing that the guardians did not agree to terminate Chu Chen's examination, Liang Shanhai felt a bit disappointed but didn't say much. After agreeing, he began to make calls to have his subordinates deliver the evidence. Dang! A loud bell rang out in the square as the entrance to the college entrance examination instance slowly opened. Zhang Yanqing no longer paid attention to Liang Shanhai and faced the crowd, speaking loudly, candidates of Dongqing City, this college entrance examination will last for 4 hours. Scores will be calculated based on the time taken and the number of levels cleared. Aside from equipment, no auxiliary items may be used. The square screen will record all of your examination processes. Any violations will result in disqualification. As a guardian, I represent Dongqing City in wishing all candidates success and satisfactory results. Now, I declare the college entrance examination officially begins. Please enter in an orderly manner. As the guardian's voice echoed in the square, the entire area seemed to ignite, with cheers ringing out to the skies. The candidates were also eager, lining up according to their schools and entering the instance door in an orderly fashion. After Chu Chen and the 3 girls encouraged each other, they parted ways. Jia, don't rush too fast. Give us a chance to showcase ourselves, then you all better step up. The college entrance examination is divided into solo mode and team mode. Zhang Qianhan and the three girls formed a team together after changing professions, naturally choosing team mode. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's strength had already surpassed everyone, so he undoubtedly chose solo mode. Soon, all over 1,000 candidates entered the college entrance examination instance. The large screen in the square began to broadcast the images of the top-ranking candidates. The monsters in the college entrance examination instance start from level 1 and gradually increase, so the first few levels are essentially free points. Different candidates vie to be the leader, and the images on the big screen changed continuously, creating a stunning sense of thousands of troops crossing a narrow bridge. However, upon reaching the 20th level, the monster level rose to level 10, and the main force's sprinting speed began to slow down. The real highlight officially began. Wow! That spear-wielding boy is amazing. He directly killed a level 10 elite monster in an instant. Not only that, but his timing is also incredibly precise. After clearing one level, he immediately rushes to the next without any hesitation. Goddess Zhang Qianhan and her team are even more impressive. Not only do they kill instantly, but their battles are also visually pleasing, stunningly beautiful. It seems the top two spots are these two teams. I just wonder who can snatch the third place. The audience in the square focused intently on the big screen, engaging in heated discussions. After intense competition, Zhao Yixiang and Zhang Qianhan's team successfully stood out, firmly occupying the first and second positions. This Zhao Yixiang is not simple. Look at this clearing speed. He has probably already reached level 20. The Guardian's daughter is also impressive. Facing 3 monsters at once, she can still maintain second place. Incredible. Wait, has she actually overtaken? How many levels have these 3 girls reached? Even a level 12 elite monster can be killed in one hit? Lord Guardian, Boss Qin, Boss Tang, you really have a good daughter. On the podium, a group of powerful elites were also commenting with great interest. Logically, most of the early candidates on the leaderboard were from the solo mode, while those in team mode would only show their strength later. No one expected that as soon as Zhang Qianhan and the other 2 girls started, they would forcefully make it onto the leaderboard, truly shocking the high-ranking officials. In no time, compliments filled the podium, with everyone congratulating the 3 fathers, trying to get closer to them. Ha ha, my daughter Tang Long is indeed strong. Come on, my precious Xiao Xiao. Let's break the record for Dongqing City. Ha ha, Tang Long and Qin Yanhua were overjoyed, laughing heartily, bursting with pride. The last time they knew their daughter's level was 7 days ago. They never expected that in just a week, their daughter had grown to such an outrageous level. At the same time, they were even more determined in their thoughts. Their precious daughter, raised for 18 years, absolutely could not be taken away by that useless domain master, Chu Chen. Zhang Yanqing's eyes were also filled with joy, shocked by his daughter's brilliant performance. However, unlike Qin Yanhua and Tang Long, he quickly realized that this was definitely Chu Chen's credit. If even Chu Chen had reached level 40, how could these 3 foolish girls be far behind? However, what puzzled Zhang Yanqing was why Chu Chen had not made it onto the leaderboard yet. In the college entrance examination instance, Chu Chen killed a level 13 elite monster with 1 sword and then calmly walked towards the 27th floor. The monsters in the artificial instance can't gain experience, but they can accumulate progress in the sword domain. If I clear 100 floors, I can accumulate at least 100 points of progress. Not bad, not bad. Unlike other candidates, Chu Chen's goal was to clear the entire college entrance examination instance. Therefore, he didn't need to rush to climb the tower for that little bit of time score. On the contrary, maintaining a steady mindset was the most beneficial for him. Even so, Chu Chen's ranking was steadily rising. 50th place, 30th place, 10th place, 7th place, 3rd place. Ha ha, it's the 40th floor. Xiao Xiao and the others have already reached the 40th floor. Zhao Yixiang has been dawdling on the 38th floor for half a day, while my Yaya is still relaxed on the 40th floor. So amazing. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long were pounding the table with excitement, trembling with joy. They initially expected their daughter to clear the 45th floor, which would have been great, but looking at the current clearing speed, it seemed that the 60th floor was well within reach. After the college entrance examination, they definitely had to ask their daughter how she managed to be so amazing. However, as their gaze slightly shifted, they accidentally glanced at the 3rd place. The smiles on their faces suddenly froze, as if they had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "What the hell? What is this? Chu Chen?" They saw a young man dressed in bone armor, exuding an unparalleled aura, slowly walking up to the 33rd floor. Facing the level 16 elite monster that blocked most candidates, he casually swung his sword, and a silver arc flashed through the air, causing a large head to fall with a thud. Immediately after, he didn't even glance at the monster, walking calmly towards the 34th floor. Even through the screen, one could clearly feel how calm and elegant he was. So elegant that it hardly seemed like he was in a college entrance examination. It felt more like a leisurely stroll along a forest path. There was not a hint of tension, not a trace of pressure, just an inner calmness. Is this a wrong signal? How could Chu Chen be in third place? What was that sword just now? Even Yaya and the others weren't that composed, right? Is there a mistake? Is this really a domain master? Whose domain master just beheaded a level 16 elite monster? Not only Tang Long and Qin Yanhu, but all the powerful elites on the podium were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the image of the third place. The immense shock they felt was even more astonishing than seeing Zhang Qianhan and the other two girls rush to first place. What the hell? Who is this bone-armored handsome guy? Is he really taking the college entrance exam, not doing art? So handsome. Does anyone know this guy's name? I want to buy it, hurry up. Chu Chen. He is Chu Chen. Our school hunk from Dongqing No. 2 High School. His profession is domain master. Domain master? Is this really a domain master? What kind of international joke is this? Damn! He clearly moves so slowly, his actions are so slow, why do I feel he's so domineering? You just don't understand. The underachievers frantically guess answers during exams, the top students frantically solve problems, only true academic gods take their time answering, because every stroke they make is the correct answer. That's strength. I can't take it anymore. Every step he takes feels like he's stepping on my heart. I'm in love with him. I want to have his babies. He looked incredibly low-key, yet gave off such a glamorous vibe. This stark contrast stirred the hearts of tens of thousands of spectators in the square, making them tremble with excitement. Chu Chen had no idea he had already ranked third. Even less did he know that his ranking was more sensational than that of the first place. He continued to walk at a steady pace, unhurried yet unstoppable. The seemingly ordinary long sword in Chu Chen's hand transformed into the scythe of death. Wherever the sword pointed, all things would be severed. No monster could escape, no monster could withstand the might of a single strike. At this moment, he resembled an emperor ruling over the world, exuding an air of authority that looked down upon everything. The throne was right ahead, he just needed to walk over. No one could compete, no one dared to compete. Level 38. Zhao Yishang, panting, pulled the spear from a giant wolf and laughed proudly. It only took me 10 minutes to kill a level 19 monster. With this speed, who else can compare? That waste Chu Chen probably doesn't even dare to think about it, right? Ha ha, no way. With his useless profession, he probably can't even see the shadows on level 38. He's probably still dawdling on the first 10 levels. Ha ha, thinking about the chasm-like gap between him and Chu Chen after the college entrance exam. Thinking about how Goddess Tanya would see Chu Chen's true self and mercilessly abandon him to embrace Zhao Yishang. Zhao Yishang was so pleased he could hardly contain himself, his chin almost reaching the sky. Ahem, be modest. Can't be too indulgent. My score should be first on the leaderboard now. The whole Dongqing city must be admiring me. I have to establish a good image. I'll rest for a bit, then immediately go conquer level 39. I must elevate my score, that way, maybe Goddess Zhang Qianhan and Goddess Qin Xiaoxiao will also embrace me. If Chu Chen can have both, why can't I? Zhao Yishang. Mine. All mine. He. Zhao Yishang had no idea that just as he was reveling in his triumph, Chu Chen had also arrived at level 38. Facing the monster he had painstakingly battled for 10 minutes, Chu Chen simply swung his sword casually. A flash of cold light, bone flames swirling. The giant wolf was directly severed in two, leaving no complete corpse. One-hit kill. It was actually a one-hit kill. This is insane. To kill a level 19 monster so easily, his level must have reached an astonishing level 30. Clearly a useless domain master, yet he can display such formidable strength. Special talent. Absolutely a special talent. I remember last year there was a girl named Chu Xuanyue who awakened a special talent and was specially recruited by Kunlun Academy. I didn't expect that this year another even more outrageous one has appeared. You don't know, right? That Chu Xuanyue is actually Chu Chen's older sister. Both siblings are prodigies. On the podium, the powerful elites watched as Chu Chen surged forward, their hearts churning with waves of shock and disbelief. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this field master anymore. It's not level 30, it's level 40. Tang Long stared at Chu Chen, clad in bone armor, trembling all over, hardly believing what he was seeing. Bone Flame. He actually saw Chu Chen activate the Bone Flame of the Skeleton General set. This effect could only be activated by those above level 40. Even among the top talents of first-tier cities, those who could reach level 40 within half a month after their job change were extremely rare. Not to mention, Chu Chen had spent half of his time idling away in a villa, doing nothing to improve. How could someone like this possibly reach level 40? I'm going crazy. I must be going crazy. Next to Tang Long, Liang Shanhai was equally dumbfounded, staring at the big screen, his face darkening to the extreme. Damn it! Wasn't it said that Chu Chen was a useless field master? Level 30? Special talent? What the hell is this? This strength is far inferior to my dead son. If it were an unknown nobody, Liang's group could just frame him. But the strength Chu Chen was displaying at this moment was enough to qualify for a top university. Such talent could never be treated carelessly by Zhang Yanqing. Liang Shanhai never expected that what was supposed to be a sure slander would turn into a self-inflicted wound in the blink of an eye. With thoughts racing in his mind, he quickly began to plan the next steps. First, he needed to have his subordinates modify the evidence. Who would have thought that in just a few dozen minutes, the situation would change so drastically? The previous statements were no longer enough to tarnish Chu Chen's reputation and might even backfire on Liang's group. New black material had to be fabricated to attack Chu Chen. Just as Liang Shanhai was deep in thought, a hurried voice suddenly interrupted his musings. Boss, evidence. I've brought it to you. A young man in a suit rushed to Liang Shanhai's side, respectfully handing over a thick stack of evidence, eagerly awaiting Liang Shanhai's praise. Swish! Liang Shanhai's expression changed dramatically. He never expected the evidence to be ready so quickly. Has Liang's group's black market operations become this mature? The usually composed Liang Shanhai was rarely flustered. He instinctively reached for the evidence, intending to burn it directly and leave no witnesses. However, a pair of large hands moved faster than him, securely taking the evidence. The person who acted was none other than Zhang Yanqing, the guardian. The speed of a third transition master was not something Liang Shanhai, a second transition, could compare to. Chu Chen has harbored jealousy towards Liang Jinming, who comes from a wealthy family, since the first year of high school, and has repeatedly engaged in twisted behaviors such as stalking. Classmate Chi can testify. After the job change, when classmates were discussing forming teams for the college entrance examination, Chu Chen once asserted that Liang Jinming would not be able to participate in the exam. Zhang Yanqing casually flipped through the evidence, selecting a few segments with interest and reading them aloud, clicking his tongue in amazement. TSK, as expected of Liang's group, this evidence investigation is even more detailed than the Guardian's office. This Chu Chen is truly remarkable. His special talent can already rival that of an SSS-level job changer, yet he still envies an S-level job changer. This mindset is really hard to fathom. Don't you think so, Liang Shanhai? Zhang Yanqing's lips curled into a smile, but his gaze was as cold as ice. The name Liang Shanhai was pronounced with particular emphasis, as if he wanted to devour him whole. The other powerful elites also looked at Liang Shanhai with unfriendly expressions. No matter how many precautions were taken, I never expected to fall for this old bastard's tricks. With the strength Chu Chen is currently displaying, getting into a top-tier university is almost guaranteed, and he could even make a push for the elite schools. Looking across the nation, he is truly a dragon among men. With such potential, you say he is jealous of a mere S-class job changer? What's the difference between that and a vast nation envying a tiny little country? It's simply the most foolish statement imaginable. Liang Shanhai, are you going to give us an explanation? We stood up for you, and in return, you deceived us. You old fool are truly sinister. Damn it! If Chu Chen finds out we were cursing him alongside you, we'll be wronged to death. Liang Shanhai's face turned ashen. He could feel that Zhang Yanchang was furious, angrier than ever before. The surrounding nobles were even planning to use him as a stepping stone to get in good with Chu Chen. The situation took a sharp turn, becoming extremely unfavorable for him. Everyone, things are not as you imagine. Liang Shanhai croaked, trying to salvage some credibility. Oh, what story are you going to spin for us this time? Zhang Yanqing coldly stared at Liang Shanhai, his tone full of mockery. However, the next moment, what unfolded made his eyes widen in shock, and he couldn't help but think old fox. Without saying a word, Liang Shanhai unleashed a palm strike at the bewildered young man in a suit. The young man flew backward, spitting blood and losing consciousness, his life hanging by a thread. The people at the podium were dumbfounded. Lord Guardian, and esteemed colleagues, this matter lies with my Liang group, and I, Liang, will not shirk responsibility. It's only because I was heartbroken over the loss of my son and acted in haste, failing to strictly verify the authenticity of the evidence, that some with ulterior motives took advantage. If it weren't for Lord Guardian's keen insight, I might have truly made a grave mistake and harmed the top genius of Dongqing City. But please rest assured, after the college entrance examination, I will personally apologize to young friend Chu Chen and ensure he suffers not a bit of grievance. Liang Shanhai clasped his hands, his voice resonant and righteous. His words directly shifted all the blame to his subordinates, making himself the victim instead. The surrounding nobles exchanged glances. Although they knew this old man was spouting nonsense, they couldn't find a moment to refute him. Alright, if Chu Chen forgives you, then I won't pursue it any further. Zhang Yanqing's gaze flickered, casually tossing out a sentence before ignoring Liang Shanhai. Liang Shanhai was indeed detestable, but that could be dealt with later. The college entrance examination was the most important matter today. Nothing could disturb the candidates in the exam, especially Chu Chen. The small commotion at the podium didn't attract much attention from the audience. Because their eyes were firmly locked on Chu Chen, they had no time to pay attention to anything else. 40th floor. 41st floor. Instant kill. Still an instant kill. I can't believe I'm feeling both fast and slow sensations from one person at the same time. This is exhilarating. At this rate, Chu Chen has a chance to compete for the top spot with the goddess. I doubt it, the goddess has already reached the 55th floor. The gap is too big. Ha, wasn't Zhao Xiang also pretty fast at first? What about now? He can't even see Chu Chen's back. The audience in the square was fervently discussing, the terrifying sound waves rising higher and higher. Everyone was eagerly watching to see who would ultimately be the winner between Chu Chen and the goddess. Soon, reality provided them with an answer. As they charged to the 55th floor, Zhang Qianhan and her two companions were exhausted, and their speed had to begin to slow. In contrast, Chu Chen, on the entire 40th floor, still only used one sword. 14th floor, 10th floor, 6th floor, 3rd floor. The gap between Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan's trio continued to shrink. Finally, Chu Chen and Zhang Qianhan's trio met at the 60th floor. At this level, there was a level 30 suspended white tiger, its body like a small mountain, its roar shaking the heavens. While Zhang Qianhan and the other two women were still stacking buffs, Chu Chen had already struck with a sword. The cold light was piercing, the sword energy was rampant. The white tiger was effortlessly split in two, its life extinguished. Just like any previous level, it was incredibly mundane yet shockingly extraordinary. Chu Chen undoubtedly topped the leaderboard, becoming number 1. One-hit kill. Can still one-hit kill at level 60. Is Chu Chen really this strong? Just how high is this kid's potential? Even at level 60, we can't see his depth. A monster, absolutely a monster. Qin Yanhua and Tang Long watched as Chu Chen claimed the top spot, gradually widening the gap with Zhang Qianhan and the other two women, unable to suppress a hard gulp. Thinking about what they had done this week, the two of them wished they could slap themselves. What the hell have we been doing this week? To drive away such an exceptional son-in-law? If we really drove Chu Chen away, not only would our daughters be unwilling, but we would regret it ourselves. Fortunately, all our previous actions failed. Failing was good, failing was wonderful. At this moment, they finally understood that their daughters had definitely benefited from Chu Chen's presence to gain such strength. Otherwise, the three of them would have been lucky to reach level 45. Son-in-law. This is my destined son-in-law. No one else will do. Ahem. Lord Guardian, could you please show us that contract again? We think the contents need to be reconsidered. Tang Long and Qin Yanhua awkwardly smiled at Zhang Yanqing, planning to take back the contract and then tear it up, completely tear it up. Old Qin, old Tang, as the ancients said, those who break their word should suffer the punishment of the food rock. You wouldn't want your daughters to know that you're untrustworthy, would you? Zhang Yanqing crossed his arms, smiling meaningfully. Alright, so you already knew about Chu Chen's strength. We're connected at heart, and you're playing mind games with us, huh? Tang Long and Qin Yanhua were taken aback, then gritted their teeth and glared at Zhang Yanqing. Hee, it's all for the daughters. Zhang Yanqing chuckled, not denying it. Alright, so you want to play it this way, Guardian? Then we won't care anymore. Let Chu Chen and our daughters do whatever they want. As many children as they can have, we can support them. What the hell? You two old geezers need to have some decency. This is your own daughter. The three old fathers bickered on the podium, disregarding their image, making everyone around them envious. With Chu Chen's displayed strength, a top-tier prestigious school was absolutely secured. After graduation, he would be a giant in the field. Protecting a family for decades or even 100 years would be no problem. They only regretted that their daughters didn't have the fortune to meet Chu Chen first. Only Liang Shanhai looked grimly at the screen, his eyes twitching, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. The stronger Chu Chen's displayed strength, the higher the value he needed to compensate. Now, it seemed that his Liang group would suffer a significant loss. But, after all, Chu Chen is just a wild kid from a small town. How strong can he really be? At most, level 80. Oh no, level 85. Liang Shanhai consoled himself in his mind. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Level 80. A level 40 monster was still cut down by Chu Chen with a single sword. The The seemingly ordinary lone sword in Chu Chen's hand appeared to be an extraordinary divine weapon. It sliced through iron like mud, indestructible. And this was not even Chu Chen's limit. His attributes were already outrageous. Wearing the skeleton general set, his attributes surged to a terrifying level. Level 82, 85, 87, 90. The entire audience at the college entrance examination square was ignited. Oh my god. Level 90. Crazy. Crazy. Our Dongxing City actually produced such a monster. The guardian of the 90th floor is a level 50 hidden boss. Can Chu Chen clear it? Remove the can. My idol is invincible. Don't be too confident. Have you seen what the monsters on the 90th floor really are? These are elemental monsters. They counter physical players like Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at the monster in front of him, engulfed in blazing red flames, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. Ah, bro, how is it you? What a coincidence. The monster guarding the 90th floor was none other than the magma flame demon he had encountered before. In the college entrance examination dungeon, the magma flame demon did not have the support of a magma lake, just standing there all alone. But even so, the terrifying attributes of a level 50 hidden boss were a disaster for other candidates. On the podium, the high-ranking officials and nobles all showed expressions of unwillingness upon seeing the monster on the 90th floor. Magma flame demon? Damn! How could this be the monster on the 90th floor this year? What the hell? This magma flame demon is immune to 99% of physical damage. Chu Chen has met his nemesis. Sigh. It's over. It's not that Chu Chen is weak, he's just been targeted. I thought Chu Chen could break Dongxing City's record and create a genius who could surpass the 90th floor, but unexpectedly. Sigh. Be content, the 89th floor is already high enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the pride of big cities. The 90th floor is a watershed in the college entrance examination dungeon, because after the 90th floor, the difficulty of the monsters on each floor will increase dramatically. It's equivalent to the bonus questions in the exams of the previous life. And the 90th floor is the last big question on the test paper. If you pass this level, you can step into the ranks of geniuses and bask in the glory beyond the 90th floor. No one from Dongxing City has ever cleared this touchstone-like 90th floor. The only one who had hoped before was Chu Chen's sister, Chu Xuanyue. But she awakened a special talent and was directly recruited by Kunlun Academy, so she didn't participate in the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, her brother Chu Chen, the one with the most hope, fell due to attribute restraint. Ha! Finally at the end. 90th floor. This kid Chu Chen is too monstrous. What kind of talent did he awaken to allow a useless domain master to grow to such a terrifying level? Liang Shanhai gritted his teeth, a sense of fear subtly rising in his heart. The potential displayed by Chu Chen was too strong. His foolish son, even in death, left him with such a huge hidden danger. Damn! What a pitiful situation. After the college entrance examination, he must find a way to win over Chu Chen. If he can't win him over, then he can only eliminate him. The hidden danger must be nipped in the bud. However, the scene that unfolded on the big screen next completely broke Liang Shanhai's defenses, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Impossible. How can this be? Facing the level 50 magma flame demon, Chu Chen finally got serious. Gripping the sword of the domain, as the light flickered, 3 sword energies shot out like a ribbon, directly enveloping the magma flame demon in a triangular formation. Swift wind triple slash. The terrifying sword energy continuously tore and sliced at the magma flame demon's mountain-like body. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the magma flame demon, illuminating the entire 90th floor in flames. Its massive body was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave, crashing to the ground like a mountain collapsing, disintegrating into countless sparks that vanished without a trace. The magma flame demon was dead. In an instant, the entire square fell into silence. Everything happened too suddenly and shockingly, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Soon after, the entire square erupted in commotion. Crazy. I'm going crazy. 90th floor. A level 50 hidden boss, and it was killed in one sword strike. Is this even human? We, Dongxing City, have produced a dragon. Genius. Monster. Is this the world of geniuses? Ah, so shocking. This ticket was worth every penny. It wasn't just the audience in the square, the dignitaries on the podium were equally astonished. What the hell? With this strength, you say he's a domain master? One-hit kill. Reverse attribute one-hit kill. This is just ridiculous. I can't take it anymore. The son-in-law is too extraordinary, the father-in-law's heart can't handle it. Only Zhang Yanqing, who was guarding the scene, smiled calmly and watched everything unfold. Hee, I've killed even stronger magma flame demons than Chu Chen. This monster, having lost its advantage, is not even as good as yesterday's one. Suddenly, Zhang Yanqing raised an eyebrow, looking up into the sky with a smile. "Ha, old he. You really came." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky, growing larger as it flew down, landing heavily on the podium. Flying in the air? A fourth turn expert? My goodness! Which esteemed person has graced us with their presence? The dignitaries on the podium were startled by the sudden appearance. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a stern face, his presence as imposing as a tiger, exuding power without anger. It was none other than He Tao, the director of the admissions office of Kunlun Academy, who had rushed over. Ever since he received Zhang Yanqing's call, he hurried to Dongxing City. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to see for himself whether the genius Zhang Yanqing spoke of was real or not. Humph. Of course, I had to come. It's been over a decade since I last visited my alma mater. I bet you, old man, don't even know the current state of Kunlun Academy. I'm here to tell you that any ordinary student from Kunlun Academy can easily crush the genius you mentioned. He Tao said fiercely. He was already hot-tempered, and after Zhang Yanqing hung up on him, he was even more frustrated. Now, seeing Zhang Yanqing, he let it all out. Zhang Yanqing, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. He and He Tao were not only alumni but also roommates, their relationship as solid as iron. Otherwise, he wouldn't have notified He Tao about Chu Chen's situation right away. Zhang Yanqing often bickered with He Tao, but he always lost. This time, he was sure he would win. Ha, old he, don't speak too soon. Look, the first place is that student I mentioned. He's already cleared the 90th level. He Tao glanced at the big screen, snorted coldly, and sat down next to Zhang Yanqing without any courtesy. Old Zhang, I see you've lowered your standards to that of an 18th tier county official. It's just the 90th level. 90% of the new students at Kunlun Academy can clear this level. True top geniuses are the ones who challenge the last 10 levels. Heh, does that little guy you mentioned have that kind of strength? Indeed, 90% of the new students at Kunlun Academy can clear this level. But old he, don't forget, they aren't using ordinary equipment. At least one of them has a piece of golden equipment. If not, how could they possibly compete with level 50 monsters just half a month after changing jobs based solely on personal strength? Zhang Yanqing pointed out the flaw in He Tao's argument precisely. He Tao curled his lip, unconcerned, and said, Kunlun Academy, as one of the top 3 prestigious schools in Long Country, has countless people trying to get in. What's so great about preparing a piece of golden equipment for that? Moreover, that little guy you mentioned, although he doesn't have golden equipment, his skeleton general set is even rarer than golden equipment. Old Zhang, you're being a bit double standard here. Hearing He Tao's teasing, Zhang Yanqing was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly shook his head. He knew Chu Chen's true strength and momentarily overlooked the top-notch equipment he possessed. In his own eyes, this equipment was merely embellishment, but in He Tao's eyes, it became Chu Chen's greatest support. Well, just keep watching, and you'll understand. Seeing Zhang Yanqing rendered speechless by his retort, He Tao felt pleased and broke into a broad smile. Old Zhang, this little guy might be treated like a star in Dongxing City. But in a place like Kunlun Academy, where geniuses gather, be prepared, he will likely blend in with the crowd. Zhang Yanqing smiled slightly, saying nothing more, his gaze expectantly fixed on the big screen. Level 90. The most challenging part of the college entrance examination instance. This should allow you to showcase your true strength. While the two were talking, Chu Chen had already stepped gracefully onto level 91. Upon seeing the monster guarding level 91, Chu Chen couldn't help but gasp. What the hell? A level 70 Earth Giant Ape? A 10-meter-tall, earth-colored giant ape stood in the center of level 91. Its crimson eyes resembled 2 blood-red lanterns, exuding an unmatched ferocity. As its eyes opened and closed, a bloodthirsty killing intent surged forth, a truly terrifying savage beast. TSK, I've only heard about how monstrous the creatures are after level 90. Today I finally see it, it really is outrageous. Jumping straight from level 50 to level 70, is this really an exam designed for new transferees? Chu Chen clicked his tongue in amazement, then a satisfied smile spread across his face. But for me, it's just right. I was worried the monsters would be too weak, making it impossible for me to use the sword domain. On the podium, even the dignitaries who had seen great storms turned pale the moment they saw the Earth Giant Ape. My God, a level 70 monster. The difficulty of this exam has increased again? And it's a monster like the Earth Giant Ape, with such insane defense, without enough damage, there's no hope of clearing it. Can Chu Chen do it? Although he has had smooth sailing so far, the monster before him is on a completely different level from those before. Not to mention the dignitaries, even He Tao's eyes twitched sharply. It's actually a monster like the Earth Giant Ape, with a body as hard as rock and an attack power that is terrifying to the extreme. One punch can split mountains and shatter rocks. Hitting a person would cause them to explode. Forget about new transferees, even among level 70s, this is a very tricky opponent. Old Zhang, my requirements aren't high. As long as this little guy can last 5 seconds, I'll give him second-class admission treatment. The college entrance examination instance has a protection mechanism. Once a candidate dies, they will be immediately teleported out of the instance, so there's no need to worry about safety. But once teleported out, it means the complete end of the exam. He Tao thought he had already regarded Chu Chen highly enough. After all, the resources of a small city cannot compare to those of a big city. However, the scene that unfolded next changed He Tao's relaxed mood in an instant, and he stood up abruptly. Not only him, but the dignitaries on the podium and even the tens of thousands of spectators in the square all stood up excitedly at this moment. They stared intently at the big screen, trembling with excitement, all shouting the same name, Sword Immortal. In the instance, a towering and terrifying sword mountain tore through the void, descending with overwhelming power. A sharp and unmatched sword intent surrounded the sword mountain, transforming into a tangible white radiance, resembling a celestial mountain from afar, evoking longing. However, from such a celestial sword mountain, a silver-long sword flew out, respectfully bringing Chu Chen to the summit of the 1,000-foot-high mountain. On the majestic mountain, the armored youth stood proudly, his seemingly slender figure now appearing so mysterious and unfathomable. The next moment, with a resounding slash, echoing through the heavens, countless flying swords whistled out from the sword mountain, resembling shooting stars, transforming into brilliant swordlights that slashed down towards the 10-meter-tall earth giant ape below. In the face of the chaotic sword mountain, the earth giant ape appeared as insignificant as an ant. The torrential swordlights poured down like a storm, and even with its myriad defenses, how could it withstand the might of 10,000 swords? A chilling scream reverberated throughout the 91st floor as the level 70 earth giant ape was pierced through by a rain of arrows, exploding into a mass of flesh. Thud! The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of swallowed saliva could be heard. Even through the screen, they could vividly feel the terror of the earth giant ape. Brutal! Too brutal! A dignified level 70 earth giant ape, and it died so miserably? Is this really the 91st floor known as the Trial of Death? Indeed, it's against the heavens. But isn't the most against the heavens Chu Chen? He's actually a sword immortal? A sword immortal who is just a newly promoted novice? In an instant, the entire square erupted into frenzied cheers, creating a tremendous uproar. He Tao was no exception. Having seen countless young prodigies, he could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing that terrifying sword mountain. Old Zhang! Old Zhang! What's this kid's name? What's his profession? I'm going to claim this kid. No matter who comes, it won't matter. We at Kunlun are claiming him. At that moment, He Tao finally understood where Zhang Yanqing got the confidence to challenge him. One strike to kill a level 70 earth giant ape, how could this possibly be something a newly promoted novice could achieve? In this small county town of Dongxing City, a true dragon had emerged. A real dragon. Looking at the magnificent sword mountain, even Zhang Yanqing, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He proudly revealed Chu Chen's information. His name is Chu Chen, and his profession is Domain Master. What? What? Domain Master? He Tao's eyes widened like saucers, staring incredulously at Zhang Yanqing. He had imagined various professions for Chu Chen in his mind, but he never expected him to be the most useless hidden profession, the Domain Master. Zhang Yanqing took a deep breath, gazing at the vast sword mountain on the big screen, looking at the ethereal young figure at the mountain's peak, his heart racing. That's right. I suppose you should understand now, old he. That towering, majestic sword mountain, what it truly is. He Tao was utterly shocked at that moment. You mean, the domain? That sword mountain is Chu Chen's domain. The first domain master in history to create a domain. Shock and ecstasy crashed into He Tao's heart like a tsunami. He felt as if his breath had stopped. The domain master, the most useless yet also the most mysterious hidden profession. Both in Long Country and abroad, prestigious schools had attempted to cultivate a true domain master. However, the power of the domain is vast and profound. The resources and time invested were astronomical, yet the output was extremely minimal, akin to throwing stones into water. This led to countless experiments ending in failure. The longest experiment lasted 20 years, with resource investment reaching astronomical figures. Yet that domain master had barely completed half of the domain, and their combat power could only be described as mediocre. Thus, an international consensus had almost formed. The true strength of a domain master might not be weak, but with the same time and resources, one could easily cultivate another hidden profession with equivalent combat power. After the failure of that domain master's comeback battle, the profession fell into decline, and no one dared to dream of the future of domain masters anymore. He Tao never expected. Today, in the small Dongsheng city, he would witness a genuine domain master of true value. With a single thought, he could summon a towering sword mountain. With a wave of his hand, thousands of flying swords fell like a torrential rain. Killing the level 70 Earth Giant Ape was as easy as flipping a hand. Such terrifying power was simply astonishing. He Tao's heart surged with excitement, and his initial pride vanished without a trace. We were wrong. All of us were wrong. The power of a domain master is simply incomparable to any other hidden profession. Great talents often emerge late for a reason. There is a destiny in the dark. He looked at Zhang Yanqing with sincere gratitude and said, "Old Zhang, thank you for informing me in advance. I was too self-important before. If Kunlun Academy were to miss out on such a genius, it would be a great regret in my life." Seeing the usually proud He Tao show such humility in front of him, Zhang Yanqing felt extremely pleased and laughed heartily. "What's the point of just talking? You're treating tonight." He Tao laughed in response, "No problem, we won't stop until we're drunk tonight. But first, I need to recruit Chu Chen to Kunlun Academy, otherwise, I won't feel at ease." As the two laughed and chatted, the surrounding nobles and high-ranking officials were all stunned. They never expected that the sword immortal who had caused a sensation in the entire Dongxing city for the past half-month was actually just a new transferee, and that earth-shattering sword mountain and heavenly sword were actually his domain. No wonder this guy Chu Chen can level up to level 40 while staying at home all day. Once this terrifying domain is unleashed, the speed at which he can harvest monsters is probably 100 or 1,000 times that of other transferees. Damn! I initially thought Chu Chen was unworthy, then I thought the two families were well-matched, but now I feel like Yaya is the one who is climbing too high for Chu Chen. Who says otherwise? My father-in-law hasn't even started working yet. He won't be laid off, will he? Tang Long and Qin Yanhua were shocked, but they also felt a sense of unease. They had previously ignored Chu Chen, but now they were genuinely afraid they couldn't keep up. However, the one with the most complicated feelings was still Liang Shanhai. The surrounding nobles looked at Liang Shanhai with mockery, their eyes filled with pity and schadenfreude. They clearly saw that Liang Shanhai had previously slandered Chu Chen. To dare to slander such a once-in-a-century genius, the Liang group was truly digging their own grave. Liang Shanhai's face turned pale, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the big screen. Sword Immortal. Chu Chen is actually the Sword Immortal? If the Sword Immortal were a second or even third transfer powerhouse, Liang Shanhai wouldn't be the slightest bit afraid. Even if the Liang group couldn't handle it, he could still spend a fortune to hire someone. But the fact that the Sword Immortal was just a new transferee completely panicked Liang Shanhai. For such a monstrous genius, all his plans were rendered useless. Just the nearby fourth transfer powerhouse from Kunlun Academy would never allow Chu Chen to lose a single hair. Liang Jinming, you really are my good son. You've left me a huge inheritance. Are you trying to send me off too? Liang Shanhai gritted his teeth and cursing the ancestors of that unworthy descendant. At this moment, he fully understood why the Sword Immortal would oppose the Liang group. The root of it all lay with Liang Jinming, in the Iron Mine dungeon. If Liang Jinming had not initially harbored malicious intentions towards Chu Chen, none of this would have happened. Liang Shanhai's heart was like dead ash, filled with extreme regret. He should have shot that bastard against the wall from the start. He shouldn't have let this scoundrel be born. Outside the dungeon, the power of the domain stirred up an unprecedented climax. But inside the dungeon, Chu Chen was still fully focused on battling the monsters. It must be said, the additional challenges after level 90 were indeed intense. Following the level 70 Earth Giant Ape on level 91, a level 70 boss monster appeared directly on level 92. The power gap between a boss-level monster and the smaller minions is a doubling increase. However, in the face of such a ferocious creature, Chu Chen not only remained calm but instead burst into hearty laughter. Good. Just the right opportunity to test my limits. 10,000 swords to the throne. No mercy. Countless swords of the domain whirled within the high tower, a sky full of sword energy crisscrossing and intertwining, forming an impenetrable net of sword energy that enveloped the monster completely. The terrifying tearing force erupted on the monster, roaring like thunder. A single sword energy might not be able to injure a level 70 boss, but 100, 1,000, 10,000. No matter how high your defense or how thick your health, in the end, you can only die unwillingly under the rain of arrows. Thus, although Chu Chen's ascent speed slowed down, he still steadily pressed forward. At that moment, some classmates finally couldn't hold on any longer and were teleported out of the college entrance examination instance. Damn it! It's too hard. This year's exam questions are too difficult. Isn't that right? How many floors did you climb, bro? Sigh. Only 35 floors. With this score, I'm only good enough for a second-tier university. What the hell? I collapsed after climbing to the 30th floor, and you're talking about 35 floors like it's nothing. Hee hee, just an extraordinary performance. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for everyone to cheer for me? What good thing are you thinking? Shouldn't we be cheering for brother Zhao Sheng? Didn't you see the shocked faces of the big shots on the podium? True, I wonder how many floors brother Zhao Sheng has climbed. Since I'm out early, I should take a good look. As they spoke, all the classmates curiously looked at the big screen behind them. However, upon seeing it, they were completely dumbfounded. Am I blind? The first place is Chu Chen? What the hell? 97 floors. Are you kidding me? Forget about 97 floors, what the hell is that mountain under his feet? Why does it look so familiar? Everyone around is shouting Sword Immortal. Could it be that Chu Chen is the Sword Immortal? No way. How is that possible? Isn't he a useless domain master? If you can't see it now, you're really stupid. 97 floors is still considered useless? Then what about you at 30 floors? I said Gada Zhang Shenhan couldn't possibly choose a useless person. It turns out Chu Chen is the real immortal. I can't take it anymore. I have to shout too. Sword Immortal! Sword Immortal! Sword Immortal! The scene before them was too shocking, leaving the candidates completely stunned. But looking at Chu Chen standing proudly at the mountain's peak, with countless flying swords obeying his command with every gesture, they couldn't help but feel their blood surge and excitement rise. Which young man in Dragon Country doesn't have a dream of being a sword immortal, roaming the world with a sword? 98 floors, 99 floors, 100 floors. After the 90th floor, the difficulty of the monsters would increase dramatically with each level. Even the geniuses in everyone's eyes would likely falter before reaching the 95th floor. Yet Chu Chen had actually fought his way to the unprecedented 100th floor. Everyone present was in shock, staring unblinkingly at the big screen, eagerly anticipating Chu Chen's final performance. 100 floors. There has never been a report of any candidate clearing all 100 floors. Even among those who reached the 100th floor, they are few and far between in the history of Dragon Country. Could Chu Chen create a record for Dragon Country today? Everyone was watching with bated breath. Unlike the previous 99 floors, the walls of the 100th floor were actually resplendent with gold and jade. That noble environment silently spoke of the extraordinary nature of this level. In the center of the 100th floor stood a three-headed hellhound, towering at several meters high. Three ferocious heads grew from the same body, their dark red fur exuding a sinister aura. As its crimson eyes opened and closed, a breath reminiscent of hell surged forth, making it hard to look directly at. My god! The guardian monster of the 100th floor is actually a demon-type boss, the Hell three-headed dog. Level has even reached LV 100. Is this really the test for new job changers? I really don't know. Besides a freak like me, who else can handle such a monster? Chu Chen soared through the air on his sword, gazing down at the hellish three-headed dog, his surging battle intent finally ignited. On the podium, after seeing the guardian monster at the 100th level, all the high-ranking nobles gasped in unison. What the hell? Level 100 is one thing, but a boss level, I can tolerate. What kind of demon-type monster is this? Demon monsters possess the immortal attribute, they can quickly heal after being injured, and the hellish three-headed dog is among the best of them. How can we fight this? Don't be so pessimistic. They say it's immortal, but as long as the damage is high enough, it can still be killed in one hit. Kill a LV 100 demon boss in one hit? Dream on! It's obvious from the previous few levels that Chu Chen's damage has already become ineffective. The level gap is too great. The nobles chattered nervously, their anxiety reaching a peak, almost more intense than if they were in the arena themselves. Even the guardian Zhang Yanqing was no exception. He clenched his fists tightly, looking at Chu Chen with great anticipation. He knew that Chu Chen still had a skill that descended from the heavens yet to be used. But he wasn't sure if that strike could annihilate the hellish three-headed dog. If that strike failed, the hellish three-headed dog could quickly heal, and Chu Chen would have no chance left. No matter what, Chu Chen has already broken the record of Dongxing City this time. In fact, in the history of Long Country, he is someone who can be named. Old he, let's go. We should go down to welcome this prodigy. Zhang Yanqing laughed heartily, rising from the high platform and walking down to the entrance of the dungeon, waiting quietly. It was unprecedented for a guardian to personally welcome a new examinee. This showed how much Zhang Yanqing valued Chu Chen. He Tao was delighted and followed closely behind. Although he didn't have high expectations for Chu Chen to clear 100 levels, being able to clear 99 levels was enough for Chu Chen to stand out among this year's newcomers. This Chu Chen, they must have him at Kunlun Academy. Seeing that the Guardian and the Fortune big shots had gone down, Tang Long, Qin Yanhua, and Liang Shanhai couldn't fall behind. Tang Long and Qin Yanhua's daughters had a rather ambiguous relationship with Chu Chen, and they had to make the most of this good opportunity. Liang Shanhai completely abandoned any plans to trouble Chu Chen and decided to lower his stance entirely, seeking Chu Chen's forgiveness. For a rising star who had cleared 99 levels, Liang Shanhai didn't dare to have even a hint of resistance. As for his son Liang Jinming, with the person dead, why bother with so much? Suspecting it was the Sword Immortal's doing? Is there evidence? If not, then it's not. A son can be reborn, but if his career is gone, Liang Shanhai would be completely finished. Watching the Guardian and the three giants of Dongxing City personally take the field, the nobles on the podium were even more restless. They all hurriedly rushed to the square. Even if they didn't have the chance to meet Chu Chen, it would be good to at least show their faces in front of him. The examinees watching the live broadcast in the square were dumbfounded when they saw the Guardian and a group of nobles coming in full force. They all smartly made way, giving the Guardian room. The entire square sparked a new wave of excitement. Just then, Chu Chen on the big screen finally moved. It seemed he realized that attacking with flying swords couldn't deal fatal damage to the hellish three-headed dog. Thus, Chu Chen directly used his greatest trump card. 10,000 swords returned to 1. With a low chant, the entire sword mountain erupted with radiant light. Countless flying swords shimmered with brilliant colors, whistling into the sky. Under the pull of a vast sword intent, they continuously wove and reformed. Sword shadows intertwined, reflecting each other. The entire tall tower flickered unpredictably, as if even space itself was being twisted and deformed. An unprecedented, dazzling heavenly sword appeared out of nowhere. Its massive blade made even the gigantic three-headed hellhound seem as small as dust. Its overwhelming might caused even the hellish aura to tremble continuously, retreating in fear back into the body of the hellhound. As the heavenly sword emerged, time stood still. Everything dimmed in its presence. The heavenly sword. It's gone mad. I'm going crazy. What a spectacular heavenly sword. It's shocking. This is the heavenly sword that once broke a dungeon. Mighty heavenly sword, slay the hellhound's head, no problem, right. As the heavenly sword appeared, the entire audience went completely wild. Even He Tao couldn't help but swallow hard. This unmatched heavenly sword, even through the screen, radiated a terrifying sword intent that he could deeply feel. Just half a month after changing jobs, he could unleash such a terrifying skill. It was unimaginable what kind of extraordinary existence Chu Chen would become in the future. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment the heavenly sword would land. Just then, a flash of light from the dungeon gate, and Zhao Yixian's disheveled figure stumbled out from the dungeon gate. Although his clothes were tattered, he wore an incredibly arrogant smile on his face. Ha ha, level 50. I went straight to level 50. With this achievement, who else can compare? As soon as he appeared, Zhao Yixian laughed loudly, filled with pride. But then, his voice suddenly stopped as he saw the Guardian standing in front of him along with a group of dignitaries. His pupils dilated in shock and joy. He never expected that the Guardian would value him to such an extent. He actually came personally to welcome him in the square. After all, reaching level 50 had already broken the college entrance examination record of Dongxing City. No amount of attention would be too much. Straightening his appearance, Zhao Yixian proudly stepped forward, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, "Guardian, I lived up to expectations, I successfully broke through to level 50. Guardian Zhang Yanqing glanced at Zhao Yixian and nodded perfunctorily, not bad, keep it up." In previous years, a level 50 achievement would indeed warrant serious attention. However, today, just Zhang Qianhan and her two companions had already broken through to level 78. Chu Chen had even reached the astonishing level 100. Compared to this, Zhao Yixian's achievement was completely insignificant. Is that it? Shouldn't there be grand praises, followed by immediate rewards? Zhao Yixian was puzzled, thinking that his achievement was so astonishing that the Guardian hadn't reacted yet. So, he turned to greet Tang Long. "Uncle Tang, what do you think of my achievement? Is it enough to win back Miss Tang's heart?" Upon hearing this, Tang Long's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand in disdain. Cough, don't call me Uncle Tang. Tang Long regretted this decision deeply, wondering how he had made such a foolish move. If this affected his and Yaya's impression in Chu Chen's mind, he would have nowhere to cry. Zhao Yixian, however, completely misunderstood Tang Long's true intention and instead brightened up, excitedly saying, "Don't call you Uncle Tang, then call you Father-in-law. Father-in-law, please accept me." Happiness came too suddenly, and Zhao Yixian's face was practically beaming. Just as he was about to express his loyalty to Tangya, Tang Long kicked him, sending Zhao Yixian flying. "What the hell, father-in-law? You think you can call him that?" Zhao Yisheng, I advise you to stay away from my yaya in the future. No other meaning, I'm just afraid Chu-chan will misunderstand. Zhao Yisheng arced through the air in a parabolic trajectory before landing heavily, completely dazed. What? You didn't say that before. Weren't you the one who told me to defeat Chu-chan and win back Tanya's heart? You old man, you're not keeping your word. Zhao Yisheng was about to speak up to reason with Tang Lon when his gaze accidentally caught the large screen. His body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by lightning, his face filled with shock. Is that Chu-chan? Is that 100 floors? Is that the heavenly sword? No! How is this possible? On the screen, Chu-chan hovered above the heavenly sword, his large hand pressing down fiercely. The heavenly sword plummeted with his movement. Infinite sword intents swirled around the sword body, forming brilliant rays of light, resembling the most sacred judgment sword of heaven and earth, descending into the mortal realm. The void was torn apart, and space was suppressed. The heavenly sword, carrying an unparalleled majesty and endless power, pointed its blade directly at the three-headed hellhound. An uncontrollable fear emerged in the hellhound's fierce eyes. Its massive body, as large as a small mountain, crawled on the ground, whimpering and trembling like an ordinary puppy. Boom! The heavenly sword struck the ground, and a powerful force erupted from its blade, creating visible ripples of air that continuously battered the golden walls. Even though they were separated by a screen, everyone in the square seemed to hear the deafening sound of the impact. The violent sword energy endlessly tore at the hellhound's demonic body. Even with its terrifying self-healing ability, the might of the heavenly sword was relentless. The hellhound's body constantly switched between annihilation and rebirth. Rumble! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the power of the heavenly sword was fully unleashed. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire 100 floors. Even space began to twist and shake. The blinding light instantly turned the large screen snow white, obscuring everything. It wasn't until several seconds later that the large screen finally returned to normal. Everything had vanished without a trace, the heavenly sword was gone, and the hellhound was also gone. Between heaven and earth, only Chu-chan's figure flying with the sword remained, standing tall in the sky, like a fallen immortal. At this moment, all suspense finally had an answer. Chu-chan, 100 floors, cleared. God! 100 floors! 100 floors! Ha ha! Now let's see who dares to say there's no one in Dongxing City. An unprecedented 100 floors cleared. No more words, amazing. Ha ha! Glory to our dragon country. Now Dongxing City can be recorded in history. The crowd surged, completely stirred. The tremendous impact of clearing 100 floors thoroughly shocked everyone in Dongxing City. Zhao Yisheng stared blankly at Chu-chan on the screen, feeling an immense blow to his heart. Hee, I thought I was some top genius for clearing 50 floors. Turns out compared to Chu-chan, I'm nothing. In the previous 2 challenges, it wasn't that Chu-chan was avoiding me, he truly looked down on me. Indeed, 50 floors and 100 floors, this isn't just a matter of doubling. The gap between them is like heaven and earth. If I were Chu-chan, I naturally wouldn't care about the provocations of ants. Sigh, I've lost. Completely lost. Zhang Yanqing, who was guarding, trembled as he looked at Chu-chan, as if he wanted to completely imprint the image of that domineering youth in bone armor in his mind. 100 floors. He really did it. A newcomer has cleared 100 floors. Chu-chan is undoubtedly the strongest genius. Although he had seen Chu-chan's video in advance and had prepared himself mentally. At this moment, Zhang Yanqing still found it hard to control his excitement, his heart churning like a storm, unable to calm down for a long time. He glanced to the side, and He Tao, who had also turned 4 times, was the same. Even though he forced himself to restrain, his constantly trembling shoulders clearly indicated how shocked he was inside. He really cleared it. An unprecedented 100 floors. A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Such a prodigy might, in the future, solve the crisis of alien invasions that have plagued us for millennia. And such great men will emerge from my Kunlun Academy. As the recommender, I too will be immortalized in history. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. He Tao couldn't help but laugh heartily, his gratitude towards Zhang Yanqing flowing like a river, endless and unceasing. Inside the dungeon, Chu-chan soared through the air on his sword, gazing at the empty 100th floor, letting out a long sigh. This is really tricky. Only by unleashing the full power of 10,000 swords returned to 1 was I barely able to defeat this level 100 hellhound. It seems this is my limit, crossing 60 levels to kill a level 100 boss. This achievement should be decent, right? Kunlun Academy should be fine, and it shouldn't be worse than my sister's special talent. I imagine my sister will be quite surprised when she hears this news, huh? Just then, a golden dungeon gate appeared in the center of the 100th floor. This should be the teleportation portal to leave the college entrance examination dungeon. Chu-chan didn't hesitate, flying into it on his sword. Light and shadow flickered, and the scene before him began to twist and change rapidly. Chu Chen wasn't nervous, this was a normal teleportation phenomenon. However, at that moment, horrifying images suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw countless monsters rampaging across the land, slaughtering, turning the world into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were grotesque, twisted creatures, each with a different form. There were elemental monsters engulfed in flames, but with the head of a demon. There were giant eagle monsters soaring in the sky, but their eyes burned with ghostly flames. There were octopus monsters constantly destroying buildings with their tentacles, but each tentacle was a vine. What the hell is this? Chu Chen held his forehead, trying to make sense of the images in his mind. However, the next moment, the images abruptly vanished, and he found himself standing in the examination square. In front of him were the smiling guards and the powerful figures of Dongxing City. The audience around erupted with deafening cheers. Welcome! Welcome our genius from Dongxing City for successfully completing the exam. He has cleared the unprecedented 100 levels. This guard's face is shining. Our Dongxing City is shining. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Zhang Yanqing couldn't hide his smile, clapping his hands as he approached. The appearance of a prodigy like Chu Chen during his tenure was a significant highlight in his life. Young friend Chu Chen is exceptionally talented, and his strength is extraordinary. Impressive, impressive. Young friend Chu Chen is truly a dragon among men. He has broken the millennia curse of the domain masters. Young friend Chu Chen will surely become a giant of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Congratulations. Congratulations. The powerful figures were not to be outdone, applauding and offering compliments, eager to make an impression in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen ignored these people and glanced at the big screen. The scene of the 100th floor had disappeared, and currently, at the forefront were Zhang Chenhan and her two companions, struggling to conquer the 78th level. The earlier scenes felt like a nightmare. But Chu Chen was certain that it was definitely not a dream. Perhaps it was some kind of prophecy, or perhaps it was the ultimate fate he had crossed over to. Thank you, Lord Guard, for your praise. Clearing 100 levels was merely luck. However, I am a bit tired now and would like to rest for a while. Please forgive me, Lord Guard and everyone. Chu Chen forced a smile, saying wearily. Having conquered 100 levels and ultimately unleashing his strongest move, 10,000 swords returned to 1, had already drained his stamina significantly. Moreover, the images he saw upon leaving the college entrance examination dungeon had further impacted his spirit. At this moment, Chu Chen's face was pale, looking indeed extremely weak. Hearing this, Zhang Yanqing slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "Look at me, I was so happy that I neglected the physical condition of my young friend Chu Chen. Young friend, I will personally take you back to the villa to rest." After saying this, Zhang Yanqing turned to face the dignitaries and said loudly, "Everyone, I know you want to befriend Chu Chen. But coming empty-handed shows no sincerity. Why not go back and prepare something, and when Chu Chen has rested, we can have a detailed discussion." He Tao nodded silently upon hearing this. Although he was eager to recruit Chu Chen to Kunlun Academy, he was not in a hurry. He had the upper hand at this moment, so it was even more important to leave a good impression on Chu Chen. The other dignitaries also nodded in agreement. Merely saying a few flattering words would not highlight their intentions. They needed to prepare substantial gifts. However, at that moment, Liang Shanhai stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lord Guardian, I know that young friend Chu Chen is fatigued, but the damage to his reputation caused by my subordinates has left me uneasy. I ask the Lord Guardian to give me a moment to sincerely apologize to young friend Chu Chen." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanqing's gaze shifted, realizing that Liang Shanhai was worried that if he did not apologize in time, the Liang group would likely face Chu Chen's wrath the next time they met. "This matter is not for me to decide. It depends on whether Chu Chen is willing to give you this moment." In an instant, all eyes turned to Chu Chen. Chu Chen naturally recognized Liang Shanhai, the spokesperson of the Liang group. However, he was curious as to why this man wanted to apologize to him after he had ruined his copy and killed his son. "I wonder why Boss Liang wants to apologize to me." Liang Shanhai, seeing that Chu Chen did not directly refuse, let out a long sigh of relief. He took out a bank card and respectfully handed it to Chu Chen, saying indignantly, "Young friend Chu Chen, my subordinate's incompetence has slandered you by claiming you killed my son Liang Jinming, causing great harm to your reputation. I apologize for this. Here is 30 million. Please be sure to accept it." The surrounding dignitaries looked on with deep meaning at this scene. Liang Shanhai, this old fox, immediately distanced himself from the situation and then presented a hefty gift of 30 million. What a clever tactic. Although Chu Chen was a genius, he was still a child and likely did not understand the implications of what had happened on the podium. He would probably easily forgive Liang Shanhai. However, what Chu Chen said next left everyone dumbfounded. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you don't need to apologize, it was indeed me who killed Liang Jinming. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yanqing and He Tao's expressions changed dramatically. Liang Shanhai, however, raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased, to dare to publicly admit to murder. What a reckless young man, truly unaware of the consequences. You probably can't imagine that your brilliant future will be completely overturned because of this statement. Just as Liang Shanhai was planning to make a big deal out of this, Chu Chen's next words sent his heart plummeting. As for the reason, it's quite simple. Liang Jinming colluded with dungeon robbers to kill me and seize the core fragments of the Iron Mine dungeon. At that time, the situation was urgent, and there was no recording, but Zhang Qianhan, Tang Ya, and Qin Xiaoxiao were all present and can testify. Liang Shanhai's face turned pale in an instant, devoid of color. He never expected that his foolish son would actually use the Liang group's underhanded tactics to attempt to eliminate Chu Chen. It is well known that when encountering dungeon robbers in a dungeon, one can retaliate without limits. Even killing dungeon robbers incurs no responsibility. And collaborating with dungeon robbers makes one an enemy of all job changers. Most importantly, this was all happening in the presence of Zhang Qianhan and the other two women. The hidden conspiracy was clear to anyone with insight. Liang Jinming was not just planning to attack Chu Chen, he likely intended to attack everyone present. It was just that Chu Chen's strength was too formidable, causing Liang Jinming's plan to collapse midway. Instantly, Zhang Yanqing, Tang Long, and Qin Yenhua's faces darkened to the extreme. They all stared at Liang Shanhai with ill intent. Liang Shanhai, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Liang Shanhai's face turned ashen, cursing Liang Jinming in his heart 180 times. He truly had no knowledge of this matter. If he had known that Liang Jinming dared to have ill intentions towards the daughter of the garrison, he would have probably prepared to flee Dongqing City long ago. How could he sit on the podium so brazenly, watching the college entrance examination trials? But now, he was indeed in a situation akin to yellow mud falling into his pants. It's not shit, but it might as well be. Chu Chen, my young friend. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Whether it's the Iron Mine dungeon or Liang Jinming's scheme, it was all his doing alone, and has nothing to do with my Liang group. I hereby declare that from this day forward, I, Liang Shanhai, sever all father-son relations with Liang Jinming. I will take out 30 million more, totaling 60 million, to compensate my young friend Chu Chen, as a gesture from my Liang group. Liang Shanhai ignored the questioning from Zhang Yanqing and the others, pleading desperately towards Chu Chen. He understood that the only breakthrough at this moment lay with Chu Chen. As long as this rising star forgave him, he would have a moment to breathe. Even Zhang Yanqing, the garrison commander, had to give him some face. Chu Chen looked at the two bank cards in Liang Shanhai's hand, half smiling, half serious. Boss Liang, is my life really only worth 60 million? Upon hearing this, Liang Shanhai not only did not panic, but instead felt he had grasped a lifeline. Chu Chen was bargaining, which meant there was room for negotiation. I was presumptuous. I'll add 40 million more, to make it a round number. 100 million. I am willing to offer 100 million to apologize to my young friend Chu Chen. I hope my young friend Chu Chen can forgive me for having an unworthy son. 100 million was already an astronomical figure for an ordinary job changer. But Chu Chen just shook his head with a smile. Not enough. Liang Shanhai's eyelids twitched, cursing inwardly. 100 million is already the annual profit of the Liang Group. Is that still not enough? But he dared not show any sign of displeasure on his face, humbly saying, since my young friend Chu Chen says it's not enough, why not name a price? As long as it's something I, Liang, can afford, I will not hesitate. Zhang Yanqing and the other dignitaries also saw that Chu Chen intended to take Liang Shanhai for a hefty sum. They were delighted to see Liang Shanhai bleed financially, so they silently watched the show. Chu Chen casually said, I am a domain master, I don't need the money, just convert it directly into a dungeon. Liang Shanhai was taken aback. Since Chu Chen could create a domain so quickly, he must have some special talent. In that case, he could only part with his wealth to avert disaster. He took out a green core fragment from his backpack space and respectfully handed it to Chu Chen. My young friend Chu Chen, this is the core fragment of the Demon Willow Forest dungeon, worth 200 million. I hope you will graciously accept it. Chu Chen glanced at it indifferently, refusing to take it, and with a face full of disdain said, I don't like this dungeon, give me another one. You. Liang Shanhai's eyes widened in anger, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. To actually disdain a dungeon worth 200 million, don't be too greedy, you brat. Ahem, Mr. Liang, since you are sincerely apologizing, why not take out all the dungeon cores and let Chu Chen choose? The domain master profession has high requirements for dungeons, giving him a useless dungeon would not show sincerity at all, would it? Just then, He Tao suddenly spoke up. Although he wore a smile, the terrifying aura emanating from him mercilessly pressed down on Liang Shanhai, making him tremble and nearly unable to stand. How could he miss this opportunity to establish a good impression in front of Chu Chen? Yes, old Liang, it's just a dungeon, what's the harm in letting Chu Chen choose? With the talent that young friend Chu Chen has shown, I think one dungeon isn't enough. Old Liang, if you don't sincerely apologize, there won't be any opportunity left. The other nobles chimed in, agreeing. Offering flowers to the Buddha, without spending a single cent, just by exchanging pleasantries, they could gain favor in front of Chu Chen. This was simply a tremendous opportunity. Liang Shanhai's face was darker than a pot bottom. Could he dare to say no? He feared that the moment he uttered it, the pressure from the four turns would crush him to the ground. Yes, what you all say is right, I was inconsiderate. Come, here are a dozen dungeons from my Liang group, please choose, young friend Chu Chen. Liang Shanhai painfully took out all the core fragments of the dungeons. In an instant, colorful lights shone brightly in the square, so bright that it was blinding. Undoubtedly, these were all dungeons with abundant energy, far beyond the Iron Mine dungeon. Since Boss Liang is so generous, I won't be polite. Chu Chen chuckled, picking and choosing among the many dungeons, ultimately selecting the core fragment of the Ghost Valley dungeon. Although the Ghost Valley dungeon wasn't the highest level, it was definitely the one with the most abundant energy. It had the most variety of monsters and the most equipment materials that could drop, making it the most frequented dungeon by job changers in Dongxing City. It was clear that the domain crafted from this dungeon would be quite powerful. Of course, Chu Chen actually wanted to take a few more dungeon fragments. But dungeons weren't just the private property of the Liang Group, they were also related to the growth of all job changers in Dongxing City. Taking one dungeon, Zhang Yanqing could still turn a blind eye, but taking more would likely affect the development of the entire Dongxing City. Not to mention that he wouldn't want to see such a situation of overexploitation, and the guardian Zhang Yanqing would definitely not agree either. Watching Chu Chen take away the core of the Ghost Valley dungeon, Liang Shanhai felt a pain that made it hard to breathe. That was the Liang Group's biggest cash cow, worth at least 500 million. Losing this dungeon would truly be a severe blow to the Liang Group. Young friend Chu Chen really has good taste. In that case, I'll send someone to clear the dungeon now, so that young friend Chu Chen can take over. Liang Shanhai gritted his teeth and said, quickly turning to leave the crowd. He understood that the decline of the Liang Group was a foregone conclusion, and now he had to transfer assets to minimize his losses. Watching Liang Shanhai's back, Zhang Yanqing did not stop him. He couldn't undermine Chu Chen's face. Turning back, Zhang Yanqing asked thoughtfully, Chu Chen, are you just going to let the Liang Group's matter go like this? Chu Chen took out a stack of documents from his backpack and handed them to Zhang Yanqing. These were collected from the Huang brothers, containing various evidence of the Liang Group's violations and crimes. Since I've accepted their compensation, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep entangling. However, how the Guardian handles it is beyond my control. Zhang Yanqing glanced through the documents, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Good kid. One thing at a time, that's the way to do it. Just to my taste. Chu Chen smiled back, saying nothing. Liang Jinming's intention to act against Zhang Qianhan, combined with the various crimes of the Liang Group and his own attitude, made Chu Chen believe that Guardian Zhang Yanqing would give the Liang Group a thorough reshuffle. After that, Zhang Yanqing personally drove Chu Chen back to the villa. Chu Chen, I need to preside over the college entrance examination, so I won't stay long. You should rest well, it seems you'll have to entertain quite a few people in the afternoon. Chu Chen nodded. Guardian, you may do as you please. Once Zhang Yanqing left, Chu Chen returned to his room. Chu Chen first called his older sister to inform her that the exam was over. Hey, sis, I finished the exam. I have good news, I cleared 100 levels. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chu Shuangyue let out a long sigh of relief. Little brother, seeing that you still have the mood to brag, I can relax. Grades don't matter, it's an exam. The important thing is participation. When do you plan to come to Kyoto? I'll book your ticket. Hearing Chu Shuangyue say things like, grades don't matter and the important thing is participation to comfort herself, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. However, he knew that explaining wouldn't help. Without seeing it with her own eyes, Chu Shuangyue would never believe him. He decided to surprise her when they met. Sis, tomorrow, I still have some things to take care of today. Zhang Yanqing had already informed Chu Chen about He Tao on the way back. So, Chu Chen had no worries about entering Kunlun Academy. Besides that, he also needed to turn the Ghost Valley dungeon into his own exclusive domain. An afternoon should be enough for that. Alright, I'll book your ticket right away, you just need to go to the station tomorrow morning. Be cautious of strangers on the way, if any bad women try to chat you up, definitely don't. Listening to the nagging on the phone, Chu Chen wore a constipated expression. After finally waiting for Chu Shuangyue to finish her lecture, he quickly found an excuse to hang up. Lying on his bed, Chu Chen felt mentally exhausted, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. But he didn't sleep immediately. Instead, he opened his phone to search for various information. He was quite concerned about the scenes he saw after clearing 100 levels. The scorched earth background seemed to foreshadow the impending destruction of the world. And the culprits, without a doubt, were those monsters. After thousands of years of experience, the strong in this world had categorized the invading alien races into 9 types: nature, wilderness, element, machine, death, abyss, stars, dream, and ocean. The monsters Chu Chen saw did not belong to any of these 9 categories. No, wait. To be precise, they spanned 2 of the 9 categories. For example, the giant eagle monster seemed to be a combination of wilderness and death monsters. The octopus monster appeared to be a blend of ocean and nature monsters. So, did the alien races choose to intermarry to attack Earth? Or did they use some special ability to directly fuse 2 types of monsters into a more terrifying one? With these questions in mind, Chu Chen searched for related information online. After some searching, he did find some similar images. However, upon inspection, Chu Chen determined they were all just silly edits made by bored people. There was no useful information at all. Forget it. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Even if the world is going to be destroyed, it's not my job to save it. I'm just an 18-year-old kid. Kids need to sleep now. Placing his phone aside, Chu Chen lay on his pillow and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already noon. After sleeping for 3 hours, Chu Chen felt fully recharged. He went to the hall, where Zhang Qianhan and her 2 sisters, along with their old father and He Tao from Kunlun Academy, were all present. Brother Jie, you're awake. You actually cleared 100 levels. That's amazing. But we also cleared 80 levels in the end. Seeing Chu Chen, the 3 sisters abandoned their old father and rushed over. Awesome! Awesome! 80 levels are enough to get into a top-tier school in Longhua. Chu Chen followed the 3 sisters to sit on the sofa and greeted the 4 elders around him. Tang Long and Qin Yanhua nodded awkwardly. They had previously regarded Chu Chen as a young punk, but they weren't feeling as uncomfortable now. Now that they regard Chu Chen as a son-in-law, they are at a loss about what to do. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What topic should a father-in-law and son-in-law discuss when they meet? It's my first time being a father-in-law. I don't really understand. Waiting online. Fortunately, He Tao spoke up in time to ease the awkwardness for the 2. Chu Chen's performance today has truly amazed me. A domain master. 100 levels. In just one day, Chu Chen, you have created 2 unprecedented achievements. To achieve such results right after your job change, once you grow, you will surely soar high, and the entire dragon country will be proud of you. Chu Chen scratched his head a bit shyly. Teacher you flatter me. It's all thanks to the country's training. He Tao was momentarily stunned by his words, then burst into laughter. Ha, you're not arrogant at all. That's quite good. So I won't beat around the bush. Chu Chen, on behalf of Kunlun Academy, I formally invite you to join our school. Our school will offer you the highest level of treatment, which includes unlimited access to school dungeons, a scholarship of 20 million each year, and for every 10 levels you advance, you can receive a piece of golden grade equipment. Hearing He Tao's words, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wow, is it really that extravagant? Chu Shuangyue is also a student of Kunlun Academy, so Chu Chen knows what her admission benefits were like. Besides having unlimited access to dungeons, the other 2 benefits were significantly reduced. She only received a scholarship of 1 million each year and could only claim a piece of golden grade equipment every 30 levels. Although 1 million seems like a lot, it's hardly enough for purchasing resources and equipment. Compared to his own treatment, Chu Chen felt that his sister's admission back then was practically like a refugee's treatment. Chu Chen originally planned to join Kunlun Academy, and with the treatment He Tao offered being quite sincere, he didn't intend to haggle over conditions any longer and nodded to agree. Just then, a mature and charming voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Chu Chen, don't be in a hurry. Why not listen to the conditions from our Qingqiu Academy before making a decision? There are 10 top-tier prestigious schools in the Dragon Country, abbreviated as 1 state, 2 mountains, 3 warriors, 4 beasts. 1 state refers to the Shenzhou Academy, the first established in the Dragon Country. 2 mountains refer to the well-established Kunlun Academy and Qingqiu Academy. 3 warriors refer to the Xinwu Academy, Xingwu Academy, and Tianwu Academy, which were built with massive resources. For beasts are the Qinglong Academy, Zhuke Academy, Baihu Academy, and Xuanwu Academy, which guard the 4 major borders of the Dragon Country. The sudden voice belonged to someone from Qingqiu Academy, which is on par with Kunlun Academy. Pink mist rippled through the hall as a graceful and alluring woman stepped out. She had a face like a peach blossom, with a charming smile that dazzled all the men, and a sweet fragrance wafted from her, making it hard to resist daydreaming. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Chu Chen. With Chu Chen's talent, you can shine anywhere, but choosing the right university can help you grow faster. Gulp. Chu Chen swallowed hard. He was sure that the beautiful woman before him wasn't using any skills, but the alluring aura she exuded made him feel a bit unsteady. Rumor has it that Qingqiu Academy is filled with beauties who specialize in charm and illusion, and it seems to be true. Suyu, what are you doing here? Before Chu Chen could speak, He Tao asked with a face full of suspicion. The moment Chu Chen finished his college entrance examination, he reported to the higher-ups of Kunlun Academy and sealed Chu Chen's exam results. Logically, people from other schools shouldn't have received the news so quickly. Moreover, it took him all night to travel from the capital to Dongxing City. The Qingqiu Academy is located in the southern part of Long Country, far away, making it impossible to arrive in just a few hours. What's this? Only your Kunlun Academy is allowed to recruit students, and my Qingqiu Academy can't send anyone? He Tao, your Kunlun Academy is being quite unreasonable. Classmate Chu Chen hasn't even enrolled yet, and you've already sealed the documents. Fortunately, I used a space transfer scroll to get here quickly, otherwise, you old man would have succeeded. Suyu shot He Tao a dissatisfied glare, the atmosphere tense. Chu Chen is a top genius who has cleared the college entrance examination dungeon. If it weren't for a teacher from Qingqiu Academy happening to be nearby for a study trip, they might have really missed out on this talented individual. Although Qingqiu Academy and Kunlun Academy are evenly matched, they have been secretly vying for the position of the second best school. It is clear that whoever can recruit Chu Chen will secure the second seat in Long Country. There's even a chance to challenge the top-ranked Shenzhou Academy. Therefore, Qingqiu Academy is determined to have Chu Chen. What? A space transfer scroll? You used that to travel? Upon hearing that Suyu had used a space transfer scroll worth hundreds of millions to rush to Dongxing City, He Tao felt inexplicably flustered. No wonder she arrived so quickly, this woman is quite ruthless. He Tao quickly took out the admission notice and handed it to Chu Chen, frantically signaling, "Ahem, Suyu, you're late. Classmate Chu Chen has actually already agreed to join Kunlun Academy. We just finalized everything, and I have the admission notice ready. Here, classmate Chu Chen, this is your admission notice and student card. Take it, from now on, we're family, ha ha. Chu Chen touched his nose, not immediately reaching for it, and awkwardly chuckled. This teacher Su came all the way here, it's not easy for her. I think it's better to let her explain the conditions of Qingqiu Academy, that would be more polite, don't you think? He Tao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Raising the price is one thing, but you're still talking about politeness? Hypocritical. Classmate Chu Chen is quite reasonable, unlike some old folks who are regressing as they age. Suyu smiled charmingly, crossing her legs on the sofa, and began to elaborate on the recruitment benefits of Qingqiu Academy. Classmate Chu Chen, as long as you join our Qingqiu Academy, we will directly give you 50 million, and you can receive the same amount in scholarship every year. In addition, for every 10 levels, you can receive a full set of golden grade equipment, not just a single piece like some stingy schools. As for the school's dungeon resources, you can use them without restrictions. The dungeon resources we have at Qingqiu Academy are a third more than some other schools. Finally, Qingqiu Academy has a special advantage. As you might know, there are many beautiful women, and a genius like you will definitely be very popular. While Suyu spoke, she didn't forget to tease He Tao, making his face alternate between white and red. The southern part of Long Country has always been more prosperous than the north. Due to its proximity to the ocean, the southern dungeon resources are much more abundant than those in the north. The conditions Suyu offered completely overshadowed what He Tao had just mentioned. Tang Long and Qin Yanhu exchanged shocked glances. A full set of golden grade equipment is probably worth at least 10 million. And that's still a price with no market. Qingqiu Academy offers it just like that, one set for every 10 levels. It's simply extravagant. Ahem. Chu Chen was equally shocked by Suyu's offer. They say Southerners are wealthy, and today he has seen it for himself. However, Chu Chen still wouldn't go to Qingqiu Academy. After all, his only relative is at Kunlun Academy, and no matter what, he has to go to Kyoto for a reunion. Of course, this doesn't stop Chu Chen from looking at He Tao with eager anticipation. Chu Chen's gaze was so innocent and pure, but in He Tao's eyes, it transformed into 3 words, quick, add money. Hey! He Tao sighed deeply, knowing that to win over Chu Chen, he would have to spend a considerable amount. Taking a deep breath, as if he had made a certain decision, He Tao spoke with conviction. Classmate Chu Chen, the conditions proposed by Qingqiu Academy, we at Kunlun Academy will offer the same treatment. Moreover, as long as classmate Chu Chen joins Kunlun Academy, your sister Chu Shuangyue will also enjoy the same treatment. After saying this, He Tao looked at Suyu with a hint of pride. The biggest advantage of Kunlun Academy was Chu Chen's sister, Chu Shuangyue. This time, he had directly raised the stakes, and the effect was far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Now, let's see how Qingqiu Academy would compete with him. Although this was quite a hefty expenditure, He Tao believed that as long as he could recruit Chu Chen, spending more would be worth it. My goodness! Old He, are you recruiting students on a loan? Zhang Yanqing, who was guarding, widened his eyes in shock. As a student of Kunlun Academy, he was well aware that the treatment He Tao just mentioned was not included in the enrollment regulations. In other words, He Tao was acting without permission, putting in a lot of effort to recruit Chu Chen. Ha! My sister has gone from a refugee to a supreme VIP? Chu Chen did not expect Kunlun Academy to directly raise Suyu's conditions, but it must be said that such conditions were indeed more humane, making Chu Chen more satisfied. Suyu was also taken aback by He Tao's boldness, her brows tightly knitted. The conditions she offered were already the highest in the history of Qingqiu Academy. She never expected that Kunlun Academy not only matched them but even doubled them. The key point was that He Tao was also playing the emotional card, which was quite underhanded. However, Suyu still felt a bit unwilling and pondered for a moment before saying, Chu Chen, if your sister is willing, she can transfer to Qingqiu Academy. Upon hearing this, He Tao's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. Hey, Suyu, it's one thing to poach Chu Chen, but poaching Chu Shuangyue is a bit shameless. Suyu snorted coldly. Who says you can't transfer universities? Women, after all, will make a few wrong choices when they are young. You. He Tao was left speechless, momentarily confused by the literary soup Suyu had concocted. Chu Chen found it somewhat amusing and interrupted the farce. Teacher Su, my sister has already gotten used to Kunlun Academy. Transferring would be quite inconvenient. My final decision is also to go to Kunlun Academy. However, I appreciate Qingqiu Academy's attention to me. I will remember this friendship. Hearing this, Suyu pressed her lips together and sighed deeply. She guessed that Chu Chen's initial plan was likely to go to Kunlun Academy. If she hadn't interrupted midway, Chu Chen might have already enrolled in Kunlun Academy. However, Qingqiu Academy had gained a talented friendship without spending a dime, which didn't seem like a loss. Well, it seemed like they hadn't spent a dime, but the space transfer scrolls cost several hundred million. Hard take. Suyu forced a smile and graciously said, hee, since classmate Chu Chen has made a decision, I won't press you further. If classmate Chu Chen has time, you are welcome to visit us at Qingqiu Academy. We will warmly welcome you. After that, Suyu did not leave immediately. Having spent several hundred million on travel expenses, she needed to build a good rapport. With He Tao and Suyu, two powerful figures, present, the host Zhang Yanqing prepared a lavish lunch. With Chu Chen's affiliation settled, the atmosphere between He Tao and Suyu became less tense. After the meal, everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Afterward, Suyu decided to recruit Zheng Qianhan, Tangya, and Qin Xiaoxiao into Qingqiu Academy. Although the three girls' grades were still slightly lacking, after some understanding, it was clear that they were very good friends with Chu Chen, even to the point of being somewhat ambiguous. She believed that with Chu Chen around, the future achievements of the three girls would surely not be poor. Moreover, having come such a long way, she wouldn't return empty-handed. Zhang Qianhan and the three girls were naturally overjoyed. Their original expectation was to attend the prestigious Zhuke Academy, ranked among the top 10 in Longhua. Suyu's exceptional recruitment of them was simply a tremendous joy. Zhang Yanqing, Tang Long, and Qin Yanhua, the three fathers, were all grinning from ear to ear. They knew very well that this was all thanks to Chu Chen. The three fathers pulled Chu Chen close, calling him brother, almost ready to swear brotherhood. Fortunately, Zhang Qianhan and the three girls intervened in time. They called Chu Chen brother, while their fathers called him younger brother, which would have been a mess of generations. In the afternoon, the powerful elite of Dongxing City lined up to present gifts to Chu Chen. A dense crowd of dignitaries formed a long line in front of the villa. The surrounding residents watched in astonishment. These elites usually held themselves high above others, yet here they were, queuing to give gifts to Chu Chen. Chu Chen actually disliked socializing. But who would turn down money? Throughout the afternoon, the various gifts Chu Chen received were probably worth over 100 million. This amount was comparable to the annual profit of a leading enterprise in Dongxing City. Even Zhang Yanqing, who was overseeing the area, couldn't help but feel envious. Back in the day, as a village boy who got into Kunlun Academy, he was also a prodigy of his time. However, the village only sent him a basket of farm-fresh eggs. Although it was the villagers' goodwill, compared to Chu Chen's overwhelming collection of gifts, it was truly too meager. After receiving the dignitaries from Dongxing City, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Chu Chen, I have some good news for you. The Liang Group has been secretly training dungeon robbers, coercing and enticing them to engage in commercial activities, with a long list of crimes and irrefutable evidence. Currently, Liang Shanhai has been imprisoned, and it seems he will be undergoing labor reform for life. The Liang Group has also been sealed off by the Guard Bureau, and all major dungeon resources have been taken over by them. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Zhang Yanqing smiled at Chu Chen. He had long heard of the Liang Group's sordid deeds. However, such a colossal enterprise, deeply rooted in Dongxing City, was indeed difficult to uproot completely. This major operation relied heavily on Chu Chen's influence. In the presence of a top genius, all companies with ties to the Liang Group abandoned the shadows and came into the light. Some even took the initiative to report Liang Shanhai's escape plan. This made the Guard Bureau's cleanup operation proceed exceptionally smoothly, without causing much social upheaval in Dongxing City. After a pause, Zhang Yanqing continued, "We have also basically cleared out the job changers in the Ghost Valley dungeon. If you want to use it, you can go now. However, everything is a bit rushed, and there may still be a few job changers who haven't been notified, or perhaps some have deliberately hidden themselves." Chu Chen nodded and gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord Guardian. I'll head over now." Creating a domain only requires contact with the dungeon core. Whether there are people inside doesn't actually matter. As for the secret of being able to quickly create a domain, being able to create the sword domain in half a month was already astonishing. Being a bit faster didn't matter. All the credit could be attributed to his special talent. After that, Zhang Yanqing sent someone to take Chu Chen to the square where the Ghost Valley dungeon was located. The square was surrounded by the Guard Bureau's personnel, with Zheng Shan at the forefront. After chatting with Zheng Shan for a few moments, Chu Chen entered the Ghost Valley dungeon. As the light and shadow changed, Chu Chen found himself in a dim valley. The surrounding vegetation was a dark, muted green. Although still thriving, it exuded an indescribable aura of death. From time to time, piercing ghostly wails echoed, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting, sending chills down one's spine. In the distance, several skeletons wandered aimlessly. Once a job changer entered their perception range, they would attack relentlessly. Truly worthy of a death-type dungeon, it's so eerie. Chu Chen sighed, taking a core fragment from his backpack. Instantly, the core fragment emitted a dazzling light, forming a brilliant beam extending into the distance. "Ha ha, here it comes, my second domain." Chu Chen couldn't hide his excitement, laughing heartily as he raced along the light beam. Along the way, Chu Chen encountered numerous skeleton monsters and ghostly creatures. Because he held the dungeon core fragment, the monsters did not attack him, as if they regarded him as one of their own. Soon, Chu Chen arrived at a dark pool of water. The light beam extended into the pool, going downward. It seemed that the dungeon core was at the bottom of the pool. Chu Chen summoned several domain swords, and without hesitation, he commanded the flying swords to stir wildly in the pool. A water vortex erupted, rapidly draining the water from the pool. At the bottom of the pool, a massive stone stood upright in the center, as if concealing something. The direction indicated by the light beam was also at the base of the stone. The sword light shot forth, shattering the stone. It revealed a deep passageway beneath. Without hesitation, Chu Chen entered. He didn't know how long he had been descending, but suddenly, the dark space opened up, revealing a small clearing. Above the clearing floated the dungeon core of the Ghost Valley. This dungeon core resembled a crystal skull, radiating brilliant white light. Its hollow eyes silently gazed at Chu Chen, looking extremely eerie in the dim cave. "Damn it! You scared me!" Chu Chen slapped the dungeon core, letting out a long breath. "Ding, detected Ghost Valley dungeon core, do you wish to forge it into a personal domain?" The system's voice echoed in his mind as soon as he touched the dungeon core. "Yes," Chu Chen replied decisively, filled with anticipation. "Personal domain forging in progress, current progress 10%, 20%, 30%, just like forging the sword domain, no materials were needed, and the progress of the domain forging rapidly jumped." At the same time, the environment around Chu Chen was changing quickly. The pitch-black cave was twisted and stretched by an invisible hand, reshaping it like clay into another form. The entire valley was flattened, and the skeletons and undead in the dungeon silently dissipated, releasing sighs of relief. When Chu Chen opened his eyes again, he had returned to the surface. The sky remained dark and ominous, but the surrounding mountains had vanished, revealing an endless plain. Unlike an ordinary plain, the surface of this plain was entirely paved with bones. Countless shattered remains littered the ground, occupying the entire expanse like pebbles. Stepping on them produced a rustling sound, making one shudder to think of how many had died here. Puff puff puff, 12 pale ghostly flames ignited behind Shu Chen. They floated silently in 2 rows, guiding his direction. At the end of the ghostly flames, a staircase of bones had formed, though he didn't know when. Above the staircase was a chilling, cold throne made of bones. Suddenly, a premonition arose in Shu Chen's heart. As long as he sat on the bone throne, his second domain would be completely finished. Taking a deep breath, Shu Chen stepped onto the staircase. Puff puff puff. With each step he took, the ghostly flames would appear beside him. At the same time, the bones on the ground began to rustle, and the piercing ghostly wails echoed across the entire plain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Shu Chen stepped onto the 12th step, the bone throne suddenly appeared before him. Pale, cold, made from the hardest human femur. Shu Chen did not hesitate and sat directly on it. 12 ghostly flames suddenly ignited around the bone throne, casting his face in a frost-like glow. Ding! Domain creation complete. Congratulations on obtaining the undead domain Exile Land. Exile Land, domain a place for exiled criminals, where there is no food, no water source, and other criminals are the only source of sustenance. To survive, one must continuously kill, but in the end, everyone will become a pile of bones on the exile plains. As the system's voice echoed, the domain was fully completed. Undead domain, Exile Land, is this my second domain? Shu Chen murmured excitedly. In that instant of completion, he felt himself become the master of the entire plane. Exile Land type, domain skill, Bone of the Eternal Dead. The only way to survive in the Exile Land is to become death itself. You are the embodiment of death. The breath of death will strengthen your bones. When receiving fatal damage, you will enter skeletal form. All attributes increase by 100%, and attacks will have a lifesteal effect, healing physical injuries. Awaken, loyal servants. Domain skill. You are the embodiment of death and the master of death. With a single command, you can awaken all the undead in the Exile Land, who will faithfully execute all your orders as an indestructible army of the undead. Rise, newly born undead. In the eyes of the master of death, death is rebirth. Grant the deceased new life, transforming them into your new servants. Retain 100% of their strength. Wail, the lament of hell. With the ultimate breath of death, play the most beautiful lament. After using this skill, your undead servants will enter a frenzy state, with all attributes increased by 100%, lasting until the summoning ends. Wow! These are the skills of the Land of Death? Damn! So overpowered. So awesome. I love it. Looking at the 4 skills of Land of Death, Shu Chen was overjoyed. Unlike the strong attack skills of Chaos Sword Mountain, the skills of Land of Death were almost all related to the undead. Not only could he turn this boundless sea of bones into an army of the undead, but he could also transform all deceased beings into new undead. Those who cannot kill me will only make me stronger. Those I kill will become my little brothers. Isn't this equivalent to me unlocking another profession, undead mage? Shu Chen swallowed hard, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Wait, to be precise, my current abilities are even more powerful than an undead mage. Although the undead mage is an SSS level profession, they have a limit on the number of undead they can summon, while I have none. Moreover, summoning the undead has strict level requirements. Even if the summoning is successful, their strength will decline compared to when they were alive. But I can summon undead across levels and retain 100% of their original strength. If I could get a few corpses of the 6th or 7th transition, wouldn't I be invincible right away? Shu Chen's imagination ran wild. Not to mention, there's also Wail, the Lament of Hell, which has no side effects and lasts until the summoning ends, a super powerful enhancement skill. Of course, the most overpowered should still be the skill Bone of the Eternal Dead. When receiving fatal damage, entering skeletal form allows attacks to heal. This directly gives me a second life. And if used well, this second life could create an infinite loop of bugs. In short, the 4 skills attached to Land of Death can only be described in 3 words: invincible strength. Let's see if there are any changes in my attributes. Suppressing his excitement, Shu Chen opened his attribute panel, and his eyes lit up again. Shu Chen Profession, Domain Master Level, LV40, First Transition, Constitution, 701 Spirit, 693 Strength, 715 Speed, 684 Talent, Domain Vision Special, Sword Domain Chaotic Sword Mountain, 994/10,000, Undead Domain Land of Death, 0/10,000, Skills, Heavenly Sword Body, True Sword Technique, 10,000 Swords to the Throne, 10,000 Swords Unite. My heavens, my original attributes were less than 500, and now they've skyrocketed to 700? All attributes increased by over 200. constitution and strength increased the most. Chu Chen stared at his attribute panel, astonished and speechless. He had thought that after transforming the Ghost Valley dungeon into a domain, the boost to his abilities would be significant. He never expected it to be to this extent. With 700 attribute points, even against a second transition expert, I should be able to hold my own, right? But I'm only LV 40. I'm still 60 levels away from the second transition. Not to mention, after the second transition, the attributes of the job changers will receive a massive boost. This is insane. Even I, a freak, think this is a bit over the top. Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel again. The domain master truly is the strongest profession, without a doubt. However, being able to craft a domain so freely, perhaps only this external domain master could do it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen murmured, "Awaken, loyal servant." His deep voice sounded like a command from hell, undeniable. A wave of deathly aura spread from the bone throne, sweeping across the entire exiled land. Crack, crack. In an instant, the entire exiled land became restless. Piles of white bones began to tremble, shattered skulls, broken spines, and incomplete limbs started to reassemble under the pull of the deathly aura. White skeletal hands reached up from the ground, and terrifying skeletons stood upright. They had no flesh, no life, only the stark white bones radiating a deathly aura. All of them faced the bone throne, thousands of hollow eyes gazing at Chu Chen on the throne, kneeling on one knee. Poof, poof, poof. Pale ghostly flames ignited in the hollow eye sockets of the undead army, the undying fire of souls. The entire battlefield was shrouded in this deathly aura, the air thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. Roar! The undead skeletons let out low growls, expressing their gratitude for the new life granted by the Lord of Death. Watching the vast, endless undead army, a sense of grandeur suddenly surged within Chu Chen. From now on, I alone can command an army. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, looking towards several directions in the exiled land. Just as the garrison said, there are a few little bugs still hiding in the dungeon. Forget it, just throw them out. It's a good chance to see the strength of the undead army. Somewhere in the exiled land, a 5-person team looked at the kneeling skeletons around them, terrified to the extreme. There were 2 men and 3 women, a team that had been grinding together for years. Earlier, they had received an evacuation order from the garrison, but they pretended to comply while secretly hiding. With everyone else gone, the monster resources in Ghost Valley would all belong to them, right? Everything went just as they had anticipated. After most job changers evacuated, they didn't have to spend time competing for monsters, and they were killing to their heart's content. However, just a moment ago, they were humming a tune while grinding monsters, and then the sky fell. This is not an exaggeration, the sky truly fell. The sky and the earth seemed to be pressed together, and everything around them was undergoing bizarre changes. They felt as if they had fallen into a washing machine, helplessly swept along by this terrifying force. Fortunately, that power, which felt like the will of the world, did not harm them. Once everything returned to calm, they found themselves back on the ground, unharmed. However, the Ghost Valley was gone. They had arrived on a vast plain, and what lay before them was a sea of white bones. Everyone was completely bewildered. What the hell was going on? Was this still their homeland? Yet, the bewilderment was only beginning. A suffocating aura swept over them, and all the bones on the ground began to tremble, forming terrifying skeletal soldiers. All the skeletons faced the same direction, kneeling in unison, as if worshipping some powerful being. Big brother, where are we? Could it be that we've been swept into another world? Oh my god. These skeletons are too terrifying. They're kneeling as if they have intelligence. What are they worshipping? I'm so scared. Woo woo. If I had known, I should have listened to the garrison and evacuated early. I don't want to die. What should we do? What should we do? Should we kneel too? With so many skeletons kneeling, we'll stand out too much. The 5-member team was completely panicked. The overwhelming army of skeletons made it hard to breathe just by looking. Not to mention, there might even be a skeletal king in the distance. Just as they were whispering among themselves, the 5 skeletons in front suddenly stood up and attacked without hesitation. Ah, be careful. The 5 were already on high alert, and upon seeing the 5 skeletons spring into action, they instinctively retaliated. Swords, flames, ice, various skills rained down on the skeletons. However, when the swords clashed against the skeletons, they produced a sound of metal striking metal, leaving only shallow white marks. The flames and ice merely created a few small dents on the skeletons, but under the nourishment of the deathly aura, the dents visibly returned to their original state. The bone claws pierced through their attacks and struck the 5 directly. The 5 level 38 class changers let out muffled groans and were sent flying. How strong! These skeletons are nothing like those from Ghost Valley. We can't even take a single hit. This is terrifying. It's over. Could these be real otherworldly beings? I can't even see their attribute panels. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me? The 5 class changers turned pale, never expecting these skeletons to be so terrifying. They were no match at all. The burly man at the front gritted his teeth against the pain and struggled to rise. I'm sorry. We stumbled in here by mistake. We mean no harm. If you could tell us how to leave, we will leave right now. He spoke with a grim expression, trying to negotiate with these undead beings. These undead had faith, perhaps they could communicate. At the very least, the skeletal king they were worshipping likely possessed enough intelligence. But the only problem was, they were too weak. Their strength was even less than that of a single skeletal undead. Their only hope lay in the mercy of that skeletal king. But could a creature of death like a skeleton truly feel compassion? It seemed to confirm the burly man's suspicion. The skeletons offered no response and simply lifted him up. Looking into the pale ghostly flames flickering in the eye sockets, the man felt his heart sink. The 4 teammates were equally desperate, giving up all resistance. Not to mention how terrifyingly strong these monsters were, they were simply not a match for their level. Even if they managed to take down 1 or 2, what good would it do? On this vast plain, countless skeletons roamed, yet in the end, they would all perish at the hands of the very skeletons they feared. Perhaps after death, they too would become the same kind of skeletons. The Han man closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. In the next moment, a portal appeared in the air, and 5 skeletons casually tossed 5 transmigrators directly out of the land of exile. Thud! The 5 fell heavily to the ground, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. This is the replica square of the Ghost Valley? We're back! We're back! We're not dead! We're not dead! Thank you, Lord Skeleton. Thank you, Skeleton King. Thank you for sparing our lives. At first, the 5 transmigrators could hardly believe that those cold undead had truly let them go. After confirming repeatedly, they finally believed they had really returned to their original world. The 5 embraced and wept, trembling with excitement, endlessly grateful to those skeletons. Just then, Zheng Shan arrived with several members of the guardhouse before the 5. What did you see in the replica just now? Upon seeing the guardhouse members, the 5 felt as if they had encountered family, and they poured out everything they had witnessed. Zheng Shan listened quietly, her heart equally shaken. Just as she had guessed, Chu Chen possessed an extraordinary talent for rapidly creating domains. What would take others decades to accomplish, he could do in mere seconds. It was simply terrifying. Everything you saw today must not be spoken of, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Zheng Shan emanated a second-tier pressure, directly enveloping the 5. The 5 nodded repeatedly, knowing without a doubt that they had unexpectedly stumbled upon a monumental secret. Surviving was already a stroke of luck, how could they dare to gossip about it? Seeing the 5 agree, Zheng Shan nodded in satisfaction and instructed her subordinates to take them to sign a contract. This would further ensure their safety. Soon after, more than a dozen transmigrators were also thrown out onto the replica square. They had all harbored ulterior motives, hoping to gain an advantage in the replica. However, they found no advantage and instead experienced the true terror of death. Each one turned pale with fear, and the psychological trauma would likely take a long time to heal. Zheng Shan controlled all these individuals until they signed the contract before allowing them to leave. With the sword domain, Chu Chen is already a rare genius in the Dragon Kingdom in 100 years. Now that he has created a second domain, his strength might even be comparable to mine. Sigh, is this what a monstrous genius is? It truly defies reason. In the land of exile, Chu Chen used his domain vision to scan the area, confirming that there were no hidden transmigrators left. With a thought, the ghostly flames in the eyes of the undead army extinguished, returning to a ground littered with corpses. After the earlier test, Chu Chen had a preliminary understanding of the undead army's strength. A single skeleton's power was roughly around level 50, not particularly high. However, the undead army was not known for individual strength. Its most terrifying aspect was its undying nature. Tens of thousands of undead skeletons charging together would likely force even a second-tier expert to flee in disarray. However, he could summon the undead army while simultaneously using the sword domain. Equipping each undead skeleton with a domain sword would significantly enhance their individual combat power. The only issue was that controlling 2 major domains at the same time was too taxing for Chu Chen at present. He could barely manage dozens of skeletons, but commanding tens of thousands to wield domain swords in battle was beyond his current capabilities. Once I reach the second tier or advance my domain, I believe this issue will improve. Chu Chen's gaze flickered as he waved his hand to summon the domain portal, leaving the land of exile with satisfaction. Congratulations! It seems your strength has probably surpassed mine now. Upon seeing Chu Chen come out, Zhongshan took the initiative to step forward and congratulate him, filled with emotion. Hee, it's not that exaggerated, Chu Chen humbly smiled, chatting with Zhongshan for a while before returning to the villa. He would be heading to Kyoto the next day, so he needed to say a proper goodbye to Zhang Qianhan and the other two girls. A night of revelry. The next day, Chu Chen took a car to the train station in Dongxing City, accompanied by He Tao from Kunlun Academy. Chu Chen was now their golden boy, so He Tao naturally had to follow closely, ensuring nothing went wrong. The high-speed train from Dongxing City to Kyoto would take a full 12 hours, so both Chu Chen and He Tao had purchased sleeper tickets. After boarding, they chatted for a while, and He Tao briefly introduced Kunlun Academy to Chu Chen. Then, Chu Chen closed his eyes for a short nap. The train started, moving quickly and steadily. The infrastructure of Long Country never disappoints. Chu Chen comfortably slept for half the journey, only waking up at noon when he felt hungry and decided to go to the dining car for something to eat. Just then, a flickering red light suddenly illuminated the train. Accompanied by the sound of emergency brakes screeching, the train's speed rapidly decreased. The immense inertia nearly caused Chu Chen to fall in the carriage, but fortunately, He Tao reacted quickly and pulled him back, allowing Chu Chen to land steadily. What's going on? Chu Chen asked, puzzled, as the entire train began to stir. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience, the announcement came over the intercom. A spatial fluctuation has been detected 1,000 meters ahead of the train, indicating an invasion by alien creatures, prompting the train to make an emergency stop. Please do not worry, there is a dedicated security team on board, and we have already notified the nearest garrison. We ask all passengers to remain calm in their seats. We believe we will resolve this incident effectively. The train conductor explained what had just happened to the passengers. Encountering an alien invasion is indeed unfortunate, Chu Chen sighed, but his tense heart gradually relaxed. The unknown is the most terrifying. Knowing what is happening allows for a response. With his current strength, even in the face of an alien invasion, self-preservation would not be a problem. He Tao smiled at Chu Chen and corrected him. The railway system in Long Country is the longest in the world. Encountering an alien invasion on such a vast network is not that strange. This kind of thing happens almost every month. There's no need to worry. We have a sound response strategy in place. Chu Chen, stay put here. I'll go help and quickly deal with the aliens. Aliens are a common enemy of all humanity. In the face of an alien invasion, all job changers have a responsibility to participate in the fight. However, alien creatures are much stronger and more brutal than the monsters in dungeons. Therefore, job changers who are not at a sufficient level should prioritize self-preservation. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Watching He Tao quickly leave, a hint of unease crept into Chu Chen's heart. He believed in the strength of Long Country, but this alien invasion happened to occur in a desolate wilderness. There was no one for dozens of kilometers around. It would likely take some time for the nearby garrison to arrive for support. Could the train's security personnel hold out for that long? As Chu Chen had guessed, only 20 minutes later, the train's announcement sounded again. Dear passengers, the invading creatures are abyss aliens, possessing indestructible attributes and are extremely troublesome. We are now calling for combat professions of 3rd transition or above, auxiliary professions of 2nd transition or above, and light-based professions to participate in the battle. We ask eligible job changers to quickly head to the battlefield. After a victorious battle, the Long Country government will provide corresponding rewards based on each person's contributions. The voice of the train conductor was somewhat urgent, clearly indicating that the situation was not favorable, which caught him off guard. However, the repeated successes of the Dragon Kingdom in dealing with foreign invasions had given the citizens great confidence. Everyone believed that as descendants of the dragon, as long as they worked together, there was no mountain too high to overcome. One by one, figures left the high-speed train, filled with fighting spirit as they headed to the front lines to resist the foreign invasion. Such a rare opportunity to both promote the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom and earn significant military achievements was hard to come by. Chu Chen also felt a surge of excitement. A real foreign invasion. This was something he could only see in the news and books. However, he also knew that although he was extraordinary, he was completely outmatched in front of 3rd transformation monsters. So, it was enough for him to feel the blood boiling in his heart. He wouldn't actually go to the battlefield to seek death. Chu Chen stepped out of the sleeper car and into the carriage, where many people had already gathered. Everyone was intently staring at the large screen at the front of the carriage, where a dark red portal was quietly suspended. Figures rushed into the portal, entering the instance to battle monsters. Although the outside world could not see the specific scenes, everyone seemed to be able to imagine the fierce battle in their minds. I only regret being a 2nd transformation warrior. Otherwise, I would also go to the front lines to kill enemies. Ha ha, you probably wouldn't be needed. At least 10 experts above the third transformation just went to help. I really don't know what these monsters want by invading our world. Is it just pure slaughter? Who cares about them? In the end, they will all become instances, resources for us to level up. Ha ha, the passengers in the carriage remained quite optimistic. However, the next moment, everyone's expression changed in unison. Monsters! How did a monster get out? Suddenly, a pitch-black demon wolf leaped out from the portal. Its body was covered in dark fur, as if it were a creature born from the darkness, exuding an ominous aura. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, finally locking onto its target, racing towards the high-speed train at breakneck speed. As it sprinted, its body gradually flattened, as if it had turned into a shadow, moving with an incredibly strange speed. Bang! At that moment, a somewhat plump figure suddenly fell from the sky, accurately smashing onto the demon wolf. The demon wolf, now visible, had already become a corpse. The plump middle-aged man looked solemnly at the demon wolf and picked up the intercom to say something. Then, the voice of the train conductor echoed in the carriage. Dear passengers, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you again. This foreign invasion is more troublesome than we anticipated. The strength of the abyss monsters is not only powerful, but their numbers are also exceptionally high. Here, I once again call upon the job changers to participate in the battle. The main force of the abyss monsters has been blocked by the warriors ahead. The ones invading our world are only some level 60 to level 90 monsters, and those above the second transformation can participate. Support from the garrison will take half an hour to arrive. All of you just need to guard outside the instance gate and stop the escaping monsters. The foreign monsters are powerful, so I ask those below the second transformation not to act recklessly. On behalf of the high-speed train crew, I thank you all for your contributions. It turned out that this plump middle-aged man was the train conductor. Hearing the conductor's call, some second transformation experts rushed out eagerly. Usually, they wouldn't get a chance to participate in foreign invasions, but today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, dealing with some late-stage first transformation monsters was nothing to worry about. Shuchen watched as over 100 people surged out from the large screen, and the flames of battle that had just extinguished in his heart reignited. If it was just late-stage first transformation monsters, then with his current abilities, it seemed he could fully participate. And now, he didn't even need to personally go into battle. He could summon skeletal undead to fight, while he stayed behind the main force to collect the corpses. With this thought in mind, Shuchen didn't hesitate and walked out of the carriage, intending to head to the battlefield. However, a young attendant seriously blocked his way. Sir, judging by your age, you must have just transitioned, right? The invasion of other races is not a place for leisure. For your safety, please wait calmly on the train. Shuchen glanced at the attendant and explained, Do you believe I have enough strength to fight against abyssal monsters? The attendant smiled politely and shook her head gently. Her gaze flicked to the large screen, where dozens of demon wolves had already rushed out of the portal, engaging in battle with the second wave. Although most of the transmuters were at the second transition, the battle was not one-sided. Instead, it had fallen into a stalemate. Sir, as you can see, the monsters from other races are not comparable to dungeon monsters. Their strength is enough to rival second transition experts. For your safety, and to avoid causing trouble for the warriors at the front, please return to your compartment and wait patiently. I believe we can resolve this incident properly, the attendant politely urged again. The fact that she could remain so courteous at such a moment showed how high her professionalism was. Shuchen scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. He knew the attendant was looking out for him and was aware of the tense situation. But precisely because of that, he wanted to go to the battlefield. With him, a player with an advantage, joining in, he could definitely help alleviate the pressure on their side. However, this attendant clearly wouldn't budge. Was she really going to use force? Looking at her delicate features, with red lips and white teeth, he thought a punch would probably make her cry for a long time. After some thought, Shuchen dismissed this rude idea. He took out a card from his backpack space and waved it in front of the attendant. This can prove my strength, right? The attendant smiled at Shuchen, already resolved in her heart that no matter what he said or did, she would not let him go to the front lines. However, upon seeing the emblem on the card, her fair face suddenly showed surprise. You are a student of Kunlun Academy? The attendant took the student card and checked it on her device, confirming that it was indeed a Kunlun Academy document and that he was a new student who had just enrolled this year. She never expected that Shuchen was a prodigy from a top-tier school. Seeing the attendant's expression, Shuchen's lips curled up slightly. It seemed there was no problem now. The prestige of Kunlun Academy was indeed quite powerful. However, the attendant hesitated for a moment and still shook her head in refusal. I'm sorry, mister. Shu Chen, but I still cannot let you go to the front lines. The front lines are dangerous. As a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, you need enough time to grow, not to take risks right now. She knew that students who could get into Kunlun Academy must have cleared at least 90 levels in the college entrance examination dungeon, and their strength was formidable. But against the abyssal other races, they would likely only have the ability to protect themselves. For the sake of an ordinary invasion by other races, putting a top prodigy at risk was something the attendant deemed not worth it. It seems you have a point. Shu Chen rested his chin on his hand, nodding thoughtfully, then grinned at the attendant. But my ability allows me to summon undead to fight, so I don't need to go into battle myself. After saying that, Shu Chen dashed towards the door. Sir, you. The attendant hurriedly tried to stop him, her hand reaching halfway before recoiling in fear as if electrocuted. Suddenly, 3 eerie skeletons appeared around her. They stood silently, forming a bone wall to block the attendant, their flickering pale ghostly flames staring intently at her. The flight attendant screamed, almost crying from fright, feeling extremely wronged. Can we talk nicely? Why scare people with a skeleton? Boo-hoo! Clearly still so handsome, bad man. The flight attendant cursed inwardly, but mustered her courage to say to the skeleton, your master has already left, you don't need to block me here. Hurry and help your master, you mustn't let him encounter danger. She knew that the necromancers summoned undead had a limit on their numbers. To block her, summoning 3 directly was really too wasteful. It seemed the skeletons understood her words, as the 3 left the train and hurried after Shu Chen. The flight attendant anxiously looked at the big screen, praying in her heart, please don't let anything happen. Shu Chen ran wildly and soon arrived at the spot where the train conductor had just killed the demon wolf. The demon wolf lay on the ground like a dead dog, its body torn open with a large hole, dark demonic blood pooling everywhere. It was dead beyond any doubt. To others, it was just a useless corpse. But to Shu Chen, it was a powerful fighter. Stand up, newly born undead. Without a second thought, Shu Chen activated his skill. A faint grayish aura of death emanated from him, winding around the demon wolf. The wolf's stiff body suddenly twitched a few times, then wobbled as it stood up from the ground. Puff! A pale ghostly flame ignited in its eyes, replacing the original crimson gaze. The demon wolf undead, resurrected. Shadow wolf, undead servant, level, LV 60 constitution, 480 spirit, 485 strength, 479 speed, 489 talent, shadow healing skills, shadow stealth, shadow strike. Bite. Seeing the shadow wolf attribute panel, Shu Chen couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a true alien race, it's so much stronger than the same level dungeon monsters. This shadow healing talent must be the source of its immortality. No wonder the train conductor specifically emphasized that second transformation job changers shouldn't go there recklessly. Even 3 or 4 LV60 job changers together might not be able to take down a shadow wolf. He then ordered the shadow wolf to head to the front lines to support the battle. Shu Chen followed closely behind, keeping a safe distance. Hey, where did this kid come from? How did he run onto the battlefield? Looking at his age, he should just have recently changed jobs, right? Isn't this seeking death? If he wants to seek death, that's fine, but don't affect the frontline battle. Kids these days are really too. Wait, what? What the hell? That demon wolf got back up? Didn't it just die? No. Look at its eyes, it's white ghost fire, it's turned into an undead. My god, could this kid be a necromancer? I take back what I said earlier, this kid is truly remarkable. The main force had already engaged with the abyss monsters for a while, and Shu Chen's solitary charge into the battlefield was so conspicuous. At first, everyone thought he was just a young student joining the fun, and they criticized him. But when they saw him actually turn the demon wolf into an undead, they fell silent. The flight attendant's beautiful eyes widened in shock. My god, that dead demon wolf was turned into an undead by Mr. Shu Chen in just a few seconds? Even if he is a student from Kunlun Academy, just having recently changed jobs, he should only be over 30 levels. And the demon wolf's level is at least LV 60. To summon an undead across 30 levels, and so quickly, this classmate Shu Chen is probably a monstrous genius with a special talent. With his help, perhaps the pressure on the front lines can really be alleviated. Outside the portal, shadow wolves surged out from the instance, causing the already unfavorable battle situation to spiral out of control. Damn it! No wonder the previous invasions by the other races never let us second transformed players take action. These monsters are too troublesome. Not only are they fast, but they also have an indestructible attribute. Killing them is such a hassle. Damn it! Since I'm here, even if I die, I want to take down 3 of them. The job changers were engaged in a frenzied slaughter against the shadow wolves. Blades flashed, thunder roared, and flames erupted continuously across the wilderness, creating a cacophony of explosions. The entire wilderness was like a battlefield ravaged by artillery, littered with debris and flowing with blood. These second-tier job changers initially went to the front lines with the intention of racking up achievements. However, after truly engaging in battle, they finally realized how terrifying these abyss monsters were. Each shadow wolf possessed extremely powerful attributes, and high-level monsters could even rival these second-transformed experts. The shadow wolves could also transform into shadows for rapid movement and ambush, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. The most troublesome aspect was the indestructible attribute that the abyss monsters possessed. Inflicting heavy damage on these monsters wasn't difficult, but the job changers almost had no ability to deliver a killing blow. To eliminate a shadow wolf, multiple job changers needed to work together. At first, it was manageable since there weren't many shadow wolves, and they could still fight them off. But now, dozens more shadow wolves had emerged from the instance, and the situation had completely turned into a chaotic brawl between the shadow wolves and the job changers. In this scenario, killing a shadow wolf had become nearly impossible. Everyone, tighten the battle line. Just hold off the abyss monsters. The reinforcements from the garrison will arrive soon. A middle-aged woman dressed as a crew member shouted loudly while casting healing spells to restore the injuries of the crowd. Everyone smiled wryly and nodded. It was already a stroke of luck to hold out until the garrison reinforcements arrived, and they no longer dared to hope for slaying the shadow wolves. The job changers began to focus on auxiliary roles and started to pull back their defenses. Xinyan, come back quickly. In the center of the crowd, a long-haired priestess girl shouted anxiously. Her staff shook continuously, and brilliant healing halos descended into the battlefield, landing on a valiant girl wielding a great sword. The girl with the great sword was named Lu Yen, and the priestess girl was named Lu Xin. The two were cousins, both SSS-level job changers. They had teamed up during the college entrance exam and cleared the 90th floor together. In front of the 91st floor's Earth Giant Ape, they had also held out for 30 seconds before escaping the instance. Such impressive achievements allowed both girls to be successfully admitted to Kunlun Academy. Today, they planned to report to the capital and then enjoy some sightseeing in the city. They never expected to encounter an invasion by other races along the way. Lu Yen had a combative personality. Upon hearing about the invasion, she felt restless and wanted to see it for herself. When she heard the train conductor summon job changers to deal with level 60 monsters, she even encouraged her sister Lu Xian to secretly get off the train and follow the main force to the front lines. Sister, don't worry. It'll be fine. Lu Yen laughed heartily at Lu Xian's call, reassuring her. With her golden great sword, she swung it in a semicircle, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent two attacking shadow wolves flying. She then began to move towards the crowd. Although her level was only 38, with the super strong talent of the SSS-class Thunder Swordsman and her golden grade weapon, Lu Yen was confident that she could protect herself amidst the swarm of monsters. However, she soon realized that she had overlooked a serious problem. As the main force began to pull back their defenses, those job changers who had not evacuated in time suddenly found themselves besieged by more shadow wolves. Lu Yan's upper limit of strength was to deal with two shadow wolves at the same time. At this moment, 5 shadow wolves were desperately lunging at her, throwing her into chaos. Thunder Absolute Slash. In her panic, Lu Yen unleashed her strongest move, a top-tier first-level skill, Thunder Absolute Slash. A heavy thunder phantom appeared on the great sword, causing the already massive blade to extend several meters further. Lu Yen gritted her silver teeth, raised the greatsword high, and then brought it crashing down. Thunder roared, dust billowed, and the ground trembled slightly. The 5 shadow wolves were simultaneously sent flying, suffering significant injuries and unable to rise again for a while. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Yan's face. Driving back 5 powerful shadow wolves made her feel a bit proud. However, just as she planned to seize the opportunity to retreat quickly, a shadow wolf suddenly sprang out from the darkness, its gaping maw viciously lunging at her. Behind her, an unknown shadow had also appeared, closing in at an incredible speed. Lu Yan's heart sank to the bottom. Having just released a top-tier first-level skill, she had exhausted most of her stamina and was utterly powerless to face the assault of 2 shadow wolves. The other job changers behind her also changed their expressions drastically. They were currently facing the attack of shadow wolves and had no time to rescue Lu Yen. Her sister, Lu Xian, was so anxious she was almost in tears. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Lu Yen furrowed her brows tightly, positioning the great sword in front of her to block the incoming shadow wolf, intending to take the hit from the one behind. Just as the shadow wolf was about to strike, the shadow behind her suddenly transformed into a black light, directly pouncing on the shadow wolf in front. The 2 shadow wolves fell to the ground, frantically tearing at each other. The job changers, witnessing this incredible scene, were left dumbfounded. What just happened? Why is that wolf cub fighting on its own? Look, that wolf's eyes are actually white. Could it be a mutated shadow wolf? Mutated my foot. It looks like a zombie with its belly burst open and still so fierce. Although Lu Yen didn't know what was happening, she took the opportunity to return to the main group, letting out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a wave of gray-black death aura spread out, merging into the bodies of the dozen corpses on the ground. The shadow wolf corpses suddenly opened their eyes, pale ghostly flames burning eerily. As they watched the dozen corpses stand up again, the job changers finally confirmed that reinforcements had arrived. Holy crap! Could it be that the garrison has come to help? It must be. I remember the garrison in nearby Genoa City is a fourth-turn necromancer. Oh my god. That's great. Professional matters really need professionals to handle them. The job changers excitedly turned around, but not far behind them stood only a young and handsome boy. Beside him were 3 eerie skeletal undead. Seeing everyone looking over, Chu-Chen smiled and waved at them. Ha! Could this young handsome guy be the garrison of Genoa City? Isn't it a bit ridiculous to be fourth turn at such a young age? I think he just takes good care of himself. He might already be 50 or 60. Come on. You guys can't really think he's the garrison, right? How could the garrison's support be just one person? This handsome guy is clearly a young genius just like those 2 girls beside him. Stop chatting. With this young man helping, we essentially have more than a dozen people. We absolutely cannot let these abyss monsters cross our defense line. After a brief moment of surprise, the battle reignited. The job changers initially thought that with the assistance of the undead, they could hold the defense line more easily. However, reality told them they were wrong. They were completely wrong. Dozens of shadow wolf undead charged fearlessly into the horde of monsters, tearing into them with wild abandon. As undead, they felt no pain and knew no fatigue. Even with just a skeletal frame remaining, their combat power was not diminished in the slightest. The shadow wolf undead frantically bit at the abyssal shadow wolves, completely oblivious to the several shadow wolves clinging to them. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so shadow wolf undead managed to hold back the attacks of over 40 shadow wolves. This halved the pressure on the front line. Damn! Let me take a moment to process this. These undead are too badass. Hiss! Didn't they say that becoming undead would greatly reduce combat power? Why do I feel like these undead are even fiercer than when they were alive? Good thing they're on our side. If these undead were monsters, I'd be afraid we couldn't take down a single one. Everyone, I think it's time to change our strategy. With the undead holding them back, we can switch from defense to offense. The shadow wolves we kill will become new combat power. It's time to showcase the might of our dragon kingdom, kill these wolf pups. Oh whoa! With the addition of the undead shadow wolves, the tide of battle turned almost instantly. The job changers were ecstatic. Their weary hearts were reignited, and they charged madly at the abyssal monsters. Wolf pups, I'll take you down. Watch my great sword. I'll stab you. Braised shadow wolf. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. Accompanied by roars, the job changers unleashed their attacks on the dark shadow wolves. The warriors' blades clashed with the sharp fangs and claws of the shadow wolves, producing a resounding clang. The mage's fingertips sparkled with faint light, unleashing skills that flickered with various colors, bombarding the shadow wolves like a storm. With the undead shadow wolves holding most of the enemies at bay, the job changers could gang up on the shadow wolves. After all, they were second-tier experts. With their combined strength, even the troublesome abyssal creatures could only die unwillingly in the end. But soon, the death energy merged back into the corpses, and they rose again, rejoining the fray. However, this time, they fought for the human race. Ha ha, our numbers keep increasing. This is just insane. So satisfying. It feels like all the frustration from earlier has been released. That kid is amazing. He managed to control so many undead at once. After the battle, we must thank him properly. Watching their combat power grow stronger, the job changers were filled with fighting spirit, exhilarated to the extreme. Meanwhile, the passengers on the train also displayed expressions of excitement upon witnessing this scene. Wow! I never expected that kid to be so powerful. One person turned the tide of battle. That's ridiculous. I heard there's an extraordinary prodigy in Dongqing City. It can't be him, right? Definitely not. I know that person. He wields a sword and is nicknamed Sword Immortal, completely different from this undead mage. Even if they're not the same person, this kid is not far off from that prodigy. The stewardess stared intently at the screen, equally shocked. She had thought that the undead mage could change the tide of battle to some extent. She never expected that Chu Chen would almost single-handedly turn the situation around. He stabilized the precarious front line in an instant and even created an opportunity for the job changers to counterattack. The undead shadow wolves seemed limitless, summoned one after another. The stewardess was stunned. If she hadn't personally verified Chu Chen's student card, she would never have believed Chu Chen was actually a newly promoted job changer. As the battle progressed, the combat power of both sides began to gradually reverse. The undead shadow wolves multiplied, and there was no longer a need for them to hold back the abyssal monsters. Chu Chen immediately commanded the undead shadow wolves to counterattack. A large number of undead shadow wolves began to besiege the abyss monsters, sweeping across the battlefield like a flood. Kill Shadow Wolf, small monster, gain 10,000 experience points. Kill Shadow Wolf, small monster, gain 10,000 experience points. TSK. As expected of the abyss alien race, even the experience from ordinary small monsters is comparable to that of a boss in a dungeon. Chu Chen exclaimed in amazement, happily watching the experience points pile up. At the same time, he also noticed that the undead shadow wolves seemed to have a unique advantage when hunting the abyss monsters. They could significantly weaken the recovery effects brought by the indestructible attribute. Indeed, fellow travelers are rivals. Regardless, this raised the overall hunting speed to a new level. The number of abyss monsters was visibly decreasing. Even though new shadow wolves occasionally rushed out from the portal, it could no longer change the overall situation. The job changers watched the scene of the white-eyed shadow wolves and red-eyed shadow wolves tearing at each other, each showing a helpless expression. They hadn't even finished enjoying their moment, and these undead shadow wolves had directly taken over their work, but they really had no way to counter it. The undead shadow wolves not only outnumbered them but were also faster at killing the aliens than these second transformation experts. They couldn't compete. They truly couldn't compete. Thank you all for your help. Everyone take this time to rest quickly. The middle-aged attendant cast a group healing spell, enveloping everyone present, and expressed her gratitude. In fact, she most wanted to say thank you to Chu Chen. If it weren't for him, they would likely still be struggling. Perhaps casualties would have already occurred. Now, all members were unharmed, which was nothing short of a miracle. However, the alien invasion was not completely over, and she could not leave without permission. She could only thank Chu Chen later. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed and began to recover their stamina. Although the battle had only lasted a little over 10 minutes, there were too many enemies, and the fighting was intense, resulting in considerable exhaustion. However, at that moment, roar! Accompanied by a brutal roar, a gigantic hand resembling a stone pillar suddenly reached out from the portal. The giant hand slammed onto the ground, producing a sound like muffled thunder. The job changers, who had just relaxed, tensed up again in an instant. Everyone immediately entered a state of readiness, warily watching that giant hand, their hearts filled with trepidation. What kind of monster was coming out now? Roar, roar, roar! The furious sounds echoed continuously, deafening. The giant hand was also shaking constantly, as if something on the other side of the portal was obstructing the monster from leaving the dungeon. Gulp! The job changers collectively swallowed hard. They thought, it seems the situation inside the dungeon isn't very good either. But they still silently prayed, hoping that the third transformation experts inside would keep this monster contained within the dungeon. After all, just the terrifying aura emanating from this monster made everyone present feel a bit frightened. However, reality ultimately dashed their hopes. Another giant hand emerged from the portal. Following that, a massive body over 5 meters tall appeared before everyone. At this moment, they finally saw the full appearance of this monster. It was a giant bear, entirely pitch black, with every hair emitting a strange ghostly light. Its eyes were like 2 pieces of burning coal, radiating a wild desire for slaughter. The moment it stepped out of the portal, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. It was evident how astonishing the power contained within this massive body was. Shadow Demon Bear, Elite, Level, LV 110 Constitution, 1220 Spirit, 1085 Strength, 1379 Speed, 1033 Talent, Shadow Healing Skills, Shadow Charge, Shadow Burst, Shadow Palm Strike Dam. This freakish attribute, you tell me it's only level 110? I'm level 130, and my 4-dimensional attributes are over 300 less than it. The terrifying attributes of the elite alien race made all the second transformation experts present gasp in shock. Lu Yan and Lu Xian, the 2 sisters, felt a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. I'm very sorry, we let the second transformation alien escape. Everyone can try to hold it off. If it's really unmanageable, you can retreat to the vicinity of the train. There's a barrier on the train that can assist in combat. But please be sure to delay the monster. If it invades the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time, the voice of the train conductor echoed from the equipment on the middle-aged attendant. After killing the first invading shadow wolf, he had entered the instance. At this moment, it seemed he was on the other side of the portal, blocking some even more terrifying abyss monsters. The second transformation experts looked serious upon hearing this, but not a single one of them fled. How could the proud descendants of the Dragon Kingdom be scared into a panic by these monsters? Moreover, they still had their friends and family behind them. Damn it! It's just a second transformation monster, right? What if its attributes are higher? I don't believe so many people can't deal with it. A young man holding a dagger had a fierce expression. Taking advantage of the shadow demon bear just leaving and not fully adapting to its surroundings, he swiftly charged forward. The young man moved with incredible speed, like a ghostly specter, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the shadow demon bear. Yet the shadow demon bear stood still, seemingly unaware. When alien monsters arrive in another dimension, they are affected by that dimension. The stronger the monster, the greater the impact. And the shadow demon bear was a bit dazed right now. There's a chance. The young man felt a surge of joy and leaped into the air. The dagger sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aiming directly for the shadow demon bear's throat. Although abyss monsters possess indestructible attributes, vital points are still vital points. If he could land a single blow to severely injure this elite alien, it would make it much easier for everyone to swarm it afterward. However, just as the dagger was about to hit, the shadow demon bear suddenly snapped back to reality. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, a massive black paw came crashing down towards the young man. Just a little more. Damn it! The young man felt a surge of unwillingness, his expression fierce. Regardless of the incoming giant paw, he thrust the dagger forward without hesitation. He actually intended to trade injury for injury with the shadow demon bear. The crowd's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. With the size of the shadow demon bear, if the young man exchanged blows with it, he would likely be killed instantly. What recklessness! However, at that moment, 5 skeletal shadow wolves leaped through the air, like human cannonballs, directly colliding with the shadow demon bear's massive paw. Put! The dagger plunged deep into the shadow demon bear's throat, thick black blood gushing out like a fountain. Almost simultaneously, the 5 skeletal shadow wolves were crushed to pieces by the immense force. The young man was also sent flying dozens of meters by the residual force, spitting blood, with several bones broken. Fortunately, the skeletal shadow wolves paid the price with their shattered bodies. The young man not only survived but his injuries weren't too severe. Seeing the 5 skeletal shadow wolves instantly reduced to a pile of debris, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. He realized he had been far too reckless just now. If it weren't for Chu Chen's help, he might have already been dead. Brother, thank you so much. The young man clutched his chest and shouted a word of thanks to Chu Chen from afar. Everyone, seize the opportunity to attack. The mage attacks from a distance first, injuring the monster heavily, then we go in for the kill. The middle-aged attendant saw that the young man had indeed hurt the shadow demon bear and quickly called everyone to start the attack. In an instant, colorful skills streaked across the sky, bombarding the shadow demon bear. The sky seemed to be dyed in vibrant colors. Roar! The shadow demon bear, enraged by its injuries, pulled out a dagger from its neck and slammed its massive black paw down onto the ground. Buzz! A wave of shadow energy erupted from the giant paw, spreading outward in ripples. Shadow burst. Where the shadow wave swept through, skills exploded like fireworks. Not a single hit landed on the shadow demon bear. Seeing this scene, the confidence that the job changers had just gained plummeted to the depths again. Its attributes are so strong, and it has such a freakish skill, how do we fight it? The middle-aged attendant noticed strands of shadow power swirling around the shadow demon bear's neck, the bloody wound visibly healing at a rapid pace. Sigh. Everyone, retreat. Fall back to near the train, I'll activate the barrier. She sighed and issued the retreat order to everyone. Although they could potentially kill this elite alien together, it would certainly result in severe casualties. The job changers participating in the battle were all passengers. There was no need for them to suffer this unwarranted disaster. Everyone nodded and quickly retreated to the rear while the shadow demon bear had not fully recovered from its injuries. Soon, they arrived near Chu Chen. Little brother, thank you for your assistance just now. Quick, quick, we need to retreat now. That elite alien is too strong, we can't fight it. This passenger, please retreat with us, and also, please let your undead cover us. On behalf of the train members, I thank you. Upon seeing Chu Chen, everyone greeted him warmly. They knew very well that without Chu Chen's undead assistance, they wouldn't have survived the last battle. Everyone go ahead, I'll have the undead hold them off. Chu Chen smiled slightly at the middle-aged attendant, his gaze turning serious as he looked at the shadow demon bear that had stood up again. The strength of the undead shadow wolf was completely insufficient against the shadow demon bear. To stop the shadow demon bear, he could only use the amplification skill of the undead domain. Wail! Song of Hell's Lament! Everyone cast grateful looks at Chu Chen. Handsome. Thank you so much. Just as they were about to continue running towards the train, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in their ears. The sound seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, a wail that resembled the cries from the 18 layers of hell. In short, it was definitely a sound that could not exist in this world. Piercing, melancholic, despairing, fearful, death. The moment they heard this sound, countless negative emotions flooded their minds, leaving them icy cold, as if they had undergone a baptism of death. All the second-tier experts trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale. The two level 38 novices, Lu Yan and Lu Xan, fainted directly to the ground, staring blankly at the sky as if they had turned into walking corpses. Only the middle-aged attendant managed to hold on a bit. She quickly cast a mental soothing skill on everyone. Only then did they barely come back to their senses from the terror of death, their hearts still filled with lingering fear. What was that just now? So terrifying. Mental attack? Isn't that the attack method that dream monsters excel at? How can these abyss monsters also have such terrifying skills? Could some powerful monster have escaped from the dungeon again? The fear brought on in those few short seconds was even more intense than the battle that lasted for over 10 minutes. Everyone couldn't help but look back, and the scene unfolding before them left everyone dumbfounded. I'm sorry, everyone. Just now, I accidentally released a buff skill for the undead. It seems to have unintentionally affected everyone. As the wails of hell echoed, the death aura surrounding the undead shadow wolves seemed to go into a frenzy, continuously spreading outward. From a distance, it looked as if a patch of black magical fire had ignited, creating a horrifying and terrifying scene. However, what was even more terrifying than this scene was that the attributes of nearly 100 undead shadow wolves had instantly doubled. Roar! The undead shadow wolves let out a hoarse howl, transforming into dark ghostly figures, surrounding the shadow magic bear. Faced with the assault of the undead shadow wolves, the shadow magic bear's eyes flashed with surging anger and disdain. The weakest shadow wolf in the abyss dared to provoke the majesty of the magic bear? Bang! The pitch-black giant paw slammed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending ripples of shadow across the surface. However, the shadow wolves that had just been easily crushed moments ago suddenly increased their speed several times, evading the giant paw's attack like phantoms. Not only that, the undead shadow wolves even managed to bite down on the shadow magic bear's giant paw. After being enhanced by the wail of hell, the attributes of the undead shadow wolves had nearly surpassed 1,000. Although there was still a certain gap compared to the shadow magic bear, tearing through its defenses was more than enough. Sizzle! A piece of pitch-black flesh was torn away by the eerie fangs, leaving a bloody wound on the giant paw. The shadow magic bear, in pain, grabbed the undead shadow wolf and crushed it directly. As the saying goes, when you find that one shadow wolf can injure you, it means all shadow wolves can pose a threat to you. The complete annihilation of the undead shadow wolf seemed to trigger a forbidden switch. Countless undead shadow wolves leaped into the air, pouncing on the shadow magic bear like dumplings. The enhanced fangs, like barbed hooks, deeply embedded into the shadow magic bear's flesh, tearing wildly. Puff puff puff, countless black blood flowers erupted from the shadow magic bear, fierce and enchanting. At first, the class changers were skeptical when they heard Chu Chen say that the terrifying sound was a buff skill. Which buff skill is so eerie and also has a mental attack effect? However, upon witnessing the intense scene of the 100 wolves battling the bear, everyone was stunned. It's gone mad. It's gone mad. I actually saw a level 60 shadow wolf teaching a level 110 magic bear. The teaching is so brutal. It's turning the world upside down. Hiss. Why do these shadow wolves feel stronger than me now? What kind of buff skill is this, allowing the undead to fight across levels? Handsome guy. Are you surnamed Li, called Li Pu? The passengers on the train, who were originally terrified, were now dumbfounded by this crazy scene. The shadow magic bear, which had scared the second transformation experts into fleeing, was actually being handled by Chu Chen alone. The most important thing was that Chu Chen was so young. Although it is said that the waves behind drive on the waves in front, being this reckless makes the previous waves seem superfluous. Chu Chen also didn't expect that when releasing Wail of Hell, it would also cause a mental shock to non-undead creatures. However, in the face of such a powerful effect, this minor side effect was inconsequential. In fact, in certain situations, it might even be a weapon for surprise attacks. Ha ha, you all flatter me. The reason the undead shadow wolves seem so strong is that they are completely unafraid of death. If you all fight for your lives, then this shadow magic bear is definitely not a single opponent. Chu Chen humbly said. Being humble when needed and being arrogant when necessary is his excellent virtue. Upon hearing this, the class changers all smiled, and their gazes towards Chu Chen became even more admiring. What Chu Chen said was not false. Even if the Shadow Demon Bear is incredibly powerful, with nearly 100-second transformation experts unleashing their small universes, it can only meet a fate of being reduced to ashes. But there is one thing he didn't mention. Right now, the only one fighting the Shadow Demon Bear is Chu Chen. At such a young age, he can single-handedly take on an army. Everyone present is left in the dust. As the crowd discusses, the battle not far away has already shifted from a fever pitch to its conclusion. The Shadow Demon Bear continuously grabs the undead Shadow Wolves on its body and crushes them. But there are simply too many undead Shadow Wolves. 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. The time it takes to eliminate one undead Shadow Wolf allows others to bite off dozens of kilograms of flesh from it. The recovery effect from its indestructible attribute cannot compensate for the damage at all. In its dying counterattack, the Shadow Demon Bear releases its final Shadow Explosion. Accompanied by the explosion of shadow energy outside the portal, its moblin-like body falls straight to the ground. Kill the Shadow Demon Bear, Elite, gain 100,000 experience points. Kill the Shadow Demon Bear, Elite, gain the skill book Shadow Shockwave, Top Tier, 2nd Stage. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to level 41. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to level 43. The second transformation Elite Alien brought Chu Chen a massive amount of experience, allowing him to level up 3 times in a row, directly reaching level 43. Wow! This isn't just an alien, this is a pure experience baby. One monster directly made me level up 3 times. So refreshing. Ha ha. Chu Chen looked at the prompt that popped up on his information panel, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Shadow Shockwave, Top Tier, 2nd Stage, Class Requirement, Assassin Skill Effect, throw a shadow dagger that can be controlled to explode at will, creating a Shadow Shockwave that deals 300% area damage. Oh, I thought this was a mage's skill, I didn't expect it to be an assassin skill book. And it's an extremely rare area skill, any assassin who sees it would probably rush for it. Chu Chen glanced at the loot, and his eyes lit up again. This skill book is worth at least tens of millions, and it's the kind that's valuable but hard to find. But Chu Chen doesn't plan to sell it. His older sister, Chu Xuanyue, is also an assassin, so he considers it a meeting gift for her. Of course, the biggest gain isn't the level increase or the skill book, but the corpse of the Shadow Demon Bear. A true abyssal alien. At level 110, it can rival a level 130 class changer. If it were to be enhanced with Hell's Lament, wouldn't it be invincible under the 3rd transformation? From now on, please call me the Great Bear Tyrant. Chu Chen was overjoyed in his heart, greeted the other class changers, and hurriedly ran towards the Shadow Demon Bear. The class changers looked at Chu Chen's back, filled with envy and admiration. He really killed the Shadow Demon Bear. Heroes emerge from youth. From the looks of him, he plans to turn the Shadow Demon Bear into undead. Just thinking about the undead of abyssal aliens makes me envious. I wonder which prestigious school this handsome guy is from. Controlling nearly 100 undead Shadow Wolves at once, if he isn't from one of the top 10 elite schools, I'll eat history upside down. Our dragon country actually has such a prodigy, heaven bless our dragon country. Ha ha, the class changers chattered and began to head back towards the portal. Since the Shadow Demon Bear has been eliminated, they also need to continue to take on the responsibility of blocking the abyssal aliens. However, with Chu Chen around, they likely won't need to take action. Lu Yan and Lu Xian followed at the back, their eyes fixed on Chu Chen, whispering to each other. Sister, do you think this handsome guy could also be a student of Kunlun Academy? Lu Yan, holding a great sword, excitedly waved it around. Chu Chen's displayed strength thoroughly amazed her. There's a possibility, but he should be a year ahead of us. I heard that students from the top 10 prestigious schools can basically break through to the 2nd transition by their sophomore year. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then he must be our direct senior. He even saved me back then, I must thank him properly later. From now on, he will be my surpassing goal. Oh ho ho! My great sword is already itching for action. Lu Yan said with stars in her eyes, full of fighting spirit. Lu Xian reached out her slender jade finger and tapped Lu Yan's smooth forehead, helplessly saying, I think you just want his spirit to be your free sparring partner. Lu Yan, having her little thoughts exposed, didn't blush at all. Pouting, she retorted, the abyssal alien race, that's so rare. I haven't had enough fun today. Besides, what's wrong with sparring a bit? I'm a genius who made it to the 91st floor in the college entrance exam dungeon. It's just that this senior is a year above us. Give me another year, and I can definitely take down that Shadow Demon Bear even faster. The road is still long, who knows who will shine in the end. Maybe he will even be grateful to be my sparring partner in the future. Not just Lu Yan and Lu Xian, almost all the job changers were discussing Chu Chen. After all, Chu Chen was a fierce person who had turned the tide of battle twice by himself. Just then, a middle-aged attendant, after communicating with the staff on the train, finally obtained Chu Chen's identity information. Chu Chen, a freshman from Kunlun Academy. Ha? A freshman? So, he has only been a job changer for a little over half a month? How is that possible? The middle-aged attendant was completely stunned, feeling as if he had heard some kind of fairy tale. You tell me that a person capable of killing a level 110 elite alien is a newcomer job changer? The surrounding job changers, seeing the middle-aged attendant in such a state, couldn't help but ask what was happening. However, upon learning Chu Chen's identity, everyone was dumbfounded. So, we worked hard for half a day, and we are actually not as good as a newcomer job changer? What the hell? I feel like my confidence has taken an unprecedented hit. Damn! Why does there have to be such a genius? Why do I have to encounter such a monstrous being? Damn it! I feel like I've lived my whole life like a dog. The job changers lamented, questioning their lives. They had thought Chu Chen was a genius, but they never expected him to be the kind of prodigy that appears once in 100 years. Under such dazzling brilliance, everyone felt so humble and powerless. What difference is there between me and a cockroach? Born as a human, I am very sorry. At the end of the group, Lu Yan and Lu Xian heard the commotion from the crowd and looked over curiously. Sister, did you hear? That handsome guy is called Chu Chen. He really is a student of Kunlun Academy. Could this be the saying that what you think about will come back to you? Upon hearing the words Chu Chen and Kunlun Academy, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Lu Xian did not respond immediately. Her face was filled with shock and confusion. After listening carefully, she then looked at Lu Yan in astonishment. Sister, it seems you only heard half of it. This Chu Chen, it seems he is also a freshman like us. Lu Yan tightly gripped her great sword, already envisioning the glorious moment of defeating Chu Chen. One school is enough, who cares if he's a new? What? A freshman? Suddenly, Lu Yan seemed to be struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone who can annihilate a shadow demon bear, an elite monster of the second transition, possibly be a freshman? She looked incredulous, carefully listening to the crowd's discussion and even asking those around her. However, the answers she received were all the same. Chu Chen was indeed a freshman from this year's Kunlun Academy. The information comes from the train's conductor, 100% reliable. Lu Yan was stunned. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant, unable to even hold her great sword. She had always been combative since childhood, and her abilities were quite exceptional. She had never submitted to anyone from childhood to adulthood. She believed that with her strength, as long as she had enough time, she could definitely reach the peak. However, at this moment, facing Chu Chen, a strong sense of helplessness surged in her heart. Woo! Sister, he's bullying me, I want to cry. Chu Chen naturally had no idea that his information had caused the group of job changers behind him to start questioning their lives. In fact, it even made one of them cry. He looked at the mountain-like corpse in front of him, excitedly rubbing his palms together. Although I lost 40 undead shadow wolves, getting such a big guy is definitely worth it. This is what you call an investment. Come on, stand up, newly born undead. Chu Chen raised his hands, chanting an undeniable command. The breath of death surged from his hands, continuously flowing into the body of the shadow magic bear. The stiff corpse of the shadow magic bear slowly rose, facing Chu Chen, respectfully crawling. Holy crap! It really worked! A new job changer created a level 110 undead? Wow! I wouldn't even dare to dream of something this big. The group of job changers gasped in amazement. They all gathered around enviously, admiring the undead magic bear while also revering Chu Chen's genius brilliance. They felt they had no hope in this lifetime, but if they could pass a bit of talent to their children and grandchildren, that would be good. One should give birth like Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't mind everyone watching the undead magic bear. After all, although he had seen many abyssal alien races on television, very few had seen them in person. There were still 50 undead shadow wolves left, and having them guard the area near the teleportation portal was enough. However, just then, two youthful and beautiful girls walked through the crowd and approached Chu Chen. One girl had long hair cascading down her shoulders, her skin delicate as snow, looking gentle and lovely. The other had short hair, a capable demeanor, her sharp eyes, and a large sword in her hand that looked particularly striking. The two girls bore a slight resemblance to each other, as if they were sisters. Chu Chen, hello, we are new students from Kunlun Academy. My name is Lu Yan, and this is my sister Lu Xian. I would like to ask you a few questions, is that okay? Lu Yan's big watery eyes were fixed on Chu Chen, filled with a flame of curiosity. Go ahead, if it's convenient, I'll answer. Chu Chen was somewhat taken aback, not understanding what these two beauties wanted. But since they were students of Kunlun Academy, his future classmates, he decided to hear what they wanted to ask. Lu Yan took a deep breath, her gaze burning as she stared at Chu Chen, asking word by word, Chu Chen, are you really only 18? Chu Chen was stunned, feeling a bit awkward. Beauty, that's a question I can't conveniently answer. Beauty, what you're asking is private. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, then somewhat embarrassed and angry said, I was asking about your age, don't think of anything messy. Chu Chen looked at Lu Yan in confusion, wondering, I was talking about age too, isn't age private? Where are you thinking? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Yan's pretty face turned bright red. It felt like something had just rolled over her face. She suspected Chu Chen was making a pass at her, but she had no evidence. Put. Lu Xian beside her couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. She didn't expect her clumsy sister, who was weaker than Chu Chen, would also stumble over her words. Sister, you're still laughing. Which side are you on? Lu Yan glared at Lu Xian, puffing up in anger. She had originally wanted to ask Chu Chen if he was a repeat student. However, after this interruption, her train of thought was all jumbled. In this world, high school seniors had one chance to repeat a year. The requirements for repeat students in the college entrance examination are indeed higher. After all, they have had an extra year of training compared to the new batch of candidates. If Chu Chen is a repeat student, then everything feels reasonable to Lu Yan. Lu Xian ignored Lu Yan and slightly nodded to Chu Chen, softly saying, Chu Chen, first of all, thank you for saving my sister during the battle just now. If it weren't for your intervention, my sister would probably have sustained serious injuries by now. Additionally, because your displayed strength is so astonishing, my sister wants to ask if you are a repeat student. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Chu Chen finally understood the intentions of the two women. They were shocked by his great power and were somewhat questioning reality. I am not a repeat student, I am a new transfer student like you. However, my profession and talent are quite special, so it's best not to compare me with you, as it might hurt your self-esteem. Chu Chen politely explained while kindly reminding them. It's too late to say that now. My self-esteem is already shattered, completely in pieces. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Yan's only hope was utterly crushed. Just half a month after transferring, he could control so many undead and even eliminate level 110 abyssal creatures. This made Lu Yan, a proud child of heaven, doubt herself. Are we really starting on the same track? Your track must be full of speed boosts, right? Kunlun Academy truly deserves to be one of the top 3 prestigious schools in the Dragon Country. It really is a place where hidden talents abound. We, as small-town top scholars, will probably just blend in with the crowd there. Lu Xian felt the same way, but as an older sister, she still needed to comfort her younger sister, Xiaoyan. Different professions have different advantages. As a melee damage dealer, your strength and violent output is your highlight. Don't be surprised by the group attacks of the undead mage and forget your own advantages. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Lu Xian's words were like a drop of life-giving water, brightening Lu Yan's eyes and revitalizing her spirit. That's right. I am a melee profession. Not only is my attack agile, but my own strength is also incredibly formidable. With a body like that of an undead mage, I could take down a whole bunch with just one sword strike. Chu Chen, right? Give me a year, and I guarantee I will surpass you. Lu Yan hefted her great sword, a bit immature yet somewhat arrogant, challenging Chu Chen. Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh, comparing strength with an undead mage. What kind of ridiculous comparison is that? Most importantly, he wasn't even an undead mage. Chu Chen found the two sisters quite interesting, so he engaged in casual conversation with them. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, 4 giant eagles were soaring, rapidly flying towards the direction of the train. These 4 giant eagles had no flesh whatsoever, just 4 eerie skeletal frames. Yet the aura they emitted was undeniably that of 4 turn beings. On the backs of the 4 giant eagles stood dozens of strong transfer students, all at least 3 turn experts. Leading them was a tall, thin middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious golden mage robe, the guardian of Jinhua City, a 4 turn powerhouse, the undead mage, Zhao Tianrong. After receiving the train's distress signal, Zhao Tianrong quickly organized his forces to come to the rescue. However, the location of this invasion was in the wilderness, far from Jinhua City. Even flying at full speed, they had only covered a little over half the distance. The invading creatures are from the abyss. The pressure on the train must be immense. Yes, the indestructible nature of abyssal monsters means that, judging by the combat power on the train, they are likely still struggling to hold on. I hope they are okay. When will this damned invasion end? The soldiers at the Guardian's office looked anxiously ahead, wishing they could immediately fly to the front lines and join the battle. Zhao Tianrong also looked ahead with a serious expression, his deep voice resonating. Every time there is an invasion by foreign races, when has there not been pressure? The brutality of the barbaric races, the illusions of the dream races, the reproduction of the natural races, the star souls of the star races, the various puppet weapons of the mechanical races. Each invasion by foreign races is a brutal test of humanity's strength. However, the train is equipped with a barrier. Even if they cannot match the abyss races in strength, relying on the barrier to hold out until we arrive is still not a problem. What you need to do now is to check your own combat readiness and prepare mentally for the upcoming battle. Although casualties in war are unavoidable, you are all my soldiers, and I sincerely hope that you can all return to Genoa City safe and sound. Zhao Tianrong's voice was low, but the power within it resonated deeply in the hearts of every soldier. It calmed the crowd's anxiety and ignited their fighting spirit. Yes, Lord Guardian. Dozens of soldiers responded in unison, beginning to check their equipment, skill scrolls, and recovery potions. Although these had been checked before, going over them again could stabilize everyone's minds and help them enter a combat state more quickly. Finally, after flying for another 10 minutes, the outline of the train appeared before them. At the same time, they also saw the densely packed abyss races, rampaging freely in the human world. Surrounding the abyss races were nearly 100 job changers, seemingly struggling to resist the abyss races. Have the abyss races already come out? It seems the situation is indeed quite critical. Zhao Tianrong murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he sternly ordered, all soldiers, prepare for battle. Swish, swish, swish. Swords, staves, and spellbooks began to tremble in unison, powerful skills starting to brew. They were ready to unleash a barrage of skills on the abyss races the moment they reached the battlefield. However, when the 4 giant eagles finally flew over the battlefield and saw the situation below, the warriors on the eagles were all dumbfounded. What the hell? What are they doing? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? These guys are actually taking selfies with the abyss races? What is going on here? Even Zhao Tianrong, the guardian, showed a moment of loss of composure at this stark contrast. However, before he could think it through, something even more shocking happened. The 4 undead giant eagles flapped their wings and slowly descended to the ground. Ha! What's going on? Did I just give a landing order? The job changers below saw the undead giant eagles descending from the sky, along with a group of powerful job changers. They realized that the reinforcements from the Guardian's office had finally arrived. One by one, they turned to the giant eagles and bowed respectfully. Chu Chen looked at the 4 undead giant eagles, feeling incredibly envious. This aura, it must have the strength of a 4th transition, right? He instantly felt that his undead magic bear was no longer impressive. Lord Guardian, thank you for the support. The situation at the front line is critical, please hurry to the instance. The middle-aged attendant recognized Zhao Tianrong and spoke urgently. Zhao Tianrong twitched the corner of his mouth, seeing them still in the mood for selfies. It didn't seem urgent at all. He thought this but maintained the guardian's authority on his face and spoke in a deep voice. You tell me the current situation so I can allocate personnel. The middle-aged attendant nodded and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianrong suddenly realized, his gaze filled with surprise as he looked at Chu Chen. As a 4th transition necromancer, he had long seen that the shadow magic bear and shadow wolf had already turned into undead. But he never expected that the one who transformed them into undead servants, and also changed the course of the battle, was actually a little guy who had just transitioned. Half a month after the job change, he was able to annihilate the second-turn abyssal alien race. This child has the potential of a great emperor. Little guy, you're quite impressive. Coincidentally, I am also a necromancer. Once I quell the alien invasion, we can have a good exchange. The surrounding job changers were envious beyond measure. To have a 4th-turn powerhouse personally guide them was something they could only dream of. I am honored. Thank you, senior. Chu Chen also respectfully expressed his gratitude. Although he was not a necromancer, he possessed necromantic power. By drawing parallels, communicating with Zhao Tianrong would surely be beneficial. Good, then I won't keep anyone here. All warriors, follow me to the instance battlefield. Zhao Tianrong commanded in a deep voice. With Chu Chen, this monstrous genius, here, the battle situation could be directly overturned. However, such good fortune was clearly absent in the instance, and he still needed to go for support. Yes! The warriors on the giant eagle shouted loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. The job changers were also awed by the warriors' shouts, all expressing their admiration. Truly, they were the good sons of our dragon kingdom. However, moments later, the giant eagle remained in place, unmoving. The shock on the job changers' faces gradually turned to confusion. Could it be that the Guardian still had something to convey? The warriors were also somewhat puzzled. The decisive Zhao Tianrong seemed a bit hesitant today. Zhao Tianrong felt just as bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had given the order for the 4 giant eagles to depart. Yet, the 4 giant eagles stood still, completely ignoring his command. At first, Zhao Tianrong was a bit terrified, thinking that some mysterious alien race had severed his connection with the undead. However, after careful sensing, there was no anomaly at all. But this only deepened his confusion. Everything seemed normal, so why did the undead no longer obey his orders? He was a necromancer, after all, and most of his power resided in the undead. If the 4 undead could not participate in battle, then his support today would be utterly in vain. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, "Farewell, Guardian." Zhao Tianrong looked up, and the speaker was none other than Chu Chen. The other job changers echoed, "Farewell, Guardian. Wishing you a triumphant return. Farewell, Guardian. Warriors, teach those aliens a good lesson. Everyone, do your best. We'll hold the fort, and the monsters inside depend on you." Accompanied by the noisy farewell, the 4 undead giant eagles spread their enormous bone wings, roaring as they soared into the sky, then directly dove into the portal. What kind of guardian is this? Isn't he just too concerned about face? If we don't exchange a few pleasantries, does he think he won't leave? Lu Yan looked towards the portal, unable to help but complain. Lu Xian quickly pulled Lu Yan back, whispering a reminder, "Sister, be cautious. The guardian is not someone we can casually discuss." Lu Yan huffed in dissatisfaction, turning to Chu Chen for affirmation. "What caution? I didn't say anything wrong, I'm just stating facts. Chu Chen, tell me, am I right?" Chu Chen rested his chin on his hand, pondering, what the eyes see may not be the truth. Lu Yan tilted her head, looking confused. "What? That's so nonsensical." Chu Chen chuckled, not explaining further. Perhaps only he and that Zhao Tianrong knew what had happened. When the undead giant eagle approached, Chu Chen felt a faint connection linking him to it. That feeling was very similar to his undead servants, but not entirely the same. He could issue commands to the undead within a certain range, but he could not overstep certain rules. It was like borrowing someone else's belongings. He could use them, but he could not use them recklessly. Just now, the undead giant eagle did not fly away immediately because I did not speak. It seems that the skill bone of the eternal dead has an absolute restraint over lower beings, just like the heavenly sword body. To be able to control others undead, it's truly invincible and perverse. If I could create a few more domains and master a few more special physiques, wouldn't it mean that I could just stand there and no one could hurt me? Upon thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, look at Chu Chen, he's laughing so lewdly. He must be thinking of something ridiculous." Lu Yan looked at Chu Chen's smiling face, feeling particularly displeased. "Hey, if you can't win, just slander. Lu Yan, you're just a little hater." Hearing this, Chu Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Yan with dissatisfaction. "Humph, who says I can't win? I can challenge your undead right now, but let's agree in advance, it has to be a fair one-on-one duel." Lu Yan pouted, shouting defiantly. Chu Chen looked at Lu Yan with a half-smile. "Oh, that's fine. So, Miss Lu Yan, would you like to choose a regular shadow wolf, a frenzied shadow wolf, or a shadow demon bear as your opponent?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was left speechless. With her current strength, she could barely handle a regular shadow wolf. How could she dare to think about fighting a frenzied shadow wolf or a shadow demon bear? She knew Chu Chen was mocking her, but there was nothing she could do about it, making her extremely angry. "Humph, don't get too smug. Be careful when you sleep, I might stab you with a sword." "Ha ha." Chu Chen laughed heartily. Bantering with this little girl Lu Yan was truly delightful. As for the undead giant eagle, Chu Chen just laughed it off. However, in the dungeon, Zhao Tianrong's heart was stirred up with waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Many people had just seen Zhao Tianrong off, but he believed. The chaos with the undead was definitely related to Chu Chen. Not only just now, but when he first arrived on the battlefield, the undead giant eagle landing on its own should also have been influenced by Chu Chen. Although I have heard that some powerful transmuters can exert a bloodline suppression effect on lower-tier transmuters, I didn't expect to encounter it today. But I am an SSS-level profession undead mage, and I'm at the 4th transfer. I'm leagues ahead of that kid. Even so, I am affected. Just how monstrous must this kid's profession and talent be? Originally, Zhao Tianrong thought he had just encountered a promising junior and planned to give a few pointers. Now he realized he had encountered a big opportunity. With Chu Chen's strength, it probably won't be long before he makes a name for himself in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. If I don't befriend him now, when will I? While shocked, Zhao Tianrong's heart was filled with joy. He never expected that a seemingly ordinary support mission would lead to such a tremendous opportunity. Zhao Tianrong laughed heartily. Looking down at the fiercely battling battlefield, he boldly declared, "Haha, fellow comrades, I, Zhao Tianrong, have come to support you all." The golden level magic book emitted a dark glow, and dozens of third transfer undead emerged from the void, joining the fight against the abyss monsters. The third transfer warriors on the back of the giant eagle jumped down like dumplings, joining the fray. The struggling transmuters below showed expressions of wild joy. Support had finally arrived. It was time to counterattack. The addition of a large number of third transfer experts instantly changed the situation on the battlefield. The human side, which was originally precarious, suddenly began to gain the upper hand. Terrifying attacks rained down, and large swaths of shadow wolves and shadow demon bears turned to ashes, not even having a chance to self-repair. As the battle situation stabilized, Zhao Tianrong did not linger any longer. The situation on these peripheral battlefields actually has little impact on the overall war. The most important task is still to eliminate the leader of this alien invasion and to control the core of the dungeon. For giant eagles soared through the air, racing towards the core area of the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the outer circle was a pitch-black plain, a desolate wasteland. Apart from rubble and dirt, there was nothing else. But the deeper one went, the more vibrant life became. A vast primeval forest stood in the core area, with dark green trunks that required 7 or 8 people to encircle. The dense leaves formed continuous clusters, incredibly lush. In the center of this primeval forest, a breathtaking battle was raging. He Tao stood atop a large tree, gazing solemnly ahead. In the heart of the forest, a shadow spider king, towering several dozen meters high, was perched atop countless giant trees. A tangible shadow energy swirled around it, adding an eerie quality to its already ferocious appearance. Beneath it, a pitch-black web enveloped a large area of the core forest. It was clear to see. Within the forest, a dark sphere was slowly rotating, which was the core of the dungeon. Under the activation of the dungeon core's energy, a portal connecting to the abyss formed around it. Waves of shadow wolves roared as they charged out of the portal, driven by a desire for slaughter, rushing towards the distance, towards the human world. This Shadow Spider King was the leader of the alien invasion. Its power had already reached the 4th transformation level, incredibly terrifying. Great Water Tornado. The magic book in front of He Tao emitted a water blue glow. Accompanied by a surge of water elemental power, a water tornado several dozen meters high rose from the ground. Countless trees were uprooted and merged into the deep blue tornado, enhancing the terrifying power of this 4th transformation skill. He Tao's expression was grave as he pushed forward. The water tornado swept forward with overwhelming might. Wherever the water tornado passed, the ground was plowed into a deep trench. All the rubble and trees were sucked into it. Puff, puff, puff. The Shadow Spider King's abdomen twitched violently, and strands of pitch-black spider silk shot towards the water tornado. The black spider silk, upon touching the water tornado, could not resist the swirling force and was drawn in. But waves of shadow power erupted from it, clearly stifling the tornado's momentum. Just then, a figure clad in bright silver armor suddenly burst forth from the forest. This person was Wei Shan, the captain of the train security team, a 4th transformation warrior. A sword light that seemed capable of splitting the heavens tore through the air, directly cleaving towards the Shadow Spider King's head. The Shadow Spider King's 8 crimson eyes blinked rapidly, and its massive body agilely weaved through the web. It easily dodged the sword light attack. Sizzle! The massive web collided with the sword light, and the terrifying energy shock directly ground the surrounding trees to dust. But in the end, the sword light prevailed. The web was torn open, creating a huge crack nearly a meter long. There's a chance. Seeing the massive web torn apart, Wei Shan's eyes lit up. The long sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a brilliant golden longbow. Wei Shan was actually a dual-class warrior, mastering both melee and ranged combat, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. A dazzling golden arrow shot through the air, whistling towards the dungeon core below. Originally, the correct procedure for dealing with an alien invasion should be eliminate the alien leader, control the dungeon core, and close the spatial passage. But after the prolonged battle just now, both He Tao and Wei Shan understood. With their combined strength, they absolutely could not take down the Shadow Spider King before them. Fortunately, the two directly feigned a strike. It seemed they were unleashing their strongest move, but in reality, they intended to sneak attack the dungeon core and destroy it directly. Even if we can't obtain this Abyss dungeon, at the very least, we must not allow the Abyss to continue sending troops to the human world. If another 4-turn alien were to be transported here, only a 5-turn expert would be able to completely suppress this invasion. However, The golden arrow was fast, but the Shadow Spider King was even faster. Terrifying shadow energy surged into the spider web. The web seemed to come alive, shooting out countless shadow threads from its nodes. Just as the golden arrow was about to hit the core of the dungeon, it was tightly wrapped up, unable to advance even a fraction. A human-like disdain flickered in the eyes of the Shadow Spider King. He Tao and Wei Shan sighed deeply, feeling a great sense of regret. Just as they were about to continue their pursuit, four undead giant eagles howled as they joined the battle. "Gentlemen, I am Zhao Tianrong, the defender of Genoa City, here to lend you a hand." Wei Shan and He Tao were overjoyed. Reinforcements had arrived. "Zhao, let the three of us work together to quickly kill this Shadow Spider King. 3-turn aliens have already been transported over. If we delay any longer, a new 4-turn alien might come through." Wei Shan shouted anxiously. "You two have fought for so long, take a break. Leave this to me." Zhao Tianrong chuckled lightly, speaking confidently as if he didn't regard this 4-turn alien at all. Upon hearing this, Wei Shan and He Tao immediately understood and began to retreat. This polite remark was a coded message from the Dragon Kingdom, meaning, "I am about to unleash my ultimate move, so don't get hurt." More bluntly, it was, "Step back, I'm about to show off." Hiss. Just as He Tao and Wei Shan retreated, a massive head, like a small mountain, suddenly emerged from the portal. 8 crimson compound eyes flickered like blood-red lanterns. It was yet another 4-turn Shadow Spider King. "Brother Zhao, act quickly. We'll assist you with the formation. We absolutely cannot let a second Shadow Spider King come through the portal." Wei Shan and He Tao's expressions changed simultaneously upon seeing the second Shadow Spider King. Zhao Tianrong's face also grew serious. He knew that time was running out. At most 2 minutes, and the other Shadow Spider King would arrive. Nodding silently, the 3 undead giant eagles charged toward the Shadow Spider King in a triangular formation. Hiss hiss. The Shadow Spider King, seeing its reinforcements about to arrive, let out an excited and brutal low roar. 3 dark spider webs shot out from its abdomen, enveloping the undead giant eagles in the sky. At the same time, the 8 crimson compound eyes flashed with blood-red light. 8 lasers erupted, blocking the path of the undead giant eagles, not giving the undead giant eagles a chance to get close. Roar! The undead giant eagle ignored the attacks before it and charged forward like a cannonball. Shadow energy and blood-red lasers exploded continuously on the pale bones. Dozens of bone segments snapped directly. The ghostly blue flames in the eye sockets of the undead giant eagle flickered and swayed. Seeing this, the Shadow Spider King's eyes sparkled with excitement. How dare they directly collide with its attacks? They truly did not know the meaning of death. It prepared to unleash another strike, intending to completely obliterate these 3 skeletons. Just as the Shadow Spider King was about to continue its assault, the 8 compound eyes suddenly caught sight of a black dot approaching at an extremely fast speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a mini undead bird. In its beak, it held something resembling a scroll. The Shadow Spider King suddenly felt an extremely terrifying danger. However, it was too late to stop it. The 3 undead giant eagles broke through the blockade recklessly, aiming to unexpectedly deliver the undead bone bird right in front of the Shadow Spider King. 5th tier advanced skill scroll. Flame Torrent. Explode. Accompanied by Zhao Tianrong's low shout, the scroll in the undead bone bird's mouth suddenly exploded, transforming into a raging river of burning sun flames, sweeping the Shadow Spider King into its embrace. Hiss hiss hiss. The Shadow Spider King let out an angry and terrified roar. Endless waves of shadow rippled from its massive body. However, the distance between the 4th and 5th transitions could not be bridged merely by numbers. Scorching flames enveloped the entire body of the Shadow Spider King. The terrifying flames continuously destroyed all vitality within the Shadow Spider King. Its 8 long spider legs flailed wildly, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Yet, it was futile. Its shell gradually lost its luster, emitting a burnt smell. The struggling movements also slowed down until it could no longer move at all. The Shadow Spider King was dead. Zhao Tianrong was overjoyed to see that the 5th transition skill scroll had annihilated the Shadow Spider King in one blow. It was also because the Shadow Spider King was too arrogant, having prematurely transferred its 2 major skills to the undead giant eagle. Otherwise, to kill it would have required the combined efforts of 3 people. However, since the Shadow Spider King was already defeated, the urgent task was to collect the dungeon core. Zhao Tianrong immediately ordered the undead giant eagle beneath him to rush towards the dungeon core quickly. Wei Shan and He Tao also sprang into action, their speed equally swift. Their target was the Shadow Spider King, which had already teleported half of its body. Naturally, it was impossible to kill it. But since it dared to meddle in the human world, it must be left with a deep impression. Swish! Boom! A snow-white crescent sword light collided with a massive water column as thick as a rope, striking the Shadow Spider King's head simultaneously. Its 8 compound eyes exploded, sending blood and gore flying. The half-exposed body was once again blasted back into the teleportation portal. At the same time, Zhao Tianrong quickly took control of the dungeon core. He closed the teleportation portal connecting to the abyss. BL #SPH*M #R. At the moment the portal closed, an angry roar came from within. The voice was obscure but filled with rhythm, as if it were a language. Again with this phrase, no matter how fiercely you shout, we still can't understand it. Looking at the disappearing portal, Zhao Tianrong shrugged helplessly. After more than a decade of battling against alien races, he had heard the same words several times. Even though the invading alien races were different, they would always leave behind a baffling phrase when they failed. If we can't understand it, we can guess. I guess it must be something like "I curse your mother" in a fit of impotent rage. Brother you're a cultured person, do you think my guess is right? After defeating the alien leader, Wei Shan felt much more relaxed. Only the small monsters of the third and second transitions remained below. Without the support of the abyss, these rootless floating weeds couldn't stir up much trouble. Captain Wei has a point, but it could also be the purpose of the alien invasion. I guess the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom have probably deciphered the meaning of this phrase. It's just that we, as fourth transition players, are not yet qualified to know. He Tao said thoughtfully. That makes sense. Indeed, cultured people think more. Since they won't let us know, then I won't care. If we delve too deeply, we might inadvertently attract some trouble. Wei Shan scratched his forehead and chuckled, feeling a sense of wisdom in his foolishness. He turned to Zhao Tianrong and gratefully said, "Thank you, Zhao, for coming to support us. I wonder how the situation is in the rear." Zhao Tianrong smiled slightly. "Captain Wei is too polite, this is my duty. I have brought 42 third transition experts this time. It should be more than enough to handle the battles in the dungeon. As for outside, Captain Wei need not worry. There is a genius transition player on the train who has just transitioned for 15 days and has directly annihilated a large number of shadow wolves, even taking down a level 110 shadow demon bear. With this genius goalkeeper, there's no need to worry about the abyssal races rampaging in the human world." He Tao raised an eyebrow at these words. A newly transitioned player was actually able to slay a shadow demon bear. Could it be Chu Chen? However, Chu Chen had barely managed to defeat a level 100 hellhound in the college entrance exam instance with all his might. How could he possibly kill an elite-level shadow demon bear? Wei Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You just transitioned and can already slay a level 110 shadow demon bear? Zhao Guardian, you must be joking." Zhao Tianrong couldn't help but laugh heartily at Wei Shan's reaction. "Captain Wei, why are you so surprised? Just look at Mr. That's what composure looks like. As for what I said, every word is true, not a hint of exaggeration. Speaking of which, this young man shares a fate similar to mine, he's also a necromancer." Zhao Tianrong began to proudly recount Chu Chen's remarkable deeds outside the portal. Although he had heard it from the conductor, his retelling had a dramatic flair, as if he had experienced it himself. Wei Shan listened, dumbfounded, gasping in astonishment. Even He Tao was shocked, his mouth agape. He never expected that this year, Long Country would have two prodigies emerging simultaneously. Moreover, according to Zhao Tianrong, this one's strength was far above that of Chu Chen. More importantly, this monstrous genius was even on the same train as him. This child should definitely join my Kunlun sect. Zhao Guardian, what is this student's name? What does he look like? Where does he live? Has he applied to any schools? He Tao impatiently interrupted Zhao Tianrong's rambling. He got straight to the point, asking the question he was most concerned about. Seeing He Tao from Kunlun Academy display such a passionate desire for talent, Zhao Tianrong felt even prouder. It seemed this child was no less than the prodigies of Kunlun Academy. This little genius is quite the handsome fellow, and as for his name, if I remember correctly, it should be Chu Chen. Tisk Tsk, Chu Chen, Chu Shui Wu Shan, a man of talent and a land of spirits. What a great name, isn't it, Mr. He Tao spoke with pride, exuding the confidence of someone who recognizes a fine horse. However, upon hearing this, He Tao was left dumbfounded. Chu Chen? Isn't he my student? He Tao couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. The genius Zhao Tianrong had been praising was actually Chu Chen. Yet, he was secretly astonished. It seemed Chu Chen had already turned the Ghost Valley into his own domain. The second domain clearly granted him abilities similar to those of a necromancer. His strength had surged again, reaching a terrifying level capable of slaying level 110 abyssal races. No one in history had ever successfully created a domain. And this kid, in just half a month after transitioning, had created two. Other than freak, He Tao really didn't know how to describe Chu Chen. Ah, Chu Chen is a student of Kunlun Academy? Upon hearing He Tao's words, it was Zhao Tianrong's turn to be stunned. Is there any doubt about that? I share a train compartment with Chu Chen. This kid is someone I personally recruited. He Tao laughed heartily, his chin held high, brimming with pride, feeling as if the tides had turned. Wait, if he's your student, why were you so surprised just now? Zhao Tianrong felt utterly frustrated. He had tried to show off with Chu Chen, only to find out he was a student of Kunlun Academy. This rapid slap in the face left Zhao Tianrong feeling hot on the cheeks. Sigh. He Tao sighed deeply and said, earlier, I just had Chu Chen stay in the compartment. So when Zhao Guardian was talking just now, I didn't even think of Chu Chen. I didn't expect that he still couldn't be stopped from having such a patriotic heart. To have such a good young man join us is indeed a stroke of luck for our Kunlun Academy. Chu Chen had just changed his profession, and He Tao naturally wouldn't publicize his achievements. This was both for Chu Chen's future surprise and for his personal safety. After all, in this world, besides the dangers from foreign races, there are also some rogue cultists. When a genius appears among the human race, they feel worse than if their own father had died, and they will find ways to carry out assassinations. Zhao Tianrong and Wei Shan looked at He Tao, who sighed on the surface, but their expressions were harder to suppress than an AK. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. This kind of talk might fool a 3-year-old, but how could they be convinced? It was obvious that He Tao had no idea that Chu Chen possessed necromantic power. This meant that, besides the necromantic power, Chu Chen was hiding an even greater secret, a terrifying strength comparable to necromantic power. Hiss! Thinking of this, the two of them simultaneously gasped in cold air. Just with this necromantic power, Chu Chen was probably already one of the top geniuses of the current age, adding to that an equally formidable unknown strength. As long as Chu Chen didn't meet an untimely end, it was likely that the next 100 years would belong to him. Gentlemen, we've rested enough, let's quickly clear out the foreign races in the instance. That's right. Although young friend Chu is powerful, if a third transformation foreign race were to break out, he would be in danger, wouldn't he? Protecting geniuses is everyone's responsibility. Wei Shan and Zhao Tianrong chimed in, but their true thoughts were, let's hurry out and take this good opportunity to befriend Chu Chen. He Tao saw through it but said nothing, nodding with a smile. Chu Chen's connections would naturally also be Kunlun Academy's connections. Even before officially enrolling, he had already expanded the Academy's ties with 2 fourth transformation experts. One must say, Chu Chen was truly a treasure trove. Next, the three of them quickly flew through the instance on the back of the necromantic giant eagle. The combined strength of 3 fourth transformation experts made the third transformation abyss foreign races completely no match. Soon, the third transformation foreign races were entirely wiped out. The remaining second transformation foreign races could only struggle under the hands of the profession changers. Being eliminated was just a matter of time. Such trivial matters naturally didn't require the 3/4 transformation big shots to handle personally. The three of them eagerly rushed out of the instance. When the profession changers saw Zhao Tianrong emerge from the instance, they all showed excited expressions. Lord Guardian, has the foreign race invasion been? Before he could finish his question, the necromantic giant eagle flew directly over their heads, heading towards Chu Chen. 6 black dots slowly drifted above everyone's heads. They shook their heads with bitter smiles, filled with envy. As expected of a genius, the moment Lord Guardian comes out, he goes to find Chu Chen. If you could kill the shadow demon bear after half a month of changing professions, you could enjoy this treatment too. Don't be sour. After all, he's a genius of our dragon nation. Yeah, as long as Chu Chen grows up, he can ensure our dragon nation's peace for 100 years. However, the reality was that at the moment the necromantic giant eagle burst out of the instance, without waiting for Zhao Tianrong to give an order, it automatically flew towards Chu Chen. Zhao Tianrong's mouth twitched, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. He had an impulse to dismantle the necromantic giant eagle and then reassemble it. At this moment, Chu Chen was sitting on the ground with Lu Xian, chatting while watching Lu Yan fight the necromantic shadow wolf. Well, to be precise, he was watching Lu Yan get beaten by the necromantic shadow wolf. This little girl was indeed bold, wanting to test the strength of the necromantic shadow wolf after it went berserk. So, Chu Chen indulged her. The result, of course, was as expected. Lu Yan was no match at all. The golden greatsword clanged under the necromantic shadow wolf's claws, constantly retreating. This was still the result of Chu Chen asking the necromantic shadow wolf to hold back its strength. Otherwise, with just one blow, Lu Yan would be torn to shreds. However, this little girl Lu Yan is quite tough. She refuses to admit defeat, not calling for a stop. She insists on savoring the taste of being beaten. In her words, I want to remember this humiliation, only then can I surpass you in the future. Shu-chen looked at the battle ahead, speechless, and said, Lu Xian, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lu Xian smiled gently, Shu-chen, just say it, my temper is quite good. Shu-chen pointed to his head and said, your sister might be a bit reckless, she's about to cough up blood from the beating, yet she's holding on for the sake of face. Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle, to be honest, we all say the same at home, her IQ might have turned into strength. But I'm a priest, so I can heal her, no need to worry. While Chu Chen and Lu Xian were chatting, 3 shadows suddenly descended beside them. Little friend Chu Chen, are you busy? Zhao Tianrong stepped down from the giant undead eagle, smiling as he spoke. Lord Guardian, no, I was just teasing a monkey. Training with classmate Lu Yan. Seeing Zhao Tianrong approach, Chu Chen and Lu Xian quickly stood up from the ground and greeted him. Lu Yan, seeing the important figure come over, obediently ran up as well. However, she secretly whispered in Chu Chen's ear, Chu Chen, I heard everything you said to my sister. You better be careful, once I defeat the Shadow Wolf, it'll be your turn. Chu Chen pretended not to hear and looked towards a silver-armored strong man behind Zhao Tianrong. The aura emanating from him was no less than that of Zhao Tianrong, clearly also a 4-turn powerhouse. Hello, little friend Chu Chen, my name is Wei Shan, the security captain of this train. On behalf of the train crew, I thank you for your contributions in the recent battle. Wei Shan looked at Chu Chen with admiration, introducing himself generously. Senior Wei, you're too kind. Resisting the invasion of foreign races is our mission as people of the Dragon Kingdom. Since I have this strength, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. Moreover, this battle was not solely my achievement. Other job changers also put in considerable effort. Chu Chen spoke humbly. Not arrogant or impatient. Very good. Very good indeed. Rest assured, whether it's you or the other job changers, as long as you participated in the battle and achieved merit, our Dragon Kingdom will not treat you unfairly. Wei Shan laughed heartily, quite satisfied with Chu Chen's humble character. The heavens may bring rain, and humans may bring disaster. Talents should indeed be low-key and humble to grow safely. However, most talents realize this truth too late. Chu Chen, you did very well this time. When we return to Kunlun Academy, I will report to the school leaders and commend you. He Tao also walked over, looking pleased. If that guy Suyu knew that her Qingqiu Academy missed out on such a prodigy, she would probably regret it to death. Seeing the 3 4-turn experts return safely, Shu Chen knew that the invasion of foreign races should have been quelled. The spatial passage painstakingly established by the foreign races would ultimately become nourishment for humanity, helping humans grow further. Thank you, Teacher He. By the way, these two are Lu Yan and Lu Xian. They are also new students of Kunlun Academy. In the recent battle, they also made significant contributions. I believe that if there are commendations, they should also receive a share. Chu Chen introduced Lu Yan and Lu Xian to He Tao. The two may not have abilities as monstrous as his, yet they dared to step onto the front lines. Chu Chen felt that this fearless spirit in the face of death should not be overlooked. Lu Xian and Lu Yan did not expect Chu Chen to speak up for them, and their hearts couldn't help but feel warm. In their eyes, although they had rushed to the front lines, their actual contributions were minimal and did not deserve any commendation. However, before they could refuse, He Tao, with a beaming smile, readily agreed, Good. I didn't expect you 2 girls to have such spirit. Very good. Women are no less than men. I will report this together. The fact that 3 students from his school bravely joined the fight against the foreign invaders made He Tao's face shine with pride. By the way, I am He Tao, the director of the admissions office at Kunlun Academy. Lu Xian, Lu Yan, you two should continue your journey with us. Hearing that the powerful figure before them was actually the admissions director of Kunlun Academy, Lu Xian and Lu Yan were taken aback. The admissions director personally recruiting Chu Chen was quite a big deal. But thinking of the strength Chu Chen had displayed, the 2 girls soon felt relieved. They thanked him somewhat shyly. Thank you, Teacher He. After some pleasantries, Zhao Tianrong took the initiative to speak, discussing the abilities related to necromancers with Chu Chen, trying to build a closer relationship. Chu Chen was not a necromancer, so he naturally did not understand those specialized topics. However, the bones of the eternal dead had given him a new understanding of death. Chu Chen shared everything he could think of. Zhao Tianrong listened, dumbfounded. He never expected that after only half a month of changing jobs, Chu Chen could understand such a grand topic as death so thoroughly. Some insights even surpassed his own understanding. He had originally planned to impart some knowledge about death to Chu Chen. Now it seemed that they could communicate on equal footing. Was this the comprehension ability of a genius? It was simply terrifying. Lu Yan and Lu Xin listened with great interest. The insights of a fourth-turn expert, even if not from their own profession, were still of great value. Perhaps one day, inspiration would strike, leading to a breakthrough. What surprised them even more was that Chu Chen could engage in a lively conversation with Zhao Tianrong. Sometimes, Zhao Tianrong even needed to think for a moment before responding. This left the two girls secretly astonished. It seemed they had still underestimated Chu Chen's strength. Watching Zhao Tianrong happily chatting with Chu Chen, Wei Shan was anxiously scratching his head. As a warrior who used a sword and a bow, he couldn't find a way to join the conversation. With the dungeon nearly cleared, the train would be departing again soon. If he couldn't exchange a few words with Chu Chen, wouldn't that be a huge loss? After holding it in for a while, Wei Shan finally managed to say something that seemed reasonable. Chu Chen, young friend, the safety of a necromancer is very important. How about I teach you a few sword techniques? Zhao Tianrong rolled his eyes at this. Wei Shan, if you have nothing to do, go bite a lighter. Can you not be so rigid? Where is there a necromancer who uses a sword? Just summon a few undead to protect yourself, only a fool would. However, before he could finish, Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, I happen to know a bit about swordsmanship, so I would like to ask for your guidance, Senior Wei. Discussing sword techniques with Wei Shan, a fourth-turn expert, would definitely benefit his control over the chaotic sword mountain. Chu Chen certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Zhao Tianrong's mouth twitched, and he cleared his throat, changing the subject. Only a fool wouldn't learn. Right, exactly. Although our necromancers are weak, having more skills is never a burden. A mage who knows swordsmanship can't be stopped by anyone, Zhao Tianrong said with righteous fervor, nodding repeatedly. But his old face turned slightly red. Wei Shan didn't mock Zhao Tianrong for his awkward change of topic. He didn't expect that Chu Chen, this necromancer, would really be interested in swordsmanship. After organizing his thoughts, he began to explain some basic swordsmanship knowledge in a simple and straightforward manner, doing his best to ensure Chu Chen understood. He even put himself in the shoes of a necromancer, contemplating the feasibility of using a sword for self-defense. Beside him, Lu Yan listened with bright eyes. When it came to necromancy, she felt as if she were listening to a math problem. She knew it was important, but she just couldn't grasp it. However, when swordsmanship was mentioned, she was wide awake. Ha ha, it's Chu Chen's turn to be confused now. I need to watch his expression closely. Later, when he tries to show off, I can tease him about this. Lu Yan thought mischievously. However, she soon found herself unable to laugh. Chu Chen was not joking. He really understood swordsmanship. The content that Wei Shan spoke about, Chu Chen could easily summarize in more straightforward terms. As a thunder swordsman, Lu Yan could clearly see that Chu Chen was not just putting on airs. He truly understood. And it was the kind of understanding that came from expertise. How could this be? You, a necromancer, how could you understand swordsmanship? You're not focusing on your own profession. Not only was Lu Yan shocked, but the expression on Wei Shan's face was equally remarkable. At first, he was worried that Chu Chen wouldn't understand, making the conversation dull. He never expected that Chu Chen actually had knowledge of swordsmanship. Wei Shan began to deepen the discussion on swordsmanship, and Chu Chen continued to respond fluently. Wei Shan was genuinely astonished at this moment. If he didn't know that Chu Chen was a necromancer, he would really start to doubt. Standing before him was a master of some swordsman profession. Although Zhao Tianrong couldn't comprehend the profound knowledge of swordsmanship, he saw the same expression on Wei Shan's face as he had just moments ago. He also realized that the swordsmanship talent displayed by Chu Chen was likely on par with his necromantic talent. Could this be the hidden secret within Chu Chen? Only He Tao watched everything with a smile, secretly amused, discussing necromancy and swordsmanship with Chu Chen. Zhao Tianrong, Wei Shan, you guys have really hit the nail on the head. Chu Chen had been communicating with Zhao Tianrong and Wei Shan for half an hour. The alien creatures in the dungeon had finally been cleared out by about 80 to 90%. The remaining aliens would be left as hidden monsters for future upgraded job changers. After bidding farewell to Zhao Tianrong, the train finally started moving again, heading towards Kyoto. Outside Kyoto Station, a short-haired beauty was anxiously peering into the station, glancing at her phone from time to time, murmuring to herself, "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The beauty wore a fitted denim jacket over a tailored black shirt. Her lower half was clad in high-waisted skinny jeans, perfectly showcasing her long, straight legs. Her features were exquisite, but there was a hint of cold elegance between her brows. Many passers-by were secretly admiring her, captivated by her beautiful face and spirited demeanor. However, upon noticing the Kunlun Academy badge pinned to her chest, they quickly averted their gazes. Kyoto had 3 prestigious schools: Shenzhou Academy, Kunlun Academy, and Shinwoo Academy. The students there were the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. They were not ordinary people to be casually coveted. This beauty was Chu Chen's sister, Chu Xuanyue. In her quest to become stronger and gain more resources, she had not seen Chu Chen for a year. Today, she had arrived early to wait outside the station. However, Chu Chen had yet to arrive. After inquiring, she learned that the train Chu Chen was on had coincidentally encountered an alien invasion. Although she knew the train was equipped with security personnel, she was still particularly worried about her brother's safety. It wasn't until Chu Chen sent her a message confirming he was safe that she finally felt at ease. "Hey, Xiao Jie, over here, here." Just then, a sunny and handsome young man walked out of the station, and Chu Xuanyue spotted him at once. Her cold expression seemed to melt away, revealing a radiant smile as she waved vigorously at Chu Chen. "Oh, my dear older sister." Chu Chen's face also broke into a happy smile as he opened his arms and rushed towards Chu Xuanyue. Bang! The two embraced tightly. Chu Chen even lifted Chu Xuanyue off the ground, spinning her around in the air several times. The siblings usually kept in touch through their phones, but seeing each other now made them especially excited. "Is that Chu Chen's sister? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful." Seeing Chu Xuanyue and Chu Chen's embrace, even Lu Yen couldn't help but be taken aback. Just looking at Chu Chen's looks, one could guess his sister wouldn't be bad either. Lu Xian watched the reunion of the siblings with a gentle expression, feeling inexplicably warm inside. He Tao followed behind the two girls, smiling as he said, "Let's not disturb their reunion. Come on, I'll take you to Kunlun Academy to get your enrollment sorted. In the next few days, you'll be free to come and go from the school." Chu Chen and Chu Xuanyue hugged for a long time before reluctantly letting go. "Tsk tisk, you've grown taller and stronger." Chu Xuanyue patted Chu Chen's solid arm, expressing her amazement. "Are you hungry? Come on, sister will take you to eat something delicious." The train was supposed to arrive at 5 in the afternoon. Due to the impact of the alien invasion, Chu Chen arrived in Kyoto at 6. The sky was already a bit dim, and it was time for dinner. After a year apart, Chu Chen had a lot to say to his sister Chu Xuanyue, but thinking about how they would be studying together at Kunlun Academy, he felt there was no rush. So, he obediently followed Chu Xuanyue into a taxi heading to a restaurant. "Did you feel scared during the alien invasion we encountered on the way? Come on, sister, how old do you think I am? I'll tell you, not only was I not scared, but I even held the teleportation portal by myself." "Pfft, ha ha ha, good, my little Jia is the bravest and the best." Hey, sister, please don't treat me like a 3, 4, 5, or 6-year-old anymore, okay? Hee no way, you've lived alone for a year, clearly you're already an adult. Then why do you keep ruffling my hair? I haven't petted a dog's head in a year, you don't know how much I've been holding it in. Look at me angrily rubbing my little brother's head, ha." The siblings chatted and laughed in the car, soon arriving at a luxurious hotel. To welcome her brother, Chu Xuanyue naturally didn't care about the money and chose a high-end hotel. "Wow sister, you've become a little rich lady now. Then I'll have to lean on your leg from now on." Looking at the splendid hotel building, Chu Chen couldn't help but express his amazement. Good, you can eat as much as you want. If you can eat me poor, I'll admit you're amazing." The happy smile on Chu Xuanyue's face never faded as she pulled Chu Chen into the hotel. She had made a reservation in advance, and everything from seating to serving the dishes was very quick. Chu Chen was already a bit hungry, and seeing the delicious dishes being served, he didn't care about his image and started eating without reservation. After all, there were no outsiders present. Chu Xuanyue had seen all his good and bad sides. Slow down, don't just eat meat, drink some soup, don't choke." Chu Xuanyue smiled as she watched Chu Chen wolfing down his food. Yet, a wave of sour guilt surged in her heart. With their parents gone, she, as the older sister, should have taken good care of her brother. But during the crucial time of his senior year, she hadn't been able to be by his side, especially since he had even switched to the useless profession of a domain master. All she could do at that time was offer a few dry words of comfort over the phone. However, now that her brother had come to Kyoto, Chu Xuanyue would definitely not let him suffer even the slightest grievance. With her current strength, finding a stable job for Chu Chen was still not a problem. Changing her career to a field master was indeed a regret, but living a safe and ordinary life might not be a kind of happiness either. After a moment, when Chu Chen had eaten to about 4/10 full, Chu Xuanyue slowly asked, "Xiao Jia, what are your plans next?" Chu Chen pulled out a tissue and wiped his greasy mouth, chuckling, "Sister, I'll study at Kunlun Academy with you from now on." Chu Xuanyue shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "I'm being serious with you." Hearing this, Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. He knew his sister wouldn't believe him. Taking out the admission notice and student card from his backpack, Chu Chen said with some pride, "Sister, I'm being serious too. I've been admitted to Kunlun Academy." Chu Xuanyue looked at the admission notice and student card he handed over, her pupils suddenly contracting. "Little brother, you. Seeing Chu Xuanyue's stunned expression, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, didn't expect that, did you?" Chu Xuanyue nodded in shock, incredulously saying, "Yes, I really didn't expect it. How did you even learn to make fake documents?" Chu Chen's smile suddenly froze, looking bewildered. "Sister, this is the real deal." He had imagined countless reactions from Chu Xuanyue, but he never expected she would deny him in this way. Chu Xuanyue stroked the admission notice, staring at the seal on it for a long time, shaking her head. "The craftsmanship of this fake document is indeed exquisite, almost reaching the level of being indistinguishable from the real thing. If I weren't a student of Kunlun Academy myself, I wouldn't have noticed the problem at all. Quick, put it away, don't take it out again. If this gets discovered, you'll end up in jail." Chu Chen's bewildered expression deepened. This was personally given to him by He Tao. How could there be a problem? "No, sister? What exactly did you see that was wrong?" Chu Xuanyue rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "You haven't even registered your student status. How could you have a student card? Are you going to say you were admitted in Dongxing City? And you haven't even arrived yet, but your student status is already registered?" Hearing Chu Xuanyue's teasing, Chu Chen nodded awkwardly. "Sister, you guessed it right. The normal process was indeed to enroll first, then register for student status, and finally receive the student card. But He Tao, fearing that Chu Chen might be snatched away by another school halfway, had registered his student status remotely at the first opportunity. Unexpectedly, this became the flaw in Chu Xuanyue's eyes. Chu Chen found it somewhat amusing yet frustrating, but he didn't have any other identification on him at the moment, so he decided not to dwell on the topic. The real can't be faked, and the fake can't be real, so let this surprise brew for a while longer. Next, Chu Chen and Chu Xuanyue chatted while eating. Chu Xuanyue introduced many attractions in Kyoto to Chu Chen, planning to take him around in the next few days. They spent over an hour eating. By the time they finished, it was already past 7 in the evening. Night had fallen. "Xiao Jia, it's getting late today, let's find you a place to stay." Chu Xuanyue strolled with Chu Chen through the streets of Kyoto. The lights were just coming on, sparkling and shining, far more prosperous than Dongxing City. "Sister, let's go to Kunlun Academy." Chu Chen spoke up. He Tao had told him in the car that he would be waiting for him at the school. Although his student status had been registered, the dormitory allocation and rewards still needed to be handled by Chu Chen. Once that was done, he could move into the dormitory at Kunlun Academy and wouldn't have to stay in a hotel anymore. "Sure, there's also a hotel for foreign guests inside Kunlun Academy, so we can meet up easily tomorrow." Chu Xuanyue blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded in agreement. From their earlier conversation, she could clearly sense that Chu Chen had a strong obsession with Kunlun Academy. Although she couldn't bring her brother here to study, taking him on a tour would at least fulfill a small part of his wish. Thus, the two of them took a car to the entrance of Kunlun Academy. The main gate of Kunlun Academy was grand and imposing, with the characters Kunlun written in a dragon and phoenix style, resembling two powerful dragons. At this moment, night had just fallen, and many students were coming and going at the school gate, filled with the breath of youth. They were young, but each of them exuded at least a second-tier aura. In the outside world, they were regarded as monstrous geniuses, but here, a single brick could knock down a large group. Chu Xuanyue held Chu Chen's hand, introducing him as they walked toward the gate. There was a security checkpoint at the entrance that required a student card to enter. Beep! Chu Xuanyue placed her student card on the scanner, passing through the security. "Xiao Jia, wait a moment, I'll go talk to the security and register you." Just as Chu Xuanyue finished her reminder, she saw Chu Chen take out a fake ID and place it on the scanner. "No!" Chu Xuanyue's face changed dramatically. The security checkpoint seemed ordinary, but it was actually connected to a barrier formation. If someone impersonated or tried to force their way in, the checkpoint would immediately unleash terrifying power to imprison the intruder. She had clearly told Chu Chen not to take out the fake ID again, so why didn't he listen? Chu Xuanyue reached out to snatch the student card, but it was already too late. She only heard a beep. The security opened. Chu Chen walked into Kunlun Academy unscathed. Chu Xuanyue was completely dumbfounded. Her pretty face was filled with confusion, and she stood there in a daze. Why could the fake ID pass through the security? Was the school's barrier malfunctioning? No, that couldn't be. In the year since she enrolled, she had seen more than a dozen experts stopped by the barrier, including several fourth-tier powerhouses. A fake ID could absolutely not pass through the security barrier. Could it be her little brother was telling the truth all along? He really got accepted by Kunlun Academy? Chu Xuanyue's beautiful eyes gradually widened as she stared blankly at Chu Chun. Chu Chen smiled back at her. Xiao Jie, take a few more steps forward. Walk around the security for a couple of laps. Chu Xuanyue still found it hard to believe and urged Chu Chen to try opening the security again. No, sis, there are so many people. Chu Chen protested, circling the security like he had some serious illness. If I tell you to go, then go. Chu Xuanyue kicked Chu Chen's butt in annoyance. The pressure of her bloodline activated. Helpless, Chu Chen had no choice but to run toward the exit again, and then beep again, before rejoining the line to enter the school. Seeing this scene, Chu Xuanyue was completely convinced. Chu Chen's student card was real. This meant that Chu Chen really got accepted by Kunlun Academy. Oh my god. Xiao Jie, how did you do it? You little rascal. You've gone bad. Such a big deal, and you kept it from me without telling me right away. Chu Xuanyue was both shocked and delighted, almost jumping up in excitement. Some students who knew Chu Xuanyue looked on in astonishment. Is that Chu Xuanyue? The ice and snow goddess of Kunlun Academy? Wow! The goddess actually has such a cheerful side? Oh my! So beautiful. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. Chu Chen looked at the crowd gradually gathering around them, pulling Chu Xuanyue deeper into the school, and helplessly said, Sis, I told you. The main thing is that you never believed me. Chu Xuanyue huffed lightly, annoyed. How could I believe you? Even domain masters struggle to take the college entrance exam, let alone get accepted by Kunlun Academy. Speak honestly, what exactly is your profession? Chu Xuanyue stared intently at Chu Chen. She suspected that Chu Chen had been lying to her from the start, just to give her a surprise. Chu Chen's profession was definitely not a domain master. Sister, don't wrong me. My profession is indeed a domain master. It's just that, like you, I've awakened a special talent. As Chu Chen walked towards the admissions office, he recounted the details of the college entrance examination to Chu Xuanyue. Chu Xuanyue linked her arm with Chu Chen's, listening earnestly. Occasionally, she would let out a surprised yelp like a little cat. What? You actually mastered the domain? You said you cleared the 100th level of the college entrance examination dungeon? Oh my! Director He Tao personally came to recruit you? In just a short conversation of a few minutes, Chu Xuanyue felt that it was more exciting than her entire year of experiences. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Chen had truly walked through the gates of Kunlun Academy, she would have absolutely thought he was daydreaming. Xiao Jie, are you really that amazing? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Tomorrow, I'm going to the dungeon with you. I must see it with my own eyes. Chu Xuanyue said excitedly. As a prodigy of Kunlun Academy, everyone possessed a daring spirit. Now that she learned her brother was so impressive, Chu Xuanyue couldn't wait to witness it for herself. Ha! No way, sister? I just finished the college entrance examination and encountered an invasion of other races. I finally made it to the capital, and you want me to go into a dungeon? Chu Chen feigned a look of despair, looking quite aggrieved, as if he were about to cry at any moment. Oh dear. Alright. Chu Xuanyue felt a bit embarrassed by Chu Chen's act. She also realized she was a bit too eager. Then I'll take you to have some fun for a few days first. Once you're happy, then show me your abilities. Is that okay, my dear little brother? Chu Xuanyue's voice stretched out, putting on a spoiled expression. Seeing this, Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction, approved. Ha ha. Under Chu Xuanyue's guidance, the two arrived at the admissions office in the government building. At first, Chu Xuanyue was worried that it was too late and no one would be there. To her surprise, the head of the admissions office, He Tao, was personally waiting for Chu Chen in his office. Chu Chen, you finally made it. You two seem to be having a great time, forgetting about this old man. Seeing Chu Xuanyue and Chu Chen enter, He Tao teased with a smile. Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. He took out a packed braised pork elbow from his backpack and handed it over. Teacher He, you haven't eaten yet, right? This is a braised pork elbow I specially brought for you, it's really flavorful. He Tao couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling both amused and helpless. You can keep it for yourself. I'm getting old, I can't eat too greasy things. Come over and fill out a few forms, and I'll take care of your paperwork. Alright. Chu Chen took the forms and quickly filled them out. Chu Xuanyue quietly watched from the side, curious about the treatment Chu Chen would receive upon enrollment. When she enrolled, her scholarship was 1 million, plus a piece of golden grade equipment. Given Chu Chen's astonishing achievement of clearing 100 levels, it was likely that his treatment would be several times better than hers. After Chu Chen completed the forms, he handed them to Yi Tao. Yi Tao quickly operated on the computer and soon finished. Then, with a smile, he took out a bank card and handed it to Chu Chen. Here, this bank card has 50 million in it, which is your scholarship. Your student card has also been activated with dungeon access, allowing you to enter any dungeon of Kunlun Academy. As for the golden set, you can choose it yourself at the logistics office tomorrow. Chu Chen took the bank card with a beaming smile and said, "Hee, thank you, teacher He." After that, he raised the bank card towards Chu Xuanyue with a hint of sadness, saying, "Sigh, I accidentally became a millionaire." "Sister, do you think I'm destined to strike it rich?" Chu Xuanyue stared at the bank card in Chu Chen's hand, completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Chen. 50 million? Did she hear that wrong? Even the best special recruits should only have a scholarship of 5 million at most. Chu Chen's scholarship was actually 10 times that. Compared to her own 1 million, it was 50 times more. She had worked hard for a whole year, grinding away, and hadn't saved up 1 million. Yet her younger brother, upon entering school, had a staggering sum of 50 million. "Chu Xuanyue, give me your student card. I'll handle your paperwork too." He Tao's words pulled Chu Xuanyue back from her shock. A big question mark popped up in her mind. "My paperwork? Teacher, I came with Chu Chen, I don't have anything to handle." He Tao was taken aback and looked at Chu Xuanyue in confusion. "Did Chu Chen not tell you? To get this kid into Kunlun Academy, we really went all out. Not only does he have a scholarship of 50 million and a golden set for every 10 levels, as his sister, you also have the same. WH. What? I also." Chu Xuanyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, completely stunned. Chu Chen had broken through an unprecedented 100 levels in the college entrance examination instance. She could understand the extraordinary treatment Kunlun Academy gave him, but for her, as his sister, to enjoy the same high-level treatment was a bit absurd. She had been at Kunlun Academy for a year and had never heard of anything like this. The higher-ups at Kunlun Academy must think highly of Chu Chen. Chu Xuanyue felt completely dazed. Until the 50 million bank card was handed to her, she still felt it was quite unreal. He, thank you, Teacher He. Teacher He, you should hurry home for dinner. We'll be leaving now. After completing various procedures and knowing her dormitory location, Chu Chen pulled Chu Xuanyue out of the office. Watching their backs, He Tao smiled and murmured to himself, "Kid, Kunlun Academy really went all out this time. Don't let me down." After leaving the administrative building, Chu Xuanyue suddenly became very silent. She was a completely different person from just a moment ago when she couldn't stop talking. "What's wrong? Sister, you've just become a little rich woman, why aren't you happy?" Chu Chen looked at Chu Xuanyue in confusion. "It's not that I'm unhappy, I'm just feeling emotional. The child has grown up and can earn money for the family now." "Woo, that's great. That's great." Chu Xuanyue tightly hugged Chu Chen's arm, crying and laughing, her heart filled with complex emotions. Ha, sister, don't worry. From now on, I'll support this family. I'll protect you." Chu Chen proudly patted his chest. "Humph, you're quite capable. You can protect me, but not right now. You just changed jobs, and your level hasn't even gone up. Before you surpass me, you'd better obediently stand behind your sister." Chu Xuanyue returned to her aloof demeanor, gently ruffling Chu Chen's hair. "But I'm already level 43. Is 43 high? Special recruits are probably already level 60 or above." "Ah, so high? How did they do that?" "Because they were specially recruited, they came to Kunlun Academy early and planned their team leveling up. Even I was level 51 at this time back then, so you're still a bit green, got it?" "Ah, alright." The brother and sister chatted as they quickly arrived at the dormitory area. Chu Chen's dormitory was a small villa. It was a two-person dorm, but Chu Chen's other roommate had not yet moved in. The villa was furnished with all kinds of furniture. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was quite exquisite. Chu Chen was very satisfied. Thinking about going out to have fun together tomorrow, Chu Xuanyue decided to stay the night here. The siblings chatted until late at night before finally going to bed. Unlike the summer vacation of his previous life, after the college entrance examination, students only had a short 7-day break. However, for Chu Chen, that was enough. Chu Xuanyue took Chu Chen to many attractions in Kyoto. With 50 million suddenly falling from the sky, Chu Xuanyue was now financially free. Places she had previously hesitated to visit could now be enjoyed without any burden. The siblings had a great time. Soon, it was the last day of the short vacation. Xiaojie, school starts tomorrow. The first thing after enrollment is military training. Today, I'll give you a little practice in advance. Let's go to the LV60 Thorny Jungle Dungeon today and get some practice. In the morning, Chu Xuanyue prepared breakfast for Chu Chen and said excitedly, "Hearing is believing, seeing is reality." After holding back for 6 days, she could finally see her little brother's true strength. "Okay." Chu Chen stretched lazily and responded heavily. After playing for so long, it was time to start the leveling journey. After finishing breakfast, the two headed towards the school's dungeon area. The dungeons of Kunlun Academy were concentrated in a separate area called the Dungeon Zone. This dungeon zone was actually a dungeon space. However, there were no monsters inside. It was like a circuit integrator, connecting to other dungeon passages. Students of Kunlun Academy could choose which dungeon to enter here. Arriving at the teleportation gate in the dungeon zone, Chu Xuanyue and Chu Chen handed their student cards to the gatekeeper for inspection. After passing, the two walked through the gate. As the light and shadow swirled, they arrived in a huge square. The square was square-shaped, resembling a football field, but its area was 6 or 7 times larger than that of a football field. At the edges, over 100 colorful dungeon gates twisted and floated. Next to each dungeon gate, there were special signs indicating the type and level of the dungeon. Wow, Kunlun Academy actually has so many dungeons. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked for money, I would have asked for the dungeon core directly. Chu Chen stared in amazement at the surrounding dungeons, feeling like he had missed out on several billion. Kunlun Academy has a total of 166 dungeons, not only a large number but also of quite high quality. However, these are all assets of the Dragon Kingdom, and even if you ask, Kunlun Academy probably won't agree. After all, each dungeon here is related to the growth of the students. Chu Xuanyue explained to Chu Chen with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen nodded in realization. However, he did not completely give up. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Who knows, maybe one day Kunlun Academy will break its own bottom line. Although the square wasn't exactly crowded, there were still a few hundred students scattered about. Some were looking for teammates, while others were counting their loot. Chu Xuanyue led Chu Chen straight towards the thorny jungle. However, halfway there, 2 figures suddenly blocked their path. "Oh, the vice captain is here to run the dungeon. TSK. Who is this handsome guy next to you? Could he be the vice captain's long-awaited little brother?" The speaker was a tall boy with somewhat pale skin, his hair covering his right eye. He had a somewhat cold demeanor. Beside him was a crew-cut boy, slightly hunched over, seemingly the tall boy's lackey. When Chu Xuanyue saw the newcomer, the smile on her face instantly vanished, and she coldly said, "Chen Feng, I should have told you that I have nothing to do with the Shadow Hunting Society anymore. Don't bother me." The man named Chen Feng, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "Vice President, it's not me bothering you, it's the president who asked me to deliver a message. He said, if you're done playing, hurry back. The Shadow Hunting Society can't do without you, and neither can he." After a pause, Chen Feng added with a look of nostalgia, "Our president is quite a prominent figure at Kunlun Academy. Vice President, you two together would be a match made in heaven. Why are you unwilling?" Chu Xuanyue sneered at his words. A prominent figure. His dirty deeds are indeed not something an ordinary person could pull off. Chen Feng was at a loss for words, chuckling awkwardly. "Vice President, not all those rumors can be taken as truth. After all, the Shadow Hunting Society has a reputation at Kunlun Academy. There are always some petty people trying to smear us." Chu Xuanyue snorted coldly. "Enough, I don't have time to argue with you. Whether it's true or false, I can discern for myself." With that, Chu Xuanyue took Chu Chen's hand, bypassed Chen Feng, and continued towards the thorny jungle instance. However, Chen Feng shifted his body and once again blocked their path, grinning awkwardly. "Vice President, at least give me a response. That way, I can report back, right?" Chu Xuanyue's expression remained unchanged, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Get out of the way. If you dare to block me again, be careful I won't be polite." Hearing this, Chen Feng showed no fear, still wearing a sinister smile. He knew that private fights were prohibited at Kunlun Academy, and that Chu Xuanyue was just trying to intimidate him. "Vice President, even if you don't think of yourself, you should consider your lovely little brother, right? Returning to the Shadow Hunting Society, you can easily access a wealth of resources. If you start from scratch to manage a new society, what will happen to your poor little brother?" Listening to Chen Feng's sarcastic tone, Chu Xuanyue inexplicably felt like laughing. Trying to use Chu Chen as her weakness? Ha, what a joke. Her little brother was now a strong and sturdy pillar. Even she benefited from him. Did she still need to rely on the society to accumulate resources? Just as Chu Xuanyue was about to speak and put an end to this boring conversation, Chu Chen suddenly interjected. "Senior Chen Feng, my sister might not have expressed her meaning clearly just now." Chu Chen had been listening to their conversation and had roughly pieced together the situation. This Chen Feng seemed to be a member of his sister's previous society. For some reason, Chu Xuanyue had fallen out with the society and left the shadow hunting society. But that president still relentlessly pursued her. Oh, little brother, what do you mean? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Chun with curiosity and anticipation. It seemed that Chu Xuanyue's brother was not as tough as she was. A mere verbal promise from him had actually moved him. Indeed, people from small places lacked experience. However, perhaps he could use this kid to approach Chu Xuanyue. Chu Chen smiled slightly and said politely, "What my sister meant just now was for you to get lost. If your president really wants a reply, you can tell him the same thing." Chu Xuanyue was Chu Chen's only family. Even if she made a mistake, Chu Chen would stand by her side. Moreover, she was the one being pursued. As for this Chen Feng, Chu Chen felt no fear. He possessed 2 major domains, and given some time, he would soon step into the second transition. Even now, he had the Shadow Demon Bear, a second transition undead creature. What a ridiculous shadow hunting society. If they dared to provoke his sister, he would take them down. Poof! Hearing Chu Chen's words, Chu Xuanyue couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up. As expected of her brother, so bold and domineering. Chen Feng's face, however, darkened to the extreme. "You brat, you dare to insult me? Don't think that just because you got into Kunlun Academy, you're some kind of extraordinary genius. At Kunlun Academy, you could grab anyone at random, and they'd be a more monstrous genius than you." Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, Chu Chen directly pulled Chu Xuanyue forward. "Sister, you didn't mention that Kunlun Academy has dogs too. Hey, you can't blame me. Who would have thought some people look human on the surface but are dogs behind the scenes?" The siblings' reckless conversation infuriated Chen Feng to the point of boiling over. He really wished there were no rules against private fights at Kunlun Academy. That way, he could go up and beat Chu Chen up badly. Of course, even if there were no such regulations, Chen Feng wouldn't dare to make a move. He was only level 150, while Chu Xuanyue had already reached level 170 when she left the Shadow Hunter Society. If a fight broke out, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. But that doesn't stop me from teaching you a lesson. A sinister cold smile suddenly appeared on Chen Feng's angry face. He pushed aside his hair, revealing his right eye. Eye of the Nether. His dark eyes suddenly turned pitch black and hollow, as if they were going to absorb all the light around them. His profession was SS-level Nether Eye Master, a class that could use eye techniques to inflict mental attacks. This move, Eye of the Nether, could directly see the enemy's soul. Although it was just a probing skill, if used properly, it could give the enemy a terrifying sense of having a nightmare. Perfect for teaching this ignorant brat a lesson. Buzz! In Chen Feng's vision, Chu Chen's body began to gradually fade. A soul radiating white light slowly emerged. "Ha ha, brat! Catch this! This is your entrance gift from your senior, Chen Feng." Just as Chen Feng was about to unleash a mental shock on Chu Chen, that white soul light suddenly gathered and formed a horrifying white skeleton. This skeleton exuded a thick, dark aura, as if it were the most terrifying horror in the world. Chen Feng didn't know what it was, but instinctively began to tremble. "What's going on? I should be seeing a soul. What the hell is this skeleton?" Chen Feng was terrified and planned to stop observing immediately. However, at that moment, the white skeleton suddenly turned its head and looked back. In its hollow eye sockets burned 12 eerie ghostly flames. They circled in a ring, spinning endlessly. In the center of the ghostly flame ring, 2 flying swords radiating golden light floated quietly. Skeleton, ghost flames, flying swords. Everything was so strange and bizarre. Before Chen Feng could react to what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his right eye, as if something sharp had stabbed him hard. "Ah!" Chen Feng covered his right eye, screaming in agony. Crimson blood flowed from his eye socket. His right eye had completely gone blind. What's going on? Chu Chen looked at Chen Feng with a strange expression. Just a moment ago, he felt as if someone was watching him. As soon as he turned around, Chen Feng collapsed to the ground, screaming. "Sister, this guy can't be trying to pull a scam, right?" Chu Xuanyue was equally confused. However, even though she didn't know what had happened, she understood Chen Feng's character. He was not a good person. So, she didn't linger any longer and pulled Chu Chen into the dungeon entrance. "Shan Gu, are you okay?" Beside him, the little brother was terrified, supporting Chen Feng, completely unaware of what had happened. "My eyes are bleeding, do you think there's nothing wrong?" Chen Feng slapped the little brother's face, leaving him dazed. Watching the disappearing figures of the two, Chen Feng's heart screamed madly. "Xu Xuanyue! Xu Xuanyue! Xu Xuanyue! You wait! You wait!" In his eyes, Chu Chen was just a new student who had just entered Kunlun Academy. He had no ability to hurt him at all. So, it must be that Chu Xuanyue had done something to Chu Chen. Moreover, as the vice-captain, Chu Xuanyue was well aware of her own capabilities. Although he hated Chu Xuanyue to the bone, Chen Feng had no intention of confronting her. After all, he had acted first. If things really escalated, he would definitely be the one to suffer in the end. So, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. That damned woman. She actually regarded their shadow hunting society as an enemy long ago, always on guard. Perhaps I should suggest to the captain to use some extreme measures to deal with this Chu Xuanyue. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Chen Feng spat fiercely and left the instance area. His right eye was in excruciating pain. He couldn't see anything. He had to find a priest quickly to heal himself. Chu Chen and Chu Xuanyue entered the thorny jungle instance. What greeted them was a twisted, low forest. The branches were contorted and sinister, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, giving a feeling of demons dancing wildly. This type of tree was called thorn tree, also known as devil tree. It was not a species from Blue Star but a product from the natural otherworld. The monsters in the instance, thorn tree demons, lurked within the woods. Their appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary thorn trees. Only when a living being passed by would they suddenly reveal their fangs. Using their spiky branches, they would frantically attack enemies within their vicinity. Chu Chen and Chu Xuanyue did not immediately enter the instance to grind monsters. Sister, tell me in detail about Chen Feng's situation. Chu Chen looked at Chu Xuanyue and spoke. Chu Xuanyue sighed lightly and nodded slightly. After I arrived at Kunlun Academy last year, the teacher assigned us to a 4-person team based on our professional characteristics. Then a strict leveling plan was formulated for us to execute. At that time, I was grouped with a knight named Shinhaoqing, who was our team leader. After long-term combat training, we became more and more familiar with each other. One day, he suddenly told me that he wanted to form a society and hoped I would join. Originally, new students often joined established societies, so his decision was quite bold. However, he was very persuasive, painting a bright future, and in the end, everyone in our team joined this society. This society is the Shadow Hunting Society. We were all specially recruited, considered geniuses among geniuses. With our continuous efforts, the Shadow Hunting Society gradually took shape and got on the right track. Chu Chen nodded, feeling like he was listening to an inspiring story about a college student starting a business. However, it was obvious, just like most startup teams, they could share hardships but not joys. In the end, the founding members disbanded for various reasons. Just as Chu Chen had guessed, Chu Xuanyue's experience had some twists and turns, but it wasn't too surprising. After the Shadow Hunting Society got on the right track, I gradually stepped back, planning to hand the spotlight to the newcomers. I just wanted to retire and enjoy my life. However, once I stopped, I discovered that Shinhaoqing had been doing a lot of dirty things behind my back, behind everyone's backs. Chu Xuanyue sighed, her disappointment barely concealed in her eyes. First of all, he completely pocketed half of the society's resources. On the surface, he used the slogan of hard work to motivate everyone to continue grinding monsters and completing tasks. Secondly, he also deceived and toyed with some female members of the club in his capacity as the leader. Finally, his schemes even targeted me. Knowing he was such a beast in human clothing, I naturally wouldn't agree. I decisively withdrew from the club, but he was relentless, seemingly unwilling to give up until he had me, constantly entangling me. That's how things were. Originally, Chu Xuanyue didn't intend to involve Chu Chen in this matter, but since it had already happened, she could only face it. Given Kunlun Academy's emphasis on Chu Chen, she wasn't worried about any risks for him. However, she still reminded him, Xiaojia, I know you want to avenge me, but this Shinhaoqing is very strong, already at level 185. Moreover, private fights are prohibited within Kunlun Academy, and the punishment for violating school rules is severe. So, you can think about teaching Shinhaoqing a lesson, but you mustn't act recklessly, understand? Seeing Chu Xuanyue's earnest expression as she lectured him, Chu Chen smiled, Sister, do I look like a reckless person to you? Chu Xuanyue snorted lightly. She vaguely felt that Chen Feng's inexplicable scream just now might have been caused by Chu Chen. However, she had no evidence, so it was naturally inappropriate to speak up. Alright, don't worry about my matters. I came to watch your performance today. I've suppressed my strength and can't make a move, so don't let me down. Chu Xuanyue changed the subject, looking at Chu Chen with eager anticipation. Chu Chen naturally didn't disappoint her. Since school hadn't started yet, there were no new students in the dungeon. He could let loose and show off. Sister, open your eyes wide and watch, what's about to happen will be spectacular. Chu Xuanyue rolled her eyes. Hurry up, stop being so full of yourself. I've been at Kunlun Academy for a year, and I've seen all kinds of geniuses. No matter how amazing you are, I can still keep my expression in check." Seeing that Chu Xuangyue had said this, Chu Chen didn't keep her in suspense any longer. He smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "Realm of the Undead, activate." The low voice sounded like a devil's tune, gently knocking on the gates of hell. A pale light spread from under Chu Chen's feet, racing like the wind, instantly enveloping a large part of the thorny jungle. Upon closer inspection, that pale color was actually made up entirely of eerie bones. Each bone exuded an ominous gray aura. Seeing this horrifying scene, Chu Xuanyue's calm expression suddenly vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Jia, what? What is this? Didn't you say your realm was a mountain? Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ah, sister, I forgot to tell you, this is my other realm. Another realm? Chu Xuanyue tilted her head, looking at him as if he were joking. For thousands of years, other realm masters had struggled to create a single realm. Yet, you had only changed jobs for less than a month and already possessed 2 realms? If I used the sword realm to kill monsters, I would probably have to raise the entire map. But using the realm of the undead makes it much easier. Chu Chen explained with a smile, then ignored Chu Xuanyue's shock and murmured, "Awaken, my loyal servant." As the words fell, a surging breath of death flowed in like a torrent, continuously pouring into the corpses scattered everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. The bones on the ground began to rattle, floating and assembling into skeletal figures burning with ghostly white flames. Dozens of undead shadow wolves and undead magic bears mixed in among them. From a distance, all that met the eye was the pale army of the dead. The scene unfolding in the realm was already shocking enough. At this moment, the undead army, which had been sleeping across the mountains and plains, awakened and stood up stiffly, sending chills down people's spines. Under the gaze of countless pale eyes, Chu Xuanyue couldn't help but swallow hard. Although she knew that these undead were not looking at her, but at Chu Chen beside her, the oppressive feeling under the aura of death still enveloped her, giving her an indescribable sense of pressure. She could sense that these skeletal undead were not too strong, probably only at the level of the thorn tree demon. But with their thousands in number, even she, a level 175 second transformation powerhouse, would have to flee in defeat if she encountered them. Go! Eliminate all the monsters in the dungeon. With the command given, the ghostly flames and the countless skeletal eyes seemed to tremble violently. All the skeletons turned and rushed into the thorny jungle without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Sensing living beings nearby, the thorn tree demon suddenly tore off its disguise. A terrifying face emerged from the dark, wrinkled bark. Twisted and ferocious branches lashed out madly at the skeletons within its territory. The thorny branches struck the skeletal undead, causing fine cracks to appear on their bones. But within the realm, the aura of death lingered, quickly healing their injuries. The next moment, dozens of skeletal undead surged forward. They paid no heed to the thorn tree demon's attacks, seizing its trunk and pulling with all their might in one direction. Thud! 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 Anger appeared on the thorn tree demon's face, but it quickly turned to terror. Because it realized that its body was beginning to topple, its roots were being exposed from the soil. This was the command Chu Chen had given to the undead army through his thoughts, not to damage the thorn tree demon's body. After all, these would be your brothers and sisters in the future. The thorn tree demon lashed out even more frantically at the skeletal undead, finally smashing one of them into fragments. However, this still could not change its ultimate fate. Its dense root system was forcibly pulled out. The thorn tree demon collapsed directly to the ground. Although it did not die immediately, it lost the nourishment of the soil and suddenly became extremely wilted, unable to even lift its branches. Such a scene was playing out everywhere in the realm of the undead. The undead army was not killing people, they were cutting down trees, using the most primitive methods. Seeing this scene, Chu Xuanyue thoroughly felt the terror of the undead army. She sighed inwardly, my little brother seems to be even more perverse than he said before. However, she was also puzzled. Clearly, they could kill directly, so why did they have to uproot the thorn tree demon and leave it lying on the ground? As if sensing the doubts in Chu Xuanyue's heart, Chu Chen reached into the void, and a sword of the realm suddenly appeared in his hand. Hee, big sister, we can't just stand here and watch. We need to have some sense of participation, right? The advancement requirement for the sword realm was to slay 10,000 monsters with a sword. The advancement requirement for the undead realm was to summon 10,000 undead. So, if Chu Chen killed monsters with his sword and then turned them into undead, wouldn't he be able to accumulate progress in both realms at the same time? Saying this, he summoned 2 shadow wolves, directly riding on them, and together with Chu Xuanyue, they leisurely walked deeper into the thorny jungle. Swish! The sword light sliced through the half-dead thorn tree demon's body. That twisted face glared angrily at Chu Chen, ultimately closing its eyes in unwillingness. Stand up, newly born undead. But soon, under the continuous infusion of the aura of death, the thorn tree demon's eyes opened once again. However, at this moment, its eyes had also turned into two balls of quietly burning ghostly white flames. After transforming into a wraith, the thorn tree spirit gained a powerful advantage that broke the limitations of its race. That is, it no longer needed to be rooted in the soil. Its source of power had changed to the breath of death, rather than the nutrients in the earth. The dense roots had now become the legs of the wraith tree spirit, allowing it to go anywhere. Go, join the sacred logging work. Chu Chen commanded the wraith tree spirit with a smile. TSK, another race added, it feels like collecting crispy noodle cards. I just wonder if the mechanical alien can also turn into a wraith. Watching the crooked thorn tree spirit merge into the wraith tide, Chu Xuanyue's beautiful eyes trembled, her face full of disbelief. In fact, when she saw the shadow wolf, she had already guessed that Chu Chen possessed the ability to transform into wraiths. But isn't transforming into a wraith a complicated process? Setting up a death ritual, chanting death prayers, connecting to a death contract. She had seen necromancers transform wraiths before, but her little brother seemed to have activated a fool mode. With a single sentence, he directly turned the dead thorn tree spirit into a wraith. And it seemed there were no level requirements or quantity limits. Even she, as an assassin, was somewhat dumbfounded. If a necromancer saw this, they would probably envy him to the point of spitting blood. Kill the thorn tree spirit, minion, gain 5,000 experience points. Kill the twisted tree spirit, elite, gain 7,000 experience points. Kill the violent tree king, boss, gain 9,000 experience points. With the wraith army clearing the way, even a boss would have to obediently lie on the ground, allowing Chu Chen to dispose of it. Chu Chen's level was also rapidly rising. In just half an hour, he went from level 43 to level 44. It should be noted that even in a genius-filled place like Kunlun Academy, it would take several days of effort to level up just once. Big sister, how about it? With my strength, I should be fine for tomorrow's military training, right? Growing a bit tired of the grass-cutting game, Chu Chen simply equipped a few skeleton wraiths with domain swords, letting them help him kill tree spirits. All he needed to do was cast a transformation skill on a large scale. Chu Xuanyue was already somewhat numb from the shock of Chu Chen. No wonder Kunlun Academy was so eager to fawn over him. He was simply more monstrous than those prodigies in the special recruitment. However, as an older sister, she had to maintain some authority. Moreover, she was also serving as a senior. Ahem. Little Jie, your strength is indeed strong, but there are always stronger people out there, you can't be too proud. You should learn from your sister and always keep a humble heart. Chu Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Chu Xuanyue opened her mouth, he knew his sister was about to start lecturing him. Without saying a word, he directly took out the skill book Shadow Shock from his backpack and handed it over. Sister, you can stop the ideological education now, this skill book is yours. Oh you, Chu Xiajia, you're not being obedient. Trying to skip class. Your mindset is quite problematic right now. Chu Xuanyue wrinkled her cute little nose, pretending to be dissatisfied. I'm now a little rich woman with 50 million, don't think you can bribe me. That said, how could she refuse what her little brother offered? However, after receiving the skill book, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This is an area skill book for assassins. Chu Xuanyue was full of shock, glancing at Chu Chen and then at the skill book. She couldn't believe that Chu Chen could get such a good item. After all, this kind of skill book was extremely rare, priceless yet hard to find. Even the top assassins from Kunlun Academy, despite their best efforts, have been unable to obtain a skill book. Seeing Chu Xuanyue's shocked expression, Chu Chen chuckled, so, sister, can we finally talk seriously about military training now? Chu Xuanyue pouted a bit. Your thoughts are quite problematic. But your attitude, sister, is very satisfactory. I'll let you off the hook this time. As she spoke, Chu Xuanyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mainly because this gift was such a delightful surprise. It was even more precious than 50 million in cash. Mastering this skill would fill the gaps in her abilities as an assassin, and her strength would leap forward significantly. After mastering the skill book in front of Chu Chen and taking a moment to collect her thoughts, Chu Xuanyue finally spoke happily. As for the military training at Kunlun Academy, I haven't experienced it myself, since special recruits don't undergo military training. However, I've heard a lot of information, so I can give you some references. Chu Chen was taken aback. What? Special recruits don't take the college entrance exam, and now they don't even participate in military training? That's blatant favoritism. Chu Xuanyue shook her head and explained, military training is actually about training students' spirit and physique. Special recruits have a training plan specifically designed by the school teachers, which is equivalent to undergoing military training every day, so not participating isn't a problem. Of course, there's another important reason. Each grade must form a school team to represent Kunlun Academy in competitions against other schools. They represent the image of Kunlun Academy and strive for its honor. The training plan for special recruits is actually aimed at this goal. Therefore, their time is even more precious, and they won't participate in the common military training. Hearing this, Shu Chen felt relieved. He was worried that his brothers wouldn't suffer and that they would drive luxury cars. Since special recruits undergo devilish training every day, it seemed that participating in military training wasn't that important after all. Sister, I understand now. So what was last year's military training like? A complex expression appeared on Chu Xuanyue's face as she bitterly said two words, difficult, dark. A row of question marks floated above Chu Chen's head. I can understand difficult, but what does dark mean? Chu Xuanyue shook her head and explained, here, dark refers to being sinister. The instructors will find ways to scheme against the students. The designed military training content can be said to be utterly inhumane. Chu Chen was dumbfounded. In his previous life, military training was just marching under the sun and standing at attention. He couldn't imagine what it would look like for instructors to scheme against students. Seeing Chu Chen's bewildered expression, Chu Xuanyue smiled and said, let me tell you about last year's training content, and you'll understand. They made the physics majors fight elemental monsters. They had mages fight mechanical monsters with extremely high magic resistance. Most absurdly, they even made priests and other support classes battle speed-oriented abyss shadow monsters. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's forehead was covered with black lines. They were pushing students into a fire pit. Just listening to it made Chu Chen feel like there was no way out. Is this really military training for instructors? So abstract. I feel like I could do it too. Chu Xuanyue helplessly shrugged, although it sounds ridiculous, like some kind of prank. But the facts proved that the results were surprisingly good. In just a few days of military training, these newly enrolled college students seemed to mature a lot. Both their patience and resilience were greatly enhanced. After a pause, Chu Xuanyue offered her advice. So, regarding tomorrow's military training, my only piece of advice to you, sister, is always be on guard, and never believe the instructor's nonsense. Chu Chen couldn't help but nod, both amused and exasperated. These instructors were quite the tricksters. He indeed needed to be more cautious. Next, Chu Chen continued to hunt monsters in the dungeon, with Chu Xuanyue accompanying him. The two seemed to return to their childhood, carefree and enjoying the beautiful times of growing up together. It wasn't until 5 in the evening that they finally left the dungeon. After a day of effort, Chu Chen had leveled up from LV-43 to LV-60. This was largely thanks to the high quality of the Kunlun Academy's dungeons, which had plenty of monsters and ample experience. In addition, Chu Chen had also tamed 812 tree spirit undead. The progression in both the sword domain and the undead domain had significantly increased. However, neither Chu Chen nor Chu Xuanyue knew that after they left the thorny jungle dungeon, two figures appeared in the sky. One was a majestic figure, the admissions master He Tao. The other was an old man with white hair and beard, kind-eyed and looking very gentle. Principal, how about it? I've brought back a treasure for Kunlun Academy, right? He Tao said, somewhat seeking praise. The principal smiled and nodded, not bad, not bad. This young man has an unlimited future. Little he, this matter will be credited to you. Upon hearing this, He Tao laughed heartily, quite pleased. After a moment, his expression turned serious again, and he hesitated to ask, Principal, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. The principal looked at He Tao with a smile and said lightly, then don't mention it. He Tao awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem, I think I should just say it. Otherwise, I might not sleep well. The principal didn't mind and said leisurely, hee, then go ahead. He Tao composed himself, carefully organizing his words before asking gravely, Principal, could this Chu Chen be the desecrator mentioned by the alien monsters? In fact, He Tao knew the meaning behind the repeated and obscure language used by the alien monsters. The reason he hadn't spoken of it before was that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom had not allowed it to be leaked. The meaning of that phrase was, the will of the gods must not be desecrated. When the human high command first deciphered this phrase, they were all excited. Because from this phrase, many implications could be drawn. Firstly, the alien worlds invading humanity should have high-ranking beings like gods. Secondly, the reason these aliens invaded the human world was that humanity had desecrated their gods. However, everyone soon realized that deciphering these implications did not eliminate humanity's confusion. In fact, it only deepened it, making it more specific. If the aliens had gods, did the human world have its own gods? If the alien monsters claimed that humanity had desecrated the gods, how exactly had they done so? And this so-called desecrator, was it a god, a human, a part of humanity, or all of humanity? Moreover, did this so-called desecrator truly exist? Was this merely a false slogan of the alien invasion, with the real goal being to conquer the human world and plunder its resources? To answer these questions, the Dragon Kingdom secretly established a special organization for research. However, so far, they had only come up with several possibilities and had not fully cracked the code. Kunlun Academy was also a participant in this research. He Tao tended to believe that the desecrator was a god. After all, only an extraordinary being could desecrate the 9 great gods. Regardless of whether he had touched the divine level, saying he was a god wouldn't be far off. However, this hypothesis still posed a problem. If there were gods in the human world, then why had they never manifested in the world for thousands of years? He Tao's explanation was, facing the 9 great deities alone, although the human deities escaped, they were severely injured. The reason they haven't appeared in the world for a long time is that they are still healing, or perhaps they have already reincarnated. Xu Chen's appearance further solidified He Tao's speculation. After more than half a month of changing jobs, his strength could even rival that of a second transformation expert. If one were to say that Xu Chen had no secrets, He Tao would never believe it. The principal of Kunlun nodded thoughtfully. Xu Chen's strength is indeed astonishing. Moreover, his profession is that of a domain master. His emergence has shattered centuries of understanding about domain masters, and the terrifying power of a domain master indeed carries a hint of divinity. After a pause, he shifted the topic, but little he, when studying a path, one cannot rely solely on idealism. Feelings can serve as inspiration, but they cannot be regarded as evidence, let alone as truth. Upon hearing this, He Tao understood that the principal was hinting at him not to confine himself within his ivory tower. Just like a hungry person, everything they see appears delicious. A thirsty person sees even pigs as handsome. Alright, principal, I understand. Xu Chen and Xu Xuanyue went to the school cafeteria for dinner together, then parted ways. The number of people in the school visibly increased. Moreover, from the bright and adorable expressions, it was clear that most of them were freshmen. With the arrival of new students, the returning students were naturally very happy. They could flirt with the younger students now. Thus, as Xu Chen walked from the cafeteria to the dormitory, a mere 1,000 meters, he was approached by several senior girls. Hey, Junior, have you reported yet? Let me take you to report. Junior, are you lost? Come to my villa, there's a room. I'll give you a class tonight. Tomorrow's military training will be quite tough. Unlike the reserved and intellectual senior girls from his previous life, the senior girls in this world were more lively and cheerful. Perhaps it was due to the need for combat. After getting used to fighting and killing, even the most introverted person could become exuberant. The senior girls were as enthusiastic as fire, and after Xu Chen added their contact information, he was finally let go. Back in the dormitory, Xu Chen was just about to take a shower and go to bed early to prepare for tomorrow's military training. However, as soon as he entered the villa, he found a chubby boy sitting on the sofa in the living room. This little chubby boy looked like he was made of 2 balls and 2 cylinders, exuding a cute, plump vibe. At that moment, he was munching on potato chips while watching TV. His round cheeks shook like a hamster's, and the sound of crunching filled the air. As Xu Chen looked at the boy also looked at Xu Chen. Hello, you must be the other student in this dormitory? Hee, my name is Dolu, please take care of me from now on. The chubby boy stood up, wiped the grease off his hands, and smiled as he extended his hand to Xu Chen. Dolu, your name is quite amusing. Hello, I'm Xu Chen. Hearing the boy's name, Xu Chen couldn't help but smile. Not minding Doli's greasy hands from the potato chips, he shook hands with him directly. Hee, you can call me Little Fatty or Big Fatty, just don't call me Dead Fatty. I'm an SSS level transmuter, Nightmare Mage, currently at level 43. What about you? Dolu was true to his name, cheerful and jovial, like a Maitreya Buddha. Nightmare Mage is a formidable mental-type profession. Xu Chen remarked, realizing that Kunlun Academy indeed harbored hidden talents, and introduced himself, hidden profession, Domain Master, currently at level 60. Information about professional levels is generally confidential. After all, if someone with ulterior motives found out, they might target them. Whether out of malice or for various competitions, it could put transmuters at a disadvantage. However, since Dolo had brought it up first, Xu Chen didn't mind introducing himself. If they were going to be roommates for the next 4 years, it was better to be honest from the start. Upon hearing this, Dolly's cheeks twitched slightly, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot that I shouldn't casually ask about job level information. Since you don't want to say, I won't ask, hee hee. A hidden profession, a domain master, with a level of 60. What difference was there between that and outright saying, I don't want to tell you? Not to mention whether a domain master could even get into a third-tier university. Just that level, LV 60? Only those freaks among the special recruits could probably reach that, right? And most of those special recruits were still grinding in dungeons, while it was clear that Chu Chen was not. Seeing Do Li's disbelieving expression, Chu Chen didn't bother to explain anything. Sitting on the sofa, he shifted the conversation to other topics. Through their chat, Chu Chen learned that Do Li was a local from Kyoto, and his family ran a small company. Though it was called a small company, its scale was more than 10 times larger than the Liang Group. After a brief bonding session, they confirmed the meeting time and place for military training tomorrow, and Chu Chen went to take a shower before returning to his room. On his phone, there were chat messages from senior sisters, as well as conversations with Zhang Shenhan, Qin Xiaoxiao, and Tangya. After chatting with them for a while, Chu Chen lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the sofa, Do Li watched as Chu Chen walked into his room, a sly smile appearing on his chubby face. Although his family appeared to be a second-rate small company, in reality, they were underground big shots in the information trade. Their status was quite high in Kyoto and even nationwide. Otherwise, Do Li wouldn't have reached the super high level of LV 43 right after entering school. Don't want to tell me your job level? Well, that's not up to you, hee hee. In front of me, Do Li, all darkness has nowhere to hide. Do Li thought proudly, quickly editing a message to send to his butler. Old Wang, check the information on my roommate Chu Chen. Okay, young master. The butler replied instantly. Do Li's lips curled up as he silently counted. With his family's information network, any information would appear before him in just 10 seconds. 10, 9, 5. Just as he counted to 5, his phone vibrated, and the butler sent a message. TSK, found it so quickly. Looks like this guy is just an ordinary person. All information is public, no confidentiality at all. Do Li speculated, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. However, the information on the phone left him stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Young master, I found it, but I don't have the authority to view it. Ha! As his personal butler, Old Wang had level 7 authority. How could he not access a freshman's information? It seemed that this Chu Chen was not so simple after all. While Do Li was secretly astonished, his curiosity was further ignited. He opened an encrypted software, performed a series of operations, and sent another message to the butler. This time use my authority, the dynamic password is 01187443. As the young master, his authority was level 8, second only to his father's level 9 authority. It could be said that, except for state secret level information, he could access any data within the company. Okay, young master. The butler replied and quickly operated in the company's information database. In less than 3 seconds, another message from the butler came through. Young master, your authority is still insufficient. Seeing the butler's message, Do Li was completely shocked. Level 8 authority couldn't even access Chu Chen's information? Did that mean Chu Chen's information had reached level 9 status? The highest level of confidentiality. Chu Chen had just clearly said that he came from a small city called Dongxing. His family was just an ordinary one. With his rich experience in reading people, Do Li could tell that Chu Chen was not lying. So why would an ordinary person's information level reach level 9? Do Li was baffled. But he also realized something. His roommate was probably a formidable figure. Young master, do you need to apply to the master for level 9 access? The butler's message came again. Do Li sighed and replied, no need. Remember, I haven't checked any information today. As a little emperor in the information world, Do Li had known since childhood that information held terrifying power. It could easily kill enemies or easily destroy oneself. To satisfy his curiosity and probe into the secrets of level 9 was indeed a foolish act. Moreover, Do Li felt an inexplicable sense that even his father's level 9 access still couldn't view Chu Chen's information. Chu Chen's information was probably sealed away by the higher-ups of Long Country. Why am I, a dignified underground prince, feeling a bit anxious? I thought that once I got to university, I could show off a bit. I guess I should just play the fool honestly. After all, pretending to be a pig is my specialty. The next day, Chu Chen got up, planning to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although there was a kitchen in the villa, most students were too busy to cook for themselves. However, as soon as he arrived in the hall, Chu Chen saw a steaming, sumptuous breakfast, and Do Li's smiling face. Hey, brother Jia, you're up. Come on, let's eat together. Chu Chen's mouth slightly opened in surprise. He didn't expect that the wealthy Dolu would be so easygoing. He even prepared breakfast for him. Shu Chen was unaware that his information had already been super encrypted and didn't know that Dolu had faced a setback the night before. From his perspective, he just felt that this chubby guy was easy to get along with. Thanks, how much is it? I'll transfer you. Shu Chen sat down at the dining table and asked. Although Dolu was warmly hosting him, Shu Chen couldn't just eat without feeling guilty. After all, they had only just met yesterday. What money are you talking about? Brother Jia, you're being too formal. My butler brings me meals every day. It's no trouble to bring an extra portion, Dolu said generously. His intention was to please Shu Chen, and asking for money would defeat the purpose. Shu Chen nodded in response and didn't insist. It was clear that Doli's family was not short on money, so he would just repay him appropriately in the future. After finishing breakfast, the two of them headed to the instance area. This was the gathering place, while the military training location was inside the instance. By the time Shu Chen and Dolu arrived, several hundred students had already gathered in the square. The youthful energy added a bit of vitality to the spacious instance square. Everyone was sizing each other up, chatting, and forming groups. Shu Chen didn't participate much, just chatting casually with Dolu. During this time, he also spotted the two sisters, Lu Xian and Lu Yen. At 8 o'clock sharp, a dozen instructors dressed in long country combat uniforms entered the instance square. The students' expressions quieted down, looking expectantly and solemnly at the neatly lined-up instructors. The lead instructor stepped forward and spoke loudly. Hello, students. We are the instructors for this military training. Next, we will divide you into 4 groups. Please, those whose names are called, stand behind the corresponding instructor. There were no pleasantries, just a swift and direct approach. Then, 4 instructors began to call out the students' names. When students heard their names, they jogged to stand behind the corresponding instructor, forming lines on their own. Shu Chen and Dolu were assigned to Group 2 together. Lu Xian was also assigned to this group. However, her sister Lu Yen was placed in a different group. Their group's instructor was a lean, short man. His skin was tan dark, but he appeared very spirited, with sharp light emanating from his eyes. Some students didn't dare to make eye contact with the instructor. Soon, over 1,000 students were divided into 2 groups, each with nearly 300 people. The lean instructor put away the roster, scanned all the students in the second group, and smiled slightly, saying, "Hello, everyone. I am your chief instructor for this military training. You can call me Instructor Feng. The military training will undoubtedly be somewhat challenging, so please be sure to persevere. If you can't hold on, that's okay, I will help you endure. So, I hope we can have an enjoyable time during this military training." Although Instructor Feng smiled sincerely, the students felt a chill run down their spines. After a brief introduction, Instructor Feng led the members of the second group into a scenario. It was a desolate Gobi desert, surrounded by endless yellow gravel and bare rocks. The scene was bleak. Once all the students entered the scenario, Instructor Feng summoned a puppet figure wrapped in silver metal. The puppet held a long sword, shining brightly, looking quite impressive. The students curiously examined the puppet, unsure of what was to come next. Instructor Feng didn't keep them waiting long. He took out a tablet from his storage space, which contained detailed information about the students in the second group. He then began to announce the preparations for the military training. Next, students in combat professions will come up one by one to fight the puppet. The puppet will score you based on your performance, and I will divide you into groups A and B based on your scores. As for students in support professions, you will automatically be placed in Group C. After saying this, Instructor Feng started calling names. Lu Wei. Here. As soon as he spoke, a somewhat shy boy squeezed out of the crowd and stepped in front of the instructor. The others instinctively stepped back to give him space. Instructor Feng nodded. Let's begin. Lu Wei felt a bit frustrated, wondering why he had to be the first. But since he was already up, he could only give it his all. He took out his weapon, which turned out to be a heavy axe. The thick axe blade looked heavier than Lu Wei himself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wei raised the battle axe high. A yellowish light flowed continuously over it, making the axe seem even heavier. It seemed Lu Wei intended to unleash a powerful move right from the start. Although he didn't know the difference between Groups A and B, he still wanted to get into Group A. However, before Lu Wei could finish charging his skill, the puppet moved first. Swish! Lu Wei felt a flash of silver light, and the back of the sword struck his abdomen hard. Hiss! Lu Wei gasped, wincing in pain and staggering back. The skill he was about to unleash was interrupted. 0 points. Looking at the glaring score that appeared on the puppet's forehead, Lu Wei's face turned red with anger as he unwillingly said, "Instructor Feng, you didn't say this puppet would attack on its own." As the first student to go up, He had hoped to perform well and leave a strong impression on everyone. Instead, the impression he left was a big fat 0. This was too much. Instructor Fong shrugged, unconcerned, and said, "I didn't say it wouldn't attack on its own either. Besides, the puppet is holding a weapon. Do you think that's just for show?" Lu Wei's face turned a mix of red and white. He had actually considered that the puppet might attack, but he thought that even if it did, it would only counter after he made his move. Who would have thought it would launch a sneak attack? Lu Wei adjusted his expression and said, "Instructor Feng, I hope to try again." A hint of displeasure appeared on Instructor Feng's face as he coldly replied, "No time. Lu Wei, Group B, go stand over there." Seeing that Instructor Feng was not giving him any face, Lu Wei's expression darkened further, and he shouted, "Instructor, this isn't fair. I was the first to go on stage. I should have a chance to make mistakes." A meaningful smile flickered in Instructor Feng's eyes as he clicked his tongue and remarked, "You have quite the personality. I won't give you a chance to make mistakes, but I can give you the opportunity to do 1,000 push-ups. Go do it. If the test ends and you haven't finished, then you'll have to do another 1,000. Lu Wei was left speechless, dumbfounded. This instructor was too harsh. Just as he was about to say something more, Instructor Feng coldly added, 2,000, which instantly made Lu Wei obedient. He jogged over to the side and began his punishment. The surrounding classmates, witnessing this scene, felt even more awe towards Instructor Feng. Next, Shi Bing. The second student to take the stage was a girl with a cold and elegant demeanor. Having learned from Lu Wei's experience, she immediately launched a fierce attack on the puppet. Holding 2 short swords, her movements were as graceful as a butterfly dancing, truly beautiful. Smack! The puppet swung his sword and directly knocked this beautiful butterfly to the ground. 54 points. Looking at her score, a hint of embarrassment flushed Shi Bing's cold face. The puppet was just too powerful. Despite giving it her all, she was still easily defeated by the puppet. In the end, her score was even below 60. How humiliating. Group B, next. Instructor Feng expressionlessly announced the result and called the next student. As everyone watched their classmates take the stage one by one and get knocked down, they felt a bit anxious. "Jie, this is bad. I don't even need to go on stage to know I'll definitely be assigned to Group B. It's over, this is a bad start." Dolo looked at the situation in the arena and complained to Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked confused. "You haven't even gone on stage yet. Why are you being so pessimistic?" Dolo sighed deeply. "Did you forget my profession?" Chu Chen was taken aback, then suddenly realized. Although the Nightmare Mage was a powerful mage class, the puppet was precisely its nemesis. Because the puppet had no spirit to speak of. Take it easy actually, Group B isn't so bad. With your strength, you might even dominate in Group B. Chu Chen patted Do Li's shoulder, smiling to comfort him. "Dominating is out of the question. I just hope this is a normal grouping." As the young master of the Do family, he knew best that these instructors were quite tricky, and he could only pray in frustration. Just then, the instructor called out Do Lu. He took a deep breath, waved at Chu Chen, and straightforwardly approached the instructor to explain his situation. He thought that with the title of SSS level Nightmare Mage, he might at least get some friendly points. The result was, Do Lu, 0 points, Group B. Do Lu. Watching Do Lu walk towards Group B with his head down and sighing, Chu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. However, he was also a bit worried about his upcoming test. After all, the puppet was using a sword. It couldn't possibly hurt him, who possessed the heavily Dao sword body. So how would the test score be calculated? Just as Chu Chen was pondering this, a series of gasps suddenly erupted in the arena. Chu Chen snapped back to attention. He saw a young man dressed in martial arts attire moving like a dragon, effortlessly deflecting the puppet's attacks. In the moment the puppet paused, the young man clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the puppet's abdomen. Clang! Accompanied by a clanging sound of metal, the puppet was actually forced to retreat repeatedly. The number on its forehead flashed quickly, directly popping out a 100 points. Oh my god! 100 points! It's a perfect score! This student is amazing! What profession does he have? So this puppet can be defeated too! I love it! So cool! Seeing someone defeat the puppet, the classmates cheered with excitement. The martial arts youth proudly raised his chin, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being adored by the crowd. Instructor Feng looked at the cheering crowd with a half-smile. Defeating his puppet? No, it was just a retreat. A retreat at the level 50 tier. If the puppet truly unleashed all its power, no one here could withstand a single blow. However, scoring 100 points was still quite impressive. Wu Chenyun, Group A. Instructor Feng announced the results, stirring up waves in the crowd once again. After all, Wu Chenyun was the first member of Group A in such a long time. After a brief climax, the test continued. With Wu Qinyun being the first to take the plunge, more and more people entered Group A. The students' eyes were bright, their spirits high, as they fought the puppet as if they were risking their lives. The scores kept rising, higher and higher. However, there was no second perfect score. Chu Chen watched as the number of classmates around him dwindled, and finally, it was his turn. Next, Chu Chen. Hearing his name, Chu Chen strode forward. The surrounding classmates looked at him with curiosity. Doli's curiosity was especially intense. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious about Chu Chen's profession. At first, he might have been just a little curious, but after finding out that even with level 8 permissions he couldn't view Chu Chen's information, his curiosity was ignited to a high degree. It was a perfect opportunity to see what kind of extraordinary profession Chu Chen had. However, under everyone's gaze, Chu Chen did not walk directly towards the puppet but instead approached instructor phone. What's going on? Could it be that Brother Jia is also a mental type profession? Or is he trying to hide his profession information even if he enters Group B? Doli's eyes widened, unsure of what Chu Chen was up to. Instructor, can I switch to another puppet? Amidst the puzzled looks from everyone, Chu Chen stated his purpose. This puppet couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, to ensure the test went smoothly, he decided to suggest to Instructor Feng to change it. Instructor Feng's profession should be Puppet Master. Such a profession's combat power almost entirely comes from puppets. So, naturally, there wouldn't be just one puppet. Change puppets? Why? Instructor Feng was taken aback. He thought Chu Chen was also here to directly score 0 points, never expecting him to request a puppet change. This bizarre request left Instructor Feng momentarily speechless. This puppet can't test my score. Chu Chen shrugged and spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, Instructor Feng was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. The surrounding classmates looked at Chu Chen in astonishment and gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you're something else. Did you not see how we were beaten to a pulp by this puppet just now, and you still think it's not enough? Just for that arrogant attitude, I'd call him the #1 badass. Ha ha. Clearly, everyone did not grasp Chu Chen's true meaning. They thought he was dissatisfied with the puppet's combat power and wanted Instructor Feng to raise the stakes. Even Wu Qinyun couldn't help but look at Chu Chen with a mocking gaze. The test was nearing its end, and he was the only one with a perfect score. Was Chu Chen planning to raise the difficulty and put himself under pressure? He was indeed bold, but it was uncertain if he had the strength to back it up. Ha ha, young man, you can test it boldly. Even if the puppet can't measure your results, I'll manually score you. Instructor Feng laughed until tears came out. He had been an instructor for many years, and it was the first time a student had made him this happy. Alright, instructor. Since Instructor Feng said so, Chu Chen had no objections. He turned and walked towards the puppet. All the classmates watched with great interest, eager to see whether Chu Chen, the show-off king, was just pretending or truly impressive. However, even when Chu Chen was within 5 meters of the puppet, he still did not take out a weapon. Seeing this, the classmates were stunned. What the hell? He really knows how to show off. He's not even taking out a weapon? What's he thinking? Not only is he not taking out a weapon, but his body is also completely relaxed. If the puppet hits him now, he could fly out 10 meters. Oh no, 20 meters. The puppet seemed to have a preparation time, waiting for the student to attack. When the student delayed in attacking, it would take the initiative to strike. Clearly, Chu Chen's inaction had exceeded the puppet's waiting limit. Swish! The puppet raised its long sword and swung it at Chu Chen. Ah! At such a close distance, Chu Chen had not made any preparations. Some timid classmates instinctively gasped. The others twitched their mouths. They didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless. The puppet had already attacked, and he was still showing off. Just when everyone thought Chu Chen would be sent flying in a sorry state, an unbelievable scene occurred. Bang! At the moment the long sword was about to hit Chu Chen, it suddenly deflected and struck the ground heavily, carving a deep gash into the hard rock. And Chu Chen remained unharmed, standing in place. Everyone? Instructor Feng? What just happened? Did it miss? Is the puppet broken? The classmates stared at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with confusion. Even Instructor Feng looked astonished. With his 4th-tier strength, he couldn't even see how Chu Chen had dodged the attack. The puppet seemed to have a moment of distraction. But soon, devoid of emotion, it regained its state. Its command was to repel the opponent or be repelled by the opponent. Until the task was completed, it would continuously attempt to execute the command. Thus, an incredible scene unfolded in the arena. Swish, swish, swish. The puppet, wielding the long sword, began to slash madly at Chu Chen. The sword light flickered, forming a dazzling web of swords that enveloped Chu Chen entirely. Yet, Chu Chen just stood quietly inside, making no attacks, no defenses, doing nothing at all. However, the torrential attacks, which sent debris flying around, did not harm Chu Chen in the slightest. Now, the surrounding classmates could no longer laugh. It turned out that Chu Chen wasn't bragging. This puppet really couldn't measure his strength. Compared to Chu Chen, even the top-tier Wu Chenyun could only be considered a little brother. But how did Chu Chen evade the attacks? The classmates' eyes were nearly bulging with bloodshot confusion. Their bewildered expressions resembled that of students in a math class, after the teacher asked, "Did you understand?" casting doubt on both their vision and intelligence. Instructor Feng, however, understood. He was also stunned. Chu Chen did not evade the attacks. Instead, the puppet strikes were deflected the moment they were about to hit him. Such a dense barrage of attacks could be silently deflected without a sound. What kind of profession? What kind of skill was this? Even the well-informed instructor Feng couldn't discern the situation for a moment. However, he had a vague feeling that he seemed to have encountered a treasure of a student. After pondering for a long time, he still had no clue. Instructor Feng opened the information on Chu Chen on his tablet, intending to look directly at the answer. Name, Chu Chen, occupation, not disclosed, level, not disclosed. Instructor Feng felt a bit frustrated. It felt like encountering an extremely difficult problem, pondering for half a day without finding a solution, and then deciding to take a peek at the answer. The result was just a single word, slight. However, although all of Chu Chen's information was not disclosed except for his name, one could still interpret some information from these 4 words. One undeniable point was, Chu Chen's occupation was very powerful, very outrageous. So outrageous that the school needed to protect his information. It was like in his previous life, where only those with exceptionally high scores in the college entrance examination would have their scores hidden. Those with lower scores could only lock their hearts and close their eyes. It seems I underestimated this kid's evaluation just now. After being an instructor for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered a student with confidential information. Instructor Feng shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze turning to Chu Chen as he called off the fight. Alright, that's enough. Chu Chen, Group A. As soon as the words fell, the puppet immediately stopped moving. The sword was retracted, standing upright like a piece of art, completely still. Chu Chen nodded at Instructor Feng and turned to walk to Group A. He stood still by an open space, his gaze fixed on the upcoming test. His mindset was extremely calm. The students in Group A looked at Chu Chen with shining eyes, filled with awe for the strong. Although Chu Chen hadn't made a move just now, compared to their own pitiful state, Chu Chen's performance was truly spectacular. It was like a flawless first blood, a beautiful display of slaughtering a boss. It was even more outrageous. After all, they hadn't seen how Chu Chen had dodged at all. It started. It definitely has. Doli's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Chen. Compared to the other students, Doli's perspective was on a whole different level. Thus, he reached the same conclusion as Instructor Feng. Facing the puppet's attack, Chu Chen didn't dodge at all. He simply stood quietly in front of the puppet. Bounce, 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 deflecting the little sword. Dolu was dumbfounded. A person who knew both astronomy and geography, this was the first time he had seen such an incredible defensive skill. Only Wu Chenyun clenched his fists tightly, his face full of unwillingness. Although Chu Chen had no score, he felt as if Chu Chen had scored 200 points. He had usurped his first place. It was supposed to be a combat test. Why was this guy playing magic instead? Wei Hong, Group B. Lu Jiuyao, Group A. Shen Wen, Group A. The remaining students tested one after another, quickly. However, no perfect score candidates appeared again. As for a prodigy like Chu Chen, it was even more impossible to see another. By the time all the students had completed their tests, Lu Wei had also finished his 2,000 push-ups right on time. What astonished everyone was that the number of students in Group A was not as few as they had imagined. The numbers in Groups A and B were surprisingly similar. Chu Chen's eyes flickered as he roughly guessed Instructor Feng's intention for the grouping team training. 1 strong teammate, 1 weak teammate, plus 1 support. A team that conformed to basic logic was formed. At the same time, dividing more than 200 people into different small teams also made it easier to conduct various bizarre training sessions. As Chu Chen had guessed, once all the students finished testing, Instructor Feng announced the next content. Next, 1 member from Group A, 1 from Group B, and 1 from Group C will start forming teams. Members of Group A will act as captains and choose teammates in turn. After speaking, Instructor Feng glanced at Wu Chenyun, who was at the front of Group A, and said, Wu Chenyun, let's start with you. Yes, instructor. Wu Chenyun nodded and proudly walked to the center. His gaze swept from left to right over the members of Group B. After looking around, he found no suitable choice. He scanned from right to left again, still finding no one appealing. Wu Chunyun shrugged helplessly. The members of Group B were all failures. They were like discounted vegetables in a market, cheap but lacking any allure. If it weren't for the instructor's requirement, he wouldn't want to choose any of them at all. Forget it, I'll just pick one at random. Just as Wu Chunyun was about to choose someone who looked decent, a classmate named Lu Wei suddenly shouted, "Wu Chunyun, pick me. You are a speed-type profession, and I am a strength-type profession. We complement each other, and we can definitely achieve the best results." The members of Group B were taken aback. "Ha? Can you self-promote like that?" Wu Chunyun looked at Lu Wei and nodded. "Alright, it's you." Hearing this, Lu Wei grinned and stepped out of the crowd to stand beside Wu Chunyun. He had lost a lot of face during the test, so he wanted to regain it in the subsequent training. Choosing an excellent teammate would undoubtedly make this easier. Lu Wei's ideal teammate was Wu Chunyun. A perfect score was enough to prove how strong his abilities were. As for Chu Chen, although Lu Wei felt he was somewhat impressive, he also thought he was just showy and lacked substance. He stood there for a long time without making a move. Teaming up with him would be like gambling on a lottery ticket, right? If you win, great, but if you lose, it would be a huge loss. With Lu Wei's example, the support professions from Group C immediately transformed into salespeople, starting to promote themselves. As a perfect scorer, Wu Chunyun was a big tree providing shade, and everyone wanted to team up with him. Wu Chunyun's attitude remained the same as before. He believed in his own strength, and he believed it strongly. Therefore, support roles were just an accessory. In the end, Wu Chunyun chose the loudest girl. The first team was formed, and the following students followed suit. However, their situation was completely incomparable to Wu Chunyun's. They needed to clearly state their advantages and the type of teammates they needed, with both sides jointly deciding. Sometimes, even the big shots from Group A had to lower their voices and plead with members from Groups B and C to join. It was like a startup where the boss had to look at the employees' faces. In contrast, in a Fortune 500 company, the employees had to look at the boss's face. This situation continued until Chu Chen began to select teammates. As soon as Chu Chen walked to the front, all the members of Groups B and C erupted in excitement. "Chu Chen, pick me, pick me. Chu Chen, I am a magic swordsman, one is better than two. Chu Chen, pick me, my name is Yurong, Yurong. Chu Chen, I declare you, I declare you." Ha, is there even a confession? The intense noise made Chu Chen's eardrums buzz. If it weren't for instructor phone watching from the side, this group would probably have rushed forward. Wu Chunyun watched this lively scene, unable to help but clench his fists, gritting his teeth. He didn't expect Chu Chen to be this popular. Compared to him, it was like the difference between an 18-line star and a top-tier superstar. The members of Group A, both those who had formed teams and those who hadn't, looked on with envy. Is this really picking teammates? Why does it feel like selecting a concubine? Those guys were almost kneeling, shouting, "Long live our emperor." Just then, bang! A chubby figure crashed through the crowd, sliding to a stop in front of Chu Chen, hugging his thigh and refusing to let go. "Brother Jia, we've eaten together and slept together, you can't forget your servant." The onlookers were dumbfounded. Wow! There really is someone kneeling? Lu Wei had ushered in the era of sales. Are you fatso, going to start the era of kneeling? What about dignity? What about boundaries? What about your position? What does it mean for a fatso like you to hug two legs? Not giving us any chance, huh? Wait, it seems there's another leg. How embarrassing. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. Damn fatso, if we're teaming up, don't tarnish my reputation. Who the hell has slept with you? Dola chuckled awkwardly. Aren't we roommates? Same thing, same thing. Haha brother Jia, pick me. We know each other, it's reassuring, right? Chu Chen rolled his eyes. Alright, get up, don't embarrass yourself. Seeing Chu Chen say this, Dola grinned and stood behind Chu Chen, proudly raising his eyebrows at the members of Group B. That look seemed to say, see, the Emperor still chose me, you bunch of flashy lowlifes. The members of Group B gritted their teeth in anger, regretting their high standards. Chu Chen turned his gaze to Group C. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of students from Group C slightly bent forward, already in starting positions. Their eyes roamed over Chu Chen, contemplating which position to hug him in. If they were comfortable, Chu Chen would be comfortable too. Ahem. At that moment, Instructor Feng's light cough reached everyone's ears, making all the students shiver involuntarily. Seeing everyone looking over, Instructor Feng smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, just getting old, my throat isn't good. Dolu, do 1,000 push-ups for me to relieve my throat discomfort. Dolu? Instructor, what does your throat issue have to do with me doing push-ups? Your forced reasoning is really disgusting. Dolu felt like cursing in his heart, but he could only keep smiling. Lu Wei's previous experience was still fresh in his mind. How could he dare to retort against instructor phone? 1, 2. Watching Dola struggle to start doing push-ups, the students of Group C instantly calmed down. How could they not see it? This was instructor phone teaching Dolu a lesson for breaking the rules. You can communicate, but crossing the line is not allowed. Thus, the students of Group C once again erupted into a noisy self-promotion. One by one, they were trying their best to prove to Chu Chen, "I'm the best." Most of the members of Group C were girls. Chu Chen seemed to see them decades later, fighting over discounted eggs in a supermarket. "Lu Xian, let's team up." Chu Chen ignored the chattering crowd in front of him and focused on a gentle girl at the back of Group C. Lu Xian didn't fight for attention. She stood quietly, like a blooming lotus, smiling at Chu Chen. Upon hearing her name called, her smile grew even brighter. With a soft she gracefully moved and walked to Chu Chen's side. The girls in Group C felt their hearts shatter at this scene. The reason they were all vying to team up with Chu Chen was twofold. First, Chu Chen's performance in the test was astonishing. But more importantly, Chu Chen was so handsome. He was practically the perfect first love boyfriend. They had heard that the military training at Kunlun Academy was quite harsh. Having such a handsome boy nearby, they could often look at him to relieve their gloomy moods, right? But he chose her, and she wasn't me. It felt like they would never love again. With 2 teammates chosen, Chu Chen's team was formed. He and Lu Xian walked aside, chatting while watching Dolu do push-ups. Dolu, being overweight, found physical exercise exhausting. Plus, as a mage, he had weak strength. He hadn't done many before he was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, this guy was indeed not short on money. When he got tired, he lay on the ground, secretly popping a few pills into his mouth. Then he started doing push-ups again, full of energy. Instructor Feng naturally saw all of this, but he chose to selectively ignore it. It was just a small punishment. As long as the educational purpose was achieved, there was no need to be overly demanding. Many students from Group B and Group C delayed forming teams, largely waiting for Chu Chen. Now that Chu Chen had completed his team, the atmosphere of team formation suddenly became urgent. It was like a single noble in a past life, who always thought there was no need to marry early. But once a person turns 30 and sees their friends' children already running around, a great sense of urgency surges within. Thus, the remaining team formations went exceptionally smoothly. With no one left, they just had to make do. In the end, all the support roles were chosen. The remaining 6 combat roles were all boys. Instructor Feng waved his hand and had them form 2 pure combat teams. Watching other teams with sweet girls who could gently heal them when injured, these 6 boys felt utterly frustrated. "Dolu, get up. We are about to start formal military training." With the teams formed, Instructor Feng glanced at Dolu and said irritably. Up until now, Dola still hadn't completed 1,000 push-ups. In fact, he hadn't even finished half. Dolu felt a surge of joy, thinking he had escaped a calamity. Although he had pills to support him, those 500 push-ups nearly took his life. Thank you, instructor, thank you, instructor. Dola stood up with a beaming smile and quickly found Chu Chen, intending to join him. However, a casual remark from Instructor Feng behind him made him freeze in place. "You need to make up for it before the military training ends. The count will start over then." Dolu was drenched in sweat, his face flushed from the heat. But at that moment, he felt his heart was icy. Instructor Feng, however, paid him no mind, his gaze sweeping over everyone, 92 teams in total, and he announced loudly, "The preparatory work is complete. We will now begin our first training, reconnaissance of enemy conditions. From our current position as the center, in the 8 directions, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, there is a monster tribe in each direction. What you need to do is to investigate the situation of the monster tribes, including the scale of the monster tribe, the number of monsters, and their strength range. In short, imagine yourselves as scouts. The more complete the information, the better, as it will affect your military training scores." After a pause, Instructor Feng's gaze swept over everyone, and he smiled as he reminded, "Of course, there is one point I need to remind all of you as scouts. The 2 most important points are: first, do not expose your side; second, bring the information back alive." After saying this, Instructor Feng waved his hand. "Alright, let's begin. You have 1 day to complete the task. Any students who have not returned by 5 o'clock in the afternoon will be considered a failure." After hearing the task description, many students secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The military training content didn't sound too difficult. Reconnaissance of enemy conditions, isn't that basic? Even if they weren't professional scouts, when they usually farm monsters, they would first check the strength of the monsters before making plans. Even if the instructor set some obstacles during the task, they believed they could handle it with their own strength. On the Gobi Desert, The atmosphere among the students was peaceful as they discussed which direction to go for the monster tribes. Instructor Fong watched the students chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but smile slightly. What carefree children they are, but I still prefer to see them cry. Chu Chen's team didn't discuss anything with the surrounding people. They casually picked a direction and quickly left the base. In Chu Chen's view, the monster tribes in the 8 directions should all be the same. Discussing where to go is completely meaningless. On the contrary, quick action might yield more points. After all, their military training mission clearly requires them to act as scouts. When it comes to gathering intelligence on the enemy, the timeliness of information is crucial. Jiege, what do you think about this mission? Dola shook off the gloom from doing push-ups and closely followed behind Chu Chen. Chu Chen shrugged. I don't know what tricks the instructor has up his sleeve, but this mission will undoubtedly be difficult. Upon hearing this, both Do Lu and Lu Xian revealed wry smiles. Do Lu, having been exposed to various information since childhood, naturally had a keen sensitivity to it. Lu Xian, being a thoughtful girl, also sharply sensed the deeper meaning in Instructor Feng's words. The 2 key points that Instructor Feng reminded them of actually had deeper implications. First, the monsters have strong reconnaissance abilities, so do not expose yourselves. If you do expose yourselves, do not reveal the main base. Second, the monsters are very powerful. Do not think about fighting when encountering them. The ultimate task is to bring back complete information to the main base. So, this mission actually tests our long-distance reconnaissance abilities. My mental scanning range is 200 meters, and with the use of pills, it can be increased to 500 meters. Jiege, Lu Xian, I think I can handle this without any problem. Do Lu patted his chest. Although he knew the mission was difficult, this difficulty varied from person to person. It's like an exam. When an average student says it's hard, they mean they can't even pass. But when a top student says it's hard, they mostly mean they can't get a perfect score. Do Lu believed that his strength and resources placed him among the top few in Kunlun Academy. A hellishly difficult task would be downgraded to a challenging level in front of him. Of course, there was another important reason. With such a beautiful priestess sister by his side, he couldn't slack off. He had to perform well. Mental scanning is indeed a powerful tool for gathering enemy intelligence. When the time comes, once I determine a safe range, Do Lu, you can use this method to scan for specific information. Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lu Xian smiled gently. It seems I can't be of much help in this mission, so it will have to rely on you too. Seeing that Chu Chen chose the western direction, some classmates consciously avoided that way. They were unwilling to compete on the same track as a big shot. However, some others went against the tide and deliberately followed behind Chu Chen. Their plan was to let Chu Chen clear the path in front while they took advantage of the situation. It's nice to be in the shade of a big tree. Hee, with Chu Chen being so capable, if we follow behind, our results are definitely guaranteed. Maybe we can even get enemy information directly from him, saving us the trouble. Hee, our operation is a bit sly, isn't it a bit inappropriate? What are you thinking? Instructor Feng didn't prohibit this, right? We call this a win-win cooperation. A dozen classmates laughed and followed behind Chu Chen, discussing their plans without restraint. In their view, this was called winning with wisdom, a more advanced strategy. But soon, everyone found it hard to keep smiling. The scorching sun baked the ground, and even the gravel crackled as if frying beans. Before long, everyone was parched and drenched in sweat. There wasn't a dry spot on them, and they were so hot they could barely move. Damn! What the hell is this place? It's boiling. Is the temperature 50 degrees? I feel like I'm about to turn into a dried fruit. Does anyone have water? I'll pay for it. $100 a bottle. $100? Screw that. I'll pay 1,000 for a bottle. Alright, stop the noise, let's go. Chu Chen and the others have already gone far. Damn it! Can't see a single shadow? Aren't they hot? In less than half an hour, the students deeply felt the first tough challenge of this task, the brutal environment. They never expected to face such terrifying high temperatures during military training. Those unprepared could only rely on their iron will. However, in Chu Chen's team, the atmosphere was completely different. Brother Jia, sister Lu Xian, what are you drinking? Soda, tea, juice, coffee? With ice or without? As a seasoned foodie, Do Lu almost carried a snack shop with him. Not only that, he even specially crafted a piece of equipment. It functioned like a refrigerator, capable of cooling without electricity. This way, he could enjoy chilled drinks anytime, anywhere. Chu Chen looked at the various brand drinks Do Lu took out. Just by looking at the packaging, he knew they were expensive. However, this fat guy didn't realize that the more you drink, the thirstier you get, right? Fatty, let's just say, why isn't mineral water an option? Do Lu blinked his big eyes and said seriously, there is. Saying this, Dolo handed over a chunk of ice. Goodness, it turned out the mineral water was all used to make ice. After thinking for a moment, Chuchen still took a bottle of tea drink, at least it was lighter. He opened the cap and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid through his mouth and throat, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, and Chuchen couldn't help but exclaim, "So refreshing." Lu Xian took a bottle of chill juice. "Thanks, please wait a moment, I have a surprise for you." Lu Xian didn't start drinking immediately. Instead, she took out her wand and began to wave it. Cooling spell. Shade spell. A cool aura enveloped her, and a small shadow covered her head. Chuchen immediately felt the heat dissipate, and he felt comfortable all over. What is this? Chuchen and Dolo were both stunned. They never expected that Lu Xian had actually learned the cooling spell and shade spell. These two skills, just like their names, could only create a bit of shade and had no other effect. Learning such skills, aside from spending time and money, had no practical significance, and could only satisfy a bit of a bourgeois sentiment. Therefore, almost no one bothered to learn them. Hee, as a delicate piggy girl, of course I need to learn a couple of skills to protect myself from the sun. Lu Xian playfully stuck out her tongue. In fact, she herself didn't expect that these two skills would play an irreplaceable role at this moment. This way, she also felt a sense of participation in this task. The three of them felt like travelers enjoying themselves in the Gobi Desert. Although the conditions were harsh, being well prepared allowed them to appreciate the wonders of nature amidst the vast Gobi. The students behind them naturally did not have such conditions. While they complained endlessly, the distance between them and Chuchen's trio grew further and further. At first, they could still see a black dot. Later, even that black dot disappeared. As Chuchen grew a bit bored watching, he summoned 3 skeletal shadow wolves. The 3 rode off quickly ahead. An hour later, they stopped in a patch of withered sea buckthorn bushes. Looking ahead, their mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. On a small hill, countless watchtowers and camps stood densely. Some green-skinned orcs, wielding huge hammers or axes, moved back and forth among them. The vigilance was extremely tight. What the hell? Is this called a tribe? It's almost like a small town. Dolu couldn't help but curse. This tribe occupied an area of nearly a kilometer. Even if Dolu were on drugs, he couldn't scout the entire tribe. The only way was to stand on the hilltop and release a mental scan. But what was the difference between that and seeking death? The orc's sense of smell is quite sharp. Even if you are invisible, they can still find you. Brother Jia, I'm out of ideas. This time, it all depends on you, Dolu said earnestly. Although he could still think of a way with his trump card, it would undoubtedly be extremely troublesome. From the undead shadow wolf, Dolu initially guessed that Chu Chen's profession was that of a necromancer. Using the undead for reconnaissance might allow them to complete the task easily. Chu Chen silently nodded. He commanded the 3 shadow wolves to rush towards the tribe from 3 different directions. As undead, the 3 shadow wolves had a very different aura from the orcs, so Chu Chen could only give it a try. Dolu and Lu Xian held their breath as they watched the 3 shadow wolves charge out, their eyes wide open, seemingly having stepped into the role of scouts. However, when the shadow wolves were still 500 meters away from the tribe, a loud cry suddenly rang out from the sky. "A whoa!" The 3 of them were startled by the sound and shivered in unison. They hurriedly looked up and saw several hawks circling in the sky, perfectly positioned right above the shadow wolves. Not good. These hawks are actually sentinels, Chu Chen exclaimed softly. On their way, they had seen many hawks soaring in the sky, so they hadn't thought much of it. They never expected that these orcs had actually tamed some hawks to act as lookouts. Bang! Shortly after the hawks let out their cries, the tribe's gate opened with a loud rumble. 3 teams of orcs swung their giant axes and charged towards the undead shadow wolves. Chu Chen did not immediately call back the shadow wolves. First, summoning the shadow wolves would mean exposing their position. They were still 1,500 meters away from the monster tribe, and the hawks had not yet discovered them. Secondly, Chu Chen wanted to see just how strong these orcs were. Bang! The giant axe came crashing down. With just one strike, the undead shadow wolf was smashed into pieces. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. Let's retreat, no need to watch anymore. They are definitely monsters of the second transition or above. These instructors really dared to play. They let a newcomer who had just transitioned less than a month ago face second transition orcs directly. Chu Chen now suspected that these instructors never intended for everyone to complete the task. These orcs are so strong. Lu Xian sighed as she retreated. She knew how powerful Chu Chen's undead shadow wolves were, yet they were wiped out by the orcs in an instant. Their strength was probably comparable to that of the level 110 shadow demon bear. After retreating to 3,000 meters away, the 3 of them finally felt safe enough to stop, hiding in a grove of poplar trees, vigilantly watching the distance. The hawks continued to soar in the sky, seemingly searching for potential enemies. After easily killing the undead shadow wolves, the group of orcs searched the area for a while. Confirming that there were no other enemies, they shouldered their giant axes and returned to the tribe. This is insane. Too insane. Dola grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing angrily. This tribe is so big, and the monsters are so strong. Most importantly, they even have hawk eyes. Damn it! I can't think of any way to complete this damn task. Even as the young master of the Do family, he was completely thrown off balance. Lu Xian's mood was relatively stable. After all, as a priest, she was there to support. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were expectantly looking at Chu Chen. Like Dolu, facing such a difficult challenge, Lu Xian also had no good ideas. However, she believed that Chu Chen would. At the very least, they could attack together like they did against the Shadow Demon Bear. Then they could turn the orcs into undead and gradually erode the tribe's territory. However, this plan still had some flaws. There were no high-level transitioners here to block the main force of the monsters for them. Hawks patrolled the sky, and they were likely about to face several, even dozens of orcs. Moreover, the tribe's territory was so vast that even if Chu Chen could truly transform the undead one by one, time would not permit them to do so. Back and forth, the journey alone would take 2 hours. They now had only about 6 hours left to complete their reconnaissance. Of course, this was just Lu Xian's own thought. She believed that Chu Chen must have other trump cards. After all, a man who could chat and laugh with 2 fourth-turn big shots could not possibly have such limited strength. Chu Chen was not as flustered as Do Lu. Or rather, he had prepared for failure from the very beginning. The scorching environment, the enormous tribe, just the foreplay was this difficult. The actual enemy reconnaissance would surely be even more excruciating. One would almost want to tie the instructor up and let him go wild. However, Chu Chen was not at a loss. On the contrary, he had many ways to complete the reconnaissance mission. The first method was to circle around the monster tribe, estimating the enemy's troop strength based on the number of buildings around. This method was the simplest, but it required professional skills. Otherwise, it would be no different from blind guessing. It was like teenage boys discussing a beautiful girl's measurements, casually saying 36D. Yet, in reality, they didn't even understand what 36D meant. They simply thought it sounded big and impressive. Of course, everyone was just new students, so they naturally wouldn't have such strong reconnaissance abilities. This method was only theoretically feasible, lacking practical foundation. The second method was that Chu Chen could fly with his sword, scouting the monster tribe from the air. This method was the most audacious. The combat power of those hawks was not high, so dealing with them wouldn't be troublesome. Chu Chen was betting that the orcs had no flying capabilities. Since it was a gamble, there was a possibility of losing. If there were indeed flying orcs or ranged professions like orc shamans in the monster tribe, it would be an instant defeat. Chu Chen shrugged, a slight smile on his lips. Therefore, he could only use the last method, domain. Once the domain was activated, your home is my home. Don't even mention the camp and troop strength, I would strip you of your secret stash. Seeing Chu Chen smile, Dolu and Lu Xian both raised their eyebrows. There was hope. It seemed that Chu Chen really had a way to resolve the predicament. Brother Jia, what do you think? Dolu asked curiously. There's a method, but whether it works or not, we have to try, Chu Chen replied with a slight smile, signaling the two to return to the initial observation point. Brother Jia, do you need us to do anything? Lu Xian gazed at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes, inquiring. Chu Chen shook his head, just watch, it shouldn't be a big problem. Upon hearing this, Dolu and Lu Xian couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, feeling even more curious. The current situation was almost a deadlock for them. Yet, Chu Chen's attitude was so nonchalant, saying it shouldn't be a big problem? What exactly did he plan to do? As the two waited in anticipation, Chu Chen lightly pointed towards a distant small hill and called out, Land of Exile, open. As soon as the words fell, the place where Chu Chen pointed suddenly turned into a ghastly pale. Immediately, the pale color spread rapidly as if ink had dripped into clear water. In just a few breaths, the originally brownish-yellow small hill had completely turned white. This white was not the pure white of snow but a dry, lifeless pale. It looked devoid of life, evoking thoughts of death at first glance. The orcs in the tribe were terrified by this sudden scene, their souls nearly escaping. They uttered some obscure phrases, wielding their massive hammers and axes, fearfully looking around as if trying to find the enemy's trace. In the sky above, the hawks also emitted fearful cries of despair. The originally clear sky had unknowingly been covered by dense dark clouds. A suffocating atmosphere spread from the ominous clouds. The falcon instinctively felt a great discomfort, eager to escape this oppressive place. The contrast between the darkness and the white created a stark difference. Yet within these two colors, there was a shared sense of lifelessness that made both Dolu and Lu Xian's hearts race. What kind of skill is this? How can it create such a terrifying phenomenon? Lu Xian sensed a familiar aura of death from this horrifying celestial event. The last time she felt this way was when she was with Chu Chen. At that time, he said he had just cast a buff skill. Come on. I mean, does he have to crit his teammates every time he uses a skill? Lu Xian struggled to cast a mental soothing skill on herself, and only then did her inner terror ease slightly. She saw Dola staring blankly ahead, so she tried to give him a boost as well. However, it seemed to have no effect. Dola continued to look in shock at the distance, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? What the hell? What kind of perverse skill is this? Those white things are all bones. Damn! Which good person suddenly produced so many bones? Are you the Bone King or something? Dolu was completely stunned. He possessed a strong mental power, although he was still somewhat lacking in scouting enemy situations. He could easily see what was happening in the distance. However, after seeing Chu Chen's skill clearly, Dolu was utterly unsettled. Celestial phenomena. Bones. It can even affect me from a kilometer away. Is this really a skill that a newbie class changer can release? Chu Chen completely ignored the shock of the two, his eyes slightly closed as he connected to divine vision, quickly investigating various situations in the monster tribe. The number of camps, the number of troops, the types of troops. Whatever Chu Chen could think of, he did not miss a single detail. After all, the orcs couldn't attack him, nor could they even lock onto him. He had plenty of time to take stock. Roar, roar, roar. Outside a massive camp, a muscular orc looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and let out an unintelligible roar. Immediately after, he returned to his camp, moved aside a beast-skin bone chair in the center, revealing a circular opening below. Without hesitation, the orc jumped in. Moments later, the orc reappeared, now accompanied by a slender orc shaman holding a staff. The orc shaman stepped outside, looked at the ground littered with bones, and felt the thick aura of death, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could sense that this was not the aura of the orcs. There was an external enemy invading their tribe. Roar, roar, roar. The orc shaman let out a few angry roars to those around him. Then, he waved his staff, and a flame formed in front of him, shooting straight into the sky and exploding like fireworks. This scene captured the attention of all the orcs. They all knelt on the ground, paying their respects to the orc shaman. They prayed for the shaman to resolve the terrifying problem before them. The sound of the explosion also caught Chu Chen's attention. Seeing the orc shaman, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, there wasn't this orc here just now? Where did he come from? Chu Chen wondered, scanning the surroundings thoroughly, and soon discovered a secret passage in the camp. Following the passage, his vision descended, and Chu Chen arrived in a vast underground cave. In this cave, bright red shamanic patterns were drawn everywhere. 6 powerful shamans quietly knelt before these shamanic patterns, as if engaged in some prayer. From the arrangement here, Chu Chen immediately realized that this seemed to be a place akin to a holy ground. Only orc shamans are allowed to enter. Along with the one outside, there are a total of 7 powerful shamans. These 7 shamans are equivalent to the orcs' nuclear weapons. If the reconnaissance fails to bring back this information, it will lead to serious misinformation. In reality, this could be fatal. TSK, this instructor is really too unreasonable. How can such an important combat force be hidden away? Who the hell can find them? It took more than half an hour for Chu Chen to account for the entire situation of the tribe. He even counted twice to avoid miscalculating. During this process, the orc shaman continued to release fireballs into the air, seemingly hoping to hit invisible enemies by chance. Damn! Is this never-ending? Chu Chen was somewhat annoyed by the orc shaman. With a thought, the bones scattered across the ground rattled and quickly formed into skeletal undead, charging towards the orc shaman. Upon seeing the skeletal undead, the orc shaman not only did not panic but instead showed a look of delight on his dark green face. A tangible enemy is always easier to deal with than an intangible one. Moreover, the aura of these skeletal undead was so weak. Roar! The orc shaman let out a furious roar, causing all the orcs who were about to help to stop in their tracks. The shaman had just told them not to intervene, he would handle these skeletons alone. Boom boom boom! Dense flames fell like raindrops. Violent explosions erupted on the skeletal undead. The bones of the undead were blown apart, countless undead falling. But soon, new undead would rise again, continuing to charge recklessly at the orc shaman. The orc shaman danced the shaman dance confidently, his staff swaying to the rhythm, fireballs appearing out of thin air. However, the undead army was endless and inexhaustible. Gradually, the orc shaman began to struggle. His legs were almost giving out, and the skeletal undead showed no signs of decreasing. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, he no longer cared about his pride and shouted for help to the surrounding orcs. Roar! However, just as the sound escaped his mouth, a black mist-wreathed undead bear suddenly emerged from the sea of bones. With a powerful strike, it hit the orc shaman squarely in the chest. Puff! The orc shaman was sent flying, a large hole opened in his chest, and he died. Teammate Chu Chen killed the orc shaman, boss, gaining 60,000 experience points. Do Lu and Lu Xin, who were nervously watching the monster camp, were stunned by the sudden information broadcast. They both looked at Chu Chen, their faces filled with shock. Isn't Chu Chen right in front of us? When did he kill the boss? Could it be that the one in front of us is a fake Jiegu? His real body has already gone over there? Or was it a mental instant kill? Jiegu, you can't steal my meal. Seeing the 60,000 experience points credited, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Why not? Slaughter this monster tribe? So many monsters, and they are all above the second transition, it might be enough to level me up to 80. After thinking it over, Chu Chen ultimately abandoned this bold idea. First, although he had the strength to wipe out all the monsters, they were all second transition monsters, and 6 hours might not be enough. Secondly, if he killed all the monsters, how would the other students experience the true charm of this quest? Counting the monsters in the tribe would be enough to complete the task, right? Now that he had provoked the orcs' ferocity, the following students could perfectly experience what hell difficulty truly meant. With this in mind, Chu Chen chuckled and withdrew his domain. The orcs, seeing their shaman killed, fell into a state of extreme rage. Just as they were planning to launch a collective attack and smash the undead bear into pieces, everything undead vanished without a trace, as if melting away like spring snow. Roar! The entire tribe erupted in angry, unwilling roars. Alright, the mission is complete, let's head back. Chu Chen opened his eyes and spoke. Is that it? Was it really that easy? When they heard the kill notification, Do Lu and Lu Xian had already guessed that the mission was mostly fine. But hearing Chu Chen say it himself still left them with an indescribable shock. After all, they had no clue about this mission beforehand. And Chu Chen, with just a blink of his eyes, had completed the task. He even brought back a second-turn boss. The simplicity of it made them feel an illusion of I could do it too. Of course, they didn't dare to take the risk, because reason told them, trying it could lead to death. The three rode the undead shadow wolves swiftly back to the base. They had only spent an hour in the monster tribe. The classmates behind them hadn't even arrived at the monster tribe yet. Do Lu and Lu Xian were overjoyed. With Chu Chen, the big shot, backing them up, their military training was completely secured. On the scorching Gobi Desert, a dozen classmates leaned on each other, trudging forward with difficulty. Their faces were sunburned and darkened, their eyes glazed over. Come on, hold on. Perseverance is victory, brothers. Damn, these instructors are so shameless. In this heat, they still make us run so far. Keep it up. I think I see the shadow of the monster tribe. Really? Let me see. Oh, it really does look like it. Closer, closer. Wait, why do I feel like that black dot is moving? Wait, could that be Chu Chen and the others? We haven't even seen what the monster tribe looks like, and they've already completed the mission? The dozen or so people stared blankly ahead, watching as the distant black dot drew closer, splitting into three, ultimately revealing three familiar figures. What the hell? It really is Chu Chen. Wow, no wonder they moved so fast. They have a pet. A pet, that's a real mission tool. Let's discuss with Chu Chen later. Maybe we can borrow his pet, then we won't have to suffer anymore. Forget borrowing a pet, just ask them for the results. I don't want to stay in this hellhole for another second. Exactly, at worst, we just spend a little money. It's a mission, as long as we complete it, the process doesn't matter. Thinking this, the dozen or so people mustered their spirits, forming a line to block the path of Chu Chen and the others. Tap, tap, tap. The undead shadow wolves gradually slowed down, finally stopping in front of the group. Classmates, what does this mean? Chu Chen and his companions looked at the dozen people in confusion. It's nothing, Chu Chen, we just want to ask you all something, said a tall, burly boy holding a machete, scratching his head. Chu Chen's gaze shifted, assuming this group wanted to inquire about the monster tribe's situation. He silently nodded, signaling the boy to ask. However, the boy's next words made Chu Chen frown. Chu Chen, you must have completed the mission, right? Let's make a deal. You sell us the enemy information, how about it? The boy chuckled awkwardly, showing no sense of wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen and his companions all changed their expressions. Dolu was the first to curse. Humph. Who the hell do you think you are? The information we worked hard to obtain, and you want to take it from us? Hearing this, the boy's eyes flashed with displeasure. He was talking to Chu Chen, and what was this fat guy butting in for? However, out of respect for Chu Chen, he didn't say anything. Still, he greeted with a smile, Chu Chen, we're not asking for it for free, we're paying. 1 million. How about that? 1 million buys you a piece of information, isn't that fair? This price had been discussed by more than a dozen people. With 1 million, they could escape the sea of suffering and pass the first level quickly. No one would refuse. Moreover, with nearly 20 of them, each person only needed to contribute 50 or 60,000, which wasn't a huge loss. In this way, Chu Chen got the money, and they wouldn't have to suffer anymore. It was a win-win situation. Dolu was even more furious upon hearing this. Not to mention that these people planned to intercept the information, just the act itself made Dolu very disgusted. The sincerity they showed only made him feel belittled. Given the difficulty of this task, let alone 1 million, even 10 million wouldn't be enough. 1 million? Who do you think you're looking down on? That's not even enough for me to snack a few times. How can you even think of offering that? Dolu didn't hold back in his retort. 1 million isn't enough sincerity? The more than 10 people across from him were also a bit annoyed. Fat guy, we're discussing business with Chu Chen. What the hell are you butting in for? 1 million for a single word, and you think that's too little? I advise you not to be too greedy. Hearing this, Dolu sneered inwardly. It seemed these guys didn't come from wealthy backgrounds. To them, 1 million was a huge fortune. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, Chu Chen waved his hand to stop him. You might as well keep that money. Compared to this 1 million, I'd rather see you all suffering from the task. If these people intended to inquire about the task, Chu Chen might consider revealing a bit of information. But right from the start, they wanted to buy the hard-earned intel? How thick-skinned could they be? Naturally, Chu Chen wouldn't give them a good face. After saying that, he patted the shadow wolf beneath him, ordering it to ignore these people and continue moving forward. Dolu raised his lips in disdain, looking at these people. Lu Xian shrugged helplessly, relieved to be in the same team as Chu Chen, while also worried about Lu Yen encountering similar incompetent teammates. Just as the three of them were about to pass through the wall of people, the leading boy suddenly chuckled darkly. Good. We're trying to have a good talk with you, but you won't listen. Since that's the case, we'll have to resort to force. The boy gripped his big knife tightly, sneering as he turned back. The others seemed to have received a signal, gradually closing their line into a circle, surrounding Chu Chen and the others. They were eyeing them like hawks. Initially, these people didn't plan to take action against their classmates. But after walking this far, they were thirsty and hot. They hadn't even reached the monster tribe, and their bodies and minds were already in tatters. They could foresee that the torment ahead would be even harsher. It was like a monk on a journey to the west suddenly encountering Tang Sang returning from the journey. Would they choose the unknown 81 tribulations, or would they choose to become Tang Sang's calamity? I believe 99% of people would choose the latter. As for the deterrent power of Chu Chen, they had more than a dozen people on their side. Everyone was a student of Kunlun Academy. How strong could he really be? 10 people beating one, could he really turn the tables? Dolu and Lu Xian looked at the dozen or so people in shock. They never expected that these guys not only wanted to buy information but also planned to take action against them? Could it be that the heat had fried their brains? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then chuckled. You actually dare to make a move during military training. I think you're not as useless as I thought. However, when you make a move, you'd better be prepared to bear the consequences. The leading boy, with a fierce expression, raised his large knife, pointing the tip directly at Chu Chen, and sneered, consequences? We complete our tasks with wisdom and strength. What consequences could there be? Although we are executing the same task, who says we aren't competitors? On the contrary, it seems you few haven't recognized your current situation. If you tell us the enemy's information now and then obediently apologize, I might show some mercy and let you off this time. After all, we are all classmates, we see each other often. Dolu, upon hearing this, coldly scanned the crowd and scolded, You've surrounded us, and you're still playing this game of feigned submission? Brother Jia, I can handle these guys, you don't need to step in. Dolu had figured it out. These guys were just deceiving themselves. What are you B-group guys so arrogant about? Alright, you don't want to drink the toast, so you'll drink the punishment wine. Since you plan to take a beating before softening up, we'll oblige. Brothers, charge. The leading boy, seeing that Chu Chen and the others were giving him no face, was thoroughly enraged. He shouted, and more than a dozen classmates immediately began to unleash their skills. Colorful lights erupted from their weapons and equipment. At the same time, Dolu also released his signature skill with a cold expression. Soul Chaos. An invisible wave of mental energy spread from Doli's body, sweeping across everyone in the arena in an instant. The crowd had no idea, and skills were unleashed towards the three in front. Bang bang bang! Swords and blades flashed, flames and ice exploded almost simultaneously. The corners of more than a dozen mouths curled up. The once dominant Chu Chen during the test inexplicably felt a bit pleased. However, the next moment, the dozen or so people all cried out in pain. Why did your fireball hit me? You're the one to talk, your sword just stabbed my thigh. What the hell? What was that? I clearly threw it at Chu Chen. As the skills were unleashed, everyone suddenly woke up from their daze, panicking in a frenzy. They were astonished to find that their attack targets had all been their own side. The merciless skills had all hit their own people. Everyone was injured, bloodied. In contrast, not a single skill had hit the three on the opposite side. Hee hee, brother Jia, how about that? My skill can invisibly disrupt the enemy's vision. It's a perfect ambush tool. Dolu looked at Chu Chen and Lu Xian with some pride. After all, he was the young master of the Do family, and being placed in B group while being looked down upon by these guys had been frustrating. Now he finally vented some of that anger. Chu Chen nodded in appreciation, not sparing any words of praise. Not bad, impressive. The Nightmare Mage's mental attack was indeed suitable for ambushes, but being able to disrupt more than a dozen people at once clearly showed that Dolu had some skills. Hearing Chu Chen's praise, Doli's joy deepened. Only those in the same circle could be called friends. Chu Chen had already shown his mysterious strength, so he had to perform as well. Brother Jia, Lu Xian, you just watch. I'll take care of this group. A sinister smile flashed across Doli's lips. Dolu, you don't plan to do something to them, do you? Don't do anything stupid. Lu Xian's heart tightened. This tone felt like a cover-up. Don't worry, I'll make them feel the pain of death while keeping them alive, Dola chuckled. He was a nightmare mage, and creating dreams was his specialty. Since they were all classmates, he certainly couldn't injure these people. But in dreams, making them pay a price is naturally not a problem. With this thought, Dola jumped off the Wraith Shadow Wolf and walked step by step towards the wailing crowd. Grayish-white light spread from his body, like sandalwood, with a drowsy fragrance. A dozen people who initially wanted to resist immediately swayed and fell asleep as soon as they came into contact with the scent. Once everyone was asleep, Dola snapped his fingers, and the grayish-white light suddenly turned into an inky black. Like venom, it continuously flowed into the bodies of the dozen people. At the same time, several classmates began to utter painful murmurs. Their limbs started to move erratically, and their faces quickly turned pale. Hee hee, serves you right for being blind. How dare you block me and brother Jia? Seeing the pained expressions of the crowd, the pent-up anger in Doli's heart was somewhat vented. He walked up to a classmate holding a large knife, intending to give this guy a few kicks. Humph. Sleeping with a knife in hand, you really? Just as Dolo lifted his foot to kick, the knife-wielding boy suddenly sprang up. His eyes glowed with furious crimson, and he swung the knife at Dolo without hesitation. What the hell? Why aren't you lying down? Dolu was taken aback. He never expected that the knife-wielding boy had just been pretending. Damn it! Fatty, you ruined my plans. Today, I must give you a profound lesson. The knife-wielding boy was almost furious to the extreme. He never thought that this fatty was actually a mental-type practitioner. His plan had been completely disrupted by him. If it weren't for the treasure he had that resisted mental attacks, he would probably already be trapped in a nightmare. The knife swung down, and with a bang, it struck the ground, creating a large pit. Dolu awkwardly rolled to the side, barely dodging the blow. What the hell? Are you serious? Seeing the deep knife mark, Doli's expression changed completely. If that knife had hit him, he would have been seriously injured. You hurt so many of us, it would be light for me to make you bleed. The knife-wielding boy said viciously, clearly having lost his reason. You all are killing each other, and you blame me? As the knife swung towards him again, Dolu, as a mage, was utterly powerless to resist. If it weren't for Chu Chen being beside him, he wouldn't have dared to boldly run to the front lines. At this moment, he could only use his last resort. Brother Jia, save me. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the Wraith Shadow Wolf appeared beside Dolu. Humph, a mere pet beast dares to block my knife? Just right, I'll give you a lesson too. The knife-wielding boy sneered at this sight. Dolu was a mental-type practitioner, and Lu Xian was a support type, so this pet beast naturally belonged to Chu Chen. Although he was furious with Dolu, he had no good feelings towards Chu Chen either. If Chu Chen had agreed to the deal from the start, there wouldn't be any of this now. So, he planned to go all out. He would eliminate this pet beast in one move, giving Chu Chen an unforgettable lesson. A powerful force suddenly erupted from the knife-wielding boy's hand. A violent wind spread from the knife, swirling in circles, like a ring of blades surrounding the large knife. Gale slash. Facing the unmatched strike of the knife-wielding boy, the Wraith Shadow Wolf simply extended a paw nonchalantly. The knife-wielding boy's level was even lower than Lu Yan's. One paw was enough to deal with this move. Bang! The knife clashed with the claw. A terrifying shockwave erupted, stirring up flying sand and stones, enveloping everyone around. Ha ha! You actually dared to take my strongest move, Chu-Chen. Your pet beast is really. Before he could finish his sentence, the knife-wielding boy seemed to have his throat seized, unable to make another sound. He stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, as if he had seen a ghost. There stood the undead Shadow Wolf, perfectly intact. The fierce blade aura and raging winds from moments ago seemed to have merely scratched it, causing no harm whatsoever. Its pitch-black claws rested quietly on the large blade, and no matter how hard the boy tried, he could not budge it an inch. The two balls of ghostly white fire in its eye sockets coldly regarded the boy before it. It was as if, at a single command from Chu-Chen, that fearsome maw would snap off the boy's head. How is this possible? How is this possible? My strongest move was easily blocked by a mere pet beast? What level is Chu-Chen's pet beast, anyway? The boy had anticipated that Chu-Chen would be somewhat strong, but he never imagined that this was no longer a matter of strength. Just one pet beast was enough to crush him, and Chu-Chen had 3 such shadow wolves. As for Chu-Chen himself, he possessed some kind of incredible treasure or ability. Shock, regret, fear. In an instant, countless emotions surged within him. He finally understood. Even if they all attacked together, more than a dozen of them, they would be easily dealt with by Chu-Chen. It wouldn't even take long. Clang! The boy's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, the large blade falling beside him. Wasn't it better to just complete the task? Why seek death by confronting this true god, Chu-Chen? Lu Xian had long known about Chu-Chen's strength, so she wasn't too surprised. However, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if she had vented some pent-up frustration. Dolu couldn't help but widen his eyes, his astonishment no less than that of the boy with the large blade. He knew Chu-Chen was impressive, but he never expected that even a casually summoned mount would possess such power. Did that mean this undead Shadow Wolf could easily overpower him too? Tap tap tap. Chu-Chen rode the undead Shadow Wolf to stand before the boy with the large blade. Another wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth. The boy's heart trembled, completely breaking his defenses. Those who entered the Kunlun Academy only represented their academic achievements and did not necessarily reflect their character. After all, many were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Any person in his position could achieve similar accomplishments. The boy with the large blade was just such a case. Relying on his family background, he entered the Kunlun Academy and became somewhat arrogant. However, a slight test would reveal his true nature, just an empty shell. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have entertained the thought of taking a shortcut and robbing Chu-Chen. Chu-Chen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The boy curled up tightly, kneeling on the ground, his head banging against the scorching earth, sobbing continuously. Chu-Chen coldly looked at the boy, suddenly recalling a saying from his past life. He doesn't know he was wrong. He just knows he is about to die. Of course, Chu-Chen had no intention of killing him. He simply asked lightly, "It seems you have a treasure that can resist mental attacks?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed the boy's eyes, but in the end, he took off a jade pendant from his waist and respectfully handed it to Chu-Chen. "This is a platinum-grade equipment, and its effect is to resist mental attacks. Classmate Chu-Chen, this equipment is a gift for you, as an apology for what happened earlier." Knowing he would definitely lose the equipment, the boy simply decided to give it away. By offering it voluntarily, he could at least gain some face. Perhaps it could ease the relationship between him and Chu-Chen. After all, many friendships in history began with conflict. Chu-Chen smiled slightly at his words. This boy was somewhat perceptive. He accepted the jade pendant without hesitation and examined it closely. It was a jade pendant with cloud-like patterns, warm to the touch and light in weight. On the swirling patterns of the clouds, one could faintly see designs resembling a tiger's head and a bear's paw. But in the blink of an eye, these patterns vanished without a trace, as if they were merely meaningless textures. Phantom Cloud Jade Pendant, Platinum, Level, LV35 Effect, Spirit plus 60 when encountering a mental attack. It can resist 100% of the mental shock effect, with the effect gradually decreasing as the level difference increases. Cooldown time 60 seconds. The effect is quite good, but it's only level 35. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. For LV60 Chu-Chen, a level 35 piece of equipment was indeed a bit low, but since it was platinum grade equipment and didn't take up much space, Shuchen still hung it at his waist. Although his strength was far superior to his peers, he had no enhancements in terms of spirit. This piece of equipment somewhat compensated for his shortcomings. What? If you're so unwilling, then why don't you just give it back to me? The boy's mouth twitched, his face full of pain and resentment. Platinum-grade equipment. This was a top treasure that his family had spent a lot of money to buy for him. He had just given it away in the blink of an eye, and the other person was still somewhat dissatisfied. The boy felt like a complete fool. However, since he had already given away the platinum-grade equipment, he couldn't let it go without making a splash. At the very least, he had to turn hostility into friendship. Just as the boy was about to speak, trying to get closer to Shuchen didn't even glance at him, calling out to Dolu and Lu Xian, and rode off on the shadow wolf. The boy didn't expect Shuchen to be so decisive. He felt a bit frustrated but also somewhat relieved. At least he wouldn't have to bear Shuchen's revenge. Jiege, are we just leaving like this? That kid was pushed out to be the boss, he must be the one in charge. We have to teach him a good lesson. Dolu couldn't swallow this anger. He had almost been ambushed by the big knife boy just now. However, Shuchen didn't answer him directly. Instead, he asked an unrelated question. Fatty, can you interrupt nightmares from a distance? Dolu nodded blankly. I can, but Jiege, why are you asking this? Jiege, you're not planning to forgive the others together, are you? Jiege, I'm not saying anything, but this is a bit too saintly of you. Lu Xian also looked at Shuchen in confusion. Her intuition told her that Shuchen was not the overly saintly type. But Lu Xian couldn't figure out what Shuchen was planning for the time being. You'll know when the time comes. Shuchen smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. When the time comes, you just follow my instructions and stop those people's nightmares. Dolu scratched his head, although he didn't understand, he still nodded in agreement. Seeing Shuchen and the others walk away, the big knife boy sat down on the ground, unable to stop sighing. The platinum equipment was gone, the mission had no direction, and he had offended a big shot. Top-tier school, hellish start? No, don't! Yami fell. The screams of a dozen people around him in their nightmares only added to the big knife boy's frustration. Hey, wait a minute. The big knife boy suddenly raised an eyebrow. Shuchen and the others had left, and everyone else was trapped in their nightmares. Didn't that mean he was the only one awake? These people's backgrounds were definitely not worse than his, and they must have plenty of treasures on them, right? Thinking of this, the big knife boy's heart burned with excitement, as if he had seen new hope through the clouds. However, he also felt a hint of unease. After all, this was stealing. Stealing from teammates. If he got caught, he would be completely finished. But thinking of the platinum jade pendant he had lost, the big knife boy gritted his teeth. I'll go for it. Once discovered, it's all over. So, if I don't get caught, isn't that fine? When they wake up, just say that Shuchen took it from them, just like he did with me, as an apology. Having seen how powerful Shuchen and the others are, this group definitely won't dare to confront us. This time, I stand on the third level, predicting their predictions, it should be foolproof. After thinking it through, a glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the knife-wielding boy as he walked directly towards his friend. TSK, Zhang, you flaunted your exquisite ring in front of me all day, and now it's mine. Ha, and this wrist guard, although I can't use it, it will sell for a good price. The knife-wielding boy first plundered his friend thoroughly before moving on to loot other classmates. Oh, this knife is even stronger than my attributes, it's mine now. This chest armor is nice, but it's too troublesome to take off. These shoes. Damn, buddy, you have sweaty feet. Research shows that breaking taboos brings pleasure. And stealing is one of those ways. The thrill of taboo combined with the easy acquisition of treasures cleared the gloom in the knife-wielding boy's heart, and he was completely immersed in joy. Ha, Shuchen, thank you. You took my platinum jade pendant, so I'll just use your name. Fair enough, ha. The knife-wielding boy smugly rummaged through a female classmate's storage ring, searching for valuable treasures. Just then, around a dozen people suddenly sat up from the ground without any warning. Chapter 106, Using a Knife to Kill? Back to the base camp after waking from a nightmare, people still vaguely remember the scenes of the nightmare. Thus, the feeling of fear lingers for a long time. Therefore, the first thing to do is to observe the surrounding environment to see if it is safe. Then, the girl saw the knife-wielding boy in front of her and the storage ring in his hand. Still immersed in her fear, she didn't react to what had happened and simply asked in confusion, "Oh, that seems to be my storage ring?" The knife-wielding boy's face turned pale in an instant. Beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. It shouldn't be. How could they wake up so quickly after being attacked by a mental skill? Moreover, everyone woke up at the same time. How could that fat guy suddenly show kindness and lift everyone's nightmare? The knife-wielding boy couldn't understand what was happening, but he realized that his current situation was utterly perilous. His mind raced, trying to think of how to respond. Should he play dumb and pretend to be sleepwalking? Or should he continue to fabricate a lie to temporarily smooth over the current situation? However, before he could think clearly, a chorus of exclamations erupted around him. What just happened to me? I think I had a nightmare. It's that fat guy. Is this his skill? You all had nightmares too? Could it be that he pulled all of us into a dream? Damn! Is it that terrifying? Chuchin hasn't even made a move, and we all just collapsed? Wait, where's my weapon? I can't still be dreaming, can I? My wrist guard is gone too. And the precious spirit medicine in my storage ring. Me too! Me too! How can there be thieves in the dungeon? A series of exclamations finally brought the girl back to her senses. She snatched her storage ring back and quickly checked it. Sure enough, the spirit medicine she had treasured, which could permanently increase her constitution by 5 points, was gone. Give me back my spirit medicine. The girl glared coldly at the knife-wielding boy, her eyes filled with a murderous chill. The others, hearing this, vaguely guessed what had happened and all surrounded the knife-wielding boy. Is my weapon with you too? What about my wrist guard? You even stole my shoes. You're really a freak. A dozen sharp gazes were fixed on him, and the big knife guy felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, as if he had been cast into the 18 layers of hell. Caught red-handed in public, he now had no chance to argue. Everyone, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. The big knife guy struggled to speak, pulling items out of his backpack one by one. However, his act of confessing did not earn him any forgiveness from the crowd. Once everyone retrieved their treasures, a frenzied group beating erupted on the scorching Gobi Desert. The terror of being haunted by nightmares, the frustration of being defeated by Chu Chan and the others, and the anger at the betrayal by the big knife guy. A multitude of negative emotions converged, and no one held back. In no time, the big knife guy was beaten to a pulp, bloodied and bruised. Damn! They're fighting! They're fighting! That kid seems to want to resist, and then he gets beaten even harder. So satisfying. Oh no! So tragic. Oh no, he's so tragic, I'm so satisfied. Ha ha! Dolu was scanning the situation from afar with his mental powers while live-streaming it to Chu Chen and Lu Xin. He had no good feelings towards the big knife guy. Watching him get beaten so badly felt as refreshing as drinking ice-cold cola in the middle of summer. Even more satisfying than personally teaching him a lesson. At the same time, he grew increasingly impressed with Chu Chen. This move of using someone else's hand to kill was truly brilliant. He taught that troublemaker a lesson without having to bear any responsibility. Chu Chen had truly reached a higher level. Although Lu Xian couldn't see the situation from afar, she could tell from Doli's excitement that the big knife guy was probably finished. Her beautiful eyes turned to Chu Chen, filled with a sense of security and a deep respect. Not only did he possess formidable strength, he also had exceptional wisdom. One had to admit, such a man was truly charming. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Chu Chen listened with great interest to Do Li's live commentary. This matter seemed like a trap, but it wasn't really one. If the big knife guy had done nothing, then naturally nothing would have happened. In fact, after this incident, he might have had the chance to become the true leader of a dozen people. Unfortunately, he chose another path, so he had no one to blame. It wasn't until the dozen people stopped that Chu Chen and the others left, satisfied. After spending another hour, the three returned to their base camp. At the base camp, Instructor Foam had already set up a sunshade, arranged beach chairs, and had watermelons and drinks nearby. When Chu Chen and the others saw this, they were completely bewildered. What kind of wicked capitalist life was this? Instructor Foam, upon seeing Chu Chen and the others, also looked confused. Why are you back? He glanced at the sun overhead, which was at its hottest. Then he looked at the time on the tablet. It had only been a little over 3 hours. At this time, the main group should have just started their mission, right? Even if the mission had failed and they were sent back, it shouldn't be that Chu Chen's team was the first to die back, right? Just as Instructor Phone was filled with confusion, Chu Chen stepped forward, calmly picked up 3 pieces of watermelon, and said, "Instructor, we completed the mission." "Hey, you dare take my watermelon? Wait, what did you say? Completed the mission? Are you kidding?" Instructor Phone stood up from the beach chair, scrutinizing Chu Chen and the others. Military training missions were almost impossible to complete. The true purpose of military training was to let these prodigies experience failure. Today, the mission had just begun, and this guy Chu Chen claimed he had already completed it. How could that be possible? Was he just rushing past to take a quick look and then making up a string of numbers to try to pass off as completed? Chapter 107, Submit the Mission. Instructor Feng was stunned. However, he also remembered that Chu Chen was a student with encrypted information, so he must have some extraordinary abilities. Thus, he spoke up, Chu Chen, if the intelligence you brought back has a discrepancy of no more than 30% from the actual information, then that watermelon just now will be your reward. Otherwise, one piece of watermelon counts as 10,000 push-ups. The stronger the student, the more rebellious they were. Instructor Feng planned to take this opportunity to firmly suppress Chu Chen. Chu Chen silently nodded and took a bite of the cold, sweet watermelon. He held a piece in each hand and offered them to Do Lu and Lu Xian. Lu Xian's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and after sweetly saying thank you, she accepted the watermelon. At that moment, she had a mysterious confidence in Chu Chen. Even if they lost, they could just do push-ups together. Experiencing this up and down exercise with Chu Chen should be enjoyable. Dolu was about to take the watermelon when he heard Instructor Feng's words. The fat on his face trembled a few times, and he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Thanks, Brother Jia, but I don't like eating watermelon. I only like drinking watermelon-flavored drinks. That's right, I love technology and hard work. He still owed Instructor Feng 1,000 push-ups. If he had to do another 10,000, Dolu felt he might really die. Seeing Dolu so sincere, Chu Chen shrugged and said nothing, finishing the watermelon in 2 quick bites. Dolu watched, swallowing hard. Instructor Feng did not rush them. Only after they finished the watermelon did he begin to verify the task information. Alright, tell me the first piece of intelligence you obtained. How many watchtowers are there in the monster tribe? Instructor Feng had a confident smile on his face as he opened the enemy information on his tablet. It meticulously listed various intelligence about the monster tribe, from the area of the tribe to the number of giant axe orcs and giant hammer orcs, in great detail. Without thinking, Chu Chen blurted out a number, 48. Oh, quite confident, huh? Instructor Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to the tablet. Knowing the difficulty of the task, he was aware that no one would complete it, so he hadn't bothered to memorize the tedious numbers. However, upon seeing the correct information, the smile on Instructor Feng's face suddenly froze, and a hint of undeniable surprise flashed in his eyes. It really is 48? Seeing Instructor Feng rarely show an expression of surprise, Lu Xian and Do Lu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chu Chen then asked, Instructor, is my information accurate? Instructor Feng came back to his senses and replied, the information is correct. Next item, the number of camps. The watchtowers were located at the forefront of the monster tribe, making them the easiest structures to scout. Although Chu Chen's intelligence was spot on, which surprised Instructor Feng, it was only a slight surprise. The true level of the task would be reflected in the difficulty of obtaining the subsequent information. 132 camps. Chu Chen still answered very readily, exuding confidence. Upon hearing Chu Chen's answer, Instructor Feng's pupils dilated, and he became somewhat unsettled. Because on the screen, the number of camps was also written as 132. No way? There are falcons in the sky and orcs on the ground. How did Chu Chen scout such detailed information about the vast monster tribe? Instructor Feng couldn't understand and continued to ask incredulously, how many giant axe orcs are there? 211. How many giant hammer orcs? 189. And the number of falcons? 45. Instructor Feng asked about the information of the monster tribe from top to bottom. His expression changed from confusion to disbelief, and finally, it turned into complete shock. How is this possible? You actually managed to scout all this miscellaneous information clearly? Even the numbers are spot on? Did you steal the answers, you little rascal? Instructor Feng was left utterly shocked by Chu Chen's rapid-fire responses. He had intended to give Chu Chen a stern warning, but instead found himself completely taken aback. After being an instructor for several years, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly outmatched. His identity as an instructor made it hard for him to accept this reality. His gaze fell on the last line of the screen, the additional option, Orc Shaman. This was a hidden power within the monster tribe. The Orc tribe would only emerge from their underground caves when faced with an irresistible invasion. It was somewhat insidious, but this option was meant to challenge those with exceptional talent. Each of these Orc Shamans possessed terrifying strength. If this power could not be identified, even if other enemy intelligence was clear, it would be a significant oversight. Instructor Feng believed this final move would definitely put Chu Chen in his place. Chu Chen, your team has done quite well. Now, for the last item, the number of Orc Shamans. Instructor Feng smirked confidently, his gaze firmly locked on Chu Chen, eager to see confusion and bewilderment on his face. However, he was disappointed. Chu Chen's expression remained calm as he casually provided a number, 6. What? You actually know? They are all hidden underground, entering and exiting through secret passages, which are protected by countless orcs in the central camp. How could you possibly know? Instructor Feng was completely baffled. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how Chu Chen knew about the existence of the orc shamans. However, fortunately, the number Chu Chen mentioned was slightly off, which gave him a tiny sense of relief. At least he could maintain a bit of his instructor's dignity. Ahem, Chu Chen, you all did well. The enemy intelligence investigation was very comprehensive. However, there was an error regarding the number of orc shamans. The correct number should be 7. These orc shamans are the top combat power of the monster tribe, each one capable of turning the tide of battle. Missing even one is a major mistake. So, you all need to keep working hard. Instructor Feng patted the shoulders of Chu Chen and his 2 companions in succession, instructing them from a position of authority. Dou Lu and Lu Xian tightly pressed their lips together to stifle their laughter. But Instructor Feng's desperate attempt to save face was just too funny. The 2 of them trembled with suppressed laughter, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer, bursting out with a pfft and laughing louder and louder. What are you laughing at? Don't think you can get complacent just because you've achieved a little success. Instructor Feng's face darkened. He had originally intended to educate Chu Chen, but in the end, he could only forcefully save face, which had already left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Now these 2 were actually mocking him. Were they planning to turn the tables and challenge the instructor's authority? Just as Instructor Feng was about to give the 2 of them a piece of his mind, Chu Chen spoke up. Instructor, the number of orc shamans is indeed 6, at least for the monster tribe in the west, there are only 6. Hey, you little rascal, you're quite stubborn. These monster tribes are evolved from dungeon cores, 7 is 7, there won't be any mistakes. If you didn't find it out, then there's only one possibility, you missed one. Instructor Feng looked at Chu Chen with great interest, adopting a tone of someone with experience. Chu Chen, you're quite good, but today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Leave some room when you speak, don't be too absolute, or it will be very embarrassing. Chapter 108, Full Marks. A perfect answer, Shita, instructor, what I mean is, because I killed 1 orc shaman. So there are only 6 left in the monster tribe to the west. Chu Chen explained earnestly. Instructor Feng? What did you say? You killed an orc shaman? Is this some kind of fairy tale? Instructor Feng looked at Chu Chen with a face that said, are you kidding me? That was a second transformation monster, and its level had reached LV 130. How dare you, a newly promoted little Karami, claim to have killed the orc shaman? Seeing that Instructor Feng seemed skeptical, Chu Chen directly raised his hand and summoned the orc shaman. At that moment, the orc shaman's eyes burned with a ghostly white flame. It was clear that it had been turned into an undead. What the hell? The instant he saw the undead shaman, Instructor Feng couldn't help but curse. This appearance, this aura, it was undoubtedly the orc shaman. Not only had Chu Chen killed the orc shaman, but he had also turned it into an undead servant? No way? How on earth did you do that? The orc shaman only appears when the monster tribe is under significant invasion, right? Could it be that Chu Chen and his group attacked the monster tribe? Instructor Feng was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend it no matter how he thought. After educating students for so many years, it was the first time he was schooled by a student. Coming back to his senses, Instructor Feng suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he had said that Chu Chen had made a major mistake and needed to work harder. This strength, this achievement, what more effort was needed? If he worked any harder, the instructor would have to take his place. Instructor Feng felt that everything he had just said came back to him, slapping him in the face. Fortunately, his skin was dark enough that it didn't show. Ahem, I see. Chu Chen, you did very well. Full marks. Ha ha, full marks. All 3 of you get full marks. Come, I still have some watermelon here. You've worked hard, go rest over there. Instructor Feng's face seemed to show no unusual signs, but his logically confused words had already betrayed his anxious and complicated inner feelings. Chu Chen and the others didn't mind. They were there to complete a task, not to educate the instructor. After saying thank you, they took their rewards and went to the side to rest and chat. Once the 3 left, Instructor Feng hurriedly took out his phone and sent a message to his old friend He Tao. Old He, I have a student here with some issues, can you help me check his information? Initially, Instructor Feng didn't pay much attention to the encryption of Chu Chen's information, but after witnessing Chu Chen's achievements, he was completely shocked. He was eager to understand what kind of prodigy Chu Chen really was. Soon, He Tao replied, Who? What issue? Instructor Feng, Chu Chen, his task completion speed is abnormal. Instructor Feng said ambiguously, trying to cover up his true intentions. Little did he know, Chu Chen was personally recruited by He Tao. He Tao? Oh, him? His completion speed might be a bit fast, that's normal. You should try to temper his sharpness. A bit fast? While other students were just starting their tasks, he had already completed them? And with a perfect score. You call that a bit fast? And you want me to temper his sharpness? He turned the second transformation orc shaman into an undead. What more could I do? My own sharpness has been dulled by him. Are you asking me to personally go down and battle him? Am I shameless? Instructor Feng closed his phone in frustration. If He Tao didn't know Chu Chen, he might have been able to fish for information. But clearly, He Tao was very familiar with Chu Chen. He wasn't from Kunlun Academy, so digging deeper would be somewhat impolite. However, there were still 3 tasks left, and he could surely find out the truth about Chu Chen through some clues. Not long after, a white light suddenly shone from a nearby magic circle. Immediately, 3 ragged figures tumbled out in disarray. The 3 of them had white eyes, pale faces, and still bore the lingering terror on their faces. While exploring the monster tribe, they had been spotted by a hawk in the sky, which led to the emergence of an orc squad. The 3 of them did not possess the abnormal strength of Chu Chen, and faced with the terrifying orcs above level 100, they were beaten into a panic. Ultimately, just as the orcs were about to annihilate them, they were teleported back to the base by the core of the instance. Where is this? Are we dead? The few of them were still somewhat confused. Don't worry, you haven't died. Now, let's verify the enemy intelligence information you gathered. Instructor Feng stepped forward and answered their doubts. Upon seeing Instructor Feng, the 3 felt a joy of having survived a disaster, but soon that joy was replaced by a thick layer of embarrassment. Enemy intelligence? Aside from discovering that the orcs were formidable, they knew nothing about the monster tribe. The 3 awkwardly shared what they understood. Instructor Feng nodded lightly. Good, your team's score is 2 points. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 turned somewhat ugly. They were students of Kunlun Academy, and for their first military training task, they only scored 2 points? Not even enough to be divided among the 3 of them. How embarrassing. The girl in the team, with a glimmer in her eyes, cautiously asked, Instructor, is the total score 10 points? If the total score was 10 points, then getting 2 points seemed somewhat acceptable. Instructor Feng shot her a cold glance. What are you thinking? The full score is 100 points. The 3. It would have been better not to ask. Seeing the gloomy expressions of the 3, Instructor Feng secretly rejoiced. Exactly. This is the normal state of military training. That Chu Chen almost made me lose my confidence. The 3 left the teleportation array in disappointment. Having failed the task, they felt somewhat relieved. What they needed to do next was to prepare for tomorrow's task. But the sharp-eyed trio soon spotted Chu Chen resting not far away. Oh, isn't that Chu Chen? Why are they here too? Could it be that they died and came back even earlier than us? Though hard to believe, it seems like that's the only explanation. They can't possibly have completed the task and returned, right? Ha ha, I said it, that Chu Chen didn't show his strength during the test, probably just a silver-plated spearhead. The 3 exchanged words, quickly giving Chu Chen's team a score, 1 point. No more than that. Thus, their low spirits were greatly alleviated. In fact, there was even a hint of secret delight. Although we are lacking, we have stepped on Chu Chen's team. Chapter 109, Wu Chenyun. 16 points after the first team returned to the base, more and more teams appeared one after another at the teleportation array. Each one looked miserable, their eyes filled with despair. Being chased by second-turn monsters for over 10 miles, especially on the scorching Gobi Desert, was an experience akin to a nightmare. Instructor Feng smiled as he recorded all the enemy intelligence information from these individuals and graded them in turn. Most scores ranged from 1 to 4 points. The highest was 5 points. The lowest was 0 points. The teams with 0 points had violated the basic principles of the task. They had not taken any detours and had directly led the monsters toward the base. Upon learning their scores, everyone often felt a bit embarrassed. Out there, they were all outstanding talents, with college entrance exam scores that were shockingly high, yet in military training, they could only score in single digits? Although they knew the instructor was deliberately making things difficult, the pride of being top students still made them blush a little. However, once they realized that everyone else also had single-digit scores, they quickly felt relieved. A sense of honor is always comparative. If others had scores in the tens, they indeed should reflect and feel ashamed. But since everyone had single-digit scores, feeling ashamed would be truly pretentious. Moreover, that Chu Chen, who had shown off during the test, was the first to die and come out. The 3 of them were still happily chatting and resting. Why would they seek discomfort for themselves? As long as you're not embarrassed, it's the instructor who should be embarrassed. Thus, the classmates gathered together, sharing their experiences of death. Being fellow wanderers in this world, their similar experiences quickly brought them closer. You were killed by a giant axe orc too? So was I. What a coincidence. I feel like this year's military training is harder than last year's. At least last year we could fight back. This year we can't do anything. Only 3 points. That's really too low. If I had known the monsters were this strong, I would have scouted around the tribe. Don't say such depressing things, at least we have someone to take the fall for us, hee hee. Yeah, I heard Chu Chen and the others died back in less than 3 hours. They're truly the first place. Thank goodness Chu Chen didn't choose me, otherwise, I would have been in trouble, huh? Naturally, Chu Chen and his 2 companions heard the mocking comments from the crowd. However, the 3 of them ignored it, treating it as just a joke. Chu Chen and his friends laughed, and so did the others. Only the clowns know who the real fool is. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. More and more people returned to the base camp. Without exception, they all came back dead. However, those who lasted longer naturally gathered more intelligence about the enemy. By now, the team with the highest score had already amassed a whopping 8 points. Holy crap! 8 points! That's 8 times our score. I heard they just counted the number of monster tribe watchtowers, so that's how this task is done? By the way, have you noticed that the top scorer, Wu Chenyun, still hasn't returned? Oh my! It's almost 5 o'clock. Still hasn't come back. Their strength is incredible. I can't even imagine how high their score must be. Just as everyone was discussing, a blurry black dot suddenly appeared in the distance. At first, no one paid much attention, but as it got closer, people began to exclaim, "Hey, someone's coming! Holy crap! They actually came back alive! It must be Wu Chenyun, right? Awesome! If I had known, I would have tried harder to team up with such a big shot. I could have just coasted on their points." The noise rose and fell as the classmates curiously stood up, gazing in awe as Wu Chenyun and his companions approached. However, as the 3 got closer, the shock on the classmates' faces deepened, because they saw that Wu Chenyun's team didn't just return with 3 people. On Wu Chenyun and Lu Wei's shoulders, they were carrying a massive dark green body. It was actually an orc. Holy crap! An orc! No, wait. It's the body of an orc. What the hell? Could it be that these 3 actually killed a second transformation orc? No way! We can barely escape, and they've already started killing monsters? Incredible! Wu Chenyun's score is probably going to skyrocket. Admiring the strong is an instinct of all beings. Humans are no exception. The classmates all looked at Wu Chenyun with reverence, their hearts shaken and envious. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the test. They are indeed impressive. Wu Chenyun and Lu Wei, exhausted from carrying the orc, felt their bodies filled with strength upon seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes. All of this was worth it. The 3 of them faced the same situation as the others. Confronted with the massive monster tribe, they found it hard to take action. Faced with the hawks in the sky, they felt restrained. Against the fierce orcs, they had no means of defense. However, the 3 were among the top tier of the second group members. After their initial setback, they changed their approach. Or rather, Wu Chenyun made a domineering decision: they would hunt an orc. They dug a deep pit trap and set up treasures around it to conceal their presence and sound. The 3 pretended to be discovered by the falcon, luring the orc squad to the trap, successfully trapping 1 orc within it. The orcs, with their limited intelligence, searched in circles but, after failing to find their teammate, returned to their tribe. Then, Wu Chenyun and the others looked down from their vantage point and focused their attacks on the trapped orc. Despite having the advantage of terrain and numbers, they were still battered by stones thrown from the deep pit by the orc. Fortunately, they ultimately managed to kill the orc. Wu Chenyun believed that with the achievement of killing the orc, his reputation would surely overshadow Chu Chen. And indeed, the reality matched Wu Chenyun's expectations. Almost everyone was there to welcome him. This made the corners of Wu Chenyun's mouth involuntarily curl into a smug arc. Instructor Feng approached, glanced at the orc corpse on the shoulders of the 2, and nodded lightly. If it weren't for Chu Chen, Instructor Feng might have been somewhat impressed. However, the orc shaman killed by Chu Chen was estimated to be as powerful as 4 or 5 great axe orcs. With such a benchmark, this achievement was hardly noteworthy. Now, tell me about the enemy situation you investigated. Wu Chenyun heavily threw the orc corpse to the ground, a proud glint in his eyes. Instructor Feng, we killed a great axe orc. Instructor Feng nodded, waiting for Wu Chenyun to continue. However, Wu Chenyun wore a praise-me expression and said nothing more. Instructor Feng? So, apart from 1 orc corpse, you didn't obtain any other information? Wu Chenyun confidently nodded. Yes, instructor. It was easier said than done. It took Wu Chenyun and his companions a long time to kill this orc. As a result, after completing the kill, they had little time left to investigate the monster tribe. Of course, even if they had time, they wouldn't have been able to uncover much. After all, their team had 2 melee fighters and a priest, who had no chance to approach the monster tribe. However, Wu Chenyun believed that the corpse of this great axe orc was enough to compensate for the lack of enemy information. After all, this was a level 100 second transformation monster. Upon hearing this, Instructor Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes internally and said, 16 points. Chapter 110, Mission Complete. First in the rankings? 16 points? Wu Chenyun's proud face instantly fell into a daze, somewhat doubting if he had misheard. Instructor, I killed a second transformation orc. Wu Chenyun asked incredulously. I sent you to investigate the enemy situation, not to fight. Moreover, without this orc, you wouldn't even get 16 points. Instructor Feng casually tossed out this remark and walked away. The classmates nearby also urged Wu Chenyun, Brother Yun, you misunderstood. 16 points may seem low, but it's actually sky high. That's right. Before you came, the highest score was only 8 points. As expected of Brother Yun, coming in with double the second place. Your score is almost hitting 20. Hearing the flattery from those around him, Wu Chenyun finally calmed down and asked in surprise, your scores are lower than mine? Upon hearing this, everyone sighed deeply, complaining while downplaying themselves to elevate Wu Chenyun's status. Isn't that right? The difficulty of that monster tribe was simply insane. We died immediately. Only you, Brother Yun, could have made it this far. If we had another chance, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Brother Yun, your score is currently the highest. Not just in Group 2, even among all the new students, your score is definitely among the best. Hearing the explanations from those around him, the displeasure on Wu Chenyun's face finally eased. Scores are just fleeting clouds, rankings are the true measure. Since I am still first, and the undisputed first at that, having 16 points is no problem at all. He pulled over a sycophantic boy and whispered, what's Chu Chen's score? The sycophantic boy chuckled and flattered, Yun Gu, how can he compare to you? I don't know his score because, well, their team was the first to die back, huh? Yun Gu, don't worry. You are the undisputed first of our second group. Listening to the boy's unabashed compliments, Wu Chenyun wore a satisfied smile. They were actually the first wave to die back? As expected, this Chu Chen is just a facade. I was overestimating him. Let's take a break. Wu Chenyun turned to his 2 teammates. Hee, Yun Gu, we're not tired. You did the most work this time, let us massage your shoulders. Lu Wei and the female priest looked at Wu Chenyun as if he were a true god. Since they had latched onto such a big leg, they absolutely could not let go. Alright, then thank you. Wu Chenyun accepted their flattery without hesitation. The weak submit to the strong, this is only natural. TSK, 16 points, that's quite high. Dola couldn't help but echo when he heard Wu Chenyun's score. A male classmate nearby, with the tone of someone who had been through it, said, the gold content of the first place, that goes without saying. But don't be discouraged, there are still tasks ahead, and you still have opportunities. Chu Chen and the others exchanged smiles. Ah, right. Soon, 5 o'clock arrived. The first day of military training tasks ended. Chu Chen noticed that all the students who had previously planned to rob them, including the knife-wielding boy, had not returned. It seems there should be other instructors in the instance. They are hiding, ensuring the safety of the students and evaluating their behavior. Chu Chen's gaze flickered, deep in thought. The next moment, Instructor Feng's words confirmed his speculation. Alright, the first day's task is over. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on successfully completing the first task of our military training. Instructor Feng stood in the center of the open space, scanning the students with a smile. Some of you may have noticed that our numbers have decreased. Don't worry, they have already been expelled by Kunlun Academy. Everyone? What's going on? Expelled? Isn't this military training? How can students be expelled? Amidst the shocked and confused gazes of the students, Instructor Feng spoke again. As one of the top 10 prestigious schools, you will all stand in important positions in Long Country in the future. You can score 1 point, 2 points, or even 0 points. It doesn't matter, you are all geniuses, you just need time to adapt and hone yourselves. But one thing, you must not harbor ill thoughts towards your companions, that is the bottom line. At this point, Instructor Feng's voice had become very serious, as if it contained iron and blood, full of authority. The students understood at this moment. Those who had not returned must have acted against their classmates during the military training task. It was easy to understand that they would act against classmates under high-pressure tasks. After all, classmates are much easier to deal with than orcs. Obtaining information from classmates could be considered finding a shortcut. However, understanding or not, they would never accept it. Seeing the solemn expressions of the students, Instructor Fong nodded in satisfaction. He knew his purpose had been achieved. He used practical actions to tell them, friends must not betray, long country must not betray. Then, he changed his tone and a smile appeared on his face. Those people are no longer students of Kunlun Academy, and we don't need to let them ruin our good mood. Now, let me summarize the performance of everyone today. Upon hearing Instructor Feng's words, all the students displayed expressions of anticipation. Although their scores were low, they had faced the terrifying monsters of the second transformation today. This courage, this boldness, isn't it reasonable to ask for some praise? However, Instructor Feng's response was, what good thoughts are you having? Poor. Extremely poor. Instructor Feng's smiling face suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a sword, staring at everyone as if the anger he had bottled up all day finally had a chance to vent. I really didn't expect that in such a large tribe, you couldn't even uncover passing scores. Each of you with single-digit scores, and yet you're still feeling pleased with yourselves? I've been an instructor at Kunlun Academy for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such thick-skinned students. Upon hearing this, the students, like frostbitten eggplants, all silently lowered their heads. Their cheeks burned with embarrassment. They wanted to argue that the task was too difficult, but no one dared to speak up. Wu Chenyun also lowered his head, but there was not much shame on his face. The instructor was talking about the students with single-digit scores. What did it have to do with him, who scored 16? Besides, he was the top scorer. No matter how fiercely Instructor Feng wielded his teaching stick, it wouldn't hit him. Chapter 111, Dimensional Strike. Depressed from being hit as Wu Chenyun had guessed, after Instructor Feng finished his reprimand, he immediately began to set an example. Fortunately, our second group has one team with a good score. In fact, I can say it exceeded my expectations, reaching the highest level in military training history. All of you need to look up to them. Single-digit scores are not important, but your attitude must be correct. Below, Instructor Feng began to announce the scores for the second group. Zhang Qitian's team, 0 points. Gu Yi's team, 0 points. Shi Gang's team, 1 point. As Instructor Feng called out names, some people's heads sank even lower. But more people were enviously sneaking glances at Wu Chenyun's direction. They never expected that a score of 16 could earn such high praise from Instructor Feng. It was even the best score in Kunlun Academy's military training history. Some were even unwilling, regretting that they hadn't done better. Although they couldn't kill the second transformation orcs, they thought of ways to raise their scores above 10. There was still a chance, but the task was too difficult, which had deflated their spirits from the start. Wu Chenyun and Lu Wei raised their chins, their smiles high. The only team in the second group to break into double digits. The team praised highly by Instructor Feng. Their vanity was satisfied like never before at this moment. Out of 92 teams, fewer than 80 remained. Instructor Feng's pace was rapid, and soon he had read most of the names. Most people turned red with embarrassment upon hearing their scores. Only Wu Chenyun and the other two had expectant faces, like champions waiting to step onto the podium. However, they completely overlooked one thing. The Chu Chen team, which had been the first to be eliminated, had still not been called. Wu Chenyun's team, 16 points. After announcing the scores, Instructor Feng habitually glanced at the three. Seeing their proud expressions, even with smug smiles on their faces, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. You three are quite proud, huh? What? When I was talking about the other students, you thought I wasn't including you, right? It seems you haven't grasped the depth of my earlier words. Later, each of you will do 10,000 push-ups to understand through action. Wu Chenyun, Lu Wei, everyone? What's going on? Didn't we just say they had outstanding results, the best in history? How did it turn into a scolding in the blink of an eye? Were we just hallucinating, or has Instructor Feng developed a split personality? Wu Chenyun was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? He couldn't help but mentally scream a triple soul query. Only Chu Chen and the other two were tense, trying not to laugh out loud. Instructor, why? Isn't my score the highest? Wu Chenyun finally snapped back to reality after a long pause, filled with confusion. Why was Instructor Feng punishing him, a contestant with 16 points, instead of those teams with 0 points? He really couldn't understand. It was even harder to accept. As soon as he said this, Instructor Feng was also stunned. What the hell? How much did you drink? You dare to call 16 points the highest? Instructor Feng was so angry he laughed, reading out the scores of the last team. The first place is Team Chu Chen, with a score of 120 points. Everyone? Hearing Instructor Feng's words, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Team Chu Chen was in first place? Weren't they the first to die and come back? And what the hell was this 120 points? Wasn't 100 points enough for you? They scored 104 points higher than the second place? Was it really that outrageous? Wu Chenyun also stared blankly at Instructor Feng, almost unable to believe everything he had just heard. He had hunted down an orc and barely managed to get 16 points. How did Chu Chen get 120 points? It seemed that Instructor Feng guessed what Wu Chenyun was thinking and wanted to take the opportunity to stimulate all the students. He directly revealed all the details of Team Chu Chen's score. Team Chu Chen accurately investigated all the information about the monster tribe. Listen carefully, it includes all information, including the number of camps and the number of monsters. So, their base score is full marks. Upon hearing Instructor Feng's words, all the students widened their eyes in shock. All the information about the monster tribe? They investigated it accurately? The students felt as if they had heard some kind of fairy tale. Not to mention the vast area of the monster tribe, the defenses were extremely tight. They couldn't even get within 500 meters. How did Chu Chen and the others manage to steal all that information? Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Instructor Feng continued, in addition, they also discovered the hidden power of the monster tribe, the underground shaman cave. There are 7 shaman orcs in the cave, each with a strength of around LV 150. Each one is a terrifying existence capable of turning the tide of battle. This counts as an extra question, adding 10 points to their score. Upon hearing this, the students collectively gasped. They never expected that there would be such boss-level terrifying existences as shaman orcs inside the monster tribe. They could barely handle LV 100 orcs. And Chu Chen and the others actually went to take down a boss? The most important thing was, they clearly were the first to return. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. What kind of dimensionality reduction attack was this? Some clever students had already figured it out. The remaining 10 points should be a reward for Chu Chen and their quick completion of the task. However, what Instructor Feng said next completely broke their defenses. Actually, the full score for the military training task is 110 points. The last 10 points are an extra reward I gave them, because they not only discovered the orc shaman but also eliminated one. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if 5 thunderclaps struck everyone's hearts. Wait, did I hear that wrong? Instructor said Chu Chen and the others killed an orc shaman? No way. A LV-150 boss-level monster, is that something we can hunt? Even if it stood still, I estimate it would take me several hours to scrape it down. Are Chu Chen and the others just too outrageous? Hey, I suddenly feel like I'm a waste. Take away the feel like, in front of Chu Chen, we are all wastes. Everyone looked at Chu Chen with faces full of horror, as if they were staring at a monster. At the same time, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts. Wu Chenyun was even more shocked, trembling all over, deeply affected. He had never thought that he would be inferior to Chu Chen. Even when he was overshadowed by Chu Chen during the test, he still felt confident. But he never expected that the gap between him and Chu Chen could no longer be described as a difference. This was a chasm. Looking at the dazed expressions of his classmates, Instructor Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. One Chu Chen had directly depressed over 200 people. This effect was far more effective than his own spitting and cursing. Instructor Feng was not worried that the students would fall into a vortex of self-doubt. These people were the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Although their strength was not as good as Chu Chen's, they were only slightly inferior. Their powerful abilities would help them recover quickly. And the towering figure of Chu Chen would make them restrain their sharpness and strive forward. Chapter 112, New Task begins. Material transport alright. The task summary is over. Next is dinner time. Instructor Feng chuckled, breaking the heavy atmosphere with a single sentence. Upon hearing that it was time for dinner, a series of gurgling sounds erupted from the crowd. After a day of hard work, everyone was actually hungry. After all, not everyone was like Dolu, carrying a snack warehouse with them. Everyone had managed to hold on until now purely out of willpower. Great! Finally, we can eat. I'm starving. I heard the military's food is quite good, plenty of meat. Today I want to eat my fill. What are you thinking? It should be the food from the Kunlun Academy cafeteria. Hee, that's not bad either. The food at our school is quite tasty. Everyone looked forward to Instructor Feng. Then, they saw Instructor Feng take out large wooden barrels from his storage space. Inside the barrels were steaming, white steamed buns, and mineral water. Students, eat as much as you want, there are plenty of steamed buns. Everyone? We ran all day, exhausted to the point of near collapse, and you're giving us steamed buns? The gap was too big. The students found it hard to accept for a moment. Instructor, is it just steamed buns? Is there any vegetables? A chubby student cautiously asked. Upon hearing this, the smile on Instructor Feng's face instantly turned cold. With such a score, it's already good enough for you to have steamed buns, you still want vegetables? By the way, let me remind you, 1 meal a day, the next meal will be tomorrow night. Once these words were spoken, the students no longer dared to say anything more. They lined up neatly to receive their steamed buns. A bite of steamed bun and a sip of water, but it still got stuck, yet no one dared to complain. Wu Chenyun and the others were slightly better off, because Instructor Feng had also given them a bag of pickled vegetables. The three of them shared a bag of pickled vegetables, looking pitiful, but the people around them were envious to death, pitifully negotiating with Wu Chenyun. Brother Yun, can you give us a piece of pickled vegetable? Half a piece is fine, we really can't swallow anymore. Of course, such requests were directly rejected by Wu Chenyun. Shu Chen and the others were also in line, waiting to get their steamed buns. Although Dolo had endless snacks, they couldn't make exceptions. That would easily invite resentment. However, they didn't want to make exceptions, but Instructor Feng helped them make one. Shu Chen, Dolu, Lu Xian, come over here. You performed excellently, you don't have to suffer like everyone else. Come, let's have something good. Instructor Feng called Shu Chen and the others to his small table. One steaming dish after another, full of color, aroma, and flavor, was served as if by magic. Finally, the small table was completely filled with a total of 10 dishes. Come on, eat freely, this is your reward. Instructor Feng chuckled and actively invited the three. Shu Chen and the others did not expect such treatment for being first place. They expressed their gratitude and began to eat without hesitation. Although there were snacks to start with, they were not real meals. They needed to eat something substantial. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, reaching everyone's nostrils. In an instant, the sound of countless people swallowing saliva echoed across the Gobi Desert. It smells so good. There are braised ribs, spicy chicken, mapo tofu. What the hell? Are you a dog? Can you smell the dishes? Woo woo. I'm so hungry. I'm so envious of Chu Chen. Being first is great. I want to be first too. Forget about being first. Just aim to score more points tomorrow. Even a pack of pickled vegetables would be a victory. The classmates watched Chu Chen and the others feast from a distance, unable to hold back their envious tears. Wu Chenyun looked at the small pickled vegetable on his bun, feeling even more frustrated. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Those who needed to do push-ups completed them, while the other classmates chatted a bit before feeling drowsy. Soon, the Gobi Desert was filled with the sound of continuous snoring. The next day, as dawn broke, everyone was awakened by Instructor Feng. Although the fatigue from the previous day had not completely faded, no one complained. They quickly tidied up, stood in formation, and awaited the military training tasks for the day. They noticed that behind Instructor Feng, many packages resembling military backpacks had appeared, each about the size of a window, square-shaped, seemingly containing some kind of supplies. However, the colors of the packages varied. Shu Chen glanced over and saw there were 4 colors: red, blue, black, and green. Students, today's task is to transport supplies. Instructor Feng scanned the crowd and clearly explained the day's mission. The task scenario is that the front line is fighting monsters, and supplies are in short supply. You need to bring as many supplies as possible to the front line. There are 4 types of supplies here, and they need to be transported by students with excellent physique, spirit, strength, and speed. Students must choose the appropriate quantity of supplies based on their abilities. Please ensure you arrive at the northern front with the supplies by 5 p.m. today. The faster you reach the front line and the more complete the supplies you bring, the more points you can earn. The later you arrive, the fewer supplies there will be, and the fewer points you will get. After listening to Instructor Feng's explanation, everyone had a general understanding of the day's task. In simple terms, today was about acting as logistics transporters, bringing supplies to the front line as quickly and as much as possible. However, having learned from the previous day's experience, everyone knew this task would definitely have many pitfalls. Therefore, the first question was how much supply to take on the road. Instructor Feng only provided a vague scoring standard, and the students had no idea how to determine what was too much or too little. Thus, thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. However, Instructor Feng would not give them too much time to think. Chu Chen's team, come collect your supplies. Upon hearing the instructor call Chu Chen's name, everyone turned their expectant gazes toward him. As the champion of the first day, Chu Chen's choice would undoubtedly provide a clear standard for everyone. Chu Chen walked up with Do Lu and Lu Xian and said calmly, "Instructor, we'll each take one." With so little information, Chu Chen also did not know what Instructor Feng was planning. However, these military backpacks were quite large, and one person carrying one would be just right. So, Shu Chen decided on one for each of them. They would adapt to any situation that arose later. Instructor Feng nodded. Your attribute values will affect the weight of the packages. Choose the ones that suit you. Upon hearing this, Shu Chen nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that different colored packages set a threshold for those who are changing jobs. However, Shu Chen's attributes are quite balanced. So, he didn't think much and chose a blue package representing spirit. Dolu initially wanted to choose red because it was his lucky color. However, even with all his strength, he couldn't lift it. Yet, when he chose the blue package as well, it felt as light as a feather, and he easily grabbed it. Chapter 113, Cave Orcs. Surprise attack. Wow, it's so light. Brother Jia, should we take more? Dola lifted the blue package up and down, feeling that taking 4 or 5 more would be no problem. Shu Chen shook his head. No need, one is enough. Lu Xian also followed Shu Chen's words and took a red package representing physique. After gathering the supplies, Shu Chen followed Instructor Feng's guidance and headed north. Next team, Wu Chenyun. Wu Chenyun stepped forward and felt the weight of the 4 packages. Even he found the red and blue packages heavy as lead, hard to lift. In contrast, the black and green packages representing strength and speed were easy to pick up. We'll each take 2 packages. After some thought, Wu Chenyun quickly made his decision and instructed his 2 teammates. With the weight of these packages, he could easily manage 2. Even if there were hidden issues, he was confident he could handle them. Moreover, despite losing badly in the first mission, Wu Chenyun still wanted to compete with Shu Chen again. To be honest, even now, he found it hard to believe there was a 10-fold gap between him and Shu Chen. After picking up the packages, Wu Chenyun followed closely behind Shu Chen. This mission had only one path, so everyone was in a single line. It was a perfect opportunity for Wu Chenyun to see what kind of strength Shu Chen was hiding. Soon, according to their scores, students took turns collecting supplies. Most chose to follow Shu Chen's example and only took 1 package. A very small number chose to take 2 or more. After collecting their packages, everyone quickly rushed forward. Since they were all on the same path, they could openly cling to the big shot's coattails. With Shu Chen leading the way, this time would surely be much easier. At this moment, it was still early morning, and the sky was dotted with numerous stars. The moonlight and the faintly bright sunlight intertwined in the sky, forming a gray-white dome. Dola looked back and saw a dense crowd behind him, a look of frustration appearing on his face. Shameless. They treat us like road tools. The 3 of them were actually not walking fast. One could even say they were a bit slow. If the students behind them walked a few steps faster, they could easily overtake them. However, no one did that. Everyone silently followed behind Shu Chen, including Wu Chenyun. This mission seemed simple, just transporting a few lightweight packages. But this only indicated that the process would be quite difficult. Knowing this, no one was willing to step forward to lead the way. Letting the tall Shu Chen take the front and handle the storms for them was much more appealing, right? Just then, a gray-green orc with a face resembling a sharp cone suddenly burst out of the ground. Cave Orc, Minor Monster, Level, LV 70, Physique, 230, Mentality, 215, Strength, 279, Speed, 289, Skills, Rock Drilling, Sharp Claws, Headbutt Charge. The Cave Orc used its momentum to leap into the air, its rust-colored claws slashing towards the frontmost Shu Chen. Brother Jia, be careful! Dolu and Lu Xian exclaimed simultaneously. A wave of mental shock spread from Dolu, piercing like a sword towards the Cave Orc's forehead. Roar! The Cave Orc's head throbbed with pain, and its fierce attack suddenly lost its strength. In that instant, Lu Xian had already cast 3 layers of auras on Shu Chen: healing, defense, and mental enhancement. Naturally, Shu Chen, who was at the forefront, also took action. 2 undead shadow wolves were summoned, flanking the Cave Orc and biting at its neck. Crack! In a daze, the Cave Orc felt a sharp pain in its neck and then lost all breath. Kill the Cave Orc, Minor Monster, gained 6,000 experience points. Everything happened too quickly. From the Cave Orc's ambush to Shu Chen and his companions annihilating it, less than 2 seconds had passed. Some people in the back hadn't even realized what had happened when the battle was already over. However, those who had seen the Cave Orc's attributes couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. A level 70 Cave Orc, although not as formidable as a giant axe orc, would still require considerable effort to defeat. Yet, Shu Chen and his team had managed it in just 2 seconds. No wonder he was the man who had killed the orc shaman. His strength was indeed terrifying. Those who had previously doubted Shu Chen's abilities now had no more hesitation. They resolved in their hearts to cling tightly to this powerful ally. So, the first test of the mission is a monster ambush? Dola frowned. pondering, Jigo, if that's the case, should we discuss it with the people behind us? Everyone can resist the monsters together, or take turns leading the way? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nodded in agreement. If she had to break the wind at the front, she didn't mind. But if there were monsters blocking the way, that would change the situation. Although both Chu Chen and Dou were strong enough to instantly kill level 70 monsters, prolonged engagement would still wear them down. Especially since those behind them were originally just looking to hitch a ride. Chu Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need to worry about them, we just keep moving forward. He instinctively felt that things wouldn't be so simple. The targets of these monsters might not be the front team but rather the supplies. Just as if to confirm Chu Chen's suspicion, as he took 2 steps forward, a startled cry erupted from behind. What the hell? There's a monster! A similarly hideous cave orc burst out from the ground, charging at a classmate. The classmate didn't react in time and was knocked to the ground, struggling to breathe. Seeing this, teammates rushed forward to attack. Their attacks were nowhere near as powerful as Chu Chen's, merely causing the monster to frown slightly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the monster directly slashed open a bag that had fallen to the ground. Following that, the monster ignored the downed classmate and charged at another student. More accurately, it was attacking the bag behind that person. Only then did someone finally come to their senses and shouted, "Protect the bag! Their target is the bag!" As soon as this was said, everyone woke up and tightly hugged the bags to protect them. These were mission items, and it was obvious how important they were. At the very least, it determined whether they could have pickles with their steamed buns for dinner. They absolutely couldn't let these monsters destroy them. However, the next moment, dozens of cave orcs burst forth like bamboo shoots, crazily charging at the classmates. Although level 70 monsters were within the capabilities of the classmates, the sheer number made it a different story. In almost an instant, the entire second group of classmates was thrown into disarray. Most of the classmates no longer cared about clinging to Chu Chen's leg and fled frantically in the direction where there were no monsters. Chu Chen and his 2 companions watched this scene, somewhat dumbfounded. However, the 3 of them naturally did not go up to help. When they were in danger, these people were just watching the show. So why should Chu Chen and the others play the good guys now? Chapter 114, The Fog Rises. Monsters spawn. Chu Chen and the others ignored the commotion behind them and continued forward. Some classmates, seeing that Chu Chen was about to leave, hurriedly planned to catch up. First, they didn't want to let go of the opportunity so early. Second, they tried to divert the monsters' attention, hoping to see if they could make the monsters attack Chu Chen. These monsters could be taken down by Chu Chen in just a few moves. But for themselves, it would be a major project that could take 10 or even dozens of minutes. However, after just a few steps, they froze in place. A thick fog suddenly emerged on the Gobi Desert. Fine water droplets formed a hazy wall of fog, isolating the people around them. Within their line of sight, they could only see 2 or 3 meters ahead. Most importantly, in the fog, everyone felt their sense of direction quickly fading. Just a moment ago, they could still see Chu Chen and the others right in front of them. But after walking forward for more than 10 meters, they couldn't see Chu Chen at all. Instead, they had lost track of their own teammates. Chu Chen and the others looked at the dense fog, their eyes filled with astonishment once again. In such a hot environment on the Gobi Desert, it was absolutely impossible for fog to form. So, this was yet another trick played by the instructors. Another monster ambush, and now a fog environment. Starting off this big, the instructors really don't treat us like humans. Chu Chen shook his head with a smile. However, this also helped them out. Although they could still hear the noisy shouts around them, they could no longer see any figures. Those annoying little tails could no longer follow them. Dou, can you still tell the direction? Chu Chen asked. Dou nodded. The fog only blocked their vision, but his spiritual perception was still clear. Good, then let's go. We don't need to head towards the task direction, let's go towards the empty places, Chu Chen said. Don't worry, brother Jie. I promise I won't lead us astray, huh? Dou confidently patted his chest, but his words suddenly stopped. Wait, brother Jia, what did you just say? Go towards the empty places? Lu Xian's pretty face was also filled with confusion. Wasn't this a military training task? What was Chu Chen doing? Chu Chen nodded. As a matter of course, with our strength, we can easily complete the task by moving forward. But then what? Continue to sunbathe under the sun for several hours like yesterday, boringly waiting for others to come back? Since this instance can spawn monsters, we might as well farm monsters here. Dou and Lu Xian were taken aback. At first glance, it seemed to make some sense. But upon careful consideration, they realized that Chu Chen was right. After all, the reward for first place was a sumptuous dinner. Having already proven themselves in the first task, there was no need to strive for a higher score. So they decisively followed Chu Chen's suggestion, leaving the main group and waiting for the monsters to come to them. Dolu equipped himself with a full set of gear, and a platinum-level spellbook floated around him. Lu Xian was also ready, with various support skills prepared for instant use. Chu Chen naturally wouldn't fall behind. He summoned a death shaman and a death bear, along with dozens of death shadow wolves. At the same time, he reached into the void and pulled out a domain sword. Since it was hunting time, he would tackle both domains' advancement progress together. Seeing dozens of death shadow wolves, Doli's eyes nearly popped out. He had seen with his own eyes that each of these death shadow wolves was extremely terrifying, and Chu Chen actually had more than 50 of them. What was even more outrageous was that, besides the death shaman, Chu Chen also had a death bear with the same second-tier strength. What kind of ridiculous combat power is this? One person becomes an army? That's way too secure. Lu Xian had seen the undead shadow wolves and undead magic bears, so she wasn't too surprised. Instead, what astonished her was that after Chu Chen finished chatting with Wei Shan, he actually planned to use a mage's body to perform swordsmanship. He even changed his weapon to a long sword. Is this the brain circuit of a genius? I really don't understand. The cave orcs attacked classmates based on the aura of the packages. So, even though Chu Chen had dozens more fighters on his side, these cave orcs still bravely launched sneak attacks. The result was that as soon as they showed their heads, they were either slapped to death by the undead magic bear or bitten half to death by the undead shadow wolf. On the other hand, the undead shaman needed to chant and had yet to achieve anything. The half-dead cave orcs would be dragged in front of Chu Chen by the undead shadow wolves. Chu Chen would then stab them with a finishing blow, ending the cave orcs' life while simultaneously resurrecting them as a new undead. Seeing that Chu Chen could clearly kill the cave orcs in one hit but chose to torture them first and then stab them himself, Lu Xian and Doli's expressions turned somewhat grim. They thought to themselves, could Jie be a bit of an S? This is a bit twisted. However, it was fortunate that Chu Chen's perversion was currently limited to torturing monsters, and he still treated his teammates quite normally. This eased the anxious hearts of the two a little. Soon, half an hour passed. During this time, Chu Chen and the others had killed 7 cave orcs. This number was already absurd compared to other teams. It was equivalent to taking down a level 70 monster in less than 5 minutes, but for Chu Chen and the others, it was too slow. In 5 minutes, they could deal enough damage to a cave orc in 1 second, pull it to Chu Chen in 5 seconds, have Chu Chen kill the monster in 1 second, and then take 2 seconds to turn the monster into an undead. The total time spent was only 10 seconds. However, waiting for the monster to respawn took over 4 minutes. No, we need to think of a way to make more monsters come, Chu Chen said, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Dola nodded in agreement. Yeah, I guess the number of monsters and their attack frequency should be related to the number of packages. The more packages there are, the easier it is to become a target for the monsters. Dola quickly found the key point based on his analysis of the information. Being able to level up with Chu Chen was a rare opportunity. He didn't want to waste most of his time waiting. Lu Xian nodded, agreeing with Doli's viewpoint. That makes sense, but the problem is, how do we find more packages? We can't just go steal other people's packages, right? Just like yesterday's task, everyone was still in the same camp. Now, attacking a teammate might even get them expelled. Dolu scratched his head, unable to come up with an answer for a while. Just then, Chu Chen spoke up. Fatty, I also think you're right. Not only do we need resources to lure monsters, but we also need resources to improve our performance. So, there must be hidden resource locations in the mist. If we look for them, we will definitely find something. Chapter 115, Great Harvest. Resource Supplement. Dola nodded, feeling that Chu Chen's words made sense. Okay, yeah, I'll start using my mental power to search right now. Chu Chen, I'll also have the undead shadow wolf search the surroundings. Thus, the three of them temporarily stopped and began to focus on searching for resources. 2 minutes later, Dola suddenly exclaimed in delight, found it. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised, so fast. Dola nodded excitedly, grinning, hee, since the ones attacking us are cave orcs, I searched underground. I didn't expect to actually find an underground cave, and inside there are not only resources but also monsters. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. The simulation of the scene was quite realistic. In crowded situations, the cave orcs would directly destroy supplies, but if they could seize them, they would stash the supplies away. Good. In that case, let's go take care of this group of guys. Under Doli's lead, the three quickly headed towards the cave. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, they saw a large pit sloping downwards, which was the entrance to the cave. Standing at the edge of the entrance, they could vaguely see flickering lights in the distance. Shuchen directly ordered the undead shadow wolves to enter. Roar! Accompanied by a series of roars, chaos suddenly erupted within the cave. Although the cave orcs were strong, the number of undead shadow wolves was simply overwhelming. Soon, one by one, the cave orcs were beaten to a pulp and dragged out. Swoosh! A sword thrust out, infused with deathly energy. The cave orc was directly upgraded to an undead servant. Flowing like clouds in flowing water. Kill cave orc, minor monster, gain 6,000 experience points. Kill cave orc, minor monster, gain 6,000 experience points. Kill cave orc, minor monster, gain 6,000 experience points. A dense stream of notification sounds rang out one after another. Dolu and Lu Xian were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. This experience of being carried along was truly exhilarating. Soon, the entire cave was cleared out. A total of 20 cave orcs were killed, and 6 undead shadow wolves were lost. Shuchen collected the shattered bones of the undead shadow wolves into the realm of the undead. It wouldn't be long before the deathly energy would nourish them back. Undying and indestructible, this is the true terror of the undead. With the monsters cleared out, the next step was to search for supplies. Under Doli's guidance, the three entered the cave. The cave was very dark. Although there were torches for illumination, it still appeared gray and oppressive. The stench of decay mixed with foul odors hit them in the face. Despite the harsh conditions, the three didn't react too much. They had leveled up along the way and had seen all kinds of undead and beasts. This level of environmental shock was nothing. The underground cave was divided into different areas, like various sized rooms. Under Doli's lead, the three quickly arrived at the storage area. The supplies were piled high, resembling a small mountain. However, due to the large size of each package, there were only a dozen or so supplies here. Yet, it was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a serious problem. They could still lift the mental and physical packages, but they couldn't move the strength and speed packages at all. However, more than half of the supplies here were represented by black-green packages symbolizing strength and speed. Brother Jia, what should we do about these strength and speed packages? Just leave them here? Dolu asked. These packages were not only bait but also points. It was hard for Dolu to let go of them after getting them but being unable to take them away. Lu Xian stepped forward, gently touching a package with the storage ring on her jade-like finger, trying to store the package. However, it was ineffective. For some unknown reason, these packages seemed impossible to be stored. Shu Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It was impossible to discard them. With his own strength and speed, he could easily pick them up. The only problem was that they were too cumbersome. After thinking for a moment, Shu Chen summoned a few undead skeletons. He planned to have them act as laborers to help carry the supplies. Logically speaking, with the attributes of the undead skeletons, picking up a package should be more than enough. However, the reality was that no matter how hard they tried, their bones were about to fall apart, yet they still couldn't move the packages an inch. Seeing this, Shu Chen's mouth twitched. Now he understood. These packages were deliberately designed to make things difficult for the students. They couldn't be stored, couldn't be carried by pets, and were oversized. In short, block all the deliberately lazy paths, making it as difficult as possible for the classmates. Generally, a typical job changer would have no choice but to obediently carry on. However, Shu Chen is not an ordinary job changer, because he has a domain. Dolu, Lu Xian, put your packages up there. Shu Chen unfastened his own package and piled it together. Dolu and Lu Xian exchanged puzzled glances. Hadn't Shu Chen just failed? Why was he asking them to unpack? Although they didn't understand, they complied. Then, they witnessed an incredible scene. Shu Chen waved his hand casually, and a crack opened in the air, resembling a giant mouth, directly swallowing all the packages. When the crack disappeared, the place was completely empty. The domain is essentially a personal space, thus having storage effects. Although items cannot be stored in a storage ring, placing them in another space is no problem. Dolu and Lu Xian stared at the empty ground, completely dumbfounded. I can't be seeing things, right? That flash just now seemed to be a spatial crack? Lu Xian's beautiful eyes widened in shock and confusion. Spatial cracks only appear when a dungeon collapses or during an invasion by other races, right? What was that just now? Chapter 116, The Powerful Attraction. Wu Chen Yun is confused. Doli's knowledge is somewhat broader, but at this moment, his eyes are also filled with shock. He knows that besides the two situations mentioned above, there is another, personal space. Some legendary treasures have their own worlds inside, resembling a small universe. These small worlds, aside from being slightly smaller in area, are no different from a normal world. Such treasures are truly the best of the best. Even 7th or 8th tier powerhouses would flock to them. Dolu initially thought that Chu Chen's ability to eliminate a second transformation orc shaman was already impressive. He never expected that Chu Chen was hiding such a heaven-defying treasure. Ridiculous. Absolutely outrageous. Chu Chen naturally had no idea that Doli's thoughts had strayed far from the truth. He couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he had already mentioned it once, and Dolu hadn't believed him. Let's go, we continue to search for supplies in other places. Once we gather enough supplies, we can focus on hunting monsters. Dolu and Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Although the supplies they had just collected were considerable, Chu Chen's appetite was too big, and these were definitely not enough. Thus, the three left the cave and returned to the foggy Gobi Desert. As a nightmare mage, Doli's mental strength is among the best among the new students. With him acting as a human radar, the speed at which Chu Chen and the others searched for supplies was extremely fast. Moreover, Chu Chen's combat power could almost crush all the new students at Kunlun Academy. He resolved battles faster than Dolu could find supplies. During this process, the three discovered that besides the cave orcs collecting supplies, some large pits also buried certain supplies. In the chaotic dirt, only a corner of the supplies was exposed. Scattered around were some fragments of equipment. From the looks of it, Chu Chen quickly guessed that this was simulating the scene of previous logistics personnel encountering disaster. They really went into detail. Chu Chen couldn't help but praise the instructor, directly tearing open his domain and swallowing all the supplies. Just like that, the three quickly gathered a lot of supplies. The supplies piled up in Chu Chen's domain, and the cave orcs could not sense any aura, so they would not come to ambush. But when Chu Chen took out the supplies that had formed a small mountain, an aura imperceptible to humans swept across the entire mist like a tsunami. Roar! Almost in an instant, dozens of cave orcs burst forth from the ground. At the same time, the surrounding monsters seemed to have caught the scent of catnip, dropping everything they were doing and rushing madly towards Chu Chen. What the hell? What's going on? Why are these monsters running? Could it be that they were scared off by my unparalleled heroic aura? Can't you just stop showing off? They clearly sensed something more important. No matter what, we've escaped a disaster. Thank you, big shot, even though I don't know who you are. The classmates who were fiercely battling the cave orcs were left dumbfounded by this scene of mass migration. They had no idea what was happening. But regardless, it was a good thing for them. After all, their mission was to transport supplies, not to kill monsters. Now it seemed someone had drawn the fire away from them, allowing them to sprint with all their might. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group of classmates ran wildly forward. The shocking scene was no less intense than the charge of the monsters. However, the directions of the two were completely opposite. At the front of the crowd, the three members of the Wu Chenyun team moved quickly yet steadily. They had already created a significant distance from the classmates behind them. This was because Wu Chenyun and his companions had not engaged with the monsters at all, focusing solely on running forward. Last time, he had lost most of his points by neglecting the mission. So this time, he decided to ignore the monsters and charge ahead until the mission was complete. Hey, Brother Yun, look over there. It seems there are some supplies in that pit. Suddenly, Lu Wei, with his sharp eyes, noticed that in a large pit they had just crossed, something seemed to be hidden beneath the dirt. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a black supply package. Hearing this, Wu Chenyun and the female priest also curiously stopped in their tracks. The three of them cleared away the dirt and were astonished to find that 6 supply packages were buried beneath the soil. Brother Yun, what's going on? Did we just strike gold? Lu Wei looked at Wu Chenyun with excitement. After such a long time, they had come to realize the true difficulty of this mission. That was, the monsters would do everything they could to destroy the packages of the job changers. And the packages represented their scores. Many classmates only realized they had collected too few packages when theirs were destroyed. The Wu Chenyun team actually shared a similar mindset. After all, 2 packages each was still easy for them. Now, with 6 packages appearing before them, it meant their scores would double. How could the 3 not be tempted? Wu Chenyun's expression was conflicted. To be honest, he really wanted to take those 6 packages, but he also had a nagging feeling that if he took them, something terrible might happen. Just as he was in turmoil, a brutal beast roar suddenly echoed from the mist. The 3 of them shivered in unison, fear etched on their faces. They were all too familiar with that sound. It was the voice of the giant axe orc. But how could there be giant axe orcs in the mist? The instructor wouldn't really make such terrifying monsters, which had broken through to the second transformation, their opponents for this mission, would they? As his thoughts raced, Wu Chenyun suddenly understood everything. The packages represented scores, but they also indicated the number and strength of the monsters. Just taking one package would only attract the attacks of low-level monsters like the cave orcs. But once the number increased, what they would ultimately face would likely be the terrifying second transformation monsters. After realizing this, Wu Chenyun shouted run, and the three of them dashed without hesitation in the opposite direction of the sound. Although they had hunted a giant axork before, it had been a miracle achieved through traps and great effort. Now, facing it head-on, they had no chance of winning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intense sound of running made the ground tremble slightly. The hair-raising noise grew closer and closer. The expressions on the faces of Wu Chenyun and the others turned extremely grim. The attributes of the second-turn monsters were far too high for them. If they were locked onto, there was no way they could escape. What terrified them even more was that the sound of running seemed to come from more than one giant axork. Could it be that they're here for revenge because we killed a giant axork yesterday? But that guy, Chu Chen, killed one of your orc shamans. Why are you looking for me and not him? Wu Chenyun screamed frantically in his heart, while the footsteps behind him grew heavier and clearer, like a death knell. There's no escaping now, let's fight. Wu Chenyun felt suffocated with frustration but knew there was no way to run. He could only fight desperately. Lu Wei and the others had no objections and also stopped, readying their skills. Boom! They didn't have to wait long before a giant axork broke through the mist and charged at them. Then came the second, the third. A total of 20 giant axorks rushed in front of Wu Chenyun. At that moment, Wu Chenyun's heart sank. Damn! I can barely handle one, and you throw 20 at me? What kind of sin did I commit in my past life? Wu Chenyun cursed in his heart, cursing his luck, the instructor, and this damned military training. However, the next moment, the 20 giant axorks seemed to ignore the three of them, roaring as they brushed past and charged back into the mist behind them. Ha! Chapter 117, A Satisfying Massacre. Harvesting experience, huh? Wu Chenyun was dumbfounded. His two teammates were also bewildered. They thought they were about to engage in a self-destructive battle with the giant axorks. Instead, the giant axorks completely ignored them? Let's go! Although he didn't understand what had happened, Wu Chenyun decisively sprinted towards the task objective. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything else. He only had one thought in mind, to finish the task quickly. Given the perverse nature of this military training task, playing it safe was the most important thing. The reason for this situation in the mist was primarily due to Chu Chen. The number of packages collected by Chu Chen was far too many. It exceeded the combined total of the other members. The quantity reached several hundred. That deadly attraction was something even the second-turn giant axorks couldn't resist. It should be noted that this was originally set by Instructor Feng as a gatekeeper role at the end. Now the gatekeeper wasn't guarding but was playing center forward instead. Roar! The dense roars of beasts echoed in the ears of Chu Chen and his companions. Instead of panicking, Chu Chen grinned. Now this is what I call a good amount. Boom! Waves of gray-green figures burst forth from the ground, the cave orcs' eyes blood-red, as if they were beasts that had caught the scent of blood, charging towards the mountain of supplies. However, the next moment, a pitch-black undead shadow wolf dashed in like black lightning, sinking its teeth into the orc's neck. Dark green blood gushed forth. Immediately after, an undead skeleton wielding a sword of the domain pierced through the chest of the cave orc. Kill cave orc, minor monster, gain 6,000 experience points. Such a scene unfolded simultaneously around the supplies. Dozens of cave orcs were almost simultaneously exterminated. Buzz! Two milky white lights burst forth from Do Lu and Lu Xin. Both of their levels increased by 1. This is leveling up? This is too exhilarating, right? The two couldn't hide their excitement, their smiles stretching almost to their ears. Lu Xin usually teamed up with her sister Lu Yen to level up. Although Lu Yen was also very strong, she was still far behind Chu Chen. The time to level up by 1 would probably take weeks, unlike Chu Chen, who could level up in just a few hours. Although Dolu came from a wealthy family, due to the restrictions of his training, he couldn't have a high-level job changer lead the team, so his leveling speed couldn't be much faster. It was merely compressing what others would take a week to accomplish into about 5 days. Therefore, breaking through to level 1 in just a few hours made him extremely excited. Of course, what thrilled him the most was that this was just the beginning. Heaven knows how many levels he could gain today under Chu Chen's leadership. However, in the next moment, the smiles on both their faces froze. The scene before them made it impossible for them to smile any longer. They saw the ground around them begin to shake violently, the rumbling footsteps sounding like a drum, suffocating them. Countless cave orcs burst through the mist from all directions, charging towards them. Their blood-red, ferocious eyes were fixed on the supplies, and on the 3 people in front of the supplies. Anything, once it reaches a certain quantity, exudes an overwhelming pressure. Not to mention that the sight before them was filled with terrifying orcs. Thud! Dolu and Lu Xian both felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They never expected that the supplies they had collected would have such a terrifying attraction. This was likely to have attracted all the cave orcs in the vicinity. A dozen, 20, or even 40 or 50, they weren't afraid of. With Chu Chen as the main force and them assisting, they should be able to overcome. But the cave orcs before them numbered over 100. The quantity was double that of the undead shadow wolves. How could they fight this? Jia Ge, should we retreat? There are too many monsters, Dolu said cautiously. They had really messed this up. Although they didn't care about the score, they absolutely didn't want to be eliminated midway. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen laughed heartily. Retreat? The monsters are coming to us. This is even more enjoyable than grinding monsters in a dungeon. Isn't it just about numbers? I've never been afraid of anyone in that regard. Looking at the dense orcs, a fierce smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Awaken, loyal servants. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black space crack suddenly opened. Countless white skeletons surged out from the crack like a tide. Since the other side had over 100 orcs, Chu Chen would treat them with thousands of undead skeletons. Thud! Seeing the overwhelming number of undead skeletons, Dolu and Lu Xian were completely dumbfounded. This number is just too much, right? Is Chu Chen really an undead mage? Which undead mage can contract so many undead skeletons? If Chu Chen had contracted an orc shaman as an undead servant, they could still barely accept it. But this dense army of undead completely shocked the two. Chu Chen's profession was definitely not an undead mage. But what could be stronger than an SSS-level undead mage? They couldn't figure it out, their brains nearly crashing in the face of the shocking battle before them. The skeletons charged into the orc crowd like termites. They tore with their bony claws and bit with their white fangs. Some undead skeletons even wielded swords of the domain, their power surging. Even though the cave orcs had some level advantage, 10 indestructible undead skeletons attacking at once left the cave orcs with no way to defend. Their tough skin was torn open, oozing dark green blood. Severed limbs and broken arms flew around like trash. The entire battlefield was incredibly brutal. In reality, it was a one-sided massacre of the cave orcs. Teammate Chu Chen killed a cave orc, minor monster, gaining 10,000 experience points. Teammate Chu Chen killed a cave orc, minor monster, gaining 10,000 experience points. Teammate Chu Chen killed a cave orc, minor monster, gaining 10,000 experience points. The screen was flooded with a dense stream of information. Lu Xian and Doli's experience bars surged rapidly, as if they were drinking water. In just a few minutes, they leveled up twice. Chu Chen's level had already reached LV 60, and the experience gained from the cave orcs was minimal. However, with over 100 cave orcs, he successfully leveled up to LV 61. Stand up, newly born undead. The dead cave orcs were just useless corpses to others. But for Chu Chen, they could instantly become new combat power. Seeing the cave orcs that had just been fierce and terrifying turn into Chu Chen's undead servants in an instant, Dolu and Lu Xian's eyes widened, further solidifying their suspicions. There was no limit to converting undead. No rituals were needed. This was simply like the Lich King. Chu Chen's profession was definitely more terrifying than an SSS level, even more so than a hidden profession. The combat power of the cave orcs decreased little by little. Yet, the power of the undead army kept increasing. Soon, this seemingly insurmountable beast tide was easily resolved by Chu Chen. Chapter 118, the simplest military training task until the last cave orc fell completely. Dolu and Lu Xian were still in shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. They knew Chu Chen was strong, but at this moment, they fully realized just how strong he was. What, crushing all the new students of Kunlun Academy? That was simply an insult to Chu Chen. If he wanted, even the seniors in their second year would probably not be his match. Ha ha, so refreshing. This military training task is really too enjoyable. Chu Chen laughed heartily. This was just the first wave of monsters, and there were over 100 of them. Not only did they bring him so many powerful undead servants, but they also slightly increased the progression in 2 fields. Chu Chen was so happy he could hardly contain himself, even wanting to say thank you to Instructor Phone. Dolu and Lu Xian couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. This is just you. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't be struggling to survive this military training task? Of course, they thought this, but under Chu Chen's concealment, they just wanted to shout, "Big shot! Please be even more fierce." Just as the three were celebrating, the second wave of cave orcs charged out of the mist again. Chu Chen and the others grinned and began a frenzied and exhilarating slaughter feast. Time flew by. Achoo! Just as Chu Chen was passionately harvesting cave orcs, Instructor Feng at the finish line suddenly sneezed. Huh, what's going on? Why did I suddenly feel a chill in my heart? Could something bad be about to happen? Instructor Feng muttered to himself, inexplicably thinking of Chu Chen. Could this kid be up to something again? Looking towards the mist not far away, Instructor Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw 3 figures breaking through the mist, quickly running towards him. No way? So fast again? Instructor Feng was astonished. There were clearly cave orcs, these second-turn monsters, blocking the finish line, and there were even 20 of them. Even if Chu Chen had the undead shaman, he shouldn't have come out so quickly. Looks like this kid's trump card. Ha! Suddenly, Instructor Feng frowned. He discovered that the first team to break through was not Chu Chen's team, but Wu Chenyun's team. Instructor Feng was even more confused. No? Why did they come out first? Instructor, we are here to turn in our task. Wu Chenyun and the others hurriedly ran up to Instructor Feng. It was only at this moment that the 3 of them finally relaxed their tense nerves. 6 packages, completely intact. There was no one beside the instructor. So, they were the first. And they had perfectly completed the task as the first team. Good. 6 packages, and you are the first team to deliver them. I'll give you 120 points. Instructor Feng still hadn't snapped out of his deep confusion and instinctively scored the 3. Upon hearing this, Wu Chenyun and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. 120 points. That's 20 points more than 100. Last time, Chu Chen's score was taken by them this time. This time, they were sure to win. This time, they were the first. Instructor Feng pondered for a long time, repeatedly checking the 3's profiles on his tablet. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the 3 were the first to come out. In the end, he decided to ask the 3 what was going on. However, just then, 3 more figures burst out from the mist. Instructor Feng? What? What the hell is this? Was the task set too simply? By his estimates, aside from the uncertain factor of Chu Chen, the others had no chance of completing the task at all. How could it be that just past the halfway mark, 2 teams had already come out? Moreover, they looked completely clean. They didn't seem to have gone through a tough battle at all. It was like they had just run a marathon. There was something fishy. Absolutely something fishy. The members of the second team each carried only 1 package. Since they were the second team, Instructor Feng scored them a 29, totaling 87 points. Hearing that they had received 87 points, the 3 were overjoyed and cried tears of excitement. After all, they had only scored 5 points in the last task. This was a leap like a rocket. After scoring, Instructor Feng naturally inquired about the 3's experiences. The 3 did not hide anything and explained everything. It turned out that 2 of them were assassins, and the last one was a speed-oriented support class, the Gale Priest. The 3's combat power was not strong, and they couldn't kill the cave orcs when attacked. So they chose to run when they couldn't fight back. They ran, and then they reached the finish line. As they spoke, they looked terrified, as if they had encountered considerable danger while fleeing. However, upon hearing this, Instructor Feng's mouth twitched repeatedly. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Not to mention the 20 giant axe orcs that blocked the way. In the latter half of the journey, the attack frequency of the cave orcs would increase exponentially. It was impossible to escape easily. Damn it! There was definitely a problem. And the problem was likely with Chu Chen. Instructor Feng instinctively thought of Chu Chen. But even knowing there was a problem, he couldn't do anything about it. This was the Kunlun Academy's instance. Every military training session was specially adjusted by Kunlun Academy to fit their plans. It wasn't something that could be changed immediately just because one wanted to. This kid, when he comes out, I must ask him what exactly he did in there. Instructor Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. After that, dozens of small teams rushed out from the mist one after another. Although they looked a bit tired, they were much better than the day before. Through them, Instructor Feng also roughly understood the situation in the mist. The orcs he had set up seemed to have all left their posts. The final line of defense was virtually non-existent, which allowed most of the students to easily reach the finish line. However, even though he understood this, Instructor Feng was even more puzzled. What exactly did Chu Chen do to attract all these orcs away? These orcs only had a strong reaction to supplies. Chu Chen couldn't have possibly collected hundreds of supplies and then fished in the mist, could he? Instructor Feng racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Although the other students were also puzzled, they didn't care about this matter. They had cleared the task and significantly improved their scores, and that was the most important thing. And they also discovered something very interesting. Nearly 2/3 of the team completed the task, but this did not include Chu Chen. Chapter 119 Level Surge. Leaving the mist, haha. What does it matter if they're experts? Aren't they just like an old horse stumbling? Before, we misjudged, But this time Chu Chen can't possibly pull any tricks, right? The team that just came out had their resource score drop to 1 point each. How can they turn that around? Ha ha, I have a plan. If Chu Chen and the others take 120 packages, they can turn it around, right? Are you kidding? I was chased by cave orcs with just 3 packages. With 120, they might as well be doomed. The students sat together, happily discussing, their spirits soaring. Previously, most of them had scores below 10, while Chu Chen's team had managed to achieve 120 points. It was like a silent slap in the face to everyone. This time, they scored in the tens, while Chu Chen was destined to only have single digits. Truly, 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what expression Chu Chen would have when he emerged from the mist, seeing so many people ahead of him. In the mist, Chu Chen and his 2 companions had no idea that their monster slaying had unexpectedly affected the progress of the task. It allowed many classmates to easily complete the challenge. They were also unaware that those who benefited from his efforts were now waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The 3 looked grimly at the 20 burly, muscle-bound giant axe orcs not far away. What the? Why are there so many giant axe orcs? And damn it, there are 20 of them at once. Dolly's mouth twitched. He was truly impressed by the instructor and his group. Monsters after the second transformation had their strength greatly increased, far beyond what they could handle, especially with so many of them. However, behind us is Brother Jie. Giant axe orcs, you're done for. Dolu grinned wickedly, and the undead shaman began to dance a strange dance. A ball of ghostly white fire erupted from the staff, and under the undead shaman's command, it crashed into the giant axe orcs. Sizzle! One giant axe orc was directly consumed by the ghostly white fire. The scorching heat instantly enveloped the entire body of the giant axe orc. The giant axe orc let out a painful howl, frantically slapping its body, trying to extinguish the flames, but it was of no use. It could only watch in agony as its flesh burned away bit by bit. Ah, don't burn it all, at least leave the bones. Chu Chen quickly reminded. This was a level 100 undead orc. No matter how rich they were, they couldn't afford to waste. Roar! On the other side, the undead magic bear also roared, driving its massive body directly into the giant axe orcs. Although the giant axe orcs were large and muscular, the undead magic bear was even taller by half a body. Shadow shockwave. Dark power gathered frantically on its black palm, and with a loud boom, it slammed into the ground. The shadow power spread like waves, hitting the giant axe orcs as if they had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. Many orcs spat out dark green blood, staggering back. The giant axe orcs that were closer had their insides shaken violently, collapsing to the ground in an instant, barely alive. Chu Chen's pupils constricted, and he quickly controlled the sword of the domain to move in for the kill. Thus, in the eyes of the other students, the seemingly doomed giant axe orcs were easily slaughtered like cutting vegetables under the hands of 2 mid-level second transformation powerful undead. Kill giant axe orc, elite, gain 30,000 experience points. Kill giant axe orc, elite, gain 30,000 experience points. Kill giant axe orc, elite, gain 30,000 experience points. The influx of experience points made Dolu and Lu Xin inexplicably feel as if they were being supported by Chu Chen. Thus, the 3 of them continuously hunted beastmen, feeling fulfilled and satisfied. Experience points soared like a booming stock market. By 4 in the afternoon, when Chu Chen called it a day, his level had already reached LV80. In less than a day, he had jumped from LV60 directly to LV80. If this were known outside, it would surely shock all the new students of Kunlun Academy. Dolu and Lu Xian's levels had also risen to LV65 and LV64. Since their levels were relatively low, their increases were even more astonishing, all surpassing 25 levels. Dolu and Lu Xian were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at their attribute panels, not knowing what to say. They knew that clinging to Chu Chen's leg would bring unimaginable surprises. But this surprise was perhaps too surprising. In less than a day, a direct increase of 25 levels. As the young master of the Do family, Dolu had seen all sorts of storms, but he had never witnessed such a level increase. Lu Xian, lacking Doli's perspective, felt immense fear after the huge surprise of leveling up 25 levels. This sudden wealth came too easily, and she found it hard to feel at ease. Thank you, Brother Jie. Thank you so much. This is my scholarship and living expenses. Please don't think it's too little. Seeing this, Dola nodded repeatedly and handed a bank card to Chu Chen. Brother Jia, this is my small token of appreciation. Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's just military training. During military training, we are comrades. Helping each other is only right. Talking about money feels distant. Both Dolu and Lu Xian had good personalities. Chu Chen leveling up by defeating monsters was not specifically to help them, so accepting money would feel estranged. Dolu and Lu Xian repeatedly tried to offer Chu Chen a reward but were refused. Seeing Chu Chen so resolute, they did not insist further, but silently remembered this kindness in their hearts. University life is more precious than money. Their extra 20 levels would definitely help them establish a foothold during their freshman year. It's about time, let's head to the mission location now. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chen stored hundreds of supplies, along with the undead army, into the domain space. Then he summoned the undead shadow wolves and, under Do Li's guidance, rushed towards the target location. Along the way, whenever Chu Chen saw lost or buried supplies, he would casually pick them up. After all, storing them in the domain wouldn't hinder their progress. The speed of the undead shadow wolves was incredibly fast. In just half an hour, the three of them had crossed through the mist. Although Chu Chen had mentally prepared for his lagging behind, he was still slightly taken aback upon seeing the densely packed people at the mission site. There are way too many people, right? From their appearance, it seems they haven't died yet. Is this mission really that simple? Dolu looked at the classmates not far away, over 200 of them, almost all from the second group. Moreover, seeing their cheerful expressions, it was clear they had completed the mission well. Dolu was also a bit surprised, not understanding how these people had completed the mission. Could it be that they had missed some special mechanism? However, with Chu Chen helping them level up 25 levels, wasn't that better than any achievement? Brother Jia, it's fine. They may have good results, but we gained more. Dolu spoke to comfort Chu Chen. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Brother Jia, don't be sad, we anticipated this. Their results don't matter to us. Chapter 120, Mission Settlement. Countless. Hee, I was just a bit surprised. It seems the instructor's military training results are not great. Chu Chen chuckled, realizing that Dolu and Lu Xian had misunderstood. Even if everyone valued results, Chu Chen was not among them. Among this group of freshmen, the highest level might reach over level 40. However, Chu Chen is already a level 80 job changer. Just the difference in levels is enough for Chu Chen to easily overpower them. Next, Chu Chen recalled the undead shadow wolf, and the three of them walked leisurely towards the task location. All the classmates stood up to watch the spectacle, curiously gazing at Chu Chen and the others, with ambiguous smiles on their faces. Especially when they saw that Chu Chen and his companions weren't carrying any packages, their smiles grew even wider. Wu Qinyun did not stand up, still sitting on the ground with a smug expression. This was the strength brought by 120 points. This was the confidence a strong person should have. Instructor Feng, on the other hand, quickly moved to the front of the crowd. He had already asked all the students and received almost identical responses. They had only encountered some cave orcs in the early stages, and after that, there were hardly any obstacles. This made Instructor Feng even more certain that it must be Chu Chen's doing. If not, he definitely wouldn't have come out so late. Previously, when Chu Chen had outstanding results, Instructor Feng had tolerated it. But this second wave of tasks had directly downgraded the hellish tasks for the other students to kindergarten level. This made it very difficult for him as an instructor. Therefore, Instructor Feng felt it was necessary to have a good talk with Chu Chen. First, to ask what exactly happened in the mist. Second, to let Chu Chen tone it down a bit. Of course, before that, they had to settle the task scores first. Chu Chen, you are the last team to arrive. Now, the score for one supply package is 1 point. However, looking at you, it seems all the packages have been destroyed. So, your score is 0 points. Instructor Feng took the initiative, planning to take the opportunity to suppress Chu Chen. First, he would hit him hard, then later give him a sweet date, making it easier to negotiate. The surrounding classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the score of 0 points. Ha, 0 points, that's hilarious. Last time 120 points, this time 0 points, the gap is just too big. The first place suddenly becomes the last place, the drama is full. The classmates laughed and joked, their scores giving them back their courage. Wu Chenyun also revealed a proud smile. As expected, the first task was likely due to Chu Chen using some powerful item. The gap between himself and Chu Chen couldn't be that large. Instructor, our supplies weren't destroyed, they were just stored away. Chu Chen explained. The surrounding classmates were taken aback, then looked at Chu Chen with strange expressions. They had all tried before, the storage rings couldn't hold these massive supplies, and their own backpack space was equally insufficient. Where exactly did Chu Chen say he stored them? Although they didn't quite understand, some classmates' smiles gradually faded. This feeling was oddly familiar to them. It was the feeling of being slapped in the face. Stored away? Then why don't you come out and take a look? Instructor Feng was equally puzzled. These supplies were a type of special equipment, infused with special void particles. Once an attempt was made to store them in space, a kind of void expansion would occur. Generally speaking, it was absolutely impossible to store them in a storage ring. But seeing Chu Chen's expression didn't seem like a lie, Instructor Feng wondered, could it be that Chu Chen had cracked the properties of the void particles? Just as he was pondering, Chu Chen directly provided the answer. Suddenly, a pitch-black, deep void crack opened up in the sky. Instructor Feng and the student's pupils suddenly constricted. The void crack represented danger, represented death. How could it appear here? However, before everyone could start to speak, a dense mass of supply packages began to fall down. Crash! The actual weight of the supply packages wasn't heavy, but there were simply too many in Chu Chen's domain space. With so many packages crashing to the ground, they still produced a rumbling sound. The scene before their eyes was even more shocking. Countless packages instantly piled up into small mountains on the open ground, and this was far from over. Countless more packages continued to fall from the rifts in the void. The mountain of supplies began to tilt in one direction, sliding down, with some even rolling to the feet of nearby classmates. When all the supplies were finally dumped out, everyone's view was completely filled with supply packages. They couldn't even see the mist in the distance. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, not knowing who it was. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The entire Gobi Desert echoed with the sound of swallowing. This is way too much. There must be at least 300. 300? I see at least 500. Oh my! Even if each is worth 1 point, Chu Chen's score would be through the roof. All the classmates looked up, gazing at the mountain of supplies, feeling as if a small mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Sitting on the ground and listening to the discussions around him, Wu Chenyun suddenly felt the light dim, looked up, and his pupils constricted sharply. He saw a shadow resembling a small mountain suddenly appear ahead, startling him into jumping up. After seeing the true nature of that small mountain, Wu Chenyun was left dumbfounded. All of these are supplies? So many? All of them belong to Chu Chen? This is just too much. Wu Chenyun knew that there were supplies hidden in the mist and had thought that Chu Chen would collect these dangerous supplies. However, he never expected that Chu Chen would gather so many directly. Did he just loot all the supplies from the entire mist area? Could it be any more outrageous? Not only were the classmates shocked, but Instructor Feng also widened his eyes in rare astonishment, his previous composure completely gone, replaced by shock. So many supplies. I see now, so that's how it is. At this moment, Instructor Feng finally understood why the other students had passed so smoothly, why the cave orcs were slacking off, and why the giant axe orcs had left their posts without permission. It was all because they were drawn away by Chu Chen. This guy actually managed to gather hundreds of packages. To the other students, what was an incredibly difficult military training challenge had turned into a fishing expedition for Chu Chen, a source of supplies for his leveling up. No wonder he felt that Chu Chen's aura had strengthened significantly just now. It turned out he had been grinding monsters in the mist all day. Instructor Feng felt stars in his eyes, dizzy from the revelation. But what shocked him even more was the rift in the void that Chu Chen had summoned. Other students might not understand, but how could he, as an instructor, not know? That was a personal space. Only a personal space could hold all these supplies. But this thing, even a 7th turn expert might not possess. What exactly was Chu Chen's identity? He couldn't bear to think about it. It was too terrifying. Chapter 121, Defensive Battle Ahem, not bad. Really not bad. Instructor Feng took a deep breath, barely calming the storm in his heart. Faced with such a monstrous genius, even with his experience, he was somewhat at a loss for words. He then summoned several mechanical puppets to quickly count the number of supplies. The surrounding classmates were all silent at this moment, quietly observing, their feelings incredibly complex. Soon, the count of supplies was completed. A total of 623 packages. Even if each package was worth 1 point, Chu Chen's team's score would be a whopping 623 points. At that moment, all the classmates silently lowered their heads. They felt a burning sting on their cheeks. The last time, it was 120 points crushing them, the single-digit competitors. Now, they had finally broken through, achieving scores in the tens. As a result, Chu Chen did quite well, scoring over 600 points. Even the second place, Wu Chenyun, barely managed 120 points. Chu Chen, your score is 623 points, ranking first. Instructor Feng forced a smile and patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. After all these years as an instructor, he had always been the one to make students worry. This was the first time he felt helpless towards a student, not because the student was troublesome, but because he was so outstanding it troubled him. Could this be the bittersweet nature of happiness? Is that really first place? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. Seeing the confident expressions of his classmates around him, he had prepared himself to come in last. But he ended up in first place? Dolu and Lu Xian were equally astonished. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Instructor, what was the score for second place?" Instructor Feng didn't hide it, saying lightly, "Wu Qinyun's team scored 120 points. Dolu and Lu Xian were taken aback. Only 120 points? With the advantage of resource points, they only managed 120 points? What were they laughing about earlier? Self-deprecation? Upon hearing his name called by Instructor Feng, Wu Qinyun felt so embarrassed he wished he could sink into the ground. That 120 points was still aided by the multiplier advantage of the first place. In terms of quantity, the resources Chu Chen successfully transported were a full 100 times more than his. Thinking of this, Wu Qinyun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He sighed inwardly, why is the gap between geniuses so vast? As the saying goes, happiness doesn't disappear, it only shifts. The smiles on the faces of the classmates had completely shifted to the faces of Chu Chen and his two companions. Come on, Chu Chen, over here. Let's have a good meal tonight. Instructor Feng had come to terms with it. After all, Chu Chen was just a freak. Let him be. With him as an unattainable example leading the way, perhaps the results of this military training would be even better. Thus, on the Gobi Desert, the mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air once again. Tonight's dinner was even more lavish than yesterday's. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork. The surrounding classmates looked on, nearly drooling. This scene was so reminiscent. They wouldn't have to watch Chu Chen and the others enjoy themselves for 4 days during military training, would they? Frustrated as they were, no one dared to complain. Over 600 resources. Just thinking about it, they knew the cave orcs would definitely be right behind them. To find so many resources and bring them back safely, none of them felt unworthy. Of course, their meals were much better than yesterday's. Everyone received a bag of pickled vegetables. And so, in a somewhat gloomy atmosphere, everyone finished dinner and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, once again, in the familiar early morning, all the students were awakened by the instructor. The students reluctantly opened their sleepy eyes and looked towards Instructor Feng. This time, there were no special props around him. The students were curious about what torturous task awaited them today. They didn't have to wait long. Instructor Feng's serious gaze swept over everyone as he said gravely, "Students, the monsters are coming." Goodness! This pre-battle rallying tone. The clever students had already guessed the content of this task. After 2 previous encounters with the monsters, this time it would be a real fight. Just as everyone had guessed, Instructor Feng continued, "Today, you will be fighting the monsters at the defense line. Hold the defense line and kill as many monsters as possible, that is your task." If today were the first day of military training, most students would definitely raise their arms and cheer. But after 2 days of grueling training, the students already knew that this seemingly straightforward task might actually be the hardest one yet, because the monsters they faced were at least on the level of cave orcs. This was not a battle, it was more like a death sentence. "Ah, I'm tired. Let it be destroyed." Some students sighed deeply, their bodies and spirits already tortured beyond recognition. But some students had a glimmer of light in their eyes. They had realized the deeper meaning behind the instructor's design of the tasks. From scouts to transport soldiers, and now to formal combat soldiers, this military training was actually an experience of a real soldier's life. These tasks were indeed difficult, but what real soldiers faced was probably tenfold or 100-fold harder. After all, they had no protection mechanisms. Sometimes the dangers they encountered were not just a single rank higher than themselves. Understanding this, the tired expressions of these students gradually blossomed with bright light. As for Chu Chen and his 2 companions, they were much simpler. "Wow! A combat mission, doesn't that mean we can gain a lot of experience again? No need to hunt monsters, no need to look for supplies, the monsters are just delivering their heads to us, so refreshing. Ha ha, military training is great. I love military training." After yesterday's experience, Dolu and Lu Xian looked at Chu Chen with shining eyes. They were filled with immense anticipation about how many levels they could gain today. The surrounding students couldn't help but twitch their mouths at their words. Why can you turn a hell survival game into a leisure mode? Ignoring the noise from the crowd, Instructor Feng began to arrange the positions. Wu Chunyun team, position 1. Wu Chunyun, what's going on? Shouldn't the first place be Chu Chen? Why are we at the front? Instructor, are you trying to get me killed? Wu Chunyun looked at Instructor Feng in shock, hoping for an explanation. The other students also looked on in confusion. Instructor Feng said nothing and began to read the next team's name. He couldn't say that he was worried that Chu Chen's team would wipe out the monsters, allowing the students behind them to win easily again, could he? Although all positions were under attack simultaneously, the front positions naturally faced more intense assaults. This was a special training for the outstanding students, but Chu-Chen was too outstanding. Even a whetstone would probably be useless for him. It was better to place him at the back. Thus, it wasn't until all the names were called that it was finally Chu-Chen's team's turn. Chu-Chen team, position 78. Chapter 122, The Boulder Barrier Jiegu. It seems like we are being targeted. Oh no, wait, to be precise, it should be you, Jiegu, who is being targeted. Lu Xian chuckled, covering her mouth upon hearing the instructor's arrangement. Although they didn't know what the order of the positions represented, it felt wrong to be placed at the end alone. Don't say the instructor. If it were me, I would target Jiegu too. Do Lu laughed in agreement. The military training at the top 10 academies is terrifying. It has a notorious reputation. Jiegu managed to lead us through the easy mode and even helped other students. It's no wonder the instructor is not angry. They had been with Chu-Chen for the past 2 days and had truly felt how terrifying he was. Whether it was the terrifying bone territory on the first day or the undead army on the second day, everything Chu-Chen displayed deeply overturned Dolu and Lu Xian's understanding. Ah, I was hoping to level up more. Chu-Chen shrugged, smiling helplessly. Now, the experience from these monsters was somewhat trivial to him, but killing monsters could still advance the progress of his domain's promotion. If that was gone, he would still feel it was quite a pity. However, Chu-Chen maintained a good mindset. Since that's the case, let's adapt to the situation. Next, the main force, led by Instructor Feng, headed towards the position. Along the way, almost everyone was discussing how to deal with the orcs' attack. After much discussion, the final result was a long sigh. Most of their strength was around level 40, and they had to exert all their effort to deal with a level 70 cave orc. Now, asking them to withstand the orc army, they couldn't come up with a feasible plan no matter how hard they tried. Seeing this, Instructor Feng secretly laughed but said nothing. The distance to the position was not far, and everyone soon saw a white light shield, resembling a large bowl turned upside down on the Gobi Desert, incongruous with the surrounding brownish-yellow sand and stones. On the light shield, there was a clear number, 33. Huh, what's that? Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to this strange sight. Soon, someone recognized it. That's a barrier. Oh, I get it. The instructor wants us to use the barrier to fend off the orcs. I knew it, the instructor wouldn't let us face the orc tide directly. Upon seeing this, the students' faces immediately showed relieved smiles. However, some students still wore serious expressions. The previous 2 missions had tormented them too severely, making them instinctively suspicious that there was something fishy going on. Of course, there were definitely some tricks involved. For example, the energy of the barrier, the timing of the attacks, and so on. Naturally, Instructor Feng wouldn't elaborate. He would let the students discover it themselves. As you can see, each position has a giant stone barrier. This barrier can unleash giant stone attacks on enemies and can also slowly restore stamina within it. The operation method is very simple. There are instructions inside, and I believe with your little brains, understanding this shouldn't be a problem. The monsters will attack in 1 hour. If you don't reach your position on time, your score will automatically be 0. Alright, that's all I need to explain. I wish you all perfect results. After saying this, Instructor Feng walked away leisurely, hands behind his back, like an old man taking a stroll. The students looked at each other and quickly dashed in 2 directions, east and west. In their field of vision, there was only this one barrier. This showed that the positions were quite far apart. If they failed the military training task because they couldn't reach their position, it would be a grave injustice. Chu-Chen directly summoned a skeletal shadow wolf, carrying Dolu and Lu Xian, and quickly headed west. That was the direction of position 78. As a creature of the Abyss Shadow system, the Shadow Wolf's advantage lay in its speed, and its level far exceeded that of the newcomers. Therefore, in just a few breaths, the 3 of them stood out from the crowd, like 3 black whirlwinds, surpassing everyone, and gradually disappearing under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. What the hell? It seems like something unclean just flew past me. What unclean thing? That's Chu-Chen's undead servant. Damn! Isn't that too fast? Can someone knowledgeable tell me if this speed is reasonable? I don't know if it's reasonable, but once the military training is over, I definitely want to get a pet beast. So cool. It's just too damn cool. I'm in awe. Naturally, the 3 of them didn't hear the commotion behind them. In an instant, they had already sprinted 1,000 meters. Finally, they saw the barrier marked 33. The west is 1,000 meters, so the east should also be 1,000 meters. So, a small team's jurisdiction is 2,000 meters? Chu-Chen murmured to himself. This range was undeniably large. The two adjacent positions were 2,000 meters apart, basically eliminating the possibility of mutual influence. In fact, some students might really be unable to reach their destination on time. These instructors really don't miss any opportunity to train the students. Of course, for Chu Chen, this was not a problem at all. The shadow wolf of the undead moved swiftly like the wind, leading the three across one defensive barrier after another, quickly arriving at their destination, the 78th defensive position. At this point, barely half an hour had passed. "We still have plenty of time, let's go in and see the situation of this barrier," Chu Chen said as he put away the shadow wolf of the undead and led Dolu and the others into the barrier. It felt as if they had passed through a curtain. The three easily stepped into the barrier. Inside the barrier, the environment was roughly the same as outside, but the temperature and humidity were much more comfortable. On the ground, intricate mystical patterns could be clearly seen interweaving, forming an exquisitely beautiful barrier design. Its shape resembled a rolling stone, as if it had just fallen from a towering mountain peak, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed capable of smashing a hole in the earth. Chu Chen could almost hear the sound of the massive stone rolling in his ears, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. "Wow, this barrier is quite powerful," Chu Chen shook his head, snapping back to reality from the illusion. Clearly an offensive barrier, it could induce hallucinations, indicating its formidable power. "Brother Jia, the power of this giant stone formation is significant. However, it has a limited number of uses. The energy within can only be used 50 times. If monsters attack the barrier, the number of uses will decrease further." While Chu Chen was lost in thought, Dolo had already figured out the barrier. The reason Instructor Feng hadn't explained the barrier in detail was to test everyone. Although ordinary transmuters couldn't set up barriers, understanding their structure and being able to roughly judge the type and purpose of a barrier was a basic skill for any examinee. This giant stone barrier was slightly more complex, but it was clearly not a challenge for Dolu. Chapter 123, Attack. The mission begins. Chu Chen's foundational knowledge was also quite solid. After glancing at the barrier's patterns, he nodded affirmatively. 50 uses seemed like a lot, but as the battle line stretched, it could become insufficient. Therefore, choosing the right moment to attack and ensuring the barrier could hit as many enemies as possible was the key issue. As for how to use the barrier, it was quite simple. One just needed to inject energy into the rolling stone pattern. It was a foolproof operation, easily activated with a single button, even manageable by a priest class. After continuing to study for a while and confirming there were no oversights, the three began chatting, their moods extremely relaxed. Soon, an hour passed in a flash. The white barrier shield suddenly flickered a few times, alerting the students inside the barrier that the third military training mission had begun. Boom! Heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Looking out, dust and stones flew as a group of short, stout, black-green orcs, each less than a meter tall, charged toward the barrier. There weren't many of them, but not too few either, about a dozen, each wielding a wooden hammer and letting out low, guttural roars. Wooden hammer orc, minor monster, level, LV 40, constitution, 130, spirit, 115, strength, 139, speed, 129, skills, bite, wooden hammer strike. The first wave of monsters was not strong, all at level 40. As the pride of Kunlun Academy, with superior classes and equipment, dealing with monsters of the same level was naturally a piece of cake. Immediately, most of the students charged out of the barrier, engaging in fierce battles with the monsters. Swords and spells erupted on the Gobi Desert, blood flowers bursting from the bodies of the wooden hammer orcs. They fell one by one, meeting their demise. The students wore delighted smiles on their faces. After 3 days, they had finally regained a bit of their confidence as elites. Some students, however, did not leave the barrier. To be safe, they chose to test the barrier's offensive effects. For example, Chu Chen and his companions. Fire! Chu Chen let out a low shout in his heart, and a breath of death infused the rolling stone pattern beneath his feet. Buzz! The rolling stone pattern trembled continuously, truly beginning to roll. Accompanied by the clanging sounds of collision, the speed of the rolling stone pattern increased. In the instant it burst through the barrier, the rolling stone pattern transformed directly into a giant stone with a diameter of 5 meters, perfectly connecting with its previous trajectory, smashing towards the hammer-wielding orc. Roar! The hammer-wielding orc, seeing the giant stone rolling towards it, was so frightened that its soul nearly left its body, turning to flee. But their speed was too slow. In just a few breaths, the rolling stone caught up to the hammer-wielding orc and then exploded with a boom. The intense explosion engulfed large chunks of debris, like bullets, instantly killing a dozen or so orcs. Kill the hammer-wielding orc, minor monster, gain 2,000 experience points. Kill the hammer-wielding orc, minor monster, gain 2,000 experience points. Seeing the power of the giant stone barrier, Chuchen and the others were not overly surprised. This was just the first wave of minor monsters. If they couldn't be killed instantly, then this barrier would be too useless, and it would be better for them to handle it themselves. Judging by this power, it should be able to instantly kill level 60 monsters and heavily injure level 70 monsters. Chuchen assessed the power of the giant stone barrier while looking at the chaos in the distance. This power was indeed reasonable. Since it was a direct confrontation, level 70 monsters should be the upper limit. First, injure them with the barrier, then go out to reap the rewards, ensuring the difficulty of the task while still leaving some hope. Thus, these 50 giant stone cannonballs became exceptionally crucial. Of course, this was only for the other students. For Chuchen's team, they hoped the storm would come even more fiercely. Rumble! Just as the first wave of minor monsters was wiped out, the second wave of monsters attacked again. This time, it was still level 40 hammer-wielding orcs, but there were many more, a full 30 of them. Each team had only 3 members, so facing 30 level 40 monsters required caution. Chuchen casually summoned 3 shadow wolves, planning to send them to attack. "Brother Jia, let me handle these monsters." Dolu chuckled and spoke up. "I've been with you for 2 days now, and I'm feeling a bit itchy, hee. Dolu had been brought to level 65 by Chuchen and hadn't truly tested his current strength yet. These minor monsters were just right for a trial. "Alright, don't kill these minor monsters, I'll deliver the final blow." Chuchen nodded and instructed. "No problem." Dolu readily agreed. This should be Brother Jia's special ritual for summoning the undead. Although he didn't fully understand it, he showed respect. After saying that, Dolu stepped out of the barrier, standing outside the light shield, waiting for the hammer-wielding orcs to charge closer. Soul disruption. As the monsters approached within 10 meters, Dolu pointed at the spellbook. In an instant, the space seemed to twist, and an invisible ripple spread from Doli's body, crashing against the 30 orcs like a wave. The hammer-wielding orcs charging forward only felt as if their heads had been pricked by a needle, their bloodthirsty and brutal gazes instantly turning into clear foolishness. They gradually stopped, staring blankly at their surroundings, drooling foul-smelling saliva. "Ha ha, I turned 30 level 40 monsters into a dazed state all at once. If it were before, I would have to exert all my strength, and even take drugs to achieve that. Now it's so easy, just a casual flick. Is this the suppression of being level 65? So refreshing. Thanks, Brother Jia, huh?" Dolu couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling extremely pleased. "Brother Jia, you can go reap the rewards now." Chuchen nodded, letting the 5 undead skeletons wield the sword of the domain, killing all the hammer-wielding orcs and then turning them into undead servants. And so, one wave after another. Monsters are killed, and not long after, new ones appear. Compared to the last time, their levels and numbers increased to varying degrees. At first, the students were full of confidence, but as time went on, they gradually began to feel the strain. Some students were forced into the barrier by the orcs, relying on the barrier's defensive effects to counterattack. Those without a plan started to use the attack effects of the giant stone barrier when they encountered level 45 monsters. It can be said that the vast majority of the students were engaged in fierce battles with the orcs. Only on Chuchen's side was it extremely relaxed and comfortable. With Doli's current level, he could almost mentally control a whole group of level 60 monsters. Chuchen and Lu Xian were chatting in the barrier while watching Dolu perform. What they didn't know was that this scene was completely recorded by a puppet hidden not far away. Since this was a positional battle, Instructor Fong had released 78 groups of photographic puppets to observe the students' combat situations. However, everything was normal in other combat states. But when it came to Chuchen's team, the atmosphere completely changed. No way? Isn't their team a bit too abnormal? The monsters' levels have reached level 55, and Dolu basically handled them all by himself? Even the most mysterious and abnormal Chuchen and the team hasn't even made a move yet? Chapter 124, Orc Belief. Instructor Fong was not surprised that Dolu could easily control level 55 orcs. The 3 of them had no idea how many monsters they had wiped out in the fog the next day, and their levels had at least reached level 60. Moreover, Dolu was originally an SSS level profession, a nightmare mage, so it was not surprising that he could achieve this. But what Instructor Fong wanted to see was Chuchen making a move. He wanted to know what kind of strength Chuchen possessed, hidden behind encrypted information, that allowed him to achieve such groundbreaking feats in the past 2 days. However, at this moment, Instructor Fong realized a problem. He had shot himself in the foot. Arranging for Chuchen to be at the last position would lead to the attacking monsters being relatively weak. It was impossible to truly gauge Chuchen's depth. In fact, he might not even get the chance to make a move. Damn it! I'm so curious. Instructor Fong felt as if a kitten was scratching at his heart, extremely anxious. It was like going to an aquarium to watch a dolphin show, only to find out when he arrived that the dolphins were resting today. But curiosity aside, Instructor Fong really had no way to change things. He was just an instructor and had no power over the dungeon. These arrangements were made in advance, and he had no authority to alter them. Forget it. It is what it is, as long as nothing goes wrong. Instructor Fong sighed and turned his gaze to the other scenes on the screen. From the position where Chu Chen was, the strength of the monsters would increase sequentially. Some students had completely lost their fighting spirit under the monsters' attacks. They curled up in the giant stone barrier, using the barrier's attacks to maintain a precarious situation. It was easy to foresee that the moment the barrier's energy ran out would be when they were eliminated. Yesterday's task didn't really hone them. It seems today they can make up for it. A smirk appeared on Instructor Fang's lips as he speculated on how many students would be eliminated early. Unlike the previous 2 rounds of tasks, today's task was closely related to the task on the 4th day. Teams that couldn't last for 30 rounds would not be teleported back to the main camp if eliminated. Instead, they would be sent to another area. That area was located at the center of the monster tribe, guarded by monsters. In other words, they would be captured. The task on the 4th day was for the successfully defending teams to rescue the captured teams. Just as Instructor Fong was enjoying the spectacle, Chu Chen was also pondering the question that Instructor Fong had just considered. These monsters are a bit few. Is there any way to increase their numbers? Brother Jie, don't waste your brain cells. We can't even access the dungeon core. It's simply impossible. Lu Xian heard Chu Chen's soft murmur and smiled as she spoke. Although Chu Chen was strong, influencing a dungeon was still a bit of a pipe dream. Chu Chen remained silent, still deep in thought. His profession was a domain master, so perhaps he could find a way to influence the dungeon core. Seeing this, Lu Xian shook her head mindlessly. Yet, she found Chu Chen's contemplative expression somewhat charming, so she half-jokingly suggested, the only way should be to steal other people's monsters. Lu Xian said it casually, but upon hearing it, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Right. Lu Xian, you're right. Chu Chen slapped his thigh and flashed an approving smile at Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly advised, Brother Jie, don't take it seriously, I was just joking. Leaving your own defensive position to steal other people's monsters clearly violates military training regulations, and the instructor will definitely punish you. Seeing Lu Xian's anxious look, Chu Chen smiled mysteriously. Hee, I know what you're saying, but if the monsters come over on their own, then the instructor can't say anything, right? Lu Xian? Lu Xian tilted her head, a big question mark appearing on her cute face. Monsters come over on their own? Why would monsters come over on their own? What is Brother Jie talking about? I don't understand at all. Chu Chen didn't continue to explain and directly summoned the undead shaman. Through mental communication, Chu Chen asked, do you have the ability to summon an army of orcs? Bosses usually have the ability to summon minions, especially for group-type monster bosses. This ability is almost standard. The undead shaman let out a low growl and nodded slightly. Chu Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. However, there was still a small question that needed clarification. What is the range you can influence? Roar, roar, roar. The orc shaman responded with a series of strange sounds. Through mental communication, Chu Chen easily understood the orc shaman's meaning. The normal summoning range is 1000 meters, but if it consumes vitality, it can activate the special skill, Orc Faith. With Orc Faith, the summoning ability can be expanded to 3000 meters. Moreover, the affected orcs can continue to influence other orcs. This means that as long as the distance does not exceed 3000 meters, the summoning effective, Orc Faith, can spread infinitely far. Wow! What a surprise! Chu Chen was overjoyed, unable to hold back a curse. Initially, he expected to influence the monsters next door, which would have been enough. He never expected the undead shaman's ability to be so outrageous. With a 2000-meter gap between defensive positions, it could cover the entire map. As for the condition of consuming vitality, Chu Chen directly ignored it. Now that he was undead, what was there to talk about vitality? Just go all out. Brother Jie, what do you want to do? Seeing Chu Chen's ecstatic expression, Lu Xian was even more puzzled. Chu Chen and the undead shaman were communicating mentally, and she had no idea what they were talking about. Hee, just watch, there will be a surprise next. Chu Chen chuckled, keeping it a secret, then reminded Dolu outside the barrier, Fatty, the monsters coming in a bit will probably be a bit many, so if you can't hold on, just let me take over. Dolu grinned nonchalantly, Brother Jie, you underestimate me too much. The monsters rushing over now are below level 60, even if another 7 or 8 waves come, I can easily handle it. As the young master of the Do family, Do Li's overall configuration was top-notch. Pills, items, skills, all were the best of the best. He had directly changed into a complete set of level 60 golden equipment. At this moment, even if a group of orcs of the same level came, he was confident he could handle them easily. Dolo, I think you should be a bit more cautious, Lu Xin kindly reminded him. Although she didn't know what Chu Qin was planning, she had a vague feeling that he was about to stir up trouble. Based on past experiences, the things Chu Qin got into were never small matters. At the very least, they were definitely not something at their level could withstand. Oh come on, Sister Lu Xin, I don't like hearing that. Let me tell you, I only spared their lives for Brother Jie, otherwise, I wouldn't need him to step in. I could directly make the orcs kill each other. In fact, I could even use mental shock to make them brain dead. That's a piece of cake, Dolu said defiantly, full of arrogance. Hearing this, Lu Xian could only let out a long sigh and silently nod. She thought to herself, I hope you can still be this tough later. Chapter 125, The Great Migration of Orcs. Next, Chu Qin directly ordered the undead shaman to use Orc Faith. The undead shaman showed no hesitation and walked straight out of the stone barrier. He walked slowly on the gravel plain, his steps rising and falling as if he were dancing. The staff moved with his motions, carving rough patterns into the ground. At first glance, those patterns seemed simple and chaotic, as if they were drawn carelessly. But as time passed, the designs gradually became clear, revealing shapes of mountains, rivers, and beasts like wolves, tigers, and leopards. A breath that seemed to come from the wilderness emanated from the patterns. Its profundity far exceeded the stone magic array beneath Chu Chen's feet. What is this? Dola took a glance at the patterns under the undead shaman's feet during a lull in the battle. The pattern looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall what it was at the moment. The undead shaman's steps varied in speed, and he began to emit some roars. These roars sounded like wolves and tigers, and a single person seemed to generate a surging momentum of thousands of beasts charging. An endless stream of black energy surged from the undead shaman, instantly turning bright blood red as it infused into the patterns beneath his feet. As the rough patterns gradually turned blood red, the beasts within seemed to come alive, and a vast howling sound drifted out. Mixed with the undead shaman's roars, it transformed into waves of blood-red sound, rolling outwards in all directions. Position 77. Among the 3 guarding here, 2 were berserkers and 1 was a priest. Both of the fighters were violent output-type professions. In the initial waves of monster attacks, they savored the thrill of killing monsters. However, as the monster levels gradually increased, their damage began to feel inadequate. When the monster level reached LV50, the 3 of them completely dared not leave the barrier and took a defensive stance. They could not deal with LV50 monsters at all. Once the monsters surrounded them, they would undoubtedly die. So, they had to hold their ground within the barrier, relying on its defensive capabilities to fend off the orc attacks. The 2 berserkers frantically output damage within the barrier. They also realized that the barrier's energy was limited, so they had not used the barrier's attack effect even once from the beginning. But even so, the barrier's energy was still visibly depleting at a rapid pace. It was estimated that in half an hour at most, the monsters would break through the barrier, and they would be honorably eliminated. Damn it! Shouldn't the monsters get weaker the further back you go? Damn! The monsters are getting more and more, getting stronger and faster, just let me die already. One berserker, exuding a strong aura of blood, cursed while swinging his great sword, panting heavily. Maybe this is already the easy difficulty. Given the instructor's nature, the front lines will definitely get harder. Another berserker thrust his sword into the orc's chest, and with it a large cloud of blood mist erupted. Let's do our best. These monsters have already exceeded our limits. The priest remained rational. He knew this task was actually meant to push the students to their limits. It was already quite an achievement for the 3 of them to hold on until now. Once the barrier shattered, they could end the mission without shame. Although their score might not be high, they had tried their best. After the military training, they would work tenfold harder to catch up with their classmates, especially the one next door, Chu Chen. However, just then, a faint red wave seemed to float through the air. Following that, a series of chilling roars echoed in their ears. The sound seemed to come from a wild, ancient land, filled with a wild arrogance. It sounded like the roar of 10,000 beasts, and just the sound alone gave an immense sense of pressure. What the hell? What is that sound? So terrifying. Just listening makes me shiver. Damn. It can't be that even scarier monsters are about to spawn, right? No way. Why do I feel like this sound can make the monsters go berserk? The 3 students cursed, and their first thought was that the instructor was up to some tricks again. But soon, they realized something was off. The orcs outside the barrier, who had been attacking madly, all stopped their actions the moment they heard that terrifying roar. Immediately after, all the orcs howled to the sky in unison, their eyes bursting with a crimson glow. The dense sounds converged together, and it was exactly the same as the sound that had just come. The already thin red sound wave, under the influence of the new sound source, reappeared in a blood-like color, spreading further away. Damn! You really guessed it. They really are going berserk. This instructor is inhuman. Damn! Where are the monsters that are releasing skills? I can't even see them. What's the use of seeing? These monsters are not something we can deal with. Damn it! Let's go all out. Let's use the barrier's attack effect. The three of them cursed, affected by the sound wave, unable to maintain their attack stance. The Orc Faith was not just a summoning skill, it was also a mental suppression skill. If it weren't for the barrier's protection, the three of them probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. After all, this was a skill released by a level 150 undead shaman. Just as the three of them struggled to get up, planning to use a boulder attack to wipe out the monsters ahead, something unexpected happened. The frenzied orc army ignored the three in the barrier and charged westward. Wait, what's going on? Why are the monsters running away? By the time the three came to their senses, the monsters had already vanished without a trace. Aside from the strange roars still echoing in their ears, there was nothing in front of them. The three looked at each other, all with blank expressions. Could it be that the roar just now wasn't a berserk call, but a retreat? Is it possible to retreat halfway through a fight? Just as the three were puzzled, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The ground trembled, and from the east, clouds of dust rose as even more orcs charged in like a tide. What the hell? What the hell? I told you the instructor couldn't be that kind-hearted. The three immediately entered battle mode, with the priest's hand resting on the boulder pattern. As soon as something felt off, they would activate the barrier's power. Even if they were knocked out, they had to earn a bit more points and experience. However, their vigilance clearly proved to be in vain. This wave of orcs, just like the previous ones, rushed past the three without even glancing at them, as if they were travelers hurrying for the spring festival. The three students were completely dumbfounded. Ha! What the hell is going on? Are we so weak that even the monsters don't care to deal with us? We can't be that weak, right? Wait, have you guys noticed a blind spot? It seems like the monsters are all running west. What's the difference between running west and running east? Of course there's a difference. Have you forgotten who lives to the west of us? Holy crap! Shu Chen? Chapter 126. Then let's solve it with a sword. It wasn't just the people at position 77 who were dumbfounded. As the sound of the orc faith spread in waves, more and more positions were affected. At this moment, most of the students' battles had reached a stalemate. The sudden retreat of the orcs allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. But before they could catch their breath, the orcs surged forward in waves, as if they were attending a grand market. All the students were left stunned. But the most shocked of all was Instructor Feng. Watching the similar scenes displayed on dozens of screens on the tablet, his eyes nearly popped out. The monsters quickly left one screen and then rushed out from another, like a fashion show. Moreover, this situation seemed to be spreading gradually. What the hell? What the hell? What is going on? Instructor Feng couldn't help but curse, clutching the tablet and studying it closely. Soon, he discovered the orcs' abnormal behavior. Their eyes were blood-red, roaring hoarsely, as if in a frenzy, rushing towards the same direction. Instructor Feng, well versed in such matters, recognized this state at a glance. Is this the ultimate move of the orc shaman, Orc Faith? But there are no orc shamans in this level? These kids are all geniuses, but their levels are still too low. The great axe orcs are the limit. How could they possibly face an orc shaman, a second-tier boss? Instructor Feng's first thought was that something had gone wrong at Kunlun Academy. But soon, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "No, wait, it seems there really is one. Wasn't that guy Chu Chen hunting an orc shaman during the first mission and turning it into a undead?" A bad premonition surged in Instructor Feng's heart, and he quickly glanced at the lower right corner of the screen. Upon seeing it, his heart sank. Just as he had guessed, in front of position 78, an undead shaman was unleashing the ultimate move, Orc Faith. Normally, using this move would consume vitality over time. However, after the orc shaman became undead, this limitation was completely lifted. The undead shaman roared endlessly like a perpetual motion machine, sending all orc bloodlines into a frenzy. Under its guidance, the orc army charged violently towards the 78th camp guarded by Chu Chen. A massive tide of orcs gathered, dark and overwhelming. The dust kicked up by the running orcs filled the air, creating a spectacular scene like a sandstorm. Even watching it on the screen gave a suffocating feeling. However, that wasn't all, more orcs were continuously arriving. The newly spawned monsters were also influenced by the roar, no longer attacking their initial targets, but instead turning and charging towards the farthest west, the 78th camp. Holy crap! Shu Qin, are you trying to play this big? Instructor Feng felt his heart stop. He didn't even have time to scold Shu Qin for causing trouble. The monsters from the 78 positions had gathered in one place, and their numbers were probably in the thousands. Moreover, their levels were all at least level 50 or above. Even a genius like Shu Qin would definitely be overwhelmed in the rolling tide of orcs. He quickly sent messages to other assistant instructors and frantically rushed towards the 78th camp. In his heart, he prayed that nothing would happen to Shu Qin. Position 78. Until the first wave of orcs charged right in front of him, Dola finally had a moment of clarity and remembered what the undead shaman was doing. Orc faith? Jige, are you trying to steal the monsters? Dolu was overjoyed, never expecting that the undead shaman could play it this way. The orcs were coming to them, even the instructor would have nothing to say, and they could enjoy double the experience. Dolu rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to make a grand move, he suddenly saw another wave of orcs charging in behind the first. The second wave of orcs was still shrouded in dust, as if even more orcs were rushing this way. Just looking at this momentum, there were probably at least over 100. What the hell? Jige, how many did you bring over? Dola shivered and quickly retreated back into the barrier. Although he was powerful, he couldn't handle so many monsters, especially since he felt the way these monsters looked at him was extremely strange. Their eyes were filled with boundless rage, as if he were their sworn enemy. Just being fiercely stared at by so many orcs made Doli's legs tremble. From my estimation, it should affect all the positions, right? Shu Qin looked at the overwhelming tide of orcs, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Oh right, fatty, I forgot to tell you, the skill, Orc Faith, needs a target as an enemy. This target must remain alive for the skill to keep working, so I chose you. Put. Dola felt a sharp pain in his chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. No wonder these orcs wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. It turned out Shu Qin had sold him out. Jiage, I trusted you so much, why? Dola looked at Shu Qin with a face full of grievance, like a neglected little wife. Shu Qin rolled his eyes. So, you don't want the experience anymore? Jiage, how did you know I have M attributes? Being stared at by this group of orcs feels so good. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Doli's expression changed instantly. Wasn't it just being looked at by the orcs a few times? Was that more important than leveling up? Put. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was equally amazed by Shu Qin's thought process and never expected that the combination of the undead shaman and Orc Faith could produce such explosive chemistry. It could even affect all positions. But, Jige, won't the number of these monsters be too much? Your undead army probably won't be able to deal with them in a short time, right? Lu Xian was a bit worried. The tremors from the ground hadn't stopped since earlier. With 78 positions filled with monsters, just thinking about it made one realize the number would definitely reach a hair-raising figure. Even if Shu Qin had many undead servants, they would likely collapse under the iron hooves of the orcs in an instant. Lu Xian was genuinely worried that Shu Qin would mess things up. Shu Qin nodded. Yeah, the number of monsters attracted is indeed a bit much. In that case, I'll solve it with my sword. As he spoke, Shu Qin clenched his palm, and a sword of the domain appeared in his hand. Then, he strode towards the barrier. Dolu and Lu Xian were completely dumbfounded at this scene. Jiage? What do you mean? When you say to solve it with a sword, you don't mean the way I think, right? Jiage, what exactly do you want to do? Don't scare me. Previously, Shu Qin had been fighting with the undead, and now he suddenly wanted to take the field himself, leaving both of them a bit at a loss. They didn't know if Shu Qin was being overconfident or if he had some other trick up his sleeve. However, the next scene made Dolu and Lu Xian suddenly question their lives. Chapter 127, The Domain Rises Again. They saw Shu Qin walk up to the barrier, his sharp gaze sweeping over the ferocious orcs outside, his handsome face as calm as a still pond. The sword in hand began to shine with a brilliant silver light, an incomparably sharp pressure spreading out like a raging tide. Shu Qin's robes rose without wind, the ultimate sword intent circulating around him as if it were tangible. Swift wind triple slash. Shu Qin's movements were as fast as a phantom, 3 crescent-shaped silver sword lights shooting out explosively. With the domain of the sword, Shu Qin's sword intent had already reached its peak. At this moment, his level had even broken through to level 80. The power of the 3 consecutive slashes was naturally incomparable. The 3 sword lights, in a pincer formation, pierced through the barrier's light curtain, racing through a large group of orcs at an incredible speed. The orcs' roars abruptly ceased, their bloodthirsty eyes gradually dimming. Moments later, gory bloodlines erupted from their bodies. Their robust forms tilted and slid down from their waists, the cuts smooth and even, resembling works of art. The once tumultuous Gobi Desert fell silent in an instant, a deathly stillness that sent shivers down the spine. Kill Cave Orc, Minor Monster, gain 4,000 experience points. Kill Cave Orc, Minor Monster, gain 4,000 experience points. One strike? One strike actually took down so many orcs? Dolly's eyes widened, his chubby face making his eyes appear smaller, now bulging like copper bells. Indeed, Brother Jia was no ordinary necromancer. Damn! He was actually a sword-wielding necromancer. The strongest undead servant was actually himself. Such powerful swordsmanship. Stronger than my sister Lu Yen by who knows how many times. Lu Xin clutched her chest tightly, her heart racing wildly, as if it would burst out at any moment. Having teamed up with her sister Lu Yen for years, she had a deep understanding of swordsmen. But the sword strike from Chu Chen just now, even as an observer, gave her a sense of sharp threat that Lu Yen could not match. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Chen could chat so easily with Wei Shan and speak confidently about swordsmanship. It turned out that Chu Chen was a formidable swordsman himself, mastering such exquisite sword techniques and being able to command a terrifying undead army. What kind of powerful profession was this? Unheard of. Good, now it's quiet. Chu Chen smiled slightly and stepped out of the barrier. A silver sword aura surrounded him, pushing away the filthy blood and corpses beneath his feet. He was enveloped in dazzling silver light, exuding an overwhelming and mysterious aura that made people dare not look directly at him, only wanting to bow and worship. In the distance, the orc army from different positions gathered together, their numbers exceeding 500. The blood-red mist, accompanied by roars, coalesced above the orcs' heads, resembling a fierce blood-colored eye, staring intently at Barrier 78, gazing at Chu Chen, who stood proudly outside the barrier. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, sword domain, open, buzz. With the command, the already sharp sword intent around Chu Chen surged once more. A terrifying pressure, as if from ancient wilderness, surged forth, enveloping the entire 78th position. The winds and clouds gathered, and the heavens changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in heavy dark clouds, thunder rumbling and booming. A towering mountain broke through the clouds, as if descending from the heavens, carrying endless majesty. Just the foot revealed from the dark clouds was countless brilliant silver long swords, the sharp sword intent emitting a whistling sound that sent chills down the spine. Boom! A massive shadow descended, the terrifying sword intent feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The orcs that had just been charging forward seemed to be frozen in place under this sword intent, all stopping, their eyes wide with fear, not knowing what had happened. What the hell is this? A sword? A mountain? Sword mountain. Such terrifying sword intent. How could a new job changer possess such horrifying power? Dolu and Lu Xian looked at the mountain of chaos with unmatched shock. Just a distant glance filled their hearts with an overwhelming sense of awe. They knew Chu Chen was strong, but they never expected that with a mere wave of his hand, he could summon such a terrifying mountain. And this mountain was entirely composed of flying swords. The sight of thousands upon thousands of flying swords overlapping and ringing out was so shocking that both of them held their breath, an unforgettable moment. It wasn't just Dolu and Lu Xian, even Instructor Foam and the assistant instructor, who had just arrived near the 78th position, stopped in their tracks. They gazed in astonishment at the towering mountain descending from the sky. Even they, having reached the fourth transition, felt an unprecedented terror emanating from this mountain. Old Foam, don't tell me this is the work of that Chu Chen. A middle-aged man in a dark green instructor's uniform swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. The other instructors didn't say anything, but the fierce expressions in their eyes revealed their thoughts, mirroring that of this man. Instructor Foam remained silent, or rather, he was too shocked to speak. After a long while, he managed a bitter smile. Although I really don't want to admit it, this is indeed Chu Chen's skill. Now, I finally understand why Kunlun Academy kept all his information hidden. A monster. This Chu Chen is truly a complete monster. The reason Instructor Foam was so certain was that on the screen, Chu Chen had already taken control of the flying swords, transforming into a brilliant streak of light, soaring into the sky and landing steadily on the mountain of chaos. Although they were far away and couldn't see Chu Chen's full figure, even his silhouette was blurred. But at the moment Chu Chen stepped onto the mountain of chaos, all the instructors felt a jolt in their hearts. It was as if some supreme being had finally returned to his throne. The next moment, the entire mountain of chaos began to tremble violently. The crisp sounds rang out like heavenly music, both melodious and immensely powerful. 10,000 swords to the throne. In an instant, the mountain of chaos erupted like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, with thousands of flying swords flashing dazzling light, howling down towards the beast horde below. Swish, swish, swish. The sword's edge pointed, rooting out evil. Amidst the terrified struggles of the beastmen, the domain swords easily pierced through their chests. Blood splattered, flowing like a river. One by one, the beastmen fell with unwilling roars, collapsing in succession. Kill Cave Beastman, Minor Monster, gain 4,000 experience points. Kill Cave Beastman, Minor Monster, gain 4,000 experience points. A flurry of information updates rapidly refreshed on the information panel, so fast it was dizzying. Outside the barrier, the undead shaman continued to dance wildly. The savage roars sounded like the death knell from hell, playing a requiem for all the beastmen. My dear kin, serve the great master with me. Chapter 128, How Similar It Is. Position 1. Wu Qinyun was struggling to fend off the frenzied attacks of the cave beastmen against the barrier. While other positions were still battling level 50 monsters, he had already begun facing level 60 monsters. He threw a punch, sending a wave of energy rolling forth, unmatched in might. However, when it struck the beastman, it only pushed it back a few steps, and then it continued to swing its sharp claws, attacking the barrier as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, Lu Wei beside him was no ordinary person. This was the perfect situation for him to gather his strength. The giant axe in his hands continuously accumulated brilliance, the massive axe head trembling, sending out heart-pounding waves. The next moment, the giant axe came crashing down. A gruesome line of blood erupted from the beastman's body. Wu Qinyun seized the opportunity to pursue, delivering 5 powerful punches that struck the orc's wounds in succession. The reason he had been unable to harm the orc before was due to the orc's formidable defenses. Now that a gap had opened, Wu Qinyun's power was revealed. Each strike, infused with immense energy, caused a series of blood blossoms to erupt from the orc's body. Finally, after 3 minutes of relentless assault, the last orc staggered back and fell to the ground. Kill Cave Orc, Minor Monster, gain 9,000 experience points. Seeing the message on the information panel, the 3 members of Wu Qinyun's team all displayed joyful smiles. Captain, that was amazing. We held off another wave. Lu Wei said proudly. The other priest nodded in agreement. Wu Qinyun's lips curled into a determined smile. Since Instructor Feng placed us in this position, I won't let him down. I want to prove that what Chu Qin can do, I can do too. Today, I absolutely will not let position 1 fall, Wu Qinyun declared emphatically. The reason for his confidence was that, until now, he had not consumed much of the barrier's power. Each time a monster approached, he would use his fist energy to push it back, waiting for Lu Wei to tear open a gap before launching a fierce counterattack. Of course, even if his energy ran out, he wasn't worried, as he possessed a special treasure that could replenish the barrier's energy. The intervals between the waves of monsters are getting shorter. You two should rest a bit, Wu Qinyun reminded Lu Wei and the priest teammate, both of whom nodded in agreement. Soon, another wave of new orcs roared as they charged toward position 1. From a distance, the 3 of them sensed the extraordinary nature of this wave of monsters. Not only were they faster, but their roars were also more terrifying. The brutality reflected in their eyes, even from afar, made Wu Qinyun and the others feel a deep sense of dread. Most terrifying of all, a faint mist of blood seemed to hover above the heads of these monsters, giving the frenzied orcs an even more sinister appearance. Brother Yun, it seems the monsters have gotten stronger again. Lu Wei swallowed hard and said with difficulty. Wu Qinyun nodded gravely and reassured him, it's fine, we have the barrier for protection. No matter how strong the monsters are, they can't harm us. The 3 of them fell silent, their skills ready to unleash as they stood prepared for the orcs to charge closer. Then, they saw the monsters running in a staggered manner, swaying as they moved. Finally, they disappeared from the trio's sight. Brother Yun, what's going on with these monsters? They can't be lost, can they? Lu Wei said, somewhat puzzled. Wu Qinyun was equally unsure of what was happening. But this scene felt familiar to him, reminiscent of the encounter with the giant axe orc in the mist yesterday. Waves of orcs appeared one after another, roaring as they charged into the distance. Wu Qinyun and his companions felt somewhat numb. They vaguely sensed that this might be another trick of Chu Chen. But it was hard to believe. After all, Chu Chen was at position 78. They were located on opposite sides, nearly 100 kilometers apart. Just as Wu Qinyun was questioning his life choices, the 3 students at position 77 had already begun to worship. Holy crap! It's really Chu Chen. Damn! Is this the power of the first place? I'm impressed. We're not even in the same league. Although they were 2,000 meters away, the towering Sword Mountain, standing majestically against the sky, remained clearly visible to them. The flying swords darting through the sky, like rays of dawn, were shockingly miraculous. The fierce and brutal orcs, beneath the flying swords, were like ants, easily pierced through their skin and hearts. Thick, fresh blood covered the ground in front of barrier No. 78, and the sound of experience notifications rose and fell like a chorus. Kill Cave Orc, Minor Monster, gain 3000 experience points. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 67. Experience has reached the limit, level increased to 69. Dolu and Lu Xian watched as Chu Chun went on a rampage, their levels skyrocketing, their mouths agape, unsure of what to say. Crushing. A complete and utter crushing. Chu Chun was simply a human killing machine. It turned out that the hundreds of monsters from yesterday were not even Chu Chen's limit. One person could stand against 1,000 troops. One person could wash away a 1,000,000-strong army. Terrifying. So terrifying. Dolu had already decided that once the military training was over, he would immediately tell his father about this. Let his father curry favor with Chu Chen. Although the Dou family had access to a lot of information, the more they knew, the greater the danger. They were essentially walking on the edge of a cliff. However, if they could align themselves with a big shot like Chu Chen, the Dou family would have no worries for at least 100 years. Old Feng. What do we do? It seems like the monsters from the 78 camps are all running towards Chu Chen. Are we still going to continue with the military training? The instructors looked at Instructor Feng with complex expressions, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. They had seen geniuses before, but they had never encountered one with the power to reverse the situation like this. Therefore, even the experienced instructors had completely lost their composure at this moment, unsure of what to do. You ask me? How would I know? Instructor Feng forced a bitter smile. No matter how many precautions they took, they still couldn't guard against Chu Chen. But it was clear that the current situation was beyond his ability to resolve. You all calm down the other students at the positions, I'll go out and discuss this with the chief instructor. The other instructors nodded silently, decisively scattering to leave. With such terrifying strength, Chu Chen naturally didn't need their assistance. Instructor Feng quickly left the instance and arrived at the vast instance square. At this moment, a wide military tent had been set up in the square. The chief instructor of the military training was right here. In an urgent situation, Instructor Feng quickly ran to the front of the tent, reported, and rushed inside. Chapter 129, The Shocked Chief Instructor. What's going on? Why the rush? In the center of the tent sat an elderly man around 60 years old, his hair grizzled but his spirit vigorous, with a bright light in his aged eyes. Upon seeing Instructor Feng burst into the tent, he reproached him slightly. This man was named Zhang Quan, the chief instructor of this military training, overseeing all military training affairs at Kunlun Academy. Old Zhang, something's happened. Instructor Feng scratched his head, speaking a bit anxiously. Oh, what happened? What could make you, an old hand, so troubled? Zhang Quan continued to speak calmly, his expression extremely indifferent. Although military training was strict, the protective measures were incredibly tight, and major incidents were unlikely to occur. After all, these kids were the pillars of the dragon country and needed to be well protected. How should I put it? It's like a monster riot. At this point, Instructor Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was the first time such an event had occurred, and it could even be said to be a once-in-a-century occurrence. Various factors had compounded, and it wasn't something that could be explained in just a few sentences. What? A monster riot? Zhang Quan, unaware of the details, widened his eyes upon hearing Instructor Feng's words and slammed the table. How is that possible? Monsters are merely energy derivatives of the instance core. How could they riot? I've only heard of abyss monsters rioting, but I've never heard of instance monsters rioting. Quick, tell me what's going on. What's the cause of this situation? What are the casualties? Why are you stuttering? Aren't you one of my soldiers? Zhang Quan's calm demeanor vanished in an instant, transforming him into a furious old man, scolding anxiously. It was no wonder Zhang Quan was so agitated. Although their backup plans could greatly protect the students, that was under normal circumstances. With the monster riot, the threat far exceeded expectations, and their protective measures might fail. Seeing Zhang Quan's reaction, Instructor Feng realized he had misunderstood and quickly explained, Old Zhang, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. It's not as you think. The monster riot was caused by a student named Chu Chen, and currently, there have been no casualties among the students. The specifics are like this. Instructor Feng began to recount the events rapidly. Upon hearing that no students had been harmed, Zhang Quan's anxious emotions finally calmed down. However, as he gradually listened to Instructor Feng's account, his aged eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Instructor Feng with a look that said, Are you kidding me? You mean to say that a student who just changed jobs less than a month ago killed a level 150 orc shaman? Not only did he kill it, but he also turned it into an undead servant? And this student named Chu Chen even used the undead shaman's ultimate skill to create a monster riot during the third military training task? Most importantly, this Chu Chen single-handedly suppressed a riot of over 1,000 orcs? Instructor Feng nodded. Old Zhang, your summary is very accurate. Zhang Quan rolled his eyes. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Which of these things could a normal person accomplish? Instructor Feng was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Quan completely did not believe him. He could understand that. After all, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe such an outrageous story. Without further explanation, Instructor Feng directly handed over the tablet. Xiao Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhang Quan looked at the tablet with some confusion, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a towering mountain stood high above the clouds. Brilliant silver light poured down onto the earth, resembling a celestial mountain, captivating and astonishing. Even from behind the screen, Zhang Quan could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Sword Mountain. In stark contrast were the orcs on the ground, trembling in fear under the mountain's pressure, with some already kneeling and crawling. One person suppressing an army of orcs. This was actually real. Zhang Quan stared blankly at the screen, speechless for a long time, before finally managing to utter a shocked exclamation. What the hell? Xiao Feng, who is this kid? What profession? I want all his information. In that moment of shock, Zhang Quan had no time to consider the military training matters. The only thought in his mind was a prodigy. This is a prodigy. He must recruit him under his command. However, upon hearing this, Instructor Feng could only smile wryly and shake his head. Old Zhang, I don't know. This kid's file has been encrypted by Kunlun Academy. Aside from his name, I know nothing about Chu Chun. What I can tell you, I've already said. Zhang Quan was taken aback but wasn't too surprised. It made sense. Encrypted information was meant to protect Chu Chen and also to prevent others from poaching him, guarding against both gentlemen and rogues. But this little measure was not enough to shake Zhang Quan. As the chief instructor, although he didn't have enough clout to demand Kunlun Academy release him, he could report it and let the higher-ups negotiate. Seeing Zhang Quan silent for a long time, Instructor Feng anxiously asked, Old Zhang, what should we do about the military training task? Except for Team Chu Chun, everyone else is just slacking off right now. Zhang Quan snapped back to reality upon hearing this, realizing that while Chu Chen's actions were shocking, they indeed affected the military training mission, which was a hassle. However, changing the entire operation rules of the instance for Chu Chen was unrealistic. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Altering the instance required a sufficient number of instance craftsmen and a long time to accomplish. Secondly, once changed, the entire situation of the instance would be affected. This meant that aside from the second group where Chu Chen was, the other three groups would also be impacted. In short, this was impossible to manage. Well, this matter is indeed a bit tricky. I think we might as well let it be. Ha! Instructor Feng saw Zhang Quan deep in thought for a long time and thought he had some brilliant idea, only to come up with such a half-hearted suggestion after a while. Letting it be? Wasn't that just giving up? Old Zhang, that's not very good, is it? Zhang Quan shot a glare at Instructor Feng and snorted coldly. What's wrong with that? The basic training effect has already been achieved. The only thing missing is the combat phase. Consider it a new attempt at military training. Instructor Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit wronged as he said, Old Zhang, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, tomorrow's fourth military training task is closely related to today. If none of these students were captured, then who are they going to rescue tomorrow?